Chapter 001. Transcended, yet no system. Brain storage lost. Thud, 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 thud. The crisp sound of metal striking resonated within the dim confines of the cave. At that moment, Tony Stark wore a grave expression as he focused intently on the steel helmet he was forging, his gaze resolute as if ready to face the battlefield at any moment. "We must hasten if we delay too long. They will grow suspicious," Dr. Ethan urged in a hushed tone. Tony Stark offered no reply, merely intensifying his efforts at the anvil. As the two worked against the clock, a voice suddenly echoed from behind them. "Pardon my intrusion, but where am I?" Upon hearing the voice, both Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan froze, their bodies rigid as they halted their actions simultaneously. For a moment, the cave was eerily silent. Even the sound of their rapid breaths could be discerned. After an indeterminate time, Tony Stark stiffly turned around, only to find that the speaker was a youth who appeared barely past adolescence. Casting a wary glance at the boy, Tony Stark inquired sternly, "Who are you?" The boy politely responded, "Hello, I am Luo Bai." Tony Stark did not lower his guard. Pressing further, "Are you one of them?" Luo Bai's face registered confusion as he retorted, "Who are they?" "The terrorists outside," Tony Stark replied, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Luo Bai blinked, swiftly denying, "Certainly not. Do I appear to be a terrorist? Then how did you get in here?" Tony Stark persisted. Luo Bai fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, he hesitantly posed, "If I say, I just appeared out of thin air, would you believe me?" Tony Stark. Ethan. Luo Bai was not deceiving them. He truly had materialized out of nowhere. However, it was not through any magical ability that he had manifested, but rather, he had transcended. Can you believe that he merely went downstairs to retrieve a package, experienced neither an accident nor a fall into a sewer, yet somehow transcended? Initially, Luo Bai found it hard to accept that he had crossed over. After all, as a distinguished student from Qingbei University, he had always held a firm belief in science. It was only when he noticed that the disheveled man before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the actor who portrayed Iron Man, Tony Stark, in the Marvel films, and heard him utter the words terrorists, that Luo Bai was compelled to question his reality as a devoted viewer of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He recognized this scenario all too well. It was unmistakably the plot of Iron Man. Tony Stark had been ambushed by terrorists and captured in a cave, ultimately crafting his iron armor. And at that moment, the scruffy man was indeed holding a steel helmet. Realizing he had genuinely transcended into the Marvel Universe, Luo Bai felt an overwhelming sense of dismay. Anyone with even a cursory understanding of the Marvel realm would know that this was no ordinary urban world. What kind of terrorists assault the underworld? In this world, such events are mere trifles, considering the numerous calamities stemming from alien invasions and the like. For Luo Bai, a fragile university student who has never even touched a firearm, merely surviving in such an environment is already a challenge. What he must contemplate now is how to escape from this cave system. "Old man, isn't it said that traversers possess extraordinary abilities? Where's my power?" Luo Bai silently lamented. Noticing his prolonged silence and the grimace etched on his face, Tony Stark finally could not restrain himself any longer, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Fortunately, Luo Bai's English was proficient, allowing for smooth communication. "I don't feel particularly well," Luo Bai replied despondently. "Being brought here, no one would feel well," Tony Stark said with a wry smile. Before Luo Bai could respond, he pressed on, "You just mentioned that you appeared out of thin air. What does that mean?" Luo Bai was at a loss for how to explain his situation of traversing worlds and could only respond helplessly. "It's a complicated matter, and I'm not sure how to elucidate it." "Complicated to explain?" Tony Stark retorted, skepticism lacing his tone. Luo Bai had long sensed his hostility and understood the reason behind it. Tony Stark had been captured by terrorists and subjected to inhumane treatment. Thus, his suspicion of Luo Bai's identity was understandable. Yet, to escape this predicament, Luo Bai required Tony Stark's assistance. With this in mind, Luo Bai hastily clarified, "Although my identity may seem questionable, I assure you I am not allied with those terrorists." "How can you prove that?" Tony Stark inquired. "No proof is necessary. If I were a terrorist, you would have already been compromised, wouldn't you?" Luo Bai countered. At that moment, Stark and Luo Bai were secretly crafting an escape weapon. If Luo Bai truly were a terrorist, any discovery would prompt immediate action, leaving no time for conversation. Tony Stark fell silent, but the expression on his face indicated that he had begun to lower his guard. "Very well, you have convinced me. If you're not a terrorist, then how did you end up here? This is certainly not a desirable location." Tony Stark pressed again. Luo Bai replied with resignation, "To be honest, I did not wish to come here. Either he had arrived here immediately upon his traversal, he had no choice in the matter." "You, Tony, We are running out of time. It seemed Tony Stark had more to say, but Dr. Ethan interrupted him. Considering their pressing circumstances, Tony Stark refrained from further questioning, suppressing his myriad of doubts as he continued to work on the iron helmet in his hands. Seeing that Tony Stark no longer suspected him, Luo Bai finally exhaled with relief. However, his heart still bore the weight of anxiety, for he knew a grueling battle lay ahead. Inwardly, Luo Bai once again lamented, "Please, I am a traverser. Surely I do not lack a system. It cannot be, it cannot be." He called out in his heart for approximately a minute, until the resounding voice of the system, which Tony Stark had completed, finally failed to materialize. Luo Bai was left to ascertain that he truly possessed no system. This revelation plunged him into a state of despair. Yet what deepened his hopelessness further was the realization that the terrorists had seemingly become aware of the peculiarities within the cave. The once relatively tranquil cavern was now filled with the ominous sounds of heavy pounding against the door and the cacophony of curses, accompanied intermittently by the alarming echoes of gunfire. Chapter 002. Is this even possible? This defies science. Upon realizing that the terrorists had taken notice of them, Dr. Ethan became somewhat flustered. "Tony, are you ready yet?" "They've sensed something is amiss," he inquired anxiously. Shortly thereafter, Tony Stark responded, "I'm all set, Ethan. Quickly help me don the iron armor." Without hesitation, Ethan rushed to assist him in putting on the suit. However, merely donning the armor was just the initial step. Without power, the suit was utterly immobile. "The armor requires 5 minutes to recharge. We must act swiftly," Dr. Ethan said, glancing towards the door, ever vigilant for any intruding terrorists. His body trembled with anxiety. Although Tony Stark was equally tense, he sought to reassure Ethan, "Don't worry. We've rigged the door with explosives. If they force their way in, they'll be blown to bits, which might buy us some time." At this point, he suddenly recalled something. "You didn't trigger the explosives when you came in, did you, Luo Bai?" he asked, puzzled. Luo Bai remained silent. After all, he hadn't entered through the main entrance, and therefore wouldn't have set off any traps. However, before he could clarify, a thunderous explosion shattered the cavern's tranquility. The terrorists had breached the door. The silver lining was that the assailants who had broken in were obliterated by the blast. The downside was that this commotion would undoubtedly alert other terrorists. Tom was no longer on their side. "Tony, now is not the time to ponder irrelevant questions. We need to buy more time for the suit to activate." "Doctor," Ethan exclaimed in a flurry of urgency. Before Tony Stark could respond, Ethan continued, "Luo Bai, can you assist us? What do you need from me?" Luo Bai felt a surge of foreboding. As expected, the next moment, he heard Ethan plead, "Can you help us stall for a while? We need your assistance." The moment the words left Ethan's mouth, Luo Bai was taken aback. What? Expecting him, a mere college student, to hold off armed terrorists outside? Frankly, Luo Bai doubted his ability to do so. Yet, if the iron armor failed to activate, his fate would be sealed. Resolving himself, he reluctantly acquiesced. "All right, what should I do?" "We'll go out and engage those terrorists," Dr. Ethan declared, his gaze resolute, as if he were about to enlist. In stark contrast to his determination, Luo Bai felt considerably less assured. "Well, let us go then," he replied timidly, and the two ventured outside. Upon stepping out, Luo Bai discovered that the entrance had been destroyed, with dismembered corpses strewn across the ground. Had it not been for his relatively strong mental fortitude, he might have succumbed to nausea. Dr. Ethan, having spent considerable time in the cave, appeared unfazed. He calmly approached, picked up a usable firearm from among the bodies, and handed it to Luo Bai. "Here, I believe this will come in handy. And remember to protect yourself," Ethan advised kindly. Luo Bai remained silent. Though he feigned calmness on the surface, his heart was racing with anxiety. Gazing at the firearm in his hand, he couldn't help but internally lament, what on earth is the proper way to use this thing? While he had acquired some knowledge about guns, he had never actually fired one. Before he could further scrutinize the weapon, the terrorists had already stormed in. Hearing the distant footsteps and shouts, Dr. Ethan tightened his grip and resolved to rush out, discussing with Luo Bai as he moved. "They are coming. I will take them down. You cover me from behind." Luo Bai quickly called out to him. "Wait, don't go out yet." Dr. Ethan halted, urgency in his voice. "If we don't go out now, we'll be doomed when they enter." Luo Bai hurriedly explained. "The cave entrance is narrow, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. We should hold our position and wait for them to approach." Although Dr. Ethan appeared brave, he was fundamentally a researcher who had never encountered such a scene before his capture. Like Luo Bai, he had never wielded a gun, nor had he experienced anything of this nature. His composure was merely a fade, and inside, he was just as anxious. Perhaps swayed by Luo Bai's reasoning, which suggested experience, he chose to stand guard alongside him at the entrance. Before long, they spotted 3 or 4 terrorists armed with machine guns approaching. The cave was constricted, offering little room for concealment. Luo Bai understood that if the terrorists spotted them and opened fire first, their chances of survival would be grim. Thus, upon seeing the terrorists, he shouted, "Fire!" Without waiting for Dr. Ethan to react, he unleashed a barrage toward the enemy. Truthfully, Luo Bai had never considered that he would hit anyone when firing a weapon. After all, it was his first experience with a gun, and he was far from proficient at aiming. Moreover, the cave was shrouded in darkness, making it exceedingly difficult to strike a target. Yet, to his astonishment, after firing a few rounds, he heard several screams echoing through the cave as the terrorists collapsed, silenced. In an instant, Luo Bai was taken aback. Did he actually hit them? Just then, Dr. Ethan, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Excellent shooting. I barely registered what happened, and you've taken them all down. Your aim is so precise. You must have undergone professional training." Luo Bai remained silent, though internally he quietly responded, "This is actually my first time using a gun as well." To be honest, he too felt bewildered. After all, it was his first encounter with a firearm, and to hit 4 targets in such a challenging environment was remarkable. Who would believe he wasn't a professional? Even Luo Bai found himself pondering, could it be that I possess a natural talent for shooting? However, he had little time to contemplate, as a second wave of terrorists was entering the cave, though he couldn't discern the exact number of newcomers. The cacophony of footsteps indicated that many more were approaching than before. This realization made Luo Bai uneasy, regardless of any innate skill he might possess. It was still his first time wielding a gun, and facing this multitude of terrorists, could he truly survive? How long would it take for his side to mobilize? Luo Bai could not help but inquire, yearning for Tony Stark to come and rescue him without delay. "It will take another minute to initiate," Ethan replied. "A minute? By the time he is ready, I'll be long gone." For the first time, Luo Bai felt that a minute could stretch into an eternity. It seemed improbable to rely on Tony Stark. For now, he could only depend on himself. There was no alternative. It appeared that he must engage in a fierce confrontation. "Ethan, when you see someone appear, you must shoot without hesitation," Luo Bai instructed earnestly. He held his breath, gripping his firearm tightly. As the footsteps drew nearer and nearer, his grip on the gun tightened even further. At this moment, he was so tense that he dared not even breathe, his gaze fixated ahead, fearful of missing anything. Finally, when he spotted the terrorists within his line of sight, without a moment's thought, Luo Bai opened fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Simultaneously, the terrorists noticed him and began firing back. The sound of gunfire echoed through the cave, bullets flying in a chaotic dance. In truth, Luo Bai hardly believed he stood a chance. As a mere traveler in this unfamiliar world, he felt he might meet his end right from the start. Thus, during the onslaught, he kept his eyes nearly shut the entire time. It was not until he had fired his last bullet that he finally ceased shooting. To his astonishment, he realized he was still alive. Luo Bai opened his eyes in surprise. To his bewilderment, he beheld a chaotic scene. A number of terrorists lay sprawled about, seemingly lifeless. Could it be that he had taken them all down? He could not resist glancing at Dr. Ethan for confirmation. Yet the expression on Ethan's face was even more remarkable. After scrutinizing him for what felt like an eternity, Dr. Ethan finally asked, "With so many shooting at you, you have no injuries whatsoever?" "Injuries?" Luo Bai carefully examined himself and, after a moment, replied, "None." Dr. Ethan exclaimed, "Incredible, truly incredible." He had witnessed the chaotic gunfight with utmost clarity. 7 or 8 terrorists had targeted Luo Bai, yet all of them lay dead, and Luo Bai had emerged unscathed. Even Dr. Ethan himself had sustained 2 gunshot wounds to his arm and leg, while Luo Bai had suffered not a scratch. This defied all logic. Chapter 003, The Arrival of Ancient One. Dr. Ethan was perplexed, unable to fathom how it was possible for you to emerge unscathed. Why? Unable to contain himself, he voiced his incredulity. Immediately after, he seemed to realize the inappropriateness of his words and quickly added, "While I certainly wish you had not been harmed, I am genuinely curious, how did you manage to evade those bullets?" "I did not evade them," Luo Bai replied earnestly. "Nor did I evade them. But why is it that I am the only one who sustained injuries?" Ethan could not help but express his frustration, his face a canvas of exasperation. In the midst of such a chaotic gunfight in such a confined space, not only had they eliminated all enemies, but you had also emerged without a scratch. How was this even possible? His confusion was not unique. Even Luo Bai himself found it somewhat baffling. Given the earlier chaos, it was illogical for him to have escaped entirely unscathed. With this thought, he could not resist asking, "Dr. Ethan, do you not think I am rather fortunate?" "Indeed, your luck is rather remarkable," Ethan conceded with a sense of wonder. After all, the ability to eliminate adversaries might stem from superior marksmanship. Yet to remain unharmed under such circumstances could only be attributed to sheer fortune. However, Luo Bai did not revel in this realization for long. For the battle was far from over, and more terrorists awaited them. Realizing that the individuals who had ventured inside had fallen silent, the terrorists had learned their lesson. They no longer sent people into the cave, but instead shouted from outside, "Stark, if you do not come out, we will detonate a bomb." In such a confined cave, the thought of a bomb being thrown in was too harrowing to contemplate. Fortunately, at this moment, the power supply for the iron suit had been completed. As Dr. Ethan witnessed Tony Stark emerge from the room clad in the imposing iron suit, he was overcome with joy and exclaimed, "We finally did it. We can leave this place." In his excitement, he was unable to suppress a violent cough. Noticing his distress, Tony Stark inquired, "Are you injured?" Ethan shook his head and quickly replied, "Just a minor injury. It is nothing serious. Thank you for buying me time." Tony Stark expressed his gratitude, saying, "I appreciate your help." Ethan, shaking his head, insisted, "It was not me. It was him. Luo Bai helped you buy time. He was the one who took down these terrorists." "Luo Bai," Tony Stark exclaimed in surprise. He turned to look at the terrorists lying on the ground, and then at the seemingly unassuming university student, Luo Bai, his expression one of astonishment. He single-handedly dealt with all these terrorists. Indeed, he is incredibly skilled, with impeccable aim. One could say he never misses. Ethan praised without reservation. Tony Stark was taken aback. Never misses? Is he truly that formidable? Although he was deeply curious, time was of the essence, and he had no opportunity for further inquiries. "Very well, Luo Bai, thank you. But we must leave this place at once," Tony Stark declared. With the iron suit, the three of them found their exit considerably easier. Stark engaged in fierce combat with the terrorists clad in his formidable iron suit. The base was nearly obliterated, with only a few terrorists remaining, all of whom fled at the first sign of trouble. Seizing the opportunity, the trio hastily departed. However, it was not long before Stark's armor succumbed to its fate, likely a consequence of the intense battle that had rendered the hastily constructed suit inadequate. Fortunately, a rescue aircraft arrived just in time. It was only upon boarding the plane that Luo Bai's anxious heart finally found solace. It seemed that fate had not forsaken him. He had not met his end right from the outset. Yet, the question loomed, how was he to navigate life in the Marvel Universe, especially as he appeared to lack even a basic identity? It was indeed a daunting predicament. In New York, USA, after an indeterminate duration of flight, the aircraft eventually landed at a military base. As soon as he disembarked, Tony Stark approached him. "You are Luo Bai, correct? Where do you reside?" "I will arrange for someone to take you home," Stark inquired. Having just survived a harrowing ordeal, Stark's skepticism towards Luo Bai had diminished significantly. As a gesture of gratitude, he intended to ensure Luo Bai's safe return. However, to Stark's surprise, Luo Bai responded with a hint of dejection, "I am here. I have no home." As a traverser, he had no familial abode in this foreign world. Stark appeared taken aback and continued, "Do you have no family?" Luo Bai replied, "I did once, but they are no longer with me." Stark, evidently misinterpreting the situation, fell into a moment of silence before expressing, "What a pitiable child." Without waiting for further explanation, he called out, "Pepper, take him to my apartment to rest." Shortly thereafter, a blonde beauty approached. Luo Bai recognized her as Pepper Potts, affectionately known as Pepper, Tony Stark's personal secretary. Following her employer's directive, Pepper ushered Luo Bai into a Bentley. Once inside, she promptly expressed her gratitude. "I heard you helped Tony escape. Thank you." Luo Bai shook his head in modesty. "No need for thanks. It was merely a small favor. I imagine you must be weary. Let me take you to the apartment to rest. Would you care for something to eat?" "I can have it prepared immediately," Pepper inquired. "Hot pot," Luo Bai replied after a moment's contemplation, yearning for a comforting meal to calm his nerves after the ordeal, though it may be a bit of a hassle. "I will have the chef prepare it for you right away," Pepper assured him, promptly making a phone call to arrange the meal. In a mere 15 minutes, the vehicle came to a halt, and Pepper quickly exited to open the door for him. "Thank you," Luo Bai said as he stepped out, only to be momentarily stunned. "Wait a moment. Was it not said to be an apartment? Why have we stopped in front of a villa?" Pepper explained. "Tony said that in gratitude for saving him. This villa is now yours. I've already arranged for the rooms to be cleaned and everyday necessities to be stocked. Here are the keys." As she handed him the keys, Luo Bai finally grasped the meaning of extravagant generosity. Tony casually referred to the villa as an apartment, and yet he so readily bestowed it upon him. Although somewhat taken aback, Luo Bai feigned a calm demeanor as he accepted the key, expressing his gratitude. "Please extend my thanks to Tony." "It is only appropriate," replied Pepper with a smile. "I shall take my leave now, Mr. Luo Bai. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to use the telephone in your room." "Goodbye, Pepper," Luo Bai waved as he bid her farewell. Once Pepper had departed, he eagerly entered the villa. While it was true that Luo Bai's circumstances before his transmigration were not particularly dire, they certainly did not warrant residing in a villa, especially one of such grand proportions that it could easily serve as a hotel. The villa's prime location, merely 2 or 3 streets away from the bustling heart of New York City, an area where every inch is precious, further underscored the wealth of Tony Stark, a veritable titan of affluence. As Luo Bai marveled at his surroundings, he completed his tour of the expansive villa. Exhausted from wandering, he randomly selected a room and reclined upon the bed. It was at this moment that he finally found the tranquility to ponder the remarkable events that had unfolded prior. Not only had he escaped from the stronghold of terrorists, but he had also emerged unscathed. Initially concerned about being in unfamiliar territory and lacking a place to stay, he was unexpectedly gifted a villa by Tony. If one were to claim he had no fortune on his side, he would not believe it. Such extraordinary luck seemed almost a waste if he did not buy a lottery ticket, he mused with a hint of sarcasm. However, just as he finished his thought, Luo Bai sensed something amiss. The scene before him suddenly shattered, as if made of glass, the fragmentation spreading relentlessly until it enveloped him entirely in a kaleidoscopic realm. What on earth? Luo Bai muttered, abruptly sitting up in bed. As he rose, he beheld a figure clad in a yellow robe and hood standing before him. The attire seemed somewhat familiar. As he contemplated this, the stranger removed their hood, revealing a gleaming bald head before Luo Bai's astonished eyes. Ah, a bald head. It's the Ancient One. Chapter 004. 1,000 miles of warmth. At this moment, Luo Bai felt a sense of panic. For he understood that when Gui sought him out, it could only mean trouble. Who is Gui? She is currently the most formidable supreme sorcerer on Earth, a guardian constantly monitoring every movement of the planet. How could a traveler from another world or a parallel dimension possibly escape her keen gaze? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Gui spoke. Luo Bai's heart sank. Indeed, her visit heralded misfortune. Encountering a powerful figure at the beginning of his journey in this foreign realm, he had no choice but to concede. I confess that I hail from the multiverse, or perhaps a parallel world, but my arrival was not by choice. I harbor no malice toward Earth, and I am unable to return, Luo Bai explained earnestly, his face a canvas of sincerity. Gui offered no response, her expression inscrutable as her pitch-black, penetrating gaze bore into Luo Bai, causing an unsettling chill to creep over him. After what felt like an eternity, Gui finally spoke again. I attempted to explore your future, but I could not discern it clearly. Therefore, I turned my sights upon Earth's future. I discovered that your arrival has altered the course of destiny for this planet. This piques my curiosity, traveler of the multiverse. Upon hearing these words, Luo Bai's anxiety intensified. Earth's future had changed? Was it for better or worse? He cautiously probed, fully aware that the answer would determine his impending fate. Yet, Gui did not provide a definitive reply. Instead, she shook her head and responded with a hint of confusion. I do not know. However, I cannot alter the future, so I am unable to pass any judgment upon you. Perhaps it is a question only you can answer. With that, she produced a book and extended it towards him. Hesitant, Luo Bai reached out to accept the tome, glancing at its cover, which boldly displayed the title Supreme Compendium. Wait, is this not the Grimoire of Kamartaj? Why would Gui present it to him? Is this for me? Luo Bai inquired. It is on loan to you. I hope your presence on Earth does not bring calamity, but rather a blessing, Gui replied. Before Luo Bai could pose further questions, the mirror-like space dissipated, taking Gui with it. The surroundings returned to their original state, and had it not been for the Supreme Compendium still clutched in his hands, he might have questioned whether he had merely dreamt the entire encounter. What is happening? Gui did not expel him for being an outsider. Not only was he not cast out, but he was also gifted a book of magic. Was this to aid him in mastering sorcery? But he was not a disciple of Kamartaj. Moreover, what did Gui mean by altering the future? Why does she enjoy speaking in riddles? At this moment, Luo Bai was beset by a multitude of questions, yet he found no opportunity to seek clarity, for Gui had already departed. Nevertheless, gazing at the magic book in his hands, a profound joy blossomed within him. After all, his greatest concern in such a perilous world was how he could survive without any capabilities. Now, however, it seemed fortune smiled upon him as Gui had surprisingly bestowed upon him a tome of magic. This was indeed a momentous occasion. Yet, he had heard that the magic of Kamartaj was not so easily mastered. Without sufficient talent, it would be futile to even attempt to comprehend it. Just as he was contemplating whether he could grasp its contents, the doorbell rang. It was the hot pot delivery. Perfect timing. He could enjoy the hot pot while perusing the book. Once everything was prepared, Luo Bai settled at the dining table, savoring the hot pot while opening the first page of the complete compendium. In truth, he had not expected to understand the text on his first reading, and indeed, he found himself utterly perplexed. The reason for his confusion was that he could not decipher the characters before him. While some words were somewhat familiar, many were entirely foreign, written in an inscrutable script. Frowning in frustration, he realized he would have to rely on advanced technology for translation. However, it suddenly dawned on him that having just crossed over, he possessed neither a mobile phone nor a computer. Most crucially, he was devoid of funds. In an instant, the hot pot seemed far less appealing. Can you believe he resided in such a grand villa without a single cent to his name? This simply would not do. He needed to devise a way to earn some money. But as an undocumented resident, where could he possibly find work? While he was lost in thought, the doorbell rang once again. Rising to answer, he was not surprised to find Tony Stark standing outside, the only individuals aware of his residence here. Aside from Pepper Potts and Gu-E, were also Tony Stark. So, how are you finding your stay here? Tony inquired as he walked inside, making himself comfortable at the dining table without any pretense. Luo Bai didn't mind and took the opportunity to express his gratitude. It's quite pleasant. Thank you for providing me with this apartment. You saved my life, so it's only right to offer you some form of compensation. What is that delightful aroma? Hot pot, Luo Bai replied. Upon returning from that dreadful place, I immediately held a press conference and only managed to eat a cheeseburger in the meantime. I'm now famished to the point of dizziness. It's fortuitous that you have food. As he spoke, Tony Stark produced a clean set of utensils and began to eat voraciously. Between bites, he exclaimed, "Oh, this is delicious. I haven't had such delectable food in ages. Is this cuisine from your country?" "Indeed," Luo Bai nodded. "It's quite delightful, though the knives and forks are a bit cumbersome. Hand me that thing you're holding." "Yes, the chopsticks. Do you have a fresh pair?" Tony Stark requested. The mention of chopsticks made Luo Bai reflect on Pepper Potts' thoughtfulness. She had even arranged for chopsticks to be delivered, and not just one pair. Otherwise, the thought of using knives and forks for hot pot was simply unimaginable. "Here." Luo Bai handed them over. Observing Tony Stark's amiable demeanor, he half-jokingly asked, "Since you provided me with this apartment, does that mean you no longer harbor doubts about my identity?" Recalling his initial unfriendly demeanor towards Luo Bai, Tony Stark quickly sought to clarify, stating, "The situation was urgent at that time. I was preparing to escape. Your sudden appearance naturally made me wary." Luo Bai nodded in understanding and promptly inquired, "So, what brings you to seek me now?" Tony Stark took several hearty bites of meat before expressing his curiosity. "I inquired with Rhodey, and he mentioned that you were not sent to rescue me. The most perplexing part is that there is a complete absence of information about you globally. I find that quite intriguing." At a loss for how to elucidate his situation, Luo Bai resorted to an emotional appeal, saying, "I did save you. And yet you choose to investigate me?" Tony Stark shook his head, clarifying, "It's not me, it's Rhodey. The incident of my abduction by terrorists had a significant impact, prompting Rhodey and the others to conduct thorough investigations. They scrutinized everyone's information, not just yours. I merely asked out of curiosity." Seemingly recalling Luo Bai's previous mention of his lack of family, he chose not to pursue that line of questioning and continued, "I've already assured them. Rest assured, they won't disturb you. Living here without an identity is quite challenging. So I have arranged for someone to assist you in obtaining one. Is this all you came to ask me?" Luo Bai inquired once more. Tony Stark shook his head and extended an invitation. "Certainly not. I have organized a party this evening and would like to invite you and Ethan to join me for some relaxation, a celebration of our survival. Are you interested?" Though Luo Bai was not particularly keen on the idea of a party, he considered the potential for financial gain with Tony Stark's assistance and ultimately agreed. "All right then. 7 o'clock it is. We shall not miss it." Chapter 005. A Stroke of Good Fortune. Tony Stark's private party was hosted atop a luxurious hotel. By the time Luo Bai arrived, courtesy of a chauffeured car, the venue was already brimming with guests. Most attendees were elite tycoons, akin to Stark himself, along with a cadre of service staff. The atmosphere was electrifying, with a dynamic DJ, dancers, a pool, champagne, and gaming tables. It is no wonder that Tony Stark, a quintessential scion of wealth, knew how to revel in extravagance. Although Luo Bai had never before attended such an opulent affair, his inherent aversion to crowds dulled any excitement he might have felt. His mind was preoccupied with how to broach the subject of financial assistance with Stark. "Hey kid, you made it." A voice interrupted his thoughts. Following the sound, he saw Tony Stark approaching with evident exuberance. Observing Stark's carefree demeanor, Luo Bai couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Here was someone who had just emerged from peril, yet was enjoying himself so thoroughly. Stark chuckled. "It's precisely because I've faced danger that I appreciate the present moment all the more. But what troubles you, young one? You seem rather distressed for someone of your age." Luo Bai hesitated, grappling with his reluctance to ask for money. Just as he vacillated, Stark suggested, "By the way, Doctor, Ethan is over there. Let us go find him." Nodding in agreement, the two made their way toward Dr. Ethan, who was engrossed in a card game. Despite his injuries, he was clearly enjoying himself, his focus so intense that he did not notice their arrival. Stark broke the ice first. "How is the game going, Ethan?" Only then did Dr. Ethan acknowledge them, rising to greet them. "Tony, Luo Bai, you made it." Stark glanced at the card table and, half-jokingly, remarked, "Playing Caribbean Treasure? I never pegged you for a gamer." With a sheepish smile, Dr. Ethan admitted, "This is indeed my first time." "What piqued your interest?" Stark inquired. Ethan sighed, replying, "When I was trapped in that cave, I had already composed my last words. I never anticipated I would make it out alive. Perhaps this experience has opened my eyes." One must try new things. Stark empathized deeply with his sentiment. After surviving a brush with death, seeking joy in life seemed perfectly reasonable. Have you won or lost? Stark inquired with a grin. Ethan, slightly embarrassed, confessed, I've lost. I don't quite understand the game. Unfazed, Stark responded with generosity, play to your heart as content. I'll cover your losses tonight. Then I shall make the most of it. Ethan laughed, settling back down to continue his game. Meanwhile, Stark and Luo Bai observed from the sidelines. It must be said, Ethan's luck was abysmal. After half an hour of watching, he had yet to win a single hand. As the money lost was entirely Stark's, Dr. Ethan felt a tinge of embarrassment by the end. I think I've had enough for tonight. I've lost too much. He remarked, his tone tinged with guilt. Do not fret. It's not a substantial amount, Tony Stark replied nonchalantly. While the sum lost by Dr. Ethan might barely equate to the cost of a single garment for Stark, Ethan still felt a sense of obligation and resolutely refused to continue playing. Stark did not press the issue but casually turned to Luo Bai, asking, care to give it a try? If you lose, I'll cover it. Luo Bai paused, taken aback. To be honest, he had never played cards in the past 20 years. This was partly due to his lack of interest in games like poker and mahjong, and partly because he believed such games were purely reliant on luck, a luck he never considered himself to possess. Moreover, Stark's private party was filled with affluent individuals. The CRME de la CRME of wealth. The stakes were enormous. Just in that brief half-hour session, Ethan had lost and won sums reaching hundreds of thousands of dollars. Under normal circumstances, Luo Bai would have declined to participate. However, he was in need of money, and Stark's offer of covering any losses while allowing him to keep any winnings was tempting enough for him to decide to play a little, treating it as a chance to earn some cash. All right, I'll give it a shot, Luo Bai acquiesced, despite having never played cards before. After an hour of observing the rules of Caribbean stud poker, he grasped the essence of the game, which fundamentally boiled down to luck and the value of one's 5 cards. Luo Bai did not harbor any illusions about his fortune. He merely hoped to win at least once. To his astonishment, he won the very first hand. Your luck far surpasses Ethan's, Tony Stark laughed, perhaps having witnessed Ethan's losses. Lady Luck has decided to favor me, Luo Bai replied, half joking. Dr. Ethan chimed in with a smile, it seems I've absorbed all the misfortune. Winning the initial hand did not raise any eyebrows. Even Luo Bai himself thought little of it. He had intended to pocket his winnings and leave. But winning once would seem inconsiderate to the others. Thus, he steeled himself to play a little longer. To his surprise, he won again in the second round. As the third, fourth, and subsequent rounds unfolded, an hour slipped by without a single loss. It was only then that the others began to sense something amiss. You haven't been cheating, have you? Tony Stark could not help but inquire, scrutinizing Luo Bai with disbelief etched across his face. He had been sitting beside Luo Bai, utterly astonished for the entire hour. The man's luck seemed almost supernatural, winning every single hand without fail, while Stark was certain that Luo Bai was not cheating. The sheer improbability of such a streak was astounding. Even Luo Bai found himself incredulous at his own fortuitousness. How had he not realized before just how fortunate he truly was? This left Luo Bai pondering. I never anticipated. My fortune seems rather favorable. In truth, until now, everyone merely regarded Luo Bai as someone with a stroke of luck. Though astonished, it had only been an hour after all. Instances where one begins with good fortune, yet subsequently suffers losses are not uncommon. As the hours passed, 1, 2, 3, ultimately 4 hours elapsed, everyone finally recognized that something was amiss, profoundly amiss. Wait, have you come here to stock up? Not a single loss. You've won everything? Brother, you are certainly exaggerating. Your luck is not merely a touch favorable, it is extraordinarily splendid. Chapter 006, The Enchantment of the Kamatash. Gazing at the mountain of chips before him, both Tony Stark and Ethan found themselves at a loss for words, utterly astonished. Brother, if I weren't observing you closely, I would surely suspect you of cheating. Pray, elucidate how you accomplished this feat. After a full minute of disbelief, Tony Stark could no longer contain his incredulity. This is simply outrageous. For a staggering 4 hours, not a single hand has slipped from your grasp. Even the greatest gambler would falter under such circumstances without resorting to deception, had it not been for my presence. I suspect that those playing cards with you would have searched you for hidden cards. I never anticipated. It seems my luck is perhaps a tad extraordinary. Luo Bai mumbled softly. Truth be told, at that moment, he too felt a sense of bewilderment. Although he had sensed a peculiar streak of fortune since arriving in the Marvel Universe, he had not been entirely certain until now. After enduring 4 hours of this winning streak, he was increasingly convinced. His luck was not just good, it was exceptionally so. To triumph in a game of pure chance for 4 consecutive hours was nothing short of miraculous. Your luck defies the laws of nature. Ethan, standing nearby, could not help but exclaim. Luo Bai chuckled sheepishly, not quite believing his own extraordinary fortune. Could it be that he possessed some hidden advantage? A fate favored by the cosmos? By the way, Tony, Your friends won't mind losing all this money to you, will they? Luo Bai inquired, if only for formality's sake. Tony Stark shrugged nonchalantly. Even if they did, it matters not. Your luck today has certainly opened my eyes. Has it always been this remarkable? Not exactly. But it has been quite favorable lately, Luo Bai replied candidly. Well, Tony Stark seemed poised to ask further, but was abruptly interrupted by a voice. Turning towards the sound, a burly bald man approached with urgency. Luo Bai recognized him as Obadiah Stane, a shareholder in Stark Industries. He appeared flustered, neglecting to greet Luo Bai and Ethan as he marched directly to Tony's side. Listen, Tony. You cannot unilaterally decide to close the weapons manufacturing division. Such a move could inflict significant harm on Stark Industries, Obadiah asserted, his tone insistent. Tony Stark seemed unperturbed by Obadiah's arrival or his remarks. Were you not present at this afternoon's press conference? He countered. I was, but you did not consult me. Obadiah retorted, visibly agitated. I have already informed you that the terrorists who captured me utilized weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Do you comprehend? My intent in creating such weapons was to combat crime, not to aid criminals. Tony Stark replied with utmost seriousness. Combat criminals? Tony, we are merchants. Perhaps I was a merchant once, but I am no longer one. Do you aspire to be a hero, Tony? Is it not permissible? Tony, you are utterly unreasonable. After uttering a curse, Obadiah stormed away in anger, clearly indicating that the two had reached an impasse. Watching his retreating figure, the joy on Tony Stark's face vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. Tony, have you encountered some trouble? Ethan inquired. The first thing I did upon returning to New York was to hold a press conference, announcing the indefinite closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. But the shareholders have voiced some concerns, which isn't exactly a calamity, Tony Stark explained. I heard about it. I was quite surprised that you would make such a decision, Ethan remarked thoughtfully. There is nothing to be surprised about, Tony Stark replied. He seemed lost in contemplation. And after a considerable pause, he suddenly bid farewell. It is getting late. I must take my leave. I wish you all an enjoyable evening, which took everyone by surprise. Checking the time, it was just past 11 o'clock. Ethan curiously asked, I thought with your disposition, you would stay at least until the early hours. Yet, here you are. Leaving before midnight? Tony Stark chuckled, reflecting, the purpose of this gathering was to celebrate your revelry. I originally intended to greet you all and depart, but Luo Bai's luck truly astonished me. So, I inadvertently detained you for 4 hours, thus wasting your time. Luo Bai retorted half-jokingly. Tony Stark shook his head and smiled. It hardly counts as a waste. I merely plan to return and work on the iron armor. Is it the device we constructed in the cave? Ethan asked. Indeed. Tony Stark affirmed with a nod. The resources and time in the cave were limited. I can create a far superior version. Very well then. I shall indulge a bit longer before I leave, Ethan replied. Thus, Tony Stark departed first, while Ethan remained to continue the festivities. As for Luo Bai, despite Ethan's enthusiastic invitation to stay, he chose to leave. After all, Luo Bai had initially come to resolve financial matters. Now that the issue was settled, he naturally intended to return and delve into that tome of magic. Before heading home, Luo Bai exchanged his chips. To his astonishment, he realized he had earned a staggering $3 million. This was after the wealthy patrons sensed something amiss, yet, due to Tony Stark's presence, they were reluctant to make a hasty exit, resulting in a more subdued outcome. Had they played normally, the sum might have been even greater. Although $3 million is mere trifling for those affluent individuals, it constituted a significant fortune for Luo Bai at this juncture. Tony Stark seemed to have anticipated his substantial earnings and likely felt it inappropriate to claim it all. Thus, he had made arrangements early on. After taking some cash for personal use, Luo Bai converted the remaining funds into checks. With the money secured, the subsequent matters would be far simpler to manage. He casually found an open shop and purchased a computer and a mobile phone. Upon returning home, Luo Bai began to diligently examine the tome titled Supreme Compendium. With the aid of the computer to translate the text, he finally grasped the essence of what Supreme Compendium conveyed. Commencing from the first chapter, it elaborated on the origins of magic, the relationship between the human body and magic, fundamental knowledge of magic, and the methodologies for practicing it. The content was extensive, encompassing various subjects such as biology, geography, and mathematics. Were it not for the knowledge that it was a book on magic, Luo Bai might have mistaken it for a textbook. Although the writing was somewhat tedious, he pressed on with determination. As he continued reading, he sensed an unusual phenomenon. His body felt as though a switch had been activated, gradually absorbing energy from the surroundings. This occurrence, as described in the book, signified that he had officially embarked on the journey of magical cultivation. Chapter 007. Just as you profess to believe in science, you engage in spatial teleportation. According to the descriptions within the text, understanding the relationship between the human body and magic is the key to embarking on the path of magical cultivation. Although the book presents this concept as deceptively simple, the reality is far more intricate. After all, as Luo Bai is aware, all white magic that humanity has learned in the Marvel Universe originates from the entity known as the Vishanti. To learn white magic, one must borrow energy from this Vishanti to facilitate their training. While it is termed borrowing, not everyone is privileged to do so. One must possess a certain level of magical aptitude to successfully acquire energy. To his astonishment, Luo Bai realized he might indeed possess the qualities of a mage. Feeling the energy coursing through him, he couldn't help but express his exhilaration, his face radiant with uncontainable delight. Initially, he had worried about his lack of magical talent, only to discover that he indeed had a gift. This revelation filled him with joy and motivation to learn. Though the earlier sections of Supreme Compendium may appear to resemble a scientific educational text, they are replete with knowledge and even delve into scientific discourse. However, as one progresses through the chapters, the content becomes increasingly thrilling. This is because it encompasses solid magical instruction. Concepts such as invisibility, energy projection, object penetration, telekinesis, instantaneous movement, and spatial teleportation are all meticulously documented, detailing over 100 methods of learning white magic. Luo Bai couldn't help but marvel, exclaiming, "What a surprise!" Just as it implores one to believe in science, it then casually presents spatial teleportation. Truly, a master of the craft indeed. As he pondered this, Luo Bai embarked on his magical studies. He began, as any novice would, with the foundational practice of energy convergence. Typically, the initial step for a mage involves absorbing energy. At this stage, the energy merely manifests as an intangible force flowing within, which one might sense but cannot yet wield. Energy convergence entails gathering and manipulating this force. Following the book's guidance, Luo Bai focused his attention to release the energy within him. Despite recognizing each word and diligently following the instructions, after numerous attempts, he found himself unable to produce even a whisper of energy. This left him somewhat disheartened, prompting him to murmur, "Why can't I gather the energy? Is my concentration insufficient?" After gazing at his empty hands for a considerable time, a realization dawned upon him. "Wait a moment, Ancient One. You provided me with the magic book, but what of the sling ring?" The sling ring, an artifact of Kamar Taj, was developed by the 5th generation of Supreme Sorcerers. Its purpose is to aid mages in concentrating their focus, as well as facilitating the opening of portals and interdimensional travel. In simpler terms, having it would make concentration significantly easier for a mage. Yet, the Ancient One had not bestowed such an essential item upon him. No sling ring. Was this meant to compel me to practice rigorously? Luo Bai couldn't help but express his frustration. He felt a twinge of regret for not having thought to request the sling ring from the Ancient One earlier. Now, she was likely at Kamar Taj. The place was an unfathomable distance away from him, rendering the search for the Ancient One impossible. It seemed he had no choice but to endure rigorous training. With a deep sigh, Luo Bai embarked on his protracted journey of cultivation. His unwavering focus on his practice made him lose track of time, and it was only after an indeterminate period that he finally succeeded in gathering and controlling energy. He brought his hands together and then spread them apart, as slender beams of energy, radiating a yellow glow, materialized between his palms. With a deft motion of his hands, these slender energy beams unfurled into a square shape. Taking a deep breath, Luo Bai continued to visualize the form of the light in his mind while rotating his hands, and soon an energy array manifested in the air. He then thrust his hands forward, dispersing the magical array. After successfully consolidating the energy array, Luo Bai repeated the same actions. With continuous practice in energy accumulation and control, the energy within him steadily amplified, along with his proficiency in manipulation. Initially, the energy array could only sustain itself for about a minute, but over time it extended to 10 minutes, and eventually, he could command the duration of the energy array at will, consuming an entire day to achieve mastery. Once he was confident in his command of this technique, Luo Bai resolved to learn a second ability, the teleportation magic, the mystical gateway. Indeed, it was the very spell that, with a mere yellow circle drawn in the air, could transport any person or object to a designated location at will. Although teleportation magic was merely a basic white magic of Kamar Taj, Luo Bai's frequent encounters with it on television had left him quite exhilarated. After diligently studying the method of practice, he experienced a moment of clarity. The technique was not complicated. One simply had to envision the destination in their mind, and then open the portal to accomplish the teleportation. However, the challenge lay in the requirement for the user to possess a robust control ability and some foundational knowledge of spatial magic. Otherwise, inaccuracies in the teleportation destination, the portal failing to open, or closing prematurely could occur. For Luo Bai, achieving a flawless opening of the teleportation portal was currently beyond his grasp, necessitating further practice. With another sigh, he resumed his training. Days slipped by in this endeavor, and despite frequent failures, he persevered. He concentrated intently, drawing circles with his right hand and repetitively executing the same motions while maintaining his focus. At last, a yellow circle materialized in the air, growing larger by the moment. Finally, Luo Bai succeeded. Ecstatically, he stepped through the portal, only to be met with an unexpected reality. The destination was not quite what he had envisioned. He had intended to teleport to Kamar Taj, eager to inquire with the Ancient One about why he had been given the book The Complete Supreme and to request a talisman. Instead, it appeared he had ended up on a rooftop. By a stroke of serendipity, he happened upon the scene of Tony Stark being thoroughly pummeled. At that moment, Tony Stark was clad in his newly developed crimson suit of armor. Opposite him stood a man equally adorned in a black suit of armor. It appeared that the two had recently engaged in a fierce battle, and it was evident that Tony Stark was at a distinct disadvantage. The man in the black armor was lifting Tony into the air as if he were a mere chick. Just as that man was poised to deliver a decisive blow to Tony's face, Luo Bai made his entrance. This sudden appearance captured the attention of both combatants. Luo Bai contemplated a hasty retreat. However, due to his lack of proficiency in manipulating the portal, he was unable to escape before it closed. Luo Bai, his expression darkening, could only muster the courage to greet them. "Hi, Tony. I fear my timing may be less than ideal." Chapter 008. The Goddess of Fortune Strikes. Luo Bai never anticipated that he would open the portal so askew. His intention was to arrive at Kamar Taj, yet he found himself before Tony Stark instead. Ironically, this encounter occurred while Stark was engaged in a fierce confrontation with a villain, a most unexpected turn of events. But isn't he the one blessed with extraordinary luck? How did he find himself embroiled in danger once more? At this moment, he was not the only one taken aback. Tony Stark was equally astonished. Gazing at Luo Bai, who had materialized out of thin air once again, he appeared perplexed. "Luo Bai, where on earth did you come from?" As he spoke, Stark removed his Iron Man helmet, revealing his face. "Well, this is quite an unforeseen circumstance," replied Luo Bai, somewhat helplessly. "Unforeseen?" Stark echoed in confusion. Although Luo Bai wished to elucidate the situation, he noticed Stark was in a precarious position. Unable to restrain himself, Luo Bai quipped, "Let us discuss this once you are safe." Upon this reminder, Stark finally recalled his predicament, and the man clad in black armor regained his composure. He fixated on Luo Bai and in a menacing tone inquired, "I remember you. You are Luo Bai, the one who assisted Tony in escaping the cave, correct?" Before Luo Bai could respond, Stark hastily interjected, "This is our grudge. It has nothing to do with him. Are you so preoccupied with others? Tend to your own affairs first, Tony." The man in black armor retorted angrily. With that, he unleashed a heavy fist towards Stark, sending him hurtling through the air. With a resounding crash, Stark flew like a bowling ball, crashing heavily against the wall. Although he was encased in his Iron Man suit and unlikely to perish, the tremendous noise compelled Luo Bai to inquire, "Tony, are you all right?" Stark did not respond immediately, seemingly suffering from considerable pain. Thankfully, after a brief moment, he managed to reply, "I'm not dead yet." As he spoke, he rose to his feet. Despite having numerous questions for Luo Bai, he recognized that the timing was not right. "A lot has transpired in recent days. I will explain everything later. For now, you must leave," Stark urged urgently. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai promptly responded, "All right, I shall take my leave now. Take care of yourself, Tony." This straightforward reply left Stark momentarily stunned. Although he understood the gravity of the situation and wished for Luo Bai to depart swiftly, he did not expect such a quick acquiescence. "I thought you might at least hesitate a bit. I didn't expect you to agree so readily. Aren't we friends?" Stark remarked half-jokingly. Luo Bai, maintaining a facade of calmness, replied with a smile, "I just believed you could handle this on your own." Yet inwardly, he mused, "I'm not foolish. Why would I not run in such danger? Besides, you're in an Iron Man suit and won't perish." Though Tony Stark refrained from elucidating the current predicament, he had surmised its essence. According to the established narrative, after Tony Stark escaped from the clutches of terrorists using the Mark I Iron suit, he became resolutely determined to engineer a more formidable suit, leading to the creation of the Mark II and Mark III. Thus, Tony Stark truly embraced his identity as Iron Man, making his debut in M-Country and garnering widespread attention. Obadiah Stane, who harbored ambitions of monopolizing Stark Industries, took note of the Iron Suit's emergence and conspired with terrorists to clandestinely develop his own suit. Ultimately, he succeeded in fabricating the Ironmonger's suit, thereby transforming into a formidable villain within the Marvel Universe. Subsequently, a climactic confrontation unfolded between Obadiah and Tony Stark. If Luo Bai's instincts were correct, the man clad in the black iron suit must be Obadiah. Upon grasping the situation, Luo Bai recognized that he had no reason to remain. After all, this was an internal conflict of Stark Industries, and as an outsider, it was inappropriate for him to intervene. Although he shared a decent rapport with Tony Stark and could lend assistance as a friend, Obadiah's suit was a high-tech weapon capable of firing machine guns, six-shot missiles, and anti-tank rockets, and it was equipped with rocket propulsion for high-speed flight. A novice mage like Luo Bai could hardly withstand missile attacks. Such a notion was utterly unreasonable. He still wished to survive and develop further. Who could predict how long Lady Luck would favor him? With this thought, Luo Bai promptly resolved to activate a portal and depart. Focusing his attention, he envisioned the villa and began to trace circles with his hand. Observing their apparent intention to flee, Obadiah bellowed, "Think you can escape? You both shall perish here." With that, he raised his iron hand and prepared to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon Luo Bai. Although Tony Stark had previously jested about Luo Bai's lack of loyalty, it was all in good humor. Upon witnessing the imminent danger, he instinctively leaped into action. His original intention was to buy time for Luo Bai to make a swift exit. However, Obadiah had conducted extensive research and upgrades on Tony's suit during the creation of the Iron Munder, rendering it far superior in performance compared to the Mark III. Tony Stark's suit simply could not withstand the assault from Iron Munder, and after enduring a hit from the machine gun, it was rendered entirely incapacitated. As he lay motionless on the ground, Tony Stark's helplessness elicited a victorious grin from Obadiah. "It seems you care quite a bit for this fellow named Luo Bai. Allow me to send him to hell with you." "No need for thanks," Obadiah taunted, his sanity fraying. "I am innocent." "Obadiah," Tony Stark roared in protest. He yearned to intervene but found himself powerless to do so. All he could do was shout, "Run!" Yet, at that moment, Luo Bai's focus was solely on opening the portal, completely oblivious to Tony Stark's urgent warning. When harnessing magical energy, one must maintain a heightened level of concentration, particularly for a novice mage like Luo Bai, who naturally requires even greater focus. Fortunately, bolstered by previous successful experiences and the urgency of the perilous situation, this time the portal opened with remarkable success. Though it took a little longer than anticipated, the process was considerably smoother than before. Just as the portal materialized, Luo Bai heard a loud shout behind him, "Watch out." In an instant, a dark shadow zipped past Luo Bai, vanishing into the portal. Taken aback, Luo Bai was about to investigate what had slipped through when, to his astonishment, the portal had already closed in that fleeting moment. Luo Bai, Tony Stark. At this moment, both Luo Bai and Tony Stark found themselves somewhat bewildered. Did a large black rat just scurry through? Luo Bai inquired. That was Obadiah, Tony Stark replied, his tone tinged with confusion. "Why did he dive into the portal?" Luo Bai asked, perplexed. Tony Stark responded, slightly dazed, "I have no idea. He was just about to attack you, but for some reason he simply vanished." His tone conveyed incredulity, and his expression was quite remarkable, as if he had yet to fully grasp the situation. However, Luo Bai began to piece it together. So, while he was entirely focused on opening the portal, Obadiah had attempted a sneak attack. As fate would have it, the goddess of fortune intervened, sending Obadiah into the portal. TSK. He is the child of luck. Is it so easy to be ambushed? Chapter 009. A true genius. Luo Bai felt a sense of relief, grateful that Lady Luck had not abandoned him and had come to his aid at a critical moment. Thus, a smile graced his face. However, Tony Stark was not in a jovial mood. His expression was one of shock as he questioned, "Wait a moment. Why has Obadiah vanished?" He simply could not comprehend how such a substantial figure like Obadiah could suddenly disappear. He entered the portal and was transported away, Luo Bai explained. "A portal? What on earth is that?" Tony Stark asked, his brow furrowing further. "It is a mystical gateway, a form of spatial teleportation magic," Luo Bai continued. Though he spoke with nonchalance, Tony Stark found it impossible to remain calm in the face of such an explanation. "Magic? Are you joking?" he exclaimed, nearly shouting. Luo Bai, composed and earnest, retorted, "Do I appear to be jesting?" Although it was difficult to believe, the recent event of Obadiah's abrupt disappearance forced Tony Stark to accept the reality. "Honestly, I have only seen magic on television. Is it possible that such a phenomenon exists in this world? This is unscientific." Tony Stark gasped, his mouth agape. In truth, the Marvel Universe had never been a typical urban world. Sorcerers and individuals with extraordinary abilities were commonplace. However, it was understandable that Tony Stark, as an ordinary human, was unfamiliar with these supernatural occurrences. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai could not resist replying, "That is because your understanding of this world is still quite limited." Tony Stark's expression darkened as he incredulously responded, "I find it hard to believe that you are the one saying this. You appear to be a full decade younger than me." For heaven's sake, Luo Bai looked like a university student, yet he was over 30. Being chastised by someone who seemed like a college student for lacking knowledge about the world was hard to accept. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, it was evident that he indeed had much to learn. "So, your inexplicable appearances are also due to this magic?" Tony Stark inquired. "Well, more or less," Luo Bai replied, realizing he had no better explanation. "Then, you are essentially a sorcerer?" Tony Stark pressed further. Luo Bai nodded earnestly, affirming, "Yes, I am a sorcerer." Tony Stark fell silent, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. After what felt like an eternity, he finally regained his composure and asked a pivotal question. "So, where exactly did you just use magic to send Obadiah? Will he return? Where has he gone?" Luo Bai hesitated. To be honest, he was not entirely certain himself. After all, he had intended to return home when he opened the portal, so his destination was set to the villa. However, due to his still developing proficiency with teleportation magic, he noticed that the location beyond the portal did not seem to be the villa, but rather an unfamiliar place. Before he could carefully observe where the portal had led him, Obadiah plunged into it. Where had he been sent? A sense of confusion enveloped Luo Bai. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Kamartaj, Ancient One and Obadiah were locked in a bewildered stare. After a silence of approximately 5 seconds, Obadiah erupted in fury. "What the hell is this place? Where's Tony? Where has he gone?" "You are in Kamartaj, and Tony Stark is currently in New York," Ancient One replied calmly. "Kamartaj? What kind of place is that?" Obadiah shouted in exasperation. Ancient One responded with unwavering composure. "Kamartaj is located in Kathmandu, a sanctum of magic." "A sanctum of magic? Are you jesting with me? I was just in New York, and now you tell me I'm in Nepal." Obadiah exclaimed incredulously, his disbelief palpable. Just a moment ago, he had been fighting Tony Stark, and now he was confronted by a bald man claiming he had arrived in Kathmandu. And what was this nonsense about magic? Could he possibly believe it? "I understand now. You were in cahoots with Tony and that Luo Bai fellow. I never imagined Tony had so many allies. I shall deal with you first, bald man, then hunt down Tony. Die, bald man." Obadiah cursed. With that, he raised his steel arm, ready to unleash his weaponry upon Ancient One. But before he could fire, Ancient One raised a hand and struck Obadiah's armored suit. In the next instant, Obadiah's soul separated from his body, drifting into the sky. "OMG, me?" Obadiah was utterly bewildered. No way. Had he died? How had he ascended so suddenly? "Who are you? What is happening to me?" He gasped in astonishment. He had believed that with the Ironmonger, he would be invincible. Yet he had unexpectedly encountered a deity, one who could expel his soul with a mere touch. Now completely panicked, he finally grasped the terrifying nature of the figure before him. This was the Supreme Sorcerer of Kamartaj. Mordo, standing nearby, stepped forward to respond. "The Supreme Sorcerer? Surely not. Have I truly encountered a real sorcerer? How did I end up here?" Obadiah asked, his voice filled with despair, as he was genuinely baffled. However, even Mordo was uncertain about how he had arrived. "It seems you were transported here, but who would send you to Kamartaj?" Mordo mused aloud, more to himself than to Obadiah. In his curiosity, he turned his gaze towards Ancient One. Ancient One's expression remained unchanged, as if she already possessed the answer. "It was Luo Bai," she stated. "Luo Bai, the college student who follows Tony. Is he also a sorcerer?" Obadiah inquired, a hint of astonishment creeping into his tone. "Indeed," came the reply. Ancient One nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Although he has not undergone formal training, it appears he has indeed become a sorcerer." Obadiah fell silent, still somewhat astonished. "No, Luo Bai seems merely to be a fragile university student. Yet he is also a sorcerer." Indeed, he was not the only one taken aback. Mordo, standing nearby, also exhibited a degree of surprise. "Luo Bai, the name you just mentioned, the Supreme Sorcerer, is unfamiliar to me," Mordo inquired with curiosity. As the elder disciple of Kamartaj and Ancient One's first pupil, he was acquainted with all newly admitted sorcerers, particularly as he was primarily responsible for training them. Strangely, he had never heard of a sorcerer named Luo Bai in Kamartaj. Soon, Ancient One provided an explanation. "He is an anomaly. Hence, I did not bring him back to Kamartaj, but instead gave him a book for self-study. I wish to verify certain matters." Upon hearing this, Mordo was taken aback. "Supreme Sorcerer, are you implying he has mastered magic through self-study?" Mordo asked in astonishment. Ancient One nodded and replied, "Indeed, and he accomplished this in approximately a week's time." "What is this?" "He completed the teleportation spell through self-study in merely a week. This is sheer genius." Chapter 010, Never Mind Strange. Had it not been for the words of Ancient One herself, Mordo would scarcely have believed that someone could master the art of teleportation in such a brief span of time. As a grand sorcerer, Mordo was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in the study of magic. Although Kamartaj espoused a philosophy of inclusivity, the prerequisite was the ability to locate this sanctum. Most individuals lacking magical aptitude could not even find the entrance to Kamartaj. Therefore, those who managed to discover and enter Kamartaj typically possessed a certain degree of magical talent, with some even being exceptionally gifted. As Ancient One's first disciple, Mordo had essentially witnessed the growth of all the sorcerers at Kamartaj. While teleportation was deemed a fundamental spell, mastering it was no simple feat yet. Here was Luo Bai, learning it in a week without any guidance. What sort of prodigy was this? Moreover, this did not appear to be the crux of the matter. Mordo noted that the number of suspended rings at Kamartaj had not diminished. Artifacts hold immense significance for sorcerers. And as the elder brother, Mordo frequently kept track of any losses. Recently, however, there had been no decrease in the suspended rings. Pondering this, Mordo could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Supreme Sorcerer, did you provide him with a suspended ring?" Ancient One shook her head. No. Mordo fell silent, his expression a tableau of astonishment. No guidance, no suspended ring. Kamartaj might be on the verge of producing a celestial being. Although Mordo said nothing, his shock was evident. Ancient One, whose countenance was usually devoid of expression, revealed a hint of surprise, clearly understanding the source of Mordo's astonishment. "His talent has surpassed my expectations," Ancient One mused. Mordo nodded in agreement, yet he remained perplexed. If his aptitude is so exceptional, why, Supreme Sorcerer, do you not bring him back to Kamartaj? He asked. Ancient One did not respond immediately. Instead, she posed a question. "Do you recall the recent anomalies detected on Earth?" Mordo replied with utmost respect. Yes. The sanctum detected an intrusion, seemingly from a traveler of the multiverse. Ancient One furrowed her brow, then slowly elucidated. "I had ventured into the future. Logically, this intruder should not have manifested, yet he did. This compelled me to revisit the future, only to discover that Earth's destiny had already been altered, and this intruder had become inscribed within the timeline of Earth. I grew curious about the identity of this intruder, but I could not discern his future. I could only glean the times and events of his occasional appearances through the lens of Earth's future." As Ancient One paused, lost in thought, Mordo recognized that he ought not to pry further, yet his curiosity proved insatiable. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously inquired, "Supreme Sorcerer, is this intruder Luo Bai?" Ancient One nodded. "So, Supreme Sorcerer, what did you foresee?" Mordo pressed once more. Ancient One, without reservation, replied candidly, "I saw him become the Supreme Sorcerer." Mordo was struck with sudden realization. The future did not astonish him. The title of Supreme Sorcerer inherently denoted the most powerful mage. Given Luo Bai's exceptional talent, it was merely a matter of time before he ascended to that esteemed rank. After all, no amount of effort could overshadow the extraordinary gifts of others. Reflecting on this, Modu could not help but exclaim, "It is only natural for someone with Luo Bai's prodigious abilities to become the Supreme Sorcerer in the future." No sooner had he spoken than Gu Yi shook her head in denial. "No, that is not normal." Perplexed, Modu inquired, "I do not understand. Why is that not normal?" Gu Yi elucidated. According to the original timeline, Dr. Strange was meant to be the Supreme Sorcerer. Before Modu could respond, Gu Yi continued, "The alteration of the future is unprecedented. However, I cannot discern how he has attained the title of Supreme Sorcerer. I can only surmise that his talent and overall qualities must vastly exceed those of Strange. Thus, you provided him with a spell book for self-study, intending to test his abilities. Am I correct?" Following Gu Yi's reasoning, Modu asked. Gu Yi nodded in affirmation. Upon realizing Luo Bai would become the future Supreme Sorcerer, she understood that she could no longer expel this intruder from Earth, for she could not alter destiny. Since change was impossible, she could only acquiesce and seek answers. Initially, when Gu Yi approached Luo Bai, she harbored mere conjectures, believing his talents would be commendable. Yet, she never anticipated his abilities would be so extraordinary, leaving even her astonished. Without magical artifacts or guidance, he managed to open a portal using only a tome titled Complete Compendium of Supremacy. Such talent was remarkable. But what of Strange? Never mind Strange. Should I bring him back to Kamartaj for training? Moda pondered aloud. Having confirmed Luo Bai's exceptional gifts and the likelihood of his future as the Supreme Sorcerer, Modu naturally contemplated whether he should personally invite this prodigy back, sparing the Supreme Sorcerer another trip. However, Gu Yi seemed to have her own plans. "Not just yet. Let us wait a while longer," she replied. She wished to ascertain just how powerful Luo Bai's talents could become, so it would not be too late to bring him back after he completed the entire Complete Compendium of Supremacy. Moreover, sorcerers inherently required practical experience, and allowing him to venture forth for a time would be beneficial. "Could the two of you perhaps notice me?" As Gu Yi and Modu deliberated over Luo Bai, Obadiah could no longer contain himself. At that moment, he was quite anxious. Having been left in limbo for an extensive period, eavesdropping on the sorcerers discussing the Supreme Sorcerer and the future, the more he listened, the more fearful he became, particularly since he was currently in a disembodied state, unable to return to his body. Why did he have to offend a sorcerer of all people? With this thought, Obadiah, on the verge of tears, implored, "Could you please allow my soul to return to my body?" His plea caught the attention of Gu Yi and Modu. Considering the inappropriateness of the situation in Kamartaj, Mordo inquired, "Supreme Sorcerer, how should we proceed?" "Exile his soul," was the immediate response from Ancient One, without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, Obadiah panicked and exclaimed, "What does soul exile mean?" Before he could finish his sentence, Mordo cast a spell, and Obadiah vanished from the sanctum. Having dealt with Obadiah, Mordo prepared to depart. "Supreme Sorcerer, I shall take my leave now." As the words left his lips, Ancient One replied, "Later. Do visit Luo Bai and deliver the suspended ring to him. I will provide you with the address." Mordo nodded. "Understood, Supreme Sorcerer." Chapter 011. Where's the magical fragrance? On a rooftop in New York, Tony Stark furrowed his brow and asked with utmost seriousness, "So, Luo Bai, you have no idea where Obadiah has been sent, do you?" Luo Bai shook his head, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness as he replied, "I am uncertain." Upon hearing his lack of confirmation, Tony Stark could not suppress his growing concern. After all, Obadiah now appeared to be unhinged, and if he were to cause chaos in New York, it would spell trouble. With that thought in mind, Tony Stark promptly instructed, "Jarvis, initiate a citywide search for Obadiah's location and see if we can locate him." Jarvis, the artificial intelligence steward, was a program embedded within Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, endowed with numerous capabilities, including tracking. Upon receiving the command, Jarvis immediately commenced the citywide tracking and soon provided a response. "I regret to inform you, Mr. Stark, that Obadiah's location cannot be found within New York City." Tony Stark, upon hearing this, could not help but retort, "It seems he is no longer in New York. Did you send him that far away?" Luo Bai shrugged, responding nonchalantly, "Who knows?" Initially, Tony Stark had been apprehensive. However, upon learning that Obadiah was no longer in New York, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Obadiah merely sought to seize control of Stark Industries, and with him absent from the city, tranquility should prevail for a while. "Thank you for saving me once again," Tony Stark said wearily, collapsing onto the ground. The recent skirmish had left him utterly exhausted. He had believed that creating the Mark III was an impressive feat, only to discover that Obadiah had crafted an even more formidable suit, which instilled a sense of discontent within him. "The person you just sent away is Obadiah, a partner of my father's. He approached me at the party previously. You must have seen him," Tony Stark remarked. "Yes, I have seen him. What about it?" Luo Bai inquired. Tony Stark, with a hint of anger, explained, "At the party, I mentioned that he opposed my decision to shut down the weapons division. However, I never anticipated that he was clandestinely researching the Iron Man suit, even developing an upgraded version to counter mine." Yet, upon mentioning the Iron Man suit, the fury on Tony Stark's face dissipated, replaced by pride and excitement. "A great deal has transpired during your absence. For instance, the suit I am wearing is my latest innovation, the Mark III. Isn't it far more impressive than the one I crafted in the cave?" Tony Stark boasted. He even stood up to showcase the entire exterior of the Mark III to Luo Bai. Seeing his enthusiastic display, Luo Bai graciously acknowledged, "It indeed appears to be significantly more advanced." Tony Stark, flattered by the compliment, responded with a hint of arrogance, "Naturally, I spent several sleepless nights perfecting the Mark III. In fact, it possesses numerous additional functions. Would you like to see them?" He seemed intent on providing a comprehensive demonstration of the Mark III's capabilities. However, Luo Bai was a time traveler. Even Tony Stark has witnessed the nanosuit he will create in the future, let alone the Mark III. Considering he needed to swiftly learn magic to enhance his strength, Luo Bai promptly interrupted him. "It's getting late. I have matters to attend to. So I'll take my leave for now. We shall converse about this another day." Without waiting for Tony Stark's response, he raised his hand and activated the portal. Having successfully opened 2 portals previously, Luo Bai had become quite adept at it. This time, the location was accurate, landing him right at his villa. Satisfied with the correct positioning, Luo Bai nodded approvingly and waved goodbye. "Farewell, Tony." As the portal closed, only Tony Stark remained atop the roof, bewildered by the wind. After an indeterminate amount of time, Tony Stark could not help but exclaim, "Is this the power of a mage?" Truly, although he had previously seen Luo Bai teleport Obadiah away, witnessing it again left him astounded. This magic is incredibly useful. He had initially thought that creating an armored suit capable of flight and firing projectiles was impressive. Yet, Luo Bai's magic appeared far more dazzling than his suit. In an instant, Tony Stark felt the allure of the Mark III fade. Could it be that magic truly exists in this world? And mages too? Good heavens. This is utterly insane. I must upgrade my suit at once. While Tony Stark remained in his state of wonder, Luo Bai had already returned to his villa and commenced his studies in magic. Although he had only recently mastered the teleportation spell, he surprisingly found himself quite familiar with its intricacies after the earlier battle, successfully attempting it several times without error. This confirmed his complete command over the teleportation magic, filling him with excitement. It is often said that combat is the best means of enhancing one's abilities. Despite practicing at home for an extended period to barely grasp the teleportation spell, he had managed to master it almost instantaneously after facing danger. Initially, Luo Bai had harbored concerns. After all, if he truly possessed a stroke of good fortune, he shouldn't have stumbled into peril. Having studied only a few days of basic magic, there was no conceivable way he could overpower Obadiah, clad in his iron armor. Yet, not only did he emerge unscathed, but he also found himself bolstered in strength. Hence, what had seemed like a brush with danger was, in fact, an arrangement by the goddess of fortune for practical experience. Moreover, this was not an isolated incident. Luo Bai observed that every time he encountered what was deemed a perilous situation, it was, in truth, not dangerous at all. Although he had arrived at a terrorist stronghold upon his arrival, it had led him to forge a connection with the illustrious billionaire Tony Stark. His current residence in a grand villa was certainly attributable to Tony Stark's assistance. No wonder my aptitude for magic has flourished so rapidly. One could almost say it is a gift. It appears that the goddess of fortune has been aiding me, Luo Bai mused. After all, while many possess magical talent, attaining the pinnacle of magical prowess requires a stroke of luck. As Luo Bai contemplated this, he felt increasingly grateful for the favor of the goddess of fortune, prompting him to hasten his efforts to complete the tome titled the Supreme Compendium. Unexpectedly, the doorbell rang, compelling Luo Bai to rise and respond. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a young man clad in monk's robes, standing at his doorstep. Greetings. Is this the residence of Luo Bai? The young man inquired with a smile. Who are you? Luo Bai asked, bewildered. My name is Mo Du, the young man introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai was struck with realization. No wonder he bore such a striking resemblance. It was indeed Mo Du yet. What could have prompted his visit? Curious, Luo Bai inquired. I am Luo Bai. Have you come to see me for a specific purpose? Mo Du said nothing, merely extending his hand to present an object. It was the mystical artifact known as the suspended ring of Kamar Taj. Chapter 012. Is it just luck? During this period of magical study, Luo Bai has discovered his extraordinary talent. He can comprehend and master the spells from the Supreme Compendium after merely a glance. Previously, his portals often misaligned due to his inability to accurately pinpoint locations as a novice. To his astonishment, Modu has delivered to him the suspended ring. Although he has now mastered portal magic, the suspended ring not only aids in precise localization, but also enhances a mage's ability to traverse dimensions. This implies that if Luo Bai wishes to learn the advanced version of teleportation magic, transitioning from interdimensional to cross-dimensional travel, the suspended ring is an indispensable artifact. Modu's timely gift of the ring is truly a boon. The Supreme Mage instructed me to bring this to you. It will be of great use. Modu suddenly explained as Luo Bai pondered. Without responding, Luo Bai accepted the ring and adorned it on his finger. The moment he wore it, he sensed an immediate difference. Previously, he had to exert considerable effort to focus his attention, but with the suspended ring, his concentration sharpened instantaneously, saving him ample time. What a treasure! Luo Bai could not help but exclaim inwardly. Had he received it earlier, his learning pace could have potentially doubled. The suspended ring is one of the essential artifacts for mages. It facilitates better focus and enables traversal through the multiverse. Modu provided a brief explanation of its utility. Although Luo Bai was already aware, he still expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the effort Modu took to deliver it. It was no trouble at all, Modu replied calmly, introducing himself. I'm a disciple of the Supreme Mage and a Grand Mage of Kamartaj. You are now also considered a Mage of Kamartaj, so we may cross paths frequently. Just call me Modu. While Kamartaj does not enforce strict hierarchical divisions, there are approximate titles, such as Apprentice Mage, Mage, Temple Mage, and Grand Mage. Typically, only those ranked among the top in strength are referred to as Grand Mages, and Modu is one of them. Luo Bai understood this, but he felt a surge of curiosity regarding other matters. Given Ancient One's character and power, she would not have forgotten to provide the suspended ring unless she never intended to give it at all, since she had not given it before. What prompted her to send Modu with the ring now? Contemplating this, Luo Bai cautiously inquired, did the Supreme Mage say anything else? Modu, clearly understanding his implication, smiled and replied, just now, a portal appeared in Kamartaj, bringing forth an individual named Obadiah before the Supreme Mage. Obadiah? Wait, so he was sent to Kamartaj, and right in front of Ancient One? Luo Bai felt a twinge of embarrassment and hesitantly asked, and then, he insulted the Supreme Mage, calling her bald and attempted to confront her, only to be banished. Modu succinctly recounted the situation. Luo Bai was left in stunned silence. Incredible. He only dared to think of Ancient One as bald, yet Obadiah had the audacity to say it to her face. TSK, where has he been exiled to? Will he return? Luo Bai continued to inquire. Modu shook his head and replied with a hint of detachment. He has embarked on a journey through the multiverse. Luo Bai remarked. Of all the people to offend, why must it be Ancient One? TSK. Obadiah, you were the one who sent him to Kamartaj, weren't you? Just as he mused on this, Modu suddenly posed a question, pulling Luo Bai's thoughts back to the present. Yes. But it was an accident. I never anticipated he would be dispatched to Kamar Taj, Luo Bai explained. Modu, however, appeared unfazed and even expressed understanding. I heard from the Supreme Sorcerer that you haven't studied magic for long and lack a suspended ring. It is quite normal for such occurrences to happen. Once you acquire the suspended ring, things should improve significantly, he stated. Before Luo Bai could respond, Modu continued, By the way, what stage of learning are you at now? I have just begun to learn teleportation magic, Luo Bai replied. Upon hearing this, Modu nodded and remarked, It seems you are not yet fully adept at utilizing teleportation magic. How long have you been practicing? Not sure, perhaps a few days, Luo Bai answered. Although it was known from the outset that Luo Bai possessed extraordinary talent, his response still astonished Modu. A few days, such a niche term. Is magic now measured in days? How did you come by such exceptional talent? Modu couldn't help but exclaim. Perhaps it is simply due to my good fortune. Luo Bai mused, responding honestly. Good fortune? Modu was taken aback and half-jokingly remarked. Then you must possess remarkable luck to have such a unique gift. A tad fortunate. I suppose, Luo Bai replied with a playful tone. Modu did not respond. With the delivery of the suspended ring, his task was complete. I shall take my leave now. If you require anything, feel free to find me at Kamar Taj, Modu stated as he prepared to depart. Luo Bai called out to him, inquiring curiously Modu. Did the Supreme Sorcerer not instruct you to bring me along as well? Having learned magic from Kamar Taj and received the suspended ring, it seemed logical that he should continue his studies there. However, Modu's demeanor suggested he had no intention of taking him away, which seemed rather unreasonable. The Supreme Sorcerer advised you to first master the spells in the Supreme Compendium, taking this opportunity to gain some experience in the outside world, Modu explained. Understanding dawned upon Luo Bai. This meant he was already being granted independence. Regardless, he could learn just as well on his own. And it was in this very place that he could engage in practical combat, which would expedite his growth. With this thought, he no longer felt troubled. After bidding Modu farewell, Luo Bai immersed himself once more in his studies of magic. With the suspended ring, he found it much easier to concentrate, allowing him to learn magic at an accelerated pace. Basic spells, such as teleportation and magical shields, were nearly mastered after just a single review, and he quickly gained proficiency in them. Once Luo Bai had acquired most of the foundational spells, he began his studies of the advanced magic, dedicating an entire evening to this pursuit. It was not until the arrival of Tony Stark the following morning that he finally paused his studies. Hey Luo Bai, did you sleep well last night? I have delightful news to share with you. Would you care to listen? I am certain that you would be eager to hear it. You have achieved fame. Have you perused the latest newspapers and news reports? Both of us have made headlines, gracing the front page. How does the notion of Iron Man versus the mysterious man strike you? It sounds rather intriguing, does it not? Frankly, I must admit that I find the title Iron Man quite appealing. I take great pleasure in the moniker bestowed upon me by others. Chapter 13. Have you finished learning already? Tony Stark was in high spirits today. His lips moved like a machine gun, chattering incessantly the moment he stepped through the door, offering no opportunity for Luo Bai to interject. He rambled on until he finally noticed that Luo Bai had not uttered a single word, prompting him to ask, Why aren't you speaking? Aren't you thrilled to be on the front page of the news? Thrilled indeed. However, your enthusiasm makes my joy seem rather muted, Luo Bai replied, unable to suppress a smile. It was only then that Tony Stark realized his own exuberance had been excessive, and he awkwardly attempted to amend the situation. I'm happy for you, you know. As a public figure, I'm accustomed to being featured in the news. Is that so? Yet I had no chance to chime in earlier, Luo Bai continued to jest. Tony Stark, feeling increasingly embarrassed, hastily shifted the topic. All right. Let us move on from this. Would you like to know how everyone is perceiving you? Let me show you. As he spoke, he retrieved a newspaper. Luo Bai took it and glanced at the prominent headline that boldly proclaimed, New York Crisis. In truth, even without looking, Luo Bai had a clear understanding of the situation. Prior to the emergence of Iron Man, most citizens of New York were oblivious to the existence of superpowers. However, after last night's events, it became evident that things were far more complex. The media, government, and citizens of New York were all taking this matter very seriously. Some found the appearance of superpowered individuals thrilling, while others felt apprehensive. This was a natural reaction, so Luo Bai did not dwell on it. What truly caught his attention was the newspaper's description of him as the mysterious man. Why does everyone refer to you as Iron Man while I am dubbed the mysterious man? Luo Bai couldn't help but comment. Perhaps it's because people have yet to realize that you wield magic, Tony Stark explained. Luo Bai remained silent, as he found it difficult to counter that assertion. Although the newspaper featured a photograph captured by a drone that clearly displayed his face and the manner in which he unleashed his teleportation magic, convincing the media of his status as a wizard through such images seemed highly improbable. After all, like Tony Stark, most individuals did not truly believe in the existence of magic. With this in mind, Luo Bai found himself somewhat more accepting of the title Mysterious Man. Yet, curiosity lingered within him. Tony, did you come all this way just to inform me that I made the news? Luo Bai inquired. Tony Stark shook his head, donning his sunglasses as he replied, of course not. I came to take you to a press conference. A press conference? Luo Bai asked, intrigued. What do you mean? Tony Stark chuckled, his excitement palpable. You saved New York yesterday, and you can perform magic. The entire world deserves to know about you. Furthermore, I have convened a press conference through Stark Industries, during which I shall announce my identity as Iron Man simultaneously. I wish to introduce you to the citizens of New York, for the presence of a sorcerer in the city is indeed a remarkable affair. It appears that my amicable relationship with Luo Bai, coupled with his status as a sorcerer, has prompted Tony Stark to present him at this event. Given the influence of Stark Industries, should Luo Bai consent to participate, he might ascend to prominence as a highly influential superhero. However, this would inevitably expose his identity to the public eye. Contemplating his desire for a more discreet existence, Luo Bai graciously declined the offer, stating, perhaps not. I prefer a quieter life. This piqued Tony Stark's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, do you not wish for everyone to know you are a sorcerer? If I could wield magic, I would certainly want the entire world to be aware of it. After all, it is undeniably cool. Yet, Luo Bai shook his head, elucidating. The allure of fame is indeed enticing, but it also brings forth numerous complications. Complications? What sort of complications? Tony Stark questioned, perplexed. Were it anyone else, he might not have questioned their reasoning, but when it came to Luo Bai, he found it difficult to comprehend. After all, Luo Bai was a sorcerer, capable of transporting individuals vast distances with a mere gesture. What troubles could such a powerful being possibly fear? There are many complications. I cannot articulate them all at once. But you will come to understand in due time, Luo Bai replied, leaving Tony Stark in a state of contemplation. Very well. Although I do not grasp the reasoning behind your choice, I respect your decision. I must prepare for the press conference now, so I shall take my leave, Tony Stark said, refraining from further persuasion. Once Stark departed, Luo Bai, glancing at the newspaper in his hands, could not help but reflect on the unforeseen advantages he gained from last night's unexpected battle. Not only did he acquire the suspended ring, but he also made his presence known in New York. While fame can be a boon, it instilled in Luo Bai a heightened sense of urgency. After all, notoriety could attract the attention of more adversaries. It was evident that he needed to immerse himself in the study of magic with even greater diligence. As he pondered, Luo Bai returned to his room to resume his magical studies. Time slipped away until he finally completed all of the white magic lessons contained within the Supreme Compendium. Once he had finished his studies, without a moment's delay, he activated a portal and arrived at Kamartash. In the main hall of Kamartash, the Ancient One was engaged in an academic discussion with a visiting sorcerer, while Mordo listened attentively. At that moment, a sudden portal captured the attention of the three. Had an unknown portal appeared previously, Mordo might have felt a surge of anxiety, concerned about a potential invasion of Kamartash. However, after the events of the last incident, he had grown more composed. Particularly upon witnessing Luo Bai emerge from the portal, his expression transformed into a smile. Ah, we meet again. Mordo greeted him first. Luo Bai responded politely, indeed, we meet again. Are you practicing teleportation magic? Although the suspended ring can assist you in better positioning, it remains merely an auxiliary tool. However, do not feel anxious. You have only practiced for 2 days. It is common for beginnings to be somewhat challenging. With more practice, it will improve. Mo comforted him with a smile, seemingly misunderstanding the situation, believing that Luo Bai had once again strayed off course. Thus, he offered his patient reassurances. In truth, he was not the only one misled. Even Gui was under the same impression, just as he contemplated whether to provide a hint to expedite Mo's progress. He was taken aback when Luo Bai remarked, although I encountered some difficulties previously, my success has increased significantly since acquiring the suspended ring. Mo was momentarily stunned and inquired, so, you specifically teleported here? Yes, I came to seek the Supreme Mage, Luo Bai explained. Do you have a matter to discuss with the Supreme Mage? Mo asked. Luo Bai nodded, smiling as he replied, I am here to return a book. I have completed the study of the complete works of the Supreme. At this declaration, an immediate silence enveloped the main hall. Mo exclaimed, What? Gui echoed in disbelief. What? You have completed it? It has only been a few days. You claim you have finished. Chapter 14, a duel? Then let us fight. Both Modu and Gui fell silent, their expressions a remarkable tapestry of disbelief. It had barely been a few days. Over 100 types of white magic, and you claim to have mastered them all. After a prolonged silence of 5 seconds, Moda finally inquired, Are you suggesting that you have indeed learned all the spells from the Supreme Compendium? His tone was laced with incredulity, to the point where he questioned if he had misheard. It was only when Luo Bai nodded affirmatively, confirming, Yes, I have mastered them all, that Moda felt assured he had not erred in his hearing. He turned his gaze towards Gu Yi, who remained silent, merely perusing the Supreme Compendium with a discerning eye. Upon finishing her examination, she pondered inwardly. The book was indeed not in error. It recorded over 100 forms of white magic. How could one possibly learn them all in such a short span? What sorcery was this? Although Gu Yi was astounded, she did not overtly display her surprise. She asked the visiting mage seeking counsel to leave, and only then did she engage in earnest conversation with Luo Bai. Have you truly mastered all the spells contained within? Gu Yi inquired with utmost seriousness. While it was indeed remarkable that Luo Bai could learn all the spells from the Supreme Compendium in such a brief period, considering his exceptional talent, it was not entirely inconceivable. However, mastery and mere acquaintance are two distinct matters. Gu Yi was not being pedantic. She understood that without a solid foundation, future learning would be arduous. Luo Bai was cognizant of this nuance as well, responding, I am fairly proficient. His ability to adeptly command over 100 spells was indeed astonishing, yet with his unparalleled talent, it was reasonable to believe that he could have completed the Supreme Compendium in the given time. After all, the compendium contained foundational spells across various categories: spatial magic, defensive spells, energy manipulation, and more. Once the fundamental theories were grasped, the learning process accelerated significantly. It was often the case that initial difficulties yielded to rapid mastery. As for advanced magic, particularly those linked to the teachings of the Ancient One, the compendium offered none. Thus, he had journeyed to Kamartaj in hopes of acquiring more formidable spells. Gu Yi was well aware of his intentions but understood that mastering advanced magic was no simple endeavor. It was not a matter of reluctance on her part to provide such knowledge. Rather, insufficient training and experience could render the material incomprehensible. However, she refrained from stating this directly, opting instead to offer a gentle reminder. Though the spells in the Supreme Compendium are foundational, mastering them can yield immense power. You must engage in further practice. Luo Bai nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Gu Yi continued. Now that you have learned everything in this book, you may visit the library in the future, though you might find the tomes you seek. The library of Kamartaj was indeed a remarkable place, housing a plethora of magical texts, a veritable treasure trove of all white magic literature. Once inside, Luo Bai would have the freedom to explore and learn at his heart's desire. Modu, please escort him to the library and return this book while you're at it, Gu Yi instructed, already arranging for the next steps. Modu nodded politely and replied, then, esteemed master, I shall take my leave. Seeing this, Luo Bai hastily added, I too must depart, esteemed master. The two then exited the main hall. As they stepped outside, Modu abruptly halted, his smile fading into a serious expression as he spoke earnestly. One must not be hasty in the pursuit of magical knowledge. As the Grand Mage of Kamartaj, it is my duty to oversee all novice sorcerers and to be responsible for each beginner's journey. While Luo Bai possesses remarkable talent, it is difficult for me to believe that he could fully master all foundational spells in such a short span of time. I worry that he may be too eager for immediate results, so I must caution you. Magic is not as easily learned as one might think. Excessive haste will only lead to setbacks. Every mage aspires to grow stronger, yet there are no shortcuts in the study of magic. I have trained numerous mages under esteemed masters, and many of them, after only a few days or months of magical study, sought to delve into more advanced spells, only to fail due to their lack of understanding. Some even entertain the notion of learning dark magic. Although Kamartaj is a place of freedom, the study of dark magic is strictly prohibited, for it exacts a tremendous toll, even that of one's soul. I hope you will never tread upon such a path, Modu earnestly implored. Though his intentions were noble, concerned that Luo Bai might hastily pursue strength through dark magic, the tone of his advice left something to be desired. I believe I have already mastered the spells documented in the Supreme Compendium quite proficiently, Luo Bai stated, his demeanor growing resolute. Modu chuckled and inquired, shall we practice then? While the mages of Kamartaj do not undergo formal assessments, they frequently engage in practical exercises, which effectively reveal a mage's true capabilities. Luo Bai understood that, despite his high aptitude, defeating a grand mage would still pose a challenge. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess and was willing to partake in the trial. Let us proceed, he agreed. Upon hearing his consent, Modu was filled with anticipation, eager to ascertain whether Luo Bai truly had mastered all basic spells as he claimed. However, considering that Luo Bai was still a novice, he intended to afford him some leniency. You may go first, Modu said with a smile. As soon as the words left his lips, Luo Bai took action. He clenched his fists and unleashed a magical shield, directing it towards Modu in an offensive maneuver. The magical shield, as its name suggests, is a protective barrier formed from magical energy. This shield not only serves a defensive function, but also possesses a sharp edge capable of inflicting damage upon adversaries. Although this was merely a fundamental close combat technique, Modu was somewhat astonished by Luo Bai's adept use of the magical shield. While defending against Luo Bai's attack with his own shield, Modu remarked, It is truly remarkable how adeptly you can manipulate magical energy. If Luo Bai were to train for half a year and achieve such results, it would be considered entirely reasonable. It has only been half a month, yet he has managed to unleash such formidable power, which is truly remarkable. However, despite this admiration, it remains exceedingly challenging for Luo Bai to triumph over Mo with his current prowess. In fact, Mo appears to handle the situation with remarkable ease. He can even engage in leisurely conversation while fending off Luo Bai's attacks, casually inquiring, "What else can you do?" Although it is merely a friendly spar, Luo Bai ought not to take it too seriously. Yet, as a man, how could he possibly accept the prospect of defeat, especially in such an ungraceful manner? Witnessing Mo's effortless defense against his techniques ignites an intense desire for victory within Luo Bai. Chapter 15. Have I really obtained the time gem? Luo Bai was acutely aware that defeating an opponent with a significant disparity in strength was an arduous task, yet this did not imply that it was entirely impossible. Although the mages of Kamar Taj had a penchant for close-range magic, he thought to himself, "Come on, I'm a mage. Why would I engage in melee combat? Magic should embody the essence of sorcery." With this thought in mind, Luo Bai ceased his assault. Seeing him suddenly halt, Modu inquired, "Why have you stopped? Surely, you haven't mastered just this one spell?" Luo Bai shook his head, replying, "Of course, that's not the case." With that, he once more invoked his magic. And only then did Modu grasp that he was employing the object retrieval spell. The object retrieval spell encompasses certain fundamental principles of spatial magic. It bears similarities to teleportation but possesses subtle distinctions. Modu did not intervene. After all, from his perspective, even if Luo Bai were to retrieve something, it would be challenging to best him. Moreover, this sparring session was intended to assess whether Luo Bai had indeed mastered all foundational spells, with object retrieval being one of them. At that moment, Modu grew increasingly curious about the extent to which Luo Bai could wield the object retrieval spell. Object retrieval. For a mage, possessing a good magical artifact can greatly aid in winning battles. That is indeed a clever strategy. However, given your current abilities, there are many artifacts that you cannot handle, Modu remarked with a smile. This was not a jest, but rather a candid truth. In the Marvel Universe, numerous treasures exist. Some formidable artifacts can instantaneously elevate an individual's prowess. However, the more powerful the artifact, the greater the strength required to master it. Setting aside whether the artifact Luo Bai could retrieve was truly formidable, the crux of the matter lay in his ability to control it. Luo Bai was well aware of this, and thus he himself had no idea what he might bring forth. It was entirely left to fate to triumph over Modu. He could only rely on divine artifacts. He had indeed familiarized himself with the divine artifacts of the Marvel Universe. For instance, the Infinity Stones are immensely powerful relics. Yet, harnessing the power of the Infinity Stones is fraught with difficulty. Even Thanos struggled when he wielded the Power Stone, let alone Luo Bai with his relatively slight frame. It was likely he would be unable to utilize it effectively. Realizing that wagering his life on a mere sparring match was unnecessary, he momentarily abandoned the notion of retrieving the Infinity Stone. The object retrieval spell necessitates visualizing the location of the artifact in one's mind, allowing the spatial gate to open accurately to obtain the desired treasure. However, due to the limited time, Luo Bai found himself at a loss for any other artifacts that could potentially alter the tide of battle apart from the Infinity Stone. Thus he had no choice but to entrust the outcome to Lady Luck. As the magic unfolded, Luo Bai thrust his hand into the spatial gate. At that moment, Modu remained unaware that what was about to transpire would exceed his expectations. In fact, Kamar Taj possessed numerous commendable artifacts. Wait, what? Modu had initially intended to say that Kamar Taj's artifact chamber was filled with a plethora of magical items. If Luo Bai truly required them, it would not be overly complicated. He could simply retrieve some for temporary use. In an astonishing turn of events, Luo Bai suddenly found himself wielding a hammer. Was it the hammer of Thor? In an instant, Modu was left flabbergasted. His usually meticulous demeanor faltered, and he could not help but unleash an expletive. This reaction was entirely understandable, as he was rendered speechless. The hammer of Thor belonged to Odin's son, the god of thunder. How on earth did Luo Bai come into possession of it? How did you acquire the hammer of Thor? Modu exclaimed, his square face transforming into a visage of shock. Kamar Taj meticulously monitored all activities on Earth, with a vast library containing tomes that chronicled knowledge about Earth and the multiverse. Modu could not possibly be unaware of what the hammer of Thor represented. Forged from a star, this hammer was imbued with the power of Odin himself. How could Luo Bai possibly wield such a formidable artifact? This was akin to asking him to battle Odin himself. Modu was at a loss for words, and Luo Bai mirrored his astonishment. He felt a mix of surprise and exhilaration. How could he have forgotten about the hammer of Thor? This weapon was enhanced by Odin's enchantments, meaning that only someone deemed worthy could lift it. This implied that once recognized, grasping the hammer of Thor would be an effortless endeavor. Most importantly, it was immensely powerful. With Odin's strength augmenting him, Modu's minor sorcery would be easily subdued. Gazing at the hammer of Thor in his grasp, Luo Bai felt a newfound confidence. "We can continue now," he said with a smile. Emodu fell into a profound silence, one that reverberated in its intensity. After a moment, he broke the silence with a sarcastic remark. "This thing is made from a star. Isn't it a bit excessive to take this so seriously for a mere sparring session? I only intended to demonstrate my mastery of basic magic." Luo Bai shrugged, responding with a hint of resignation. Emodu chuckled awkwardly, replying, "You have indeed mastered it with remarkable proficiency. My goodness, the hammer of Thor is Thor's exclusive weapon. Thor resides in Asgard, a realm entirely distinct from Earth. Setting aside how Luo Bai obtained the hammer, to wield it, he must have mastered interdimensional spatial magic. This is no trivial magic. It is an advanced form of spatial manipulation. Many sorcerers at Kamartash who have practiced for 4 or 5 years might not succeed, yet you, having trained for such a short time, have reached Asgard? How did you manage this? You have grasped interdimensional retrieval in such a brief period." Emodu could not contain his curiosity. He was not the only one astonished. Even the Ancient One was taken aback. The commotion outside the main hall had not escaped her notice, as she was far from deaf. Her decision to remain uninvolved stemmed from a desire to observe Luo Bai's mastery of magic. Yet, she had not anticipated that he would achieve such feats in such a short span of time. Clearly, the future held no errors. He truly was the supreme sorcerer. The Ancient One's eyes widened in delight, a sense of wonder enveloping her. It was extraordinary, yet she believed it. The future was not mistaken. It was she who had erred. With this realization, the Ancient One stepped outside, interrupting the two. "Luo Bai, please come in. Emodu, wait outside." The unexpected arrival of the Ancient One took both individuals by surprise. While Luo Bai felt a sense of confusion, Modu was predominantly relieved. Fortunately, the Supreme Sorcerer had come to his aid, preserving his dignity. Had he, a Grand Mage, been defeated by a novice sorcerer, how could he maintain his authority when instructing newcomers? Moda promptly expressed his gratitude, affirming, "Yes, Supreme Sorcerer," before obediently standing aside to await further instructions. Meanwhile, Luo Bai re-entered the sanctum, his expression marked by curiosity. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Supreme Sorcerer?" he inquired. No sooner had he spoken than the Ancient One removed the artifact from around her neck and presented it to him, stating, "This is the Eye of Agamotto. You must pledge to me that from this moment forth, you will safeguard it with your very life." Luo Bai was utterly perplexed. "Isn't this the time stone? How could the Ancient One possibly bestow it upon me?" Chapter 016, Can Luck Truly Grant One's Desires? The Eye of Agamotto is an artifact, or perhaps more aptly, a vessel. Within it resides a divine object, the time stone. In the Marvel Universe, there exist 6 such stones, commonly referred to as gems, which embody time, power, space, reality, soul, and mind. Each of these stones is safeguarded by different individuals in various locations. The time stone, for instance, is housed in Kamartash, vigilantly protected by the Supreme Sorcerers, who are also known as the Guardians of the Stones. In a surprising turn of events, the Ancient One has entrusted the time stone to Doctor Strange, raising questions about her intentions. Does she envision him as the next Supreme Sorcerer? Despite his prodigious talent, he has only recently begun his studies in magic and has not undergone the rigorous training that Kamartaj offers. It seems rather improbable that the Ancient One would so readily bestow the time stone upon him. Confused yet resolute, Strange pledges, "I will protect it with my life." "So this means you are giving it to me?" The Ancient One nods and hands him the Eye of Agamotto. Strange, still perplexed, accepts it and begins to examine it intently. The eye serves as a conduit for the time stone within, which grants its wielder the ability to manipulate time itself. However, harnessing the power of time requires a considerable amount of magical energy, which may pose a challenge for him at this stage. Nevertheless, given his innate talent, mastering it is merely a matter of time. To unlock the Eye of Agamotto, one must recite a complex incantation, a safeguard for the time stone's security. This intricate spell is the culmination of the efforts of all previous Supreme Sorcerers. The Ancient One patiently explains the stone's purpose and usage, intending to share the incantation with Strange. However, before she can utter a word, he gestures and casts a spell. In an instant, a vibrant green light envelopes the Eye of Agamotto, and it opens before them. Both the Ancient One and Strange are left in stunned silence, their eyes locked for a full minute in an awkward standoff. Strange can distinctly perceive the shock radiating from the Ancient One's expression as her mouth gapes in disbelief. "How did you manage to open it?" she finally asks, regaining her composure after an indeterminate pause. With a hint of embarrassment, Strange stammers, "Supreme Sorcerer, if I were to say it was a lucky guess, would you believe me?" The Ancient One remains silent, yet her expression seems to convey skepticism. Despite its incredibility, Strange truly had stumbled upon the incantation by chance. Fully aware of the narrative, he knows that unlocking the time stone typically requires the incantation. Therefore, upon acquiring the Eye of Agamotto, he immediately began experimenting with it, never anticipating that he would actually succeed. After all, it seems his fortune is indeed extraordinary. Even his guesses yield results. Supreme Sorcerer, I assure you, my luck has always been remarkable, Strange earnestly explains. Ancient One furrowed her brow slightly. Her tone tinged with curiosity as she inquired, good fortune, is it? She was indeed aware that amongst the mutants, there existed a girl endowed with the extraordinary ability of luck. However, could mere luck truly suffice to decipher Agamotto's incantation? Ancient One found it perplexing. Yet considering that the spell had originally been intended for Luo Bai, she chose not to delve further into the matter. It is well that you have acquired this ability. You may proceed. The library holds the information you seek. Ancient One regained her composure, her voice imbued with an air of indifference, witnessing her lack of scrutiny. Luo Bai felt a surge of joy. After adorning himself with the eye of Agamotto, he intended to depart the sanctum. Just as he took a few steps, Ancient One called out to him suddenly, you ought to return the weapon of the Thunder God. Asgard and Kamartaj have never been in conflict. It is best for both to remain undisturbed. Luo Bai nodded in understanding. With the time stone in hand, what use did he have for that cumbersome hammer? Contemplating this, he promptly employed a teleportation spell to return the hammer. After attending to all matters, Luo Bai took his leave. Once he had departed, Ancient One stared vacantly at his retreating figure, unable to suppress her thoughts. Is his luck truly that fortuitous? How could he have guessed the incantation? Ancient One pondered in intrigue. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, someone was even more perplexed than Ancient One. In the divine domain of Asgard, Thor sat at the dining table, utterly bewildered. How could I possibly lose such a massive hammer? Where has it gone? Thor bellowed, his fury causing him to repeatedly smash wine jars upon the ground. Can you believe it? I was just sharing drinks with my friends. In the midst of our revelry, my hammer vanished? A companion inquired. Impossible. That hammer can only be lifted by me. It could not have been stolen. Thor replied with certainty. But you attempted to summon it numerous times, and it did not respond. His friend reminded him, unable to contain himself. Most magical artifacts are bound to their masters, and Thor's hammer was no exception. In the past, whenever the Thunder God summoned it, the hammer would fly to him regardless of its location. Yet now, the hammer remained unresponsive. Not only was Thor's friend bewildered, but Thor himself felt perplexed. It used to return to me effortlessly. Why has it suddenly ceased to do so? Thor mumbled, intrigued about the whereabouts of his hammer. I must search for it, he declared, rising to embark on a quest for his prized possession. At that very moment, a small yellow circle manifested in the space before him. Someone noticed it and shouted, look, what is that? Instantly, all eyes turned toward the yellow circle. However, before they could investigate further, a hammer was suddenly flung out from within the circle. Thor quickly caught it with his hands. At first glance, good heavens, was this not his very own hammer? The hammer! This is my hammer! Thor exclaimed with exhilaration, and those around him joined in the celebration. Everyone rejoiced at Thor's recovery of his hammer, including himself. Yet amidst the jubilation, Thor began to sense that something was amiss. Wait, what was that yellow door just now? A portal? Thor inquired. It certainly appeared to be a portal, his companion concurred. Thor furrowed his brow. Goodness, how audacious of someone to extend their reach to Asgard. Does anyone know what that teleportation was about? He asked. Yet, all present shook their heads. For none could fathom who had summoned the hammer only to vanish without a trace. Moreover, such power was unfamiliar to them. It seems this is not the work of an Asgardian, someone suggested. Thor's brow tightened in acknowledgement. He too discerned that the force was undeniably foreign to Asgard. To think someone could infiltrate Asgard so stealthily? They nearly made off with my hammer. I must uncover their identity. Come, let us seek Heimdall, with his all-seeing eye. He will surely know who dared to invade Asgard. As he spoke, Thor strode purposefully towards the Bifrost, accompanied by his determined friends. Chapter 017, The Library of Kamartaj Kathmandu. Kamartaj, elated by the acquisition of the Time Stone, Luo Bai wore an unmistakable smile. Modu, who was guiding him, seemed to sense his joy and, after a brief silence, could not resist inquiring, you appear to be in high spirits. It seems the Supreme Mage has shared some good news with you. Luo Bai nodded in affirmation, replying, indeed. There is good news. Modu refrained from probing further, as his thoughts were still occupied with the earlier trial, though the trial had been abruptly halted. He truly admired Luo Bai. The fact that he had achieved such advancement in merely a few days was nothing short of astonishing. Observing Luo Bai's cheerful demeanor, Modu promptly clarified, I admit I had my doubts about you previously. I simply did not anticipate your remarkable talent. It has certainly taken me by surprise. And I meant no offense. Modu's overture for reconciliation took Luo Bai aback. He need not have gone to such lengths, but it did demonstrate a degree of sincerity. Not one to harbor grudges, Luo Bai readily responded, I did not take it to heart. Modu shrugged, expressing, I can say without exaggeration that you are the most gifted mage I have ever encountered. I had thought it would take you at least a month to complete your training. I never imagined you would master it in just a few days. It's utterly unbelievable. Although he recognized Luo Bai's exceptional talent, he was astounded by its extent. The disparity between individuals is truly vast, Modu lamented. At that moment, Luo Bai suddenly inquired, by the way, what time does training typically commence at Kamartaj? Modu, perplexed, responded, what prompts this question? Luo Bai replied, training, of course. Isn't it customary for novice mages to undergo systematic training? Modu shook his head, stating, you no longer require training. Luo Bai, puzzled, pressed on. What do you mean by no training? Modu elucidated, once a mage has completed the introductory curriculum, they are essentially free to act independently. You can now choose to visit the library to study further magic or venture out for practical experience. There is no strict requirement to remain here. Luo Bai questioned. Does this mean I will be free to act on my own? Yes, Modu confirmed. Should you encounter any obstacles or challenges, you may seek answers from me or the Supreme Mage. Kamartaj comprises 3 sanctuaries, and in case of danger, the sanctuaries will summon all mages back. You can return directly to Kamartaj from the sanctuary. Luo Bai furrowed his brow and remarked with a hint of exasperation, so I am entirely reliant on self-study. I am a disciple of Kamartaj and have received the time stone. Why do I feel as though I am being left to my own devices? Modu chuckled. With your talent, it is likely that few could instruct you for more than a few days. This is not a jest, but the truth. Given your aptitude, you may be ready to embark on your journey sooner than expected. Furthermore, the training curriculum is rather systematic, with fixed content each day. Following the typical training regimen might hinder your learning progress. Who can ascertain the speed of his learning? Modu sighed helplessly. After all, he had devoted half his life to the arcane arts and was a master-level mage. Yet, he found himself facing a novice mage whom he could not even instruct. Well then, we have arrived at the library, he announced, dismissing any further thoughts. The two halted before an unremarkable and somewhat dilapidated building. Through an old iron door, they entered the library. Upon stepping inside, they spotted a mage seated at a table. Noticing their presence, the mage rose to his feet. This is the librarian. If you wish to borrow books, you must register with him, Modu explained. Luo Bai regarded the librarian with curiosity. In his memory, the librarian seemed to be Wang. However, upon reflection, he recalled that Wang had only assumed the role after the previous librarian was slain by Caecilius. Thus, it was only natural that the librarian was not Wang at this time. All right, should you wish to borrow books in the future, come here. By the way, will you be residing in Kamartaj? Modu inquired suddenly. Luo Bai pondered for a moment and asked, am I not allowed to live elsewhere? Modu retorted, you have already mastered teleportation magic. With your talent, a few more days of practice. Am I to prevent you from venturing out? That seemed reasonable. A room has been prepared for you. Here is the address. You can find your way there on your own. However, since you possess a villa, I doubt you will choose to stay in the dormitory, Modu continued. Luo Bai responded with a smile that remains to be seen. Kamartaj is certainly much safer than the outside world. Considering I only know a few basic spells right now, it would be wise to stay here and learn more magic before venturing out. Well then, I must take my leave. If you have any other questions, feel free to find me. Modu bid farewell and departed. After his exit, Luo Bai began to search for books within the library. The collection was meticulously categorized, encompassing various types of magical tomes, including those on space and time. Luo Bai selected one book from each category and soon discovered the grimoire titled The Book of Vishanti. In the Marvel Universe, there exist 2 such tomes, each chronicling all forms of magic in existence. One is the Book of Vishanti, while the other is known as the Darkhold. They document the white magic and black magic of the Marvel realm, respectively. However, due to Kamartaj's strict prohibition against the study of dark magic, one would naturally not find the Darkhold within its confines. Nevertheless, the books he borrowed were more than sufficient for his current studies, 13 volumes in total. One might think he was preparing for a crucial examination, he sighed. After registering with the librarian, he returned to his dormitory following the address provided and promptly entered a state of intense study. Luo Bai began with the Book of Vishanti, for it contained all forms of white magic. Mastering the spells within would significantly enhance his magical energy reserves, making the subsequent study of advanced magics such as time and space considerably more manageable. However, the intensity of magic within the Book of Emperor Wei Shan is evidently superior to that of the Supreme Compilation. After a preliminary examination, Luo Bai discovered that it contains records of the secret arts of the portal, which serves as a means of teleportation, as well as the multidimensional transmission secrets. The Gragador Ring, mirror spaces, the Holy Sword of Emperor Wei Shan, astral projection, and gravity manipulation, among numerous advanced magical learning methods. On the final page, there even exists a method to enter the Supreme Dimension, accompanied by a note indicating that one may receive the blessings of Emperor Wei Shan upon entering this exalted realm. In summary, it appears to be considerably more intricate. Nevertheless, while it may be challenging, one must still endeavor to learn. Thus, Luo Bai could only activate his arduous study mode. Chapter 018. Did the Emperor of Veshan come to bestow his blessing upon you? Although Luo Bai comprehended the theories and possessed a certain foundation, his limited time and cultivation meant that the magical energy within him was not yet formidable. Most of the white magic described in the Book of Veshan required substantial magical energy for mastery, which significantly complicated his training. The first spell he endeavored to learn was called the Icon's Journey. Its purpose was to allow him to create countless replicas of himself, each capable of simultaneously casting spells, with each replica possessing the same strength as the original. The greater the magical energy he contained, the more replicas he could summon. After several days of practice, Luo Bai could barely manage to create 2 replicas. Although his learning pace was commendable, the accumulation of energy could not be rushed. Unless he were to receive the blessing of the Emperor of Veshan or the ancient gods, such progress was unattainable. The so-called blessing, in simple terms, was the bestowal of power. Typically, obtaining such a blessing was a formidable challenge. The final page of the book described that one must possess the capability to enter the supreme dimension for the ancient gods to take notice of them. Otherwise, why would anyone grant blessings without reason? Given Luo Bai's current strength, entering the supreme dimension was entirely out of the question. Thus, he could only proceed at a gradual pace. Sighing, Luo Bai prepared to practice magic once more. At that moment, a sudden golden light ignited between his eyes, obscuring his vision. Before he could react, he felt himself plummeting into a realm of chaos, with a golden light at its core. Within this radiant glow, 3 colossal heads materialized before him. They loomed like great mountains, so vast that Luo Bai could scarcely perceive their entirety. The unexpected turn of events left him bewildered. Although he could not discern what had appeared before him, he felt an overwhelming pressure, a formidable sense of oppression. In an instant, he even forgot to think, until a voice echoed in his ears, a talent beyond the ordinary, a rare sight indeed. Immediately after, another voice chimed in. Child, you possess an extraordinary future. A third voice concurred. You are worthy of a blessing. The 3 heads uttered 3 distinct phrases. Before Luo Bai could fully grasp the situation, the golden light intensified, becoming so bright that it pained his eyes. Instinctively, he shut them. When he dared to open his eyes again, the 3 heads had vanished, along with that peculiar space. He found himself back in his modest dormitory at Kamite, as if awakening from a dream. Yet, Luo Bai felt remarkably invigorated, as if a vast surge of magical energy had been forcibly transmitted into him, greatly amplifying the magical energy within. This was a blessing. Good heavens! Had the Emperor of Veshan truly come to bestow his blessing upon him? The Emperor of Veshan was not merely one ancient god, but rather a collective of 3, the omnipotent Ashit, the all-seeing Agamotto, and the ancient Horgus. The 3 of them formed the Trinity god, Vishandi. Thus, in Luo Bai's memory, the image of Vishandi is that of 3 heads, their words intertwining seamlessly. Luo Bai could assert with absolute certainty that he had been blessed. He had initially believed that receiving Vishandi's blessing would require him to attain the capability to enter the supreme dimension. To his astonishment, he found himself pursued by Vishandi for the very blessing. The exhilaration coursed through him as he felt the surge of formidable energy within. He eagerly commenced his training. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the Ancient One, deep in meditation and traversing the multiverse, suddenly opened her eyes. Kamartaj, a creation of the Ancient One, could be regarded as her dimensional space. This meant that any occurrence within Kamartaj would be immediately perceptible to her, even if others were oblivious to the anomaly. She felt it, for she was exceedingly familiar with it. It was a blessing, Vishandi's blessing, manifesting within Kamartaj, and notably, Vishandi had sought her out specifically for it. Without needing to inquire, the Ancient One could deduce that the recipient of this blessing could only be Luo Bai. It was truly remarkable that Vishandi had taken the initiative to bestow a blessing. The Ancient One reflected on her memories, recalling that ancient gods had never actively conferred blessings, let alone come forth to do so. Typically, those who received Vishandi's blessing had undergone trials, entering the supreme dimension as a prerequisite. Yet, this time, Vishandi had approached voluntarily. Clearly, Luo Bai's extraordinary talent had stirred Vishandi's attention, she mused. Vishandi presided over all white magic, and whenever someone delved into its study, they would be aware of it, as the power was borrowed from them. It was plausible that they had sensed Luo Bai's remarkable aptitude, prompting their visit for a blessing. While this was within the realm of logic, it was nonetheless unexpected. However, it was fortuitous. With Vishandi's blessing, Luo Bai would accelerate his growth, allowing her to depart with peace of mind in the near future. Lost in thought, Mordo approached. Supreme Sorcerer, he called as he entered. Is there something amiss? Inquired the Ancient One. Mordo nodded earnestly, responding, a peculiar group has arrived in Kathmandu, inquiring about the location of Kamartaj. They do not seem benevolent. The Ancient One remained silent, but understood the implication. It was likely Thor who had come. The god of thunder was reputed to have a fiery temper, reminiscent of Odin. Given that Luo Bai had taken his hammer, it was only natural for him to seek it back. Supreme Sorcerer, shall I handle this matter? Mordo asked again, noting her silence. The Ancient One shook her head. There is no need to intervene. They will depart if they cannot find it. If they do not leave, I will investigate. Locating Kamartaj was no simple task. If the Ancient One did not wish to be found, it would be even more challenging. Consequently, Thor spent 3 whole days in Kathmandu, unable to even locate a door. Thor, have we perhaps made a mistake? I feel as though we have inquired of every citizen in the city, yet not a single soul knows the whereabouts of Kamartaj. Could it possibly not exist at all? Heimdall should not be mistaken, should he? Yet he also mentioned that he could not discern precisely who wielded the hammer, only that it likely originated from Kamartaj. It is quite perplexing. How could Heimdall, who possesses the all-seeing eye, be unaware of a place that eludes his vision? Thor's companions were abuzz with speculation, while Thor himself was engulfed in irritation. 3 days. A full 3 days. And yet, not even a door has been uncovered. Can such a phantom location truly exist? Thor lamented vocally. On Earth, could there truly be a place they could not find? He could not shake the feeling that this place was merely a figment of imagination. Among the 9 realms, Earth is already the weakest of all. I cannot fathom that this place could be anything resembling a magical sanctuary. I believe it is time for us to return, Thor, one of his friends remarked, albeit reluctantly. Despite their dissatisfaction, after such a prolonged search with no success, Thor concluded that a magical sanctuary could not possibly exist on Earth. With no other recourse, Thor could only grumble as they made their way back. Chapter 019. People can be driven to their limits. Thor and his companions departed from Kathmandu. Sensing the situation, Modu hurried to report, Supreme Mage, that group has already left. Gu-E, unperturbed, responded calmly, I am already aware. Recognizing her knowledge, Modu refrained from elaborating further and instead brought up another matter. Supreme Mage, I have a question. Is there anything else? Gu-E inquired. Modu replied. Luo Bai has not ventured out for quite some time. He has been sequestered in his dormitory. He must be studying, I presume. Gu-E speculated. Indeed, a week ago he borrowed a multitude of books for his stay, Modu said, an expression of concern crossing his face. Gu-E, puzzled, asked, You appear somewhat worried. Is there a problem, Modu? After a moment's contemplation, Modu hesitated before speaking. I recently checked his borrowing records at the library. What books did he borrow? Gu-E inquired with curiosity. Modu swiftly replied. The Book of the Vishand Empire, The Essence of Time, Concepts of Space, among others. Gu-E nodded, responding coolly. These are all exceedingly esoteric ancient texts. Surprised by her indifferent demeanor, Modu exclaimed, Supreme Mage, are you not astonished that he would borrow such books? Before Gu-E could respond, he continued voicing his concerns. I recognize Luo Bai's remarkable talent. However, he has only recently begun his studies, and many of these texts elude my understanding. I fear he may squander his time. Modu's apprehension was not unfounded. Typically, a mage's education follows a structured progression, starting with fundamental magic, advancing to intermediate spells, then to advanced magic, and ultimately culminating in the Compendium of White Magic. Corresponding texts include the Complete Supreme Collection, A Brief History of Mystic Arts, and The Essence of Mystic Arts, culminating in the Book of the Vishand Empire. Only after a mage has mastered all forms of white magic would they delve into the realms of time, space, and multidimensional magic. However, the fact that Luo Bai bypassed the intermediate texts signifies that he has skipped the foundational stage and leaped directly to the final phase, which naturally raises Modu's concerns. This scenario had occurred previously. Some overly ambitious mages, eager to grasp more powerful magic, borrowed numerous incomprehensible tomes, dedicating half a year to futile study without any advancement, thus wasting precious time. In such instances, Modu would typically intervene with a timely reminder. Yet, given Luo Bai's unique circumstances, he felt hesitant to act unilaterally and sought Gu-E's counsel instead. Supreme Mage, should I remind Luo Bai? Modu asked. Gu-E shook her head. No need. Let him learn independently. If he struggles, he will surely seek guidance. His silence indicates he is capable of learning, though Gu-E shared some concern. The recollection of the Vishand Emperor's recent visit to bestow blessings upon Luo Bai led her to believe that perhaps she should place her faith in him. Upon reflection, Gu-E remarked, his talent is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Let him pursue his desires freely. If he seeks guidance, we shall respond. But there is no need to impose our will upon him. Given that Luo Bai possesses an extraordinary gift, perhaps allowing him to navigate his own path is indeed the most beneficial approach. Seemingly grasping this notion, Modu replied, very well. After reporting all pertinent information, Modu departed from the main hall, initially intending to observe the training of other mages in the practice arena. He found himself unable to resist the urge to visit the mage dormitory to check on Luo Bai's progress. Arriving at the door of Luo Bai's room, He hesitated for a moment before knocking. Quickly, Luo Bai opened the door a crack. The moment the door creaked open, Mo Du was greeted by a delicious aroma. Food. Are you eating? Mo Du inquired. Luo Bai nodded and replied, indeed. Have you eaten yet? Would you like some? Mo Du shook his head and asked. May I come in for a moment? Of course, Luo Bai warmly invited, swinging the door wide open. As the door fully opened, Mo Du was taken aback. Goodness. This is not a dormitory at all. It resembles a dining hall. In the center of the modest room stood a round table, upon which rested a large pot simmering with a rich red broth, surrounded by an array of ingredients, meats, vegetables, seafood, everything one could desire. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an open tome of magic resting on the table. What on earth are you eating? Mo Du asked, bewildered. Luo Bai, holding a bowl, replied while eating. Hot pot. I've heard of it, but where did you acquire all this? I haven't seen you leave the dormitory. Mo Du questioned, puzzled. Luo Bai calmly responded. I retrieved these using the Gragador ring. The Gragador ring, in simple terms, is an object retrieval spell. By merely envisioning it, one can summon desired items and weapons. Mo Du was aware of this, yet he had not anticipated such an application. Is this how you utilize your arcane arts? Mo Du could not help but express his incredulity. The magic of Kamateji is also referred to as arcane or secret arts. The terminology differs, but it is of little consequence. I have so many tomes to study, and with no time to venture out, I thought to simplify matters, Luo Bai explained. Having mastered magic, naturally, one would resort to it to resolve any issues. Although Mo Du was eager to continue his retorts, he restrained himself, remembering the purpose of his visit. How is your studies progressing? He inquired. Fairly well, Luo Bai replied. Fairly well. Mo Du, upon hearing this response, was internally exasperated. For heaven's sake, you've borrowed a plethora of magical tomes that even I cannot comprehend, and you dare to claim you are doing well. Have my decades of magical study been in vain? Despite his inner turmoil, Mo Du made an effort to remain composed and asked again, which book are you currently studying? This one, the Book of Vishanti, Luo Bai indicated towards the partially opened magical tome on the table. How's it going? Mo Du pressed further. Luo Bai shook his head and said, not bad. I've learned half of it. Mo Du, half? It has only been a little over a week. And you tell me you've completed half? In just 1 week, you've learned half. Unable to contain his astonishment, Mo Du inquired. Upon mentioning this, Luo Bai furrowed his brow slightly, his expression tinged with helplessness as he replied, yes. This book is rather challenging. To master it completely is likely to consume a considerable amount of time. After finishing this, I still have 12 more books to study. And I have no idea how long that will take. I can't possibly remain cooped up in the dormitory indefinitely. Luo Bai was genuinely at a loss. After all, the mere thought of the 10 or so books still ahead made his vision darken. However, Mo Du could not comprehend his predicament and even felt that he was being unreasonable. For goodness sake, just the Book of the Mountain Emperor alone is enough for mages to study for a lifetime. Yet Luo Bai intends to complete all 13 of the borrowed books in such a short span. This is absurd. He hasn't even mastered it fully yet. It is truly infuriating. Chapter 020. So, this is how it's going to be. At this moment, Mo Du felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Continuing the conversation with Luo Bai was making him question his very existence. He suddenly realized that the Supreme Mage was correct. A unique mage like Luo Bai should indeed be allowed to roam free. With such extraordinary talent, speaking to him made Mo Du feel utterly unworthy. I merely came to see if you had any issues. Since you seem to be doing quite well, I shall take my leave, Mo Du stated, turning to depart. He could not bear to remain in this place for even a second longer. However, before he could take 2 steps, Luo Bai called out to him, Mage Mo Du. I actually have a question I wish to ask. Mo Du halted, a look of confusion crossing his face. You have a question? Have you encountered some difficulty in your training? He inquired in astonishment. Luo Bai shook his head in response. Not exactly. I merely wish to know if the spell books of Kamateai can be taken out of here. That is not permitted, Mo Du replied. To ensure the safety of the texts, all books must remain within Kamateai. Are you suggesting you wish to leave? Yes, there are certain matters that require my attention outside, Luo Bai answered. He was uncertain how Tony had obtained his phone number, yet he had received a text stating that there was an urgent matter to discuss. Given that he could not possibly master over a dozen books in a short span, he decided to first visit New York. Although he intended to go to New York, he could not neglect his studies, so he might need to review these texts while there. However, it seemed unlikely at present. The prohibition against taking the books from Kamateai indicated that even using a retrieval spell to secretly transport them was impossible, which left Luo Bai feeling somewhat troubled. You could memorize the content of the books. This way, even if you do not take them outside, you can still practice, Mo Du suggested. Memorize the contents. A photographic memory, you mean? That ability I do not possess, Luo Bai lamented. He was merely fortunate, not endowed with any exceptional buffs. How could he possibly develop a photographic memory? Reflecting on this, Luo Bai sighed. With so much content, I cannot possibly remember everything. Modu remained silent for a moment before responding. Most of the books in the library are quite precious. Although they can be borrowed, they must not be damaged. If the books were to leave Komitei, their integrity would be difficult to ensure, and they might even be lost. Therefore, in general, they are not allowed to be taken out. However, there are always mages who use the Gragador ring to transport library books outside, which complicates matters for me. Although I have reprimanded them, they always return the books in perfect condition, and I find it difficult to impose any punishment. I even inquired with the Supreme Mage on how to handle this situation. However, the Supreme Mage believes that mages should be free and should not be overly restricted. It is a valid point. Who can truly control a mage? Wouldn't you agree, Luo Bai? This matter is indeed quite vexing, Moda said, his expression revealing his distress. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. This smile, combined with his previous words, suddenly enlightened Luo Bai. Goodness! The meaning of this is that although it is ostensibly forbidden, it is not unheard of for wizards to engage in such actions behind the scenes. As long as the book is returned in pristine condition, no one would pursue the matter, not even the Supreme Mage. Thus, he subtly hinted to Luo Bai that it would be permissible to discreetly take it out. It is no wonder that Cassius was able to steal the book from the library. Kamartaj is indeed excessively liberal. Upon this realization, Luo Bai spoke with righteous indignation. Mage Modu, such situations must be strictly prohibited. The books of Kamartaj are exceedingly precious. It would be disastrous if they were lost. I share your sentiments. Hence he would not dare to do such a thing, Modu queried. Of course not. You must trust my integrity, Mage Modu. Luo Bai hastily replied. I certainly believe in your character. I shall take my leave now. Focus on your studies, Modu said before departing, feigning a few parting admonitions. Once he left, Luo Bai began to tidy up his dormitory. Although he had just promised Modu that he would never take the book outside, it was apparent to any discerning observer that they were merely engaging in pleasantries. Modu's insinuation was so blatant that failing to acknowledge it would be inexcusable. Thus, after finishing his tidying, Luo Bai cradled the book and opened a portal to Stark Manor. Gazing at his expansive estate, Luo Bai couldn't help but reflect. While Kamartaj is splendid, who would not prefer to reside in a villa? He pondered what Stark might want from him. Ascending to the study on the second floor, he placed the magic book carefully on the shelf. Just as he was about to call Stark to inquire about the reason for his summons, he heard a sound emanating from outside the door. The noise was subtle, a gentle trickling of water coming from the bathroom. The bathroom was situated at the end of the second-floor corridor, a fair distance from the study. However, due to his magical training, Luo Bai's senses were heightened beyond the ordinary, allowing him to perceive even the faintest of sounds. This struck him as peculiar. Why would there be water sounds in the bathroom? Could it be that a thief had broken in during his absence? His concerns were not unfounded. The security in Country M is notoriously poor, and incidents of burglary are quite common. Furthermore, a villa of such magnitude would naturally attract the attention of thieves. Contemplating this, Luo Bai furrowed his brow. What audacity a thief must have to dare intrude upon a mage's residence. As he pondered, he cautiously approached the bathroom, fully prepared to act at a moment's notice. To his astonishment, as he reached the bathroom door, he beheld a woman, entirely drenched and clad only in a towel. Her figure elegantly graceful. She was drying her emerald hair with a towel, and upon sensing his approach, she turned her head. Luo Bai did not grant her a moment to react. He immediately unleashed the magic of the Scarlet Chains of Satarak. The Scarlet Chains of Satarak, a white magic recorded in the Book of the Vishandi, allows the summoning of crimson chains to bind an adversary. Should one possess formidable power, they could summon an innumerable number of these deep red chains. Despite Luo Bai's current limitations allowing him to summon merely 4 chains, it proved sufficient to restrain the woman before him. The moment he invoked his magic, 4 crimson chains erupted from all directions, binding her instantaneously. The woman appeared to be no ordinary individual, attempting to use her abilities against Luo Bai. Furrowing his brow, Luo Bai swiftly activated the mirror space, enveloping the entire villa and forcibly drawing her into his realm. At this juncture, the woman finally settled down, seemingly astonished by such an unfamiliar power. She exclaimed, "What is this ability? Where am I? Why do I feel so disconnected from everything around me?" However, Luo Bai offered no response. His expression stern as he coldly inquired, "You dare to steal from the home of the mage?" Chapter 021. Am I expected to pay for this? A thief? A sorcerer? Having extracted several keywords, the woman hastily inquired, "So, you are not sent by the Mutant Association to capture me? You are the owner of this villa?" Luo Bai did not respond but retorted, "Do you believe you possess the right to question me at this moment? Trespassing into another's home without the owner's consent, and failing to overpower them, the woman indeed lacked the authority to inquire." Seemingly realizing her predicament, the woman quickly apologized, her demeanor sincere. I am sorry. Please, feel free to ask me anything. With his hands clasped behind his back, Luo Bai scrutinized her before asking, You mentioned the mutant association, so you are a mutant? The woman nodded, responding earnestly, Yes. What is your name, and what brings you to my residence? Luo Bai further questioned. At last, the woman was able to elucidate, My name is Lorna Dane. I assure you, I am not a thief. There must be some misunderstanding. I acknowledge that intruding into your home was wrong, but I had no choice. I sought refuge here to evade pursuers. I merely wished to stay for a couple of days before leaving. I truly have not stolen anything. You may inspect the room, I assure you. Lorna Dane explained, her eyes filled with sincerity. Upon hearing her name and observing her appearance, Luo Bai discerned that she was not lying. Lorna Dane, a mutant, known by the moniker Polaris. She is the daughter of Magneto, having inherited her father's abilities to manipulate magnetic fields and create force fields. Her most distinctive feature, undoubtedly, is her long, green hair. In the Marvel Universe, mutants have historically occupied a low social status, primarily due to their formidable powers, which pose a threat to humanity. Consequently, governments worldwide exhibit a pronounced aversion towards mutants. Unable to eliminate powerful mutants, they resort to management, leading to the formation of the Mutant Association. This organization is dedicated to overseeing mutants, capturing them for surveillance and research. Thus, once a mutant is apprehended by the Mutant Association, they inevitably face a torment akin to living hell. It is little wonder that most mutants resist capture. After all, who would willingly submit to suffering? Polaris, it seems, is no exception. In her bid to evade capture, she inadvertently trespassed into his villa. Finding the villa unoccupied, she intended to remain for a few days until it was safe to depart. To her misfortune, she encountered Luo Bai upon his return. While her actions may be understandable, they cannot be excused. Even if her intrusion was unintentional, entering another's home without permission is inherently wrong. Furthermore, you even dared to bathe in my house. Truly, you have no sense of propriety. Luo Bai could not help but remark. The North Star, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hurriedly explained, in order to evade capture. I haven't bathed in quite some time. Hence, I borrowed your bathroom. I truly apologize. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? Luo Bai furrowed his brow, continuing his interrogation. Upon hearing the mention of the police, the North Star grew anxious. You may punish me. I will comply with whatever you ask. But please, do not hand me over to the authorities. If they discover that I am a mutant, I will be transferred to the Mutant Association. She exclaimed urgently. Seeing her in such distress, Luo Bai remarked sternly, You dare to make demands. Understand that your current actions could justify my use of lethal force, according to the laws of Country M. A homeowner is indeed entitled to shoot a burglar in self-defense, legally and justifiably. The North Star appeared to comprehend the gravity of the situation. If you truly wish to end my life, I can accept that. But please, do not turn me over to the Mutant Association, she pleaded. Her words revealed the deep-seated fear she harbored towards the association. She would rather face death than be captured by its agents. It is often said that one can be killed, but must not be humiliated. Luo Bai understood her sentiment. Noting her sincere apology, he softened slightly, recognizing her as a young woman. Although he was vexed by her unauthorized intrusion into his villa, he harbored no desire to kill her. With this in mind, Luo Bai retracted the crimson chains and dissolved the mirrored space, restoring the surroundings to normalcy. Surprised by his cessation of aggression, the North Star inquired, You are not going to kill me? Your actions are indeed detestable. But considering this is your first offense and given the circumstances, I shall refrain from being excessively harsh, Luo Bai replied. Thank you. The North Star quickly expressed her gratitude. However, before she could fully relax, Luo Bai continued, Nonetheless, I do not intend to let you off without consequences. The North Star froze, her expression shifting to one of anxiety. Are you still planning to hand me over to the police? She asked. Before Luo Bai could respond, she implored. I beg you not to do that. Not all of us mutants are as the propaganda suggests. Since I can remember, I have been hunted. Yet, I have never used my abilities to harm anyone. I merely wish to survive. You have no idea how they treat us mutants. Those within the Mutant Association endure inhumane torment. Many of my friends have never escaped. From her words, Luo Bai detected an unsettling inconsistency. In his memory, the North Star's character resembled her father's, who had attempted to resist the Mutant Association and even established an underground organization for mutants. Why did it seem she had no intention of opposing them now? Could it be that the timeline had not yet reached that point? Contemplating this, Luo Bai asked, How old are you? 18, the North Star replied. 18, no wonder. She had only just reached adulthood. However, he remained somewhat perplexed and inquired. I recall that Professor X was striving to negotiate with the government for a peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans. You could easily approach Professor X. How did it come to this dire situation where you were being hunted? Polaris sighed and replied, I intended to rescue my friend. but I failed. In that moment, Luo Bai experienced a sudden clarity, and he found himself devoid of further questions. Yet, Polaris remained somewhat anxious. So, how do you plan to punish me? She asked. I am in need of a housekeeper. Since you have conveniently presented yourself, consider yourself my housekeeper. For 3 months, you shall be responsible for tidying my room, watching over the house, and preparing meals, Luo Bai stated. Polaris was visibly taken aback by this proposal. She had contemplated all conceivable punishments that Luo Bai might impose, but never did she anticipate that he would assign her the role of a cleaner? Huh. Polaris was momentarily stunned, finally managing to utter a single word after a lengthy pause. What, are you unwilling? Luo Bai countered. Polaris quickly shook her head, exclaiming no. Then it is settled. Oh, and by the way, your movement will be restricted to the first floor. You are not permitted to ascend to the second floor. Should I discover you there? You are well aware of the consequences. Furthermore, there will be no salary for these 3 months, Luo Bai added. Polaris was once again taken aback. No salary, and I must also cook. Am I to incur a loss instead? Contemplating this, Polaris could not help but ask, what about the money for groceries? That, you will have to figure out on your own. After all, this is a punishment. I am not hiring you, Luo Bai shrugged, expressing his exasperation. Polaris. Very well. Chapter 022. What benefits have you reaped? To be candid, Polaris was somewhat reluctant to assume the role of a housekeeper. After all, she was the daughter of Magneto, inherently imbued with a strong spirit of defiance. One might even call it rebelliousness. Were it not for her own initial misstep and her inability to contend with Luo Bai, she would never have acquiesced so readily to this menial task. Yet, here she was, left with no choice. Reluctance aside, she must now endure this unpaid labor. However, before proceeding, Polaris felt it necessary to clarify a few matters. There is something I wish to express. After a moment of hesitation, Polaris finally spoke. Go on, Luo Bai replied. Polaris seemed somewhat bashful, and after a brief pause, she continued, I may sometimes exhibit erratic behavior. In truth, I was diagnosed with a mental health disorder from a young age, at times. I can become inexplicably furious, while at other times, I may feel particularly despondent and quiet. Bipolar disorder, I presume? Luo Bai inquired. Polaris responded uncertainly. Perhaps that is its name. I have not made a point of remembering it. However, during my emotional upheavals, I often struggle to control my abilities. I hope you can exercise restraint during work. Otherwise, I may have no choice but to confine you to the little black room. Luo Bai replied earnestly. Polaris was taken aback. Perplexed by the term, what does little black room mean? Considering the complexity of the explanation, Luo Bai offered a vague response. You will understand when the time comes. Luo Bai appeared quite serious. Though he seemed youthful, perhaps not much older than Polaris, for some reason, she perceived him as rather mature and difficult to approach. It was precisely this impression that made her cautious in their conversations. May I inquire your name? I mean, how should I address you in the future? Polaris asked. Luo Bai, the mage, he replied. Upon hearing the term mage, Polaris was momentarily taken aback. A mage? The kind that often appears in television shows. The ones who wield magic? She queried. Mutants, biologically speaking, refer to a race of beings whose abilities arise from genetic mutations. Thus, most mutants either possess certain powers innately or inherit them. In the Marvel Universe, such individuals are typically referred to as aberrant humans, which is significantly different from mages. Moreover, mages generally prefer to remain out of the limelight. So, like most, Polaris had never heard of mages existing in this world. Upon hearing Luo Bai declare himself a mage, Polaris's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was as if she had stumbled upon a new realm. Without waiting for Luo Bai to respond, she continued. So, the red chains you conjured earlier and the inexplicable spatial phenomena, those are magic, right? At that moment, Polaris's expression radiated excitement, resembling a curious young girl. Luo Bai, realizing the complexity of these inquiries would require extensive explanation, decided to forego an answer. You should put your clothes on first, Luo Bai advised. The North Star suddenly recalled that she was merely clad in a bathrobe. Although it is somewhat inappropriate for a woman to appear so scantily dressed before unfamiliar men, she seemed to be unconcerned by this fact. After all, she was wrapped in a bathrobe. Master Luo, could you tell me what a sorcerer is like? When I was a child, I watched television, and it seemed that sorcerers could transform people into frogs and cast curses. Is that true? The North Star continued to inquire. Luo Bai remained silent, utterly perplexed, and departed. He made his way to the study to continue organizing his spell books, pondering the recent events as he worked. Frankly, Luo Bai had not anticipated that upon returning home, he would acquire domestic assistance so fortuitously. He had been mulling over the inconvenience of managing such a large villa without any help, as he lacked the time to tend to it daily. To his surprise, the North Star had presented herself at his doorstep. Although she appeared somewhat youthful and her reliability might be questionable, She was a mutant with the power to manipulate magnetic fields, an individual no ordinary person could contend with. Finding a housekeeper who could not only safeguard his home but also tidy up and prepare meals was indeed a rare find. He could not help but feel fortunate. With this thought, Luo Bai's spirits lifted, and after organizing the spellbooks, he sent a message to Stark, mindful that his visit to New York was due to Stark's invitation. Approximately 15 minutes later, Stark appeared outside the villa. As the door swung open, Stark entered without hesitation, casually remarking, "Luo Bai, where have you been lately? I've been looking for you." He approached the sofa, ready to sit, but upon noticing an unfamiliar presence in the room, he halted. "Who is this?" Stark could not contain his curiosity. "My newly hired housekeeper," Luo Bai replied with composure. Stark, however, was taken aback. "What on earth? Your new housekeeper? Are you serious?" he asked incredulously. Luo Bai nodded affirmatively. Stark remained skeptical. "Come on, she looks like a minor. What kind of household employs an underage person as a housekeeper? Why not find someone else?" Realizing the implications of his thoughts, Stark continued, "I'm not so conservative. You appear to be of age, old enough for romance. I wouldn't judge you for it, so there's no need to hide it from me. Or is she actually a minor? If that is the case, I must say something about this. You should at least consider someone of legal age. One must admit, Stark had a tendency to overthink at times." His words left Luo Bai momentarily speechless. Fortunately, the North Star interjected, "Hello, Mr. Stark. My name is Lorna Dane, the new housekeeper hired by Master Luo Bai." Stark was a renowned figure in America, his visage gracing television screens, newspapers, and magazines alike. In New York, it is rare for anyone not to recognize him, and thus Polaris naturally knew him as well. For this reason, Stark was not curious about why Polaris recognized him. Instead, he was intrigued by the fact that Polaris was indeed employed as a housekeeper by Luo Bai. He regarded Polaris with a puzzled expression for a prolonged moment before inquiring, "Child, do you happen to be facing any difficulties? If you truly are, I am more than willing to assist you. At your age, you should still be attending university." Polaris shook her head, responding, "I am not in any trouble. I voluntarily serve as Luo Bai's housekeeper." Stark was rendered speechless. He cast a gaze filled with envy and resentment towards Luo Bai and asked, "So, where on earth did you come across such a stunning beauty? Who at such a young age is willing to be your housekeeper?" Luo Bai did not reply but countered, "Tony, have you forgotten that you have an urgent matter to discuss with me?" It was only then that Stark finally recalled the purpose of his visit. "Oh, right. I did mention I needed to see you urgently. To be honest, Luo Bai, during your absence, I have been feeling exceedingly dejected, truly despondent. I fear I may not have long to live." As Stark spoke, his expression dimmed considerably. Chapter 023, S-H-I-E-L-D, and Nick Fury. Unable to survive? What does that mean? Luo Bai inquired, perplexed. Why would someone who seems fine wish for death? Beside him, Polaris was equally startled by the statement and couldn't help but ask, "You have been frequently appearing in the news and newspapers, wealthy and renowned. Why would you suddenly utter such words?" Stark sighed and replied, "A great deal has transpired during your absence. I merely appeared joyful. In reality, my time is running short. My arc reactor is malfunctioning." Arc reactor? Upon hearing this, Luo Bai recalled the matter. "Have you been poisoned by palladium?" he asked. Stark's expression brightened at this remark. "You know about my condition?" he inquired. "Judging by your symptoms, it seems quite similar," Luo Bai pointed out, indicating the prominent veins on Stark's neck, which were clearly abnormal. Noticing Luo Bai's understanding of palladium poisoning, Stark inquired with a glimmer of hope, "Do you know how to address this?" "Honestly, I have exhausted all options without success." Stark could distinctly feel his health deteriorating. Even his intelligent assistant, Jarvis, had been alerting him to his precarious condition, yet he was at a loss for solutions. Despite his diligent research, he could not fundamentally resolve the issue of palladium poisoning, relying only on various methods to alleviate the symptoms. "Have you seen this?" Stark asked, producing a large water jug filled with a green, unidentifiable liquid. "This is chlorophyll juice. I consume this concoction daily, and truthfully, it is quite unpleasant." Stark sighed, his face contorting into a grimace. Luo Bai empathized, expressing, "I deeply sympathize with your predicament." "Do I need sympathy?" "No, I need a solution. Do you have any good ideas, Luo Bai? I would like to hear your thoughts." "Ethan has exhausted his options as well," Stark lamented. Since the terrifying incident, the only individuals Stark could trust were Ethan and Luo Bai. Yet, he had indeed asked the right person in Luo Bai. Having grasped the narrative, Luo Bai was aware of how to tackle the issue of palladium poisoning. "Do you still have fragments of missiles lodged in your heart?" Luo Bai queried. Tony nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I believe I can assist you with this," Luo Bai responded, subsequently activating the Eye of Agamotto. Aiming it at Stark's heart, Luo Bai attempted to employ the reversal technique. As he had only recently acquired the Time Stone and had not yet used it extensively, there was an inevitable tremor in his hands during this initial attempt. Fortunately, the process proceeded smoothly, and soon Stark's heart was restored to its original state. The moment his heart was restored, Stark felt an immediate difference. It was as if he had been granted a new lease on life. Sensing the transformation within his body, Stark inquired with astonishment, "My goodness, Luo Bai. How did you accomplish this?" "Just a bit of minor magic," Luo Bai replied with a smile. "Cool," Stark exclaimed, filled with excitement. However, he soon recalled something and could not help but say, "Luo Bai, I am truly grateful for your intervention that saved my life once more. Yet, I am plagued by a headache regarding the materials for the arc reactor." Stark utilized palladium as the core material for the arc reactor, which ultimately led to his poisoning. Although his heart has since returned to normal, he must still replace the core material of the arc reactor. The issue lies in the fact that my suit has been continuously upgraded and requires immense energy to function. With the current state of technology, I find it difficult to conceive what material could be used to recreate an arc reactor. Stark sighed in response. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Tony, is your relationship with your father not very good? Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" Stark replied, perplexed. Luo Bai elaborated. "You are considering replacing the materials for the arc reactor, correct? Your father might possess a solution." "My father?" Stark retorted in confusion. "But he has been gone for a long time. What I mean is, your father once researched a new technology that could precisely resolve the issue with the reactor's materials." Luo Bai clarified. "New technology? My father? How is it that I am unaware of my father's research into new technology while you seem to know?" Stark questioned, his face a mask of bewilderment. "Well, I am a mage. It is not unusual for me to foresee the future," Luo Bai replied with a smile. While this explanation might seem tenuous in other contexts, it was entirely reasonable coming from a mage like Luo Bai. "Foreseeing the future? Are all you mages this impressive?" Stark exclaimed in shock. After his moment of incredulity, Stark appeared contemplative, as if lost in thought. "Speaking of this, I recently encountered an organization called SHIELD. They seem to possess some of my father's belongings. I have heard that this SHIELD has connections to my father," Stark mentioned. SHIELD, formerly known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, is a special task force established by the International Security Council to manage various extraordinary incidents. In simpler terms, it is an organization created by the government of the United States to oversee individuals with superhuman abilities. Although its founding purpose is commendable, the fact remains that it is human-managed, overseen by agents. Consequently, Luo Bai does not particularly favor their operational style. He especially harbors disdain for the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury. While some of his actions may be well-intentioned, aimed at benefiting humanity, Luo Bai perceives his ideology as fundamentally flawed. Moreover, the combat capabilities within SHIELD leave much to be desired. An organization so lacking in strength is hardly equipped to manage individuals with superpowers. From what Luo Bai understands, the upper echelons of SHIELD have been largely infiltrated by hostile forces, so it is best left unmentioned. Nevertheless, in this matter, SHIELD could indeed be of some assistance. Indeed, SHIELD can genuinely aid you in this situation. Luo Bai explained. "By the way, they also want me to join some Avengers initiative," Stark grumbled. "Are you planning to join?" Although he was already aware of the answer, Luo Bai still inquired symbolically. Indeed, he received Stark's affirmative response. "I have this intention. To be precise, I have already joined. They say the Avengers were formed to save the Earth, which aligns perfectly with my thoughts. By the way, it seems they also intend for you to join." "How do they know about me?" Luo Bai asked, perplexed. Stark explained, "Do you recall when we confronted Obadiah together?" SHIELD observed the situation through their surveillance system, and thus became aware of your existence. They inquired about you, and I informed them that you are a sorcerer." "I see. But I have no interest in joining the Avengers," Luo Bai declined outright. "I suspected you would refuse, as I perceive you to be quite low-key in your dealings." Stark continued. "In fact, I had previously declined on your behalf, but they expressed a desire to meet you and are currently waiting outside. Would you like to see them?" Stark inquired. His words caused Luo Bai to hesitate. If he were to follow his true feelings, he would certainly prefer not to meet them. However, considering Nick Fury's character, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to see him. To avoid any subsequent complications, Luo Bai thought it prudent to clarify matters now. "Since they're here, let us allow them in," he finally relented. Stark remained silent, merely retrieving his phone to send a text message. Soon, a knock echoed from the door, and Polaris immediately rushed to open it. Upon opening the door, a strikingly attractive woman with short hair appeared, accompanied by a bald man. Yes, another bald head, though this time it was merely a shiny, egg-like dome. Chapter 024. Trouble approaches. Upon recognizing the visitors as agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., their identities became readily apparent. The one with the distinctive bald head must undoubtedly be Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., while the individual beside him is likely the Black Widow, whose full name is Natasha Romanoff. Both are distinguished operatives of S.H.I.E.L.D., with Nick Fury earning the esteemed title of the King of Agents. As operatives, they have undergone extensive professional training and possess a profound understanding of human nature, particularly those who have reached Fury's level of expertise. This very acumen imbues him with a certain confidence, a belief that he can persuade anyone. Upon entering, Nick Fury maintained a serious demeanor as he approached the sofa and took a seat. He then briefly introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Nick Fury. I presume Tony has already briefed you on the general situation." Given that Luo Bai preferred to keep the conversation succinct, he responded directly, "He has mentioned it. I have no interest in the Avengers." Fury appeared unfazed by this and chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he shifted the conversation. "I heard from Tony that you are a mage?" Luo Bai nodded in affirmation. Fury, with a hint of incredulity, remarked, "While it is difficult for me to believe in the existence of mages on Earth, I cannot explain how you made Obadiah vanish into thin air. May I inquire how many mages like you exist on this planet?" Luo Bai furrowed his brow and replied, "That question is rather impolite." Fury seemed to understand, explaining, "You see, the majority of Earth's inhabitants are ordinary people. The duty of S.H.I.E.L.D. is to protect and manage the planet. Thus, I must eliminate any factors that pose a threat to Earth." "So, you believe that mages are a threat to the Earth?" Luo Bai questioned. Fury shook his head, stating, "I am uncertain. If you truly are a mage, you possess powers that surpass those of mere mortals. Should mages or superhumans ever harbor intentions of destruction, humanity would find it difficult to defend itself. While some may regard the emergence of superhumans as fascinating, others will inevitably worry about the potential threats they pose." It was evident that Fury belonged to the latter group. Luo Bai could comprehend his concerns. Yet being questioned in such a manner left him somewhat displeased. However, he refrained from arguing further and simply smiled. Countering Fury's assertion, "If a mage were indeed intent on harming the Earth, do you believe you would be able to counter that?" "The Avengers are the answer," Fury replied earnestly. "Every member of the Avengers is committed to protecting the Earth and thwarting any malevolent forces that threaten it. Therefore, you believe that any superhuman unwilling to join the Avengers will pose a threat to Earth?" Luo Bai retorted, a meaningful smile gracing his visage. Fury paused momentarily before responding, "Yes." Luo Bai fell silent, yet the smile on his face gradually faded away. His silence rendered Nick Fury equally mute. As their gazes locked, the atmosphere grew intensely grave. Sensing the tension, Natasha interjected, "I believe that Luo Bai poses no threat to Earth. After all, he previously assisted Stark in resolving the last crisis." As a fellow agent, Natasha naturally aligned herself with Nick Fury. However, Luo Bai was acutely aware that the two were likely performing a charade, one playing the good cop, the other the bad cop. Nevertheless, from an auditory perspective, Luo Bai found her more palatable. "I think you have a way with words that surpasses his. So why aren't you the king of agents?" Luo Bai inquired. Natasha shrugged, playfully retorting, "Perhaps it's because he is older than I am. In our line of work, experience counts for a great deal." "That certainly puts you at a disadvantage," Luo Bai responded in a similarly jesting manner. Their banter only served to deepen the scowl on Nick Fury's face. "Agent Romanoff, mind your words and actions," Nick Fury admonished. Natasha shrugged again, falling silent. It was Nick Fury who soon sensed something amiss. "Do you know that I am the king of agents?" he asked. It was essential to note that all information within S.H.I.E.L.D. was classified, virtually inaccessible to the general populace. Personal files of agents like them were among the most confidential of secrets. How could Luo Bai possibly know he was the king of agents? "Have you investigated me?" You shouldn't have been able to access my records," Nick Fury exclaimed, puzzled. At that moment, his gaze towards Luo Bai was increasingly bewildered. Luo Bai, however, smiled brightly, responding nonchalantly, "Of course I know. I even know that you were a colonel in the army during World War II before joining S.H.I.E.L.D. afterward. How do you know these things?" Nick Fury demanded, his expression turning serious. Luo Bai refrained from a direct answer and instead posed a question. "Nick Fury, do you genuinely believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. is perfectly safeguarded and impenetrable? Is it possible that S.H.I.E.L.D. is entirely different from your assumptions?" "What do you mean?" Nick Fury asked, perplexed, his demeanor growing even more solemn. Luo Bai continued without a straightforward reply, saying, "You presume that everything is within your control and plannings. Yet in reality, all matters have long since slipped from your grasp. I do not believe you can adequately protect Earth, hence I have no desire to join the Avengers." His words were quite explicit, bordering on harsh. It was no wonder Nick Fury's expression darkened further with each passing moment. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, for the current circumstances indicated that he had lost this round of negotiation. Despite his efforts, Nick Fury could uncover no information regarding Luo Bai, while Luo Bai appeared to possess an intimate knowledge of him. Thus, from this standpoint alone, he was already defeated. He understood that persuading Luo Bai to join the Avengers was now an impossibility, yet he yearned to make one last attempt. The Security Council would not permit superpowered individuals to exist outside their control, especially considering the near-total absence of any information about Luo Bai on a global scale. Are you reluctant to join the Avengers? Have you considered how to confront the ensuing skepticism? Nick Fury inquired. His words were not a threat, but rather a counsel. For even someone as powerful as Nick Fury must heed the directives of the higher authorities, namely, the Security Council. However, Luo Bai remained unperturbed. Tony was relentlessly pursued before, and he faced opposition during the United Nations conference. Did he seem to care? Luo Bai questioned. Stark readily concurred. I am utterly indifferent. Consider them as mere noise. At this point, Nick Fury found himself at a loss for words. Very well, I wish you the best of luck. I hope you do not take offense at what I have said today, for my intent is solely to ensure the safety of the Earth, Nick Fury remarked. Although some of the statements may have been rather unpalatable, one could appreciate that his intentions were noble. Furthermore, Luo Bai was not inclined to become entangled with S.H. I.E.L.D., so he brushed it off. I have always been fortunate, Luo Bai said nonchalantly. With the necessary discussions concluded and matters nearing resolution, Nick Fury and Natasha prepared to depart. As for Stark, he was eager to attend to the poisoning issue and also intended to leave. Just as the trio was about to exit, Nick Fury received a phone call. After answering, his expression grew grave. Trouble is brewing, Tony. I believe we require your assistance this time. Chapter 25, The Invincible Hulk. Stark's agreement to join the Avengers did not signify his endorsement of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was merely a connection to his father. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for Nick Fury and the agency, compounded by the unresolved issues surrounding Palladium, which left him feeling quite agitated. To be honest, there has never been a moment of ease when you seek me out, Stark retorted coldly. With that said, he turned his gaze toward Luo Bai and expressed, truthfully, I am not particularly fond of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s modus operandi. When I was hiring bodyguards, Natasha applied for the position. I later discovered she was sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to get close to me. Isn't that rather infuriating? As he spoke, Stark shot a glance of disdain at Nick Fury. Fury quickly countered. Tony, you must understand, we are here to assist you. Stark scoffed in response. You could have approached me directly, but this method makes it exceedingly difficult for me to accept. Moreover, if you truly aim to help, you ought to be aware of my dire circumstances. Seemingly reluctant to continue this line of discussion, Fury shifted the topic. Let us not dwell on the past. This time, we genuinely require your assistance. The Hulk is out of control. The Hulk. Luo Bai furrowed his brow. After all, that name was all too familiar. Was it not the illustrious Green Giant? During his absence, Banner had joined the Avengers? The Hulk was out of control? This was indeed troubling. As he pondered, Stark suddenly interjected, his expression turning grave, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, where is he now? Near S.H.I.E.L.D., and the situation is dire. He is causing widespread destruction, Fury explained. Stark understood the destructive potential of the Hulk, initially reluctant to intervene. He now felt a sense of urgency. Let us hasten to assess the situation. Luo Bai, I must take my leave, he said quickly before departing with Fury and the others. Once they were gone, Polaris could no longer contain her thoughts. That man named Nick Fury truly has a harsh manner of speaking. Indeed, Luo Bai replied somewhat dismissively as he glanced at the time. To his surprise, time had flown by. It felt as if they had just begun their conversation, yet it was already time for dinner. Time passes swiftly. It is time. Please prepare dinner, Luo Bai instructed. At the mention of preparing dinner, Polaris's expression transformed. She hesitated and asked, Luo Bai, are you truly expecting me to cook dinner? Luo Bai nodded affirmatively. Of course, that is our agreement. Polaris offered an awkward smile, responding, I understand. I will make amends by preparing dinner. However, I have never cooked before, and I fear you may find it unpalatable. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai fell silent. After all, Polaris was just 18. Having recently come of age, it was quite normal for her not to possess culinary skills. To task someone utterly inexperienced in cooking with preparing a meal is indeed to place them in an awkward predicament. As Polaris noted, even if she were willing, Luo Bai might not dare to partake in her culinary creation. Contemplating this, he quickly suggested, why not purchase something from outside? Upon hearing that she need not prepare dinner, Polaris exhaled in relief. All right, I shall head to the nearby supermarket to procure some food. With that, she readily agreed and exited. Meanwhile, in the study, Luo Bai had already opened the tome of his shanty and commenced his studies. With Stark's predicament resolved, Luo Bai felt he had accomplished his purpose for visiting New York. However, he was in no rush to return to Camartage, primarily because he realized his practical experience was still insufficient. Mastering magic cannot be solely achieved through reading. The ideal approach is to learn through practice. Thus, he intended to remain in New York for a while, as the city presented myriad opportunities for real-world experience. Little did Luo Bai anticipate that such an opportunity would arise so swiftly. While he was engrossed in his reading, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he was surprised to find it was Stark. Hadn't he just departed? Why was he calling again? Luo Bai muttered to himself as he answered the call. The moment the line connected, a cacophony of chaos erupted on the other end. Cries for help, sounds of destruction, and the blaring of police sirens, an amalgamation of noises that could easily lead one to believe Stark was amidst a battlefield. Before Luo Bai could inquire further, Stark's fragmented voice broke through the tumult. Luo Bai, can you hear me? I need your assistance. Can you come over? I'll send you my location. The situation is dire. I don't have time to explain much. Hulk is too powerful. Lo. The line crackled with static before abruptly cutting off. Piecing together Stark's call and the previous conversations at the villa, it was not difficult for Luo Bai to deduce that Stark was currently grappling with a rampaging Hulk. And the circumstances were exceedingly grave. This outcome and the urgent plea for help did not surprise Luo Bai. After all, in his understanding, Hulk ranked among the most formidable members of the Avengers. He possessed strength, speed, stamina, and regenerative abilities far surpassing that of an average human. And his powers escalated with his fury. The more enraged Hulk became, the mightier he grew. Given Stark's technology, subduing Hulk seemed an insurmountable challenge. Yet, Stark had earlier agreed to assist Nick Fury, demonstrating commendable bravery. Now, confronted with the realization that he could not overpower Hulk, Stark sought Luo Bai's aid. Admittedly, in a direct confrontation, Luo Bai would struggle against Hulk. Yet, he was a sorcerer. What need did he have for brute strength or speed? His arsenal was magic. Thus, he felt confident in his ability to contend with Hulk. Recognizing the urgent nature of the situation and his own need for practical experience, Luo Bai resolved to investigate. He raised his hand and conjured a portal, swiftly arriving at the scene of the incident, guided by the coordinates Stark had sent. Upon stepping out of the portal, Luo Bai beheld a colossal green giant, resembling a massive boulder, standing in the middle of the road, roaring in fury. The pedestrians, having never encountered such a terrifying behemoth, screamed in terror and fled for their lives. Meanwhile, clad in his iron armor, Stark was devising a strategy to launch a flanking attack. In addition to Stark, forces from S, H, I, E, L, D, and the police were also deployed. Machine guns and bullets incessantly rained down upon Hulk. But such feeble assaults were akin to mere tickling for him, inflicting no harm whatsoever and only fueling his rage further. With a swift motion, he swung his arm and delivered a punch towards Stark, inadvertently sending him crashing to Luo Bai's feet. "Hi Tony, are you all right?" Luo Bai greeted. Stark raised his iron mask, revealing his entire face, which bore a look of frustration and exhaustion. "Not well at all. This brute possesses an extraordinary amount of strength." Stark lamented. Chapter 26, Is This Possible? At this moment, Stark was filled with anxiety. Although he had witnessed Hulk's formidable strength, he never anticipated that managing Hulk would prove to be such a daunting task. His attacks were utterly ineffective against Hulk, and despite substantial reinforcements from S, H, I, E, L, D, and the police, they still could not contain him. Hulk's power was simply beyond comprehension. Fortunately, Luo Bai had arrived. "Luo Bai, I am truly grateful that you chose to assist me. I would not trouble you unless it were absolutely necessary," Stark said, struggling to rise from the ground. Luo Bai nodded in understanding. "I comprehend," he replied, but before he could finish, Stark's face twisted with concern as he asked, "You can handle this giant, right?" "Of course. Why else would you call me for help?" Luo Bai inquired. Stark hastily clarified, "I know you can teleport people away with that magic of yours. But what I mean is, can you subdue him? He is technically a member of the Avengers, but due to certain circumstances, he has lost control. The situation is quite complex, and we do not have the luxury of time to discuss it in detail. Once this is resolved, I will explain everything, perhaps due to the urgency of their predicament." Stark was unable to articulate the specifics clearly, leaving his intentions rather ambiguous. Thankfully, Luo Bai understood. "So, you mean as long as we can subdue him, that is sufficient, correct?" Luo Bai asked. Stark nodded. "Yes. Please do not harm him. He is, in fact, a good person." "That is simple enough," Luo Bai replied confidently. Though Stark trusted Luo Bai's abilities, he could not shake his concern that Luo Bai might underestimate the situation. "I know you are a powerful mage, but do exercise caution. He is not easy to deal with," Stark cautioned. Without a word, Luo Bai strode directly towards Hulk. At that moment, Hulk was under assault by the police and S, H, I, E, L, agents. Numerous police cars and helicopters had nearly encircled him, and the entire street had been sealed off. Most civilians had evacuated, and it was apparent that S.H.I.E.L.D. aimed to contain Hulk within this perimeter. Despite their efforts, the bullets proved too feeble against Hulk's might. Conversely, Hulk's strength was overwhelming. Helicopters were being struck down, and the ground was littered with debris and craters. The situation appeared to have spiraled beyond control, causing Nick Fury, who was observing from a secure location, to furrow his brow. He did not wish to harm Hulk, but if this continued, Hulk would be globally hunted. The Avengers were already short-staffed, and he had only just managed to persuade the Security Council to endorse the Avengers' existence. If this incident gave the Council grounds for objection, what then could he do? Just as he was grappling with these troubling thoughts, a figure emerged from the encirclement. It was Luo Bai. How did he arrive here? Nick Fury could not help but inquire. It must be Tony who contacted him. Their relationship appears to be quite amicable, Natasha speculated. Is he truly intending to face the Hulk unarmed? Nick Fury exclaimed in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that Luo Bai possessed such audacity to confront the Hulk without any weaponry. Natasha, standing nearby, shared his surprise, unable to restrain herself from chiming in. What he is doing is perilous. Shall I go and retrieve him? Nick Fury remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Although he held skepticism regarding Luo Bai's claims of being a sorcerer, the evidence gathered thus far and Stark's assessment suggested that Luo Bai indeed possessed remarkable abilities. Given this, why not allow him a chance? What if he truly could control the Hulk? With this thought, Nick Fury promptly replied, "No need, let him attempt it. You go instruct the troops to temporarily cease their assault. We must not harm Luo Bai." Natasha nodded and proceeded to make arrangements. Shortly thereafter, she returned, continuing to observe alongside Nick Fury. At this moment, the Hulk had clearly taken notice of Luo Bai. The streets were cordoned off, rendering the vicinity nearly devoid of human presence. Most of the armed forces were taking cover behind police vehicles or helicopters, attacking with weapons and firearms. Suddenly, a lone figure approached boldly, capturing the Hulk's attention. The Hulk was filled with fury. Rage coursed through him, causing his veins to bulge and clouding his consciousness. He could no longer think rationally. The instant he spotted Luo Bai, his bloodshot gaze fixated on him, and he lifted a car parked by the roadside. The Hulk's intentions were unmistakable. It was evident to all that he was about to hurl the vehicle at Luo Bai. Logically, one would expect a normal person to take evasive action upon witnessing the Hulk raise a car. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Luo Bai displayed no inclination to dodge or retaliate. Instead, he continued to advance toward the Hulk. This action left Natasha bewildered, prompting her to question, is he not planning to evade? Although Nick Fury was equally curious, he remained silent, intent on observing. He wished to see what Luo Bai would do next. However, even as the Hulk launched the car toward him, Luo Bai remained motionless. At this point, Nick Fury was utterly perplexed. What did this signify? He could not help but mutter under his breath. At that moment, it was not only Fury who was baffled, even Stark, who shared a close bond with Luo Bai, was at a loss. Luo Bai, what are you doing? Use your magic. Stark shouted in desperation. But just as his words fell, the car thrown by the Hulk soared toward Luo Bai like an arrow released from a bow, passing him by like a shooting star. In an instant, everyone was left dumbfounded, their minds filled with a colossal question mark. Is this possible? Silence enveloped the crowd. A deafening quietude. Even the Hulk seemed momentarily bewildered. It was unclear how long the silence lasted, but eventually, Nick Fury snapped back to reality. Unable to suppress a sarcastic remark, by the way, does the Hulk have poor eyesight? I observed his aim when he hurled the helicopter, and it was remarkably precise. I had not sensed such poor vision in him before. Natasha could not help but respond. Stark, unable to restrain himself, exclaimed, "Oh, for goodness sake. Why is he so accurate when targeting me?" Should anyone dare to claim that Hulk's eyesight is lacking, Stark would be the first to protest. After all, during his recent confrontation with Hulk, he had been struck countless times, nearly rendering his suit inoperative. How could he miss so wildly when targeting Luo Bai? This is utterly unjust. At this moment, everyone was somewhat bewildered, even astonished, that Hulk could miss the car from such a close distance. Yet, Luo Bai remained remarkably composed. Entirely unfazed. He did not evade. His unwavering belief in his own fortune assured him that as a man favored by the goddess of luck, it was improbable for him to be struck. With this thought, Luo Bai brushed off the dust from his clothing and continued to approach Hulk. This action seemed to provoke Hulk. Witnessing the failed attempt to hit Luo Bai with the car, Hulk let out another furious roar. Hulk. He then raised his clenched fist and swung it directly at Luo Bai. Chapter 027. You are a bit too fortunate. In the gaze of the crowd, Hulk raised his clenched fist and charged towards Luo Bai. This scene horrified everyone present. Those who had ever crossed paths with Hulk were acutely aware of the sheer magnitude of his strength. To put it plainly, if a bus were placed before Hulk, he could effortlessly reduce it to scrap. When he struck the ground, the very earth would shatter beneath him. Such terrifying power is beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. Naturally, anyone witnessing Hulk's approach would instinctively prepare to retaliate or evade to avoid the brunt of his blow. However, to everyone's astonishment, Luo Bai appeared utterly unfazed. He even halted in his tracks, placing his hands behind his back. This bewildering action left everyone in shock. What was he doing? Why had he turned his hands behind him? Natasha couldn't help but exclaim. Even Nick Fury, standing nearby, was losing his composure. Was he really not going to make a move? Surely, couldn't he think that Hulk's punch would miss? Previously, when Hulk had hurled a vehicle at him, he had chosen not to dodge, which was somewhat understandable given the distance between them. The vehicle missing Luo Bai could be excused. But now, with Hulk charging directly at him, there was no way he could miss. Luo Bai's inaction at this moment was utterly perplexing. Nick Fury began to doubt whether Luo Bai truly possessed the formidable strength rumored about him. Could he genuinely contend with Hulk? He couldn't help but mutter. Natasha furrowed her brow, uncertainly responding, given his calm demeanor in the face of Hulk. He must have some confidence, right? Hulk's prowess was evident to all. If Luo Bai lacked assurance, how could he dare to confront Hulk directly? Although Nick Fury understood this logic, he could not fathom why Luo Bai remained still. Was it possible that he was not composed, but rather paralyzed by fear? Nick Fury speculated. His doubts were not without merit. If that were the case, wouldn't Luo Bai be doomed? As Hulk closed the distance between them, Natasha anxiously inquired, should I rush in to save him now? It's too late, Nick Fury replied. Hulk's speed was too great. There was no way Natasha could reach him in time. Perhaps if Stark, clad in his armor, were to fly over, he might arrive in time. Yet Stark remained motionless, perhaps believing that Luo Bai indeed possessed the capability to handle Hulk. Maybe I misjudged. Luo Bai truly does have the confidence to defeat Hulk. Nick Fury murmured, his eyes fixed anxiously on the stationary figure of Luo Bai. Everyone else in attendance shared his tension. They watched as Hulk charged ferociously towards Luo Bai, the distance diminishing rapidly. Almost everyone speculated what technique Luo Bai would employ to counter Hulk's impending strike. Yet, what no one anticipated was that before Luo Bai could make a move, Hulk, in his charge, had not yet reached Luo Bai. With a resounding boom, the ground began to collapse. In an instant, the once formidable Hulk vanished. The crowd could only hear a cry of Hulk, before witnessing him plummet into the abyss. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Nick Fury, Natasha, Stark, Luo Bai. At that moment, not only were the onlookers bewildered, but Luo Bai himself was equally stunned. When Hulk charged towards him, he had remained motionless, poised to strike. His intention was to deliver a blow that would expel Hulk's spirit from his corporeal form. Despite Hulk's immense strength and resilience, he possessed minimal magical resistance. A single strike from Luo Bai would have sufficed to conclude the encounter. However, to Luo Bai's astonishment, just as he prepared to act, the ground gave way beneath him. The Hulk, unprepared and without warning, fell into the chasm. How fortuitous it was that while the entire ground collapsed, Luo Bai's position remained intact. It was evident to him that Lady Luck had favored him this day. What was meant to be a display of prowess had turned into an unexpected twist of fate. Luo Bai let out a sigh and turned to Stark, who stood with his mouth agape, clearly in shock. After what felt like an eternity, Stark finally regained his composure. His gaze filled with astonishment as he inquired, "What magic did you just employ? I didn't see you make a move." Stark assumed it was sorcery at play. Yet, in truth, Luo Bai had not even begun to enact his spell. "Would you believe me if I said I hadn't the chance to cast any magic?" Luo Bai retorted. Stark hesitated, uncertain, and asked, "Are you suggesting that the ground's collapse wasn't due to your magic?" "Indeed," Luo Bai replied. Stark's confusion deepened, prompting him to ask, "Then why did the ground suddenly cave in?" After a moment's thought, Luo Bai suggested, "Perhaps it was mere coincidence. You know, aside from my magical abilities, I also happen to possess remarkable luck." "Remarkable luck? Is that sufficient to cause the ground to collapse?" Stark questioned skeptically. "Can you explain why it happened?" Luo Bai pondered for a moment, then proposed, could it be that Hulk had struck the ground with such force earlier, that this road, a shoddy construction, simply couldn't withstand his weight as he charged? Stark, though the explanation seemed plausible, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was a bit too coincidental. "That's quite a stretch," Stark remarked. Luo Bai shrugged. "What can I say? Good fortune tends to manifest in peculiar ways." Stark fell silent, and after a brief pause, simply stated, "Impressive." Indeed, it was nothing short of extraordinary. To be candid, he found it hard to believe. He would rather believe that Luo Bai had employed magic to cause the ground to collapse than accept that it was merely a stroke of luck. After all, the former could be somewhat rationalized. The existence of superhumans in this world is quite commonplace. However, the latter, please, to have such extraordinary luck that the ground would cave in. How could one possibly accept that? Such a vast area of collapse. "So, you truly did not use any magic?" Stark inquired. Before Luo Bai could respond, Nick Fury and Natasha approached. As they drew near, Nick Fury, with a scowl, reproached, "Tony, are you certain that Luo Bai can perform magic?" That was exceedingly perilous. If it weren't for the inherent flaws in this road's quality, which could not withstand an assault of Hulk's magnitude leading to such a collapse. I shudder to think what might have transpired when Hulk's punch struck. Stark, bewildered, turned and gazed at Luo Bai in astonishment. No, my friend. Your luck is a bit too extraordinary. Chapter 028. A strike to the soul? Are you serious? At this moment, Stark found himself rather bewildered. He had not anticipated that Luo Bai had managed to subdue Hulk purely by sheer luck. Are you certain the ground's collapse was merely an accident? He inquired, still grappling with disbelief, seeking confirmation from Nick Fury. Fury, taken aback by Stark's question, responded with confusion. Why do you ask? Stark replied in astonishment. Do you not find all of this exceedingly coincidental? Fury fell silent. In truth, he too had been quite shocked upon witnessing the unfolding events. Just as Hulk seemed poised to strike Luo Bai, the ground inexplicably gave way. Initially, he had entertained the notion that Luo Bai's abilities might have caused such a collapse. Yet he had not witnessed any magical intervention from him. Thus, he had dispatched agents to investigate the matter. While SHIELD may falter in various domains, they excel in intelligence gathering. It was not long before SHIELD procured evidence. I have just received the reports, and it appears there were issues with the road's structural integrity. Considering Hulk's extraordinary strength, my analysis suggests that the significant collapse was a result of both his attack and the subpar quality of the ground, Fury elucidated. To be candid, Stark found it hard to believe Fury's explanation. However, given that Luo Bai had previously expressed similar sentiments and denied using any form of magic, he found himself compelled to accept it. The very notion of believing was, indeed, the most daunting aspect. He could scarcely fathom that there existed individuals in this world with such extraordinary luck, let alone a sorcerer. The idea of a wizard possessing such fortuitous fate was simply unfathomable. Honestly, Luo Bai, your luck is truly astonishing, Stark remarked, coming to his senses. Curious at Stark's exclamation, Fury inquired, what does this have to do with luck? Stark promptly retorted, do you not see? Everything is far too coincidental. If it were not for sheer luck, do you have any alternate explanations? At this juncture, Fury and Natasha suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Previously, in the heat of the moment, they had not fully contemplated the implications. Now, reflecting on it, Luo Bai's remarkable fortune was indeed otherworldly. Just moments ago, Hulk had been on the verge of pouncing, and at that critical juncture, the ground had collapsed. In retrospect, the ground's failure had spared Luo Bai's life. Upon realizing the entirety of the situation, Fury could not help but exclaim, indeed, your luck is remarkable. Natasha, unable to resist, teased with a hint of jest. Your fortune is indeed impressive. It seems Lady Luck has taken quite a liking to you, Luo Bai. Before Luo Bai could respond, Fury interjected once more. While you may have narrowly escaped this time, fortune will not always favor you. Your actions earlier were exceedingly perilous. Perilous? Luo Bai inquired, puzzled. Why was it dangerous? Fury replied, Hulk's power is beyond what an ordinary person can withstand. You were nearly struck by him just moments ago. Considering that his words stemmed from concern for himself, Luo Bai calmly explained, even if the ground had not collapsed, I could have controlled the Hulk. It was merely that Lady Luck acted before I could. Nick Fury said nothing, but a hint of skepticism flickered in his eyes. He did not doubt Luo Bai's capabilities entirely. After all, he had previously dealt with Obadiah. However, the Hulk was on an entirely different level. Thus, Nick Fury found himself questioning whether Luo Bai was genuinely capable of overcoming the Hulk. Of course, despite his internal doubts, he refrained from voicing them, as the Hulk had presumably been dealt with, and he saw no reason to offend Luo Bai. With this thought in mind, Nick Fury stated, well, since the matter is resolved, let us first take the Hulk. Just as he intended to call for the Hulk to be brought back to SHIELD, an enraged roar erupted. Hulk. In an instant, the expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. The Hulk was still conscious. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the Hulk leaped from the rubble-filled pit into the air, then descended towards them with a vertical plunge. For heaven's sake, it was the Hulk. If struck, one would either be dead or severely injured. Witnessing this scene, panic ensued among the crowd. Run! Natasha shouted, frantically escaping to the side. Nick Fury and Stark quickly followed suit. Yet, Luo Bai remained still, gazing upwards at the Hulk, his heart brimming with joy. He had thought he would not need to intervene today, only to discover that fortune had granted him a chance for real combat. As Luo Bai gathered energy throughout his being, the moment the Hulk landed before him, he raised his hand for a strike. A silent palm, imbued with all the power he had cultivated during this period. This strike aimed directly at the depths of the soul, causing time itself to seem to halt around them. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated sound of the Hulk crashing to the ground did not echo. Stark, Nick Fury, and the others, having run part way, sensed something amiss. They halted and turned back, only to witness Luo Bai's hand making contact with the Hulk's chest. Accompanied by this strike, the Hulk's soul was expelled from his body. In that moment, astonishment enveloped everyone. Wait, are you serious? This strike caused a soul to leave its body. Is this truly happening? Generally, ordinary individuals cannot perceive souls. Yet, as a sorcerer, making the ordinary see the soul was quite feasible. To demonstrate that he had indeed overcome the Hulk, Luo Bai, in conjunction with his strike, employed a touch of magic. This rendered the Hulk's soul entirely visible to the public eye. Well, that should be resolved completely, Luo Bai remarked, clapping his hands lightly, a statement that brought everyone back to reality. Ultimately, it was Stark who broke the silence, incredulous as he asked, "Did I see correctly? Luo Bai? Is that the soul of the Green Giant?" Stark pointed towards Banner, who stood stunned and wide-eyed, suspended in midair. Chapter 029, For heaven's sake. Can someone tend to me first? Banner is the true identity of the Hulk, or rather, the Hulk in his conscious state. Before transforming into the formidable Hulk, Banner was merely an ordinary yet renowned physicist. During an experiment, he was inadvertently exposed to a massive dose of radiation from a gamma bomb he had created, resulting in a profound mutation of his being. Thus, the Hulk was born. One could also interpret this transformation as radiation giving rise to an alternate persona within Banner, known as the Hulk. Therefore, at his core, the soul residing within the Hulk is still that of Banner. The soul that was extracted by Luo Bai is, indeed, the conscious Dr. Banner. In this moment, the detached essence of Banner appeared visibly bewildered. Wait, what just happened? Am I ascending? What on earth is going on? He exclaimed, gazing at his ethereal form suspended in midair. Banner couldn't help but seek clarification. However, he was not the only one caught off guard. Everyone, except for Luo Bai, shared his confusion. They too were eager to understand this bizarre occurrence. They had witnessed Luo Bai strike the Hulk. But how had the Hulk transformed into a spirit? Dumbfounded, they exchanged glances for what felt like an eternity. Finally, it was Stark who broke the silence. Luo Bai, could you elucidate what is transpiring here? Stark inquired, his expression betraying his bewilderment. Luo Bai, however, remained unperturbed, casually responding, "Clearly, this is magic." Stark was well aware that it was indeed magic. He had previously witnessed Luo Bai wield such powers. Yet, the situation was markedly different. On prior occasions, Luo Bai employed teleportation spells, which did not allow Stark to discern the disparity in combat prowess. But now, Stark had witnessed the distinction firsthand, leaving him utterly astonished. "While I have seen you use magic before, you must understand that I have never personally engaged with it. Most of my knowledge comes from television. I had assumed that wizards wielded abilities akin to divination or curses, but this..." Stark began to critique, only to fall silent midway. He realized that he had said too much, exposing his ignorance. Redirecting the conversation, Stark asked, "Are all wizards as powerful as you? I mean, are there those even more formidable than you?" Luo Bai nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Stark fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief moment, he remarked, "Honestly, Nick Fury, I suddenly find myself understanding you a bit more." Stark held a deep trust in Luo Bai's character, as they had faced life and death situations together, and he was confident that Luo Bai would always stand for justice. However, Stark was acutely aware that Luo Bai was not the only wizard in existence. Previously, Nick Fury had continuously emphasized the potential threat posed by wizards if they were to harbor sinister intentions. When Stark first heard those words, he had not given them much thought. Yet, after witnessing Luo Bai's extraordinary powers, Stark's apprehension had escalated. For heaven's sake, if all wizards were like Luo Bai, how could humanity possibly survive? Upon this reflection, Stark could not refrain from explaining, "Truly, if all mages possess such formidable powers as you, I cannot fathom the perilous state of humanity." Luo Bai was well aware that Stark harbored no malice. It is instinctual for humanity to feel trepidation in the presence of overwhelming forces, a fact not lost on Luo Bai. Thus, he reassured Stark, "Fear not. For the majority of mages are committed to safeguarding the earth and humankind." Hearing this, Stark exhaled in relief. That is indeed splendid. He could scarcely imagine what humanity would do if mages turned against them. Fortunately, mages would not become foes to humanity. Just as Stark was reveling in this fortunate thought, Luo Bai suddenly interjected, "However, not all mages are devoted to protecting the earth and humanity. There exists a distinction between the benevolent and the malevolent among them." "What? Malevolent mages? Pray tell, does that not render our situation dire?" Stark could not contain his inquiry. "Not necessarily. With the supreme mage in existence, no malevolent mage would dare to launch a reckless assault on the earth," Luo Bai replied. "Supreme mage?" Stark asked, curiosity piqued by this unfamiliar title. "The most powerful mage on earth, referred to as the supreme mage by other mages," Luo Bai clarified. "Thus, the supreme mage will protect the earth?" Stark pressed further. Luo Bai nodded, affirming, Each Supreme Mage has a duty to safeguard the Earth. Thank heavens, Stark exclaimed. It is a relief that the most powerful mage is not a villain. Otherwise, what would become of us? Nick Fury, who had been silently observing their conversation, could not escape the palpable shock and anxiety reflected on his face. Internally, he was swearing profusely. Oh hell, magic? Mages? There truly are mages on Earth, and magic exists? No one ever mentioned how dangerous Earth could be. Is this scientific? This is utterly nonsensical. Despite the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Nick Fury maintained an outward facade of calm. Noticing that Luo Bai and Stark had nearly concluded their discussion, Nick cautiously interjected, "Excuse me, may I pose a question?" Luo Bai, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "What do you wish to inquire? Are there many mages on Earth?" Nick Fury asked. Luo Bai did not respond directly. Instead, smiling as he countered, "Your inquiry indicates that you have come to accept the existence of mages on Earth." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Nick acknowledged, "This is quite astonishing. It has utterly upended my understanding. I wish to remain skeptical, yet your recent actions compel me to believe." Luo Bai smiled and continued, "Nick Fury, you have always been confident in your ability to control everything. Do you now believe you can master mages?" Nick Fury fell silent, recognizing that Luo Bai was subtly rebuking his previous assertions. Indeed, as an ordinary human, possessing merely a slight edge and ability compared to the average person, how could he dare to proclaim his capability to manage a sorcerer? Nick Fury fell into silence. Observing his demeanor, Stark expressed his sympathy with a hint of sarcasm. "Honestly, Nick Fury, I admire your courage. I never anticipated you would dare to provoke a sorcerer." Nick Fury remained even more reticent, inwardly lamenting. Come on. Who could have known that Luo Bai was truly a sorcerer? Despite Stark's jibe directed at Nick Fury, deep down, he harbored a genuine curiosity about sorcerers. "I have been wanting to inquire about sorcerers for quite some time, but you were away for a while, and I have been rather perplexed lately. So I never found the opportunity to ask. Taking advantage of this moment, I would like to know if there are many sorcerers on Earth?" Stark inquired. Luo Bai replied calmly, "Not many. To learn magic requires a certain level of innate talent, yet individuals with a high magical aptitude are quite rare." "Are there many who have attained your level?" Stark pressed further. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before responding honestly, "Not many. In the realm of magic, the greater one has talent, the more one can learn. You know that I have always been fortunate, thus my aptitude is quite high, allowing me to learn at a pace much swifter than the average person." "Fortunate?" Stark queried, perplexed. "What connection does good fortune have with high magical talent?" "Of course, there is a connection. A magical prodigy like myself, possessing a once-in-a-millennium aptitude for cultivation. How could one achieve that without a touch of luck?" Luo Bai stated. Stark furrowed his brow, retorting, "I can't help but feel that you are subtly praising yourself." "Not at all. I speak only facts," Luo Bai replied. "All right then. How long have you been studying magic?" Stark asked. "I can't recall, perhaps half a month or a month at most." Luo Bai reflected before answering. "Half a month?" Stark exclaimed. Lacking any background in magic, he could not fathom how terrifyingly impressive it was to reach Luo Bai's level in such a brief period. He furrowed his brow again, unable to restrain his astonishment. "You managed to attain your level in just half a month? Is magic that easy to learn?" Fortunately, his remark did not reach the ears of the other sorcerers at Kamartaj. Otherwise, the majority would likely have fallen silent. Naturally, Luo Bai chose not to elaborate, believing it unnecessary. In the midst of their momentary silence, a feeble voice floated over. "Everyone, could you please spare me a glance? Can someone attend to me first? My soul is still wandering outside." Chapter 30. Nick Fury. What did I do to him? Banner felt somewhat helpless. How had the conversation veered away from him? His subtle reminder finally brought the other's attention back to him. "Dr. Banner, I sincerely apologize for forgetting you," Stark exclaimed hastily. Banner nodded, exclaiming in frustration, "Of course I know. Am I not the one involved? Are you feeling all right? Have you experienced any discomfort after being out of your body for so long?" Stark continued to inquire. Banner responded earnestly, "Actually, I feel no discomfort. I simply find it a bit frightening. Could you please return me? Are you certain that returning you won't result in the Hulk's emergence?" Stark asked once more. After a moment of contemplation, Banner replied seriously, "I believe there is a high probability that he won't appear again. After all, it's quite terrifying." Following their brief exchange, Stark introduced Dr. Banner to Luo Bai. "Luo Bai, as you can see, the being residing within the Hulk is none other than Dr. Banner. It's a rather complex situation. Let me briefly explain." Stark proceeded to recount the events. Essentially, during Luo Bai's return to Kamartaj, SHIELD discovered Dr. Banner, who had been mutated due to gamma radiation in Brazil. Given SHIELD's personnel shortage, Stark had extended an invitation. Thus, Dr. Banner joined the Avengers as the Hulk. In truth, Dr. Banner is a world-renowned physicist, a brilliant Ph.D. in nuclear physics. Before transforming into the Hulk, he was remarkably approachable and gentle. However, upon transformation, he becomes uncontrollable, as witnessed earlier. Stark elaborated. Luo Bai, well-versed in the situation, did not press for further details. Instead, he greeted Dr. Banner, saying, "Hello, Dr. Banner." At that moment, Dr. Banner appeared somewhat panicked, casting a wary glance at Luo Bai. Fearing another confrontation, he quickly explained, "I sincerely apologize for the trouble I've caused. I have been communicating with the Hulk and striving to manage my emotions. However, I'm uncertain what triggered his sudden emergence today. I am truly sorry." Before Luo Bai could respond, Nick Fury interjected with a serious expression, "Dr. Banner, you promised me you would control the Hulk's appearances. If not for SHIELD's timely intervention in dispersing the crowd, the consequences could have been catastrophic." "I am truly sorry," Banner replied, guilt evident in his tone. While it was indeed Banner's failure to control the Hulk that allowed him to escape, Luo Bai held a different perspective. With a light chuckle, he interrupted their conversation. "Nick Fury, I do not believe the fault lies with Dr. Banner this time," Luo Bai stated. Nick Fury paused, taken aback. Previously, he might have argued with Luo Bai, but after witnessing his capabilities, Fury's demeanor had noticeably softened. "Why do you believe that?" Fury asked, perplexed. Luo Bai chuckled softly and then remarked, "Not long ago, Stark informed me that Dr. Banner, upon realizing his circumstances, intends to retreat into seclusion. It was you who specifically traveled to Brazil to invite Dr. Banner to join SHIELD. Moreover, prior to this, you were aware that Dr. Banner could not fully control the Hulk. Given your understanding of the situation, you ought to have measures in place to address potential outcomes. You must have considered that Dr. Banner might lose control. If he were to escape from SHIELD, it would demonstrate a failure in your security protocols, would it not? What does this have to do with Dr. Banner?" Luo Bai explained logically. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury appeared momentarily stunned. It seemed, indeed, that was the case. Had Dr. Banner remained in isolation, even if he transformed into the Hulk, no one would have been harmed, nor would there have been such economic repercussions. However, SHIELD invited him to New York and integrated him into the Avengers. Since he was called upon by SHIELD, the organization must assume full responsibility. At this moment, an awkward expression crossed Nick Fury's face. "All right, I admit it. This is indeed a dereliction of duty on SHIELD's part. I apologize, Dr. Banner. I should not have placed the blame on you." With a sigh, Nick Fury unusually offered his apology. Before Dr. Banner could respond, Luo Bai continued, "Shouldn't you express some gratitude towards me?" Nick Fury paused for a moment, but soon grasped Luo Bai's implication. "Indeed, you assisted SHIELD in the Avengers in resolving this crisis. On behalf of everyone at SHIELD and the Avengers, I convey my profound gratitude," Nick Fury said sincerely. Yet, Luo Bai frowned and queried, "Is that all?" Nick Fury replied. He certainly understood Luo Bai's meaning, but he hadn't anticipated such a request. "Did you not state that a sorcerer's duty is to protect the Earth? Should there be compensation for that?" Nick Fury could not help but retort. Luo Bai shook his head and promptly denied, "Please. A sorcerer's protection of Earth is to prevent invasions from the multiverse and other dimensions that could lead to its destruction. The Hulk incident is an internal matter for your SHIELD. What does it have to do with the annihilation of Earth? This does not fall within my responsibilities. My assistance was solely out of respect for Tony. However, I am not well acquainted with your organization, so you cannot offer me nothing in return." Nick Fury fell silent once more. Taking a deep breath, he eventually inquired, "What kind of compensation do you desire?" Luo Bai pondered for a moment. Considering Nick Fury's character, he surmised that asking for something overly extravagant would likely be met with refusal, potentially leading to unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he shrugged and expressed, "Just provide a modest fee for my efforts." Although Luo Bai had already won $3 million previously and was not in dire need of funds, who would ever refuse an abundance of money? However, Nick Fury appeared somewhat perplexed and could not help but ask, "What does a sorcerer need money for? Sorcerers are human too and have living expenses. Why shouldn't they want money?" Luo Bai exclaimed. Before joining Kamartaj, he too believed that sorcerers did not require financial compensation. However, he later discovered that even sorcerers require money, albeit their methods of earning it differ significantly from those of ordinary individuals. Naturally, this is a concept that might elude the understanding of the common folk. "I had thought you sorcerers could conjure money out of thin air," Nick Fury remarked. Unable to suppress his amusement, Luo Bai chuckled in response, asserting, "Indeed, we can even empty the New York bank. Would you care to witness such a scenario?" "Certainly not," Nick Fury replied. Although both were jesting, he grasped the essence of Luo Bai's words. With a sigh, Nick Fury said, "I shall arrange for someone to deliver the funds to you. Now, Dr. Banner, Are you able to facilitate the return of his soul to his body? Absolutely. Luo Bai affirmed. With a swift gesture, Dr. Banner's soul re-entered his corporeal form. As his essence returned, Dr. Banner resumed his original state. My goodness, friends. I am alive once more, he exclaimed, filled with excitement as he beheld his intact self. Yet, at that moment, Nick Fury found it difficult to share in the joy. To be frank, he was the one who suffered the most from this incident. The public facilities damaged by Hulk would require substantial funds for repair from S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, he had to compensate Luo Bai, and he wondered if S.H.I.E.L.D.'s budget would suffice. At that instant, a wave of regret washed over Nick Fury. Why had he provoked Luo Bai in the first place? Alas. Chapter 031. Natasha's interest to be candid. Nick Fury is currently in a predicament that might even deplete his savings. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, a name that resonates with gravitas, is, in reality, not held in high regard by the government. Moreover, the establishment of the Avengers has been met with considerable dissent from the upper echelons. Under immense pressure, Nick Fury managed to initiate the Avengers initiative solely through his persuasive prowess. However, he did not anticipate encountering such significant challenges right at the outset. Now, with road repairs and the remuneration for Luo Bai looming, the thought of S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly having to disburse such a substantial sum made Fury feel as though his heart was bleeding. The higher-ups were certainly not going to reimburse him. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to selling arms. Alternatively, he could seek a loan from Stark. The mere contemplation of this gave Nick Fury a severe headache. I shall take my leave, Fury stated grimly. After uttering those words, he departed without a backward glance, fearing that lingering any longer might lead him to incur further financial losses. Once Fury had entered his vehicle, Natasha could no longer contain her astonishment. Luo Bai, you are quite intriguing. After working alongside Nick Fury for so long, it is the first time I have seen him so flustered. As the king of spies, Nick Fury typically rendered others speechless while reaping the benefits for himself. It was unexpected that he would suffer such a significant setback at the hands of Luo Bai. Reflecting on this, Natasha continued, you may not comprehend the essence of Nick Fury. Throughout his career as a spy, he has hardly ever faced adversity. He usually benefits at the expense of others, yet you manage to extract remuneration from him. I'm quite optimistic about your prospects. Noticing her enthusiasm, Luo Bai could not help but retort, you seem rather pleased? Natasha nodded in agreement. Of course. What employee would wish to see their employer in high spirits? As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and with Nick Fury as her superior, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is her direct boss. No employee relishes their boss. Natasha is no exception. Seeing her employer discontented naturally brought her joy. At that moment, Natasha's smile was radiant. However, this reminder prompted Stark to realize something amiss. Wait a moment. Has Nick Fury not compensated me either? He is the one who invited me to join the Avengers. Logically, he should offer me some form of remuneration. Stark murmured to himself. Although he was not financially constrained and generally unconcerned about money, the reminder from Luo Bai illuminated a discrepancy. After all, it was Nick Fury who invited him to the Avengers. He had received no benefits whatsoever, yet he was constantly running errands for Fury. As he pondered this, Luo Bai interjected, since it was Nick Fury who invited you to join the Avengers, he is, in principle, obliged to provide you with compensation. Stark was at a loss for words and could not help but comment, to be honest, not only have I received no compensation, but I have even supplied weapons to S.H.I.E.L.D. If you care, you might want to discuss this matter with him. Although you may not be short of funds, there are other things you could request, suggested Luo Bai. Stark shrugged and replied, indeed. I ought to have a conversation with Nick Fury. He still owes me my father's belongings, and my palladium poisoning remains unresolved. After speaking, Stark turned to Natasha beside him and asked, are you heading to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Take me along. Natasha nodded in agreement, responding, of course. I need to bring Dr. Banner back. With matters settled, Natasha and her companions prepared to depart, while Luo Bai intended to return to his studies in magic. Just before leaving, Natasha unexpectedly invited Luo Bai, saying, it was a pleasure to meet you, Luo Bai. If you have some free time later, perhaps we could share a cup of coffee. Luo Bai, without much thought, casually replied, let us discuss it later. He then activated a portal and returned to his villa. Upon his arrival at the villa, Luo Bai discovered that Polaris had returned from the supermarket. She was seated on the sofa, watching television and enjoying a hamburger. Seeing Luo Bai enter, she quickly stood and exclaimed, Master Luo Bai, you're back. This is the dinner I brought for you. Polaris gestured towards the food on the coffee table. Wonderful, fried chicken and hamburgers. Is this all you bought? Luo Bai inquired, frowning. There's also milk, bread, and some frozen foods in the fridge, Polaris explained. Luo Bai fell silent. Noticing his quietness, Polaris eagerly asked, Master Luo Bai, don't you eat this? I can prepare pasta or a lettuce salad for you. Oh, by the way, there's pizza. Would you like some? Luo Bai became even more silent. Although he had no objection to fried chicken, hamburgers, or pasta, it seemed from Polaris's words that she intended for these to be their meals for the next few months. This thought prompted Luo Bai to ask, "You're not planning to have me eat just these for the next few months, are you? Is there a problem?" Polaris inquired cautiously. Luo Bai sighed. How could he forget that this was New York? Eating such fare seemed normal here. However, he could not sustain himself on these alone for months. I need rice. If you can't cook it, you could at least buy some from a restaurant. Luo Bai stated plainly. Rice. But, Master Luo Bai, I don't have that much money, Polaris replied honestly. Luo Bai. I had forgotten that this was America. He recalled that the prices for such items were indeed exorbitant, and without some assets, they could hardly afford them. People were generally unwilling to employ mutants, and considering he was still a fugitive, if discovered by the Mutant Association, he could very well be apprehended. Lost in thought, Polaris lamented. So where did you get money during your escape? I earned some through various channels with my friends. Well, not exactly legal channels, but we must survive. However, the Mutant Association has been actively searching for us lately, so we've been hesitant to take action, Polaris responded. All right, Luo Bai sighed. Although he previously suggested that Polaris should handle her own meals, she has indeed managed to do so. However, the food is something that Luo Bai finds difficult to adjust to. In an effort to ensure his stomach's comfort in the future, Luo Bai conceded, I shall cover the cost of my own meals, but you must take care of yours. After all, assigning her domestic duties was a form of punishment. It would be unreasonable for Luo Bai to provide for her sustenance and accommodation as well. Polaris, on the other hand, expressed no objections and readily agreed with a nod. Very well. The money is in the box that Natasha sent. You can retrieve it yourself from now on, Luo Bai added. Chapter 032. Is this magic still fundamental? As Polaris sat at the edge of the table, savoring her hamburger while sighing, her expression revealed her profound sense of helplessness. Taking advantage of the moment, Luo Bai engaged her in a brief conversation. What are your plans after 3 months? Will you continue to hide? He inquired, taking a bite of his hamburger. Polaris understood the implication of his words. Although it seemed rather unfair for Luo Bai to have her labor in vain, in a certain sense, he was indeed assisting her. After all, Polaris currently had a place to stay, but once their 3-month agreement lapsed, she would be utterly homeless. Reflecting on this, Polaris replied, My identity leaves me with no other choices. Luo Bai shook his head and analyzed seriously, that's not entirely accurate. You could go to Professor X. Being part of the X-Men is certainly preferable to living in hiding. Polaris promptly rejected the notion, stating, I will not return to Professor X. The Mutant Association has taken many of my friends' lives. I cannot work for them any longer. The Mutant Association, ostensibly established by the government to regulate mutants, was essentially in collaboration with the authorities, as was Professor X's X-Men. Hence, in essence, both the X-Men and the Mutant Association were under government control. A reality that Polaris was unwilling to return to. Mentioning this matter stirred something within her, causing an emotional upheaval. When she became agitated, the metallic objects in the villa began to tremble in response to her emotional fluctuations, particularly the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, which swayed perilously, as if on the verge of falling. Observing this, Luo Bai half-jokingly warned, if any items in the house are damaged, you will be liable for compensation. The mere mention of the word compensation cleared Polaris's expression immediately. She was utterly destitute. Where would she find the means to pay? Instantly, the room fell silent, and Polaris's emotions stabilized considerably. Once her demeanor calmed, Luo Bai continued to inquire, do you plan to confront the Mutant Association afterward? Polaris nodded, her gaze resolute. Yes. Although my current abilities are insufficient to challenge them, I will strive to grow stronger. One day, I will help mutants reclaim their social standing. At least to be treated equally, without discrimination. With that declaration, she fiercely bit into her hamburger. Luo Bai remained silent, yet his mind was abuzz with thoughts. Indeed, despite having encountered Polaris earlier than anticipated, her character remained unchanged. Deep down, she harbored an indomitable spirit of a leader unwilling to be oppressed, ensuring her path aligned with the narrative's trajectory, propelling her toward rapid growth. However, it must be said that the actions of the Mutant Association were indeed excessive. If they merely aimed to regulate mutants, such severe resistance would not have arisen. The core issue was their blatant disregard for mutants as human beings. Under such oppressive circumstances, resistance is inevitable. This truth holds weight regardless of the time. Why do you ask me these things? Polaris suddenly inquired, interrupting his thoughts. She was quite curious about why Luo Bai would ask such questions, as they seemed unrelated to him or her work in domestic service. I'm just asking casually. Luo Bai replied, munching on his hamburger. It was merely a light-hearted conversation during mealtime, yet it appeared that Polaris had misunderstood the intent. Luo Bai, are you concerned about my future? She suddenly inquired. This question left Luo Bai momentarily speechless. Before he could respond, Polaris continued, I'm surprised. I always thought you were quite serious. I didn't expect you to care about me. Luo Bai truly wished to express that he was only asking out of curiosity. However, considering that such a straightforward response might come across as overly blunt, he opted for a half-joking retort instead. Am I really that serious? Polaris raised an eyebrow and replied with a faint smile, You weren't very approachable when you thought I was a thief. Under different circumstances, who would be easygoing with a thief? Luo Bai remarked. Polaris nodded in agreement. Just as their conversation concluded, a news bulletin interrupted the television broadcast. Breaking news. A green giant has appeared on the streets of New York today. Special forces have swiftly evacuated the crowds. Ultimately, the green giant was subdued by a mysterious man. The host's voice echoed through the room. News was commonplace, and at her age, Polaris wasn't particularly fond of watching it. Yet, the figure that appeared on the screen quickly captured her attention. Apart from the Hulk, a young man stood out prominently. Thinking she must be mistaken, Polaris pointed at the television and asked, Luo Bai, is that you on the screen? Luo Bai glanced at the television while continuing to eat his hamburger. Well, it really is me, he mumbled, surprised that he had been caught on camera. Hearing this, Polaris confirmed that the person on the television was indeed Luo Bai. So while I was at the supermarket, you were out saving the world? She remarked, furrowing her brow in disbelief. No wonder she hadn't seen him when she returned. He had been busy dealing with the green giant. Saving the world might be an exaggeration. It was just a minor inconvenience, Luo Bai clarified. No sooner had he spoken. The television aired footage of him using a single blow to extract the green giant's soul. Polaris's eyes widened in astonishment. OMG, this is a news channel. They wouldn't add special effects, right? You extracted the soul with one blow? She exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. Though Polaris was incredibly surprised, Luo Bai remained remarkably composed. Actually, that was merely a basic control spell. For someone without magical resistance, it's quite straightforward. A basic spell? Polaris exclaimed, taken aback, realizing the implications. She nervously added, Thank goodness you didn't use that spell when you thought I was a thief. Otherwise, I can't believe I would still be alive. Luo Bai chose not to elaborate further, as explaining such matters to someone unfamiliar with magic would be quite tedious. He merely gazed at the news report on television, lost in contemplation. To his astonishment, the fact that he had confronted Hulk had made it into the headlines. Did this mean he was destined for fame? With this thought in mind, Luo Bai unlocked his phone and discovered that discussions about him had erupted across the internet. Some attributed him with superhuman abilities, while others labeled him a sorcerer. In any case, he had become a sensation, amassing a new legion of fans who affectionately dubbed him the Soul Sorcerer. The name Soul Sorcerer? It seemed rather lackluster compared to Supreme Sorcerer. As he perused the comments from netizens, Luo Bai found himself scoffing. Polaris, somewhat puzzled, inquired, What is this Soul Sorcerer and Supreme Sorcerer? It's nothing, Luo Bai replied nonchalantly, though his mind was busy pondering the implications. Fame could be a double-edged sword. While it brought recognition, it also invited scrutiny. After all, there were many formidable sorcerers on Earth, which meant he might attract even more attention. Consequently, he needed to enhance his abilities swiftly. With this in mind, Luo Bai hastily finished his hamburger and rose, declaring, I shall retreat to my study. If someone arrives with deliveries later, Lona, please remember to receive them. Chapter 033, Temporal Magic, Altering Time. Luo Bai returned to his study, continuing his exploration of the Book of the Emperor of Veshan. Although he had scarcely employed magic during his confrontation with Hulk, given the overwhelming advantage he held over these magic-deficient superpowered beings, he still gained some valuable experience. His practical skills and magical energy saw a modest enhancement, which, while not monumental, proved beneficial. As he delved deeper into his magical studies, Luo Bai absorbed the material swiftly and developed a profound understanding. After an entire night of diligent study, he had comprehensively finished the Book of the Emperor of Veshan and commenced his examination of the essence of time. Despite having previously utilized the time gem, he had yet to systematically explore the full extent of its powers. It was high time for him to refine his understanding. The essence of time, as the title suggests, appears to be a treatise on the study of time, yet fundamentally, it serves as a magical manuscript instructing one on the mastery of time. This tome encapsulates the insights of esteemed sorcerers throughout the ages regarding temporal magic. It encompasses fundamental concepts of time, the influence of timelines on the universe and multiverse, foundational theories of time, and various time-related spells. While the content may seem extensive, it essentially dissects the nature of the time gem. Most supreme sorcerers lack the ability to control time autonomously. They rely on the power contained within the time gem. Through this artifact, they can learn spells associated with time. The book documents an array of temporal spells, time acceleration, time reversal, future prediction, time stasis, among others. The introductory page of the tome clearly articulates a poignant statement. The time gem harbors boundless power, and no one can fully comprehend it. This implies that while generations of supreme sorcerers have wielded the time gem, none have entirely grasped the energy and profound significance it encapsulates. Thus, those who utilize the time gem can, through their own understanding, delve deeper into the energy it houses. Having perused the theoretical analysis and foundational introduction to the time gem, Luo Bai retrieved the Eye of Agamotto and began to manipulate the time gem. As he concentrated, a verdant glow emanated from his hands, the manifestation of temporal power within the gem. Finding a chair within the room, he commenced his experimentation. A clockwise motion of his palm initiated time acceleration, revealing a glimpse of the chair's future state. Conversely, a counterclockwise motion caused the chair to revert to its former appearance, perhaps even to a prior state. As he was still acclimating to the nuances of temporal power, he occasionally faltered, causing him to focus intently, oblivious to the persistent knocking at the door. Meanwhile, Polaris had been knocking for a full minute outside, though she could hear sounds emanating from within. The prolonged wait for Luo Bai to answer left her perplexed. Why is he inside but not opening the door? Polaris murmured to herself. She attempted to twist the doorknob, only to discover that the door was unlocked, swinging open in an instant. However, before she could take in the scene within, a radiant green light enveloped her. In that moment, a miniature version of Polaris materialized before Luo Bai. Indeed, the sudden appearance of Polaris went unnoticed by her. During her practice of time magic, Luo Bai had inadvertently transformed Polaris into a child through the reversal of time. Although Polaris was rather endearing in her youthful form, the question arose, who would serve as her steward in this state? With this thought in mind, Luo Bai could not help but inquire, how did you get up here? Did I not instruct you to refrain from ascending to the second floor unless in special circumstances? The little Polaris, with her large, innocent eyes, seemed bewildered, responding, Big brother. What are you saying? Where's this place? Upon hearing her reply, Luo Bai recalled the explanation in the book. If one altered a person's timeline using time magic, such as reverting them to the past, that individual's memories would likewise remain in that previous state. In simpler terms, Luo Bai had inadvertently reverted Polaris to her childhood, meaning her memories were also confined to that time. This implied that the events prior were lost to the childlike Polaris. Luo Bai attempted to employ time magic to restore Polaris to her current self, but his lack of proficiency led to many unsuccessful attempts. Meanwhile, his peculiar actions left little Polaris in a state of confusion. Big brother, what are you doing? What does that gesture mean? Polaris asked, gazing at him with those wide, innocent eyes. Luo Bai fell silent. After trying for a while, he decided to temporarily abandon the effort, opting to practice further until he mastered the time magic before restoring Polaris's timeline. With this in mind, he patiently suggested, Luo Na, this is Big Brother's room. You are staying with me now, so why don't you go downstairs to play? Big Brother will come to find you later. Little Polaris seemed relatively obedient, nodding in agreement and saying, all right, Big Brother, after which she descended the stairs. However, it was not long before she dashed back up. Big brother, there's a big sister downstairs looking for you. She insists on seeing you, little Polaris relayed. She insists on seeing me. Luo Bai paused his actions and went downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered that it was Natasha who had come to visit. Natasha was seated on the couch, a silver box resting on the coffee table. Its appearance resembled that of a money box from a television show. Luo Bai speculated that she had come bearing funds. As if confirming his assumption, Natasha spoke. This is the payment Nick Fury promised you, a total of 300,000. Would you like to count it? No need. Luo Bai replied, curiosity piqued as he continued. You can simply hand the box over to Luo Na. Did you specifically summon me for something? With a smile, Natasha responded. She mentioned the same, but I insisted that you come to collect it yourself. After all, you did promise to have coffee with me, did you not? At this moment, he finally comprehended why Polaris had suddenly sought him out in the study. It was indeed due to Natasha. Although Natasha had indeed invited him for coffee, he had initially dismissed it, thinking it was merely a jest. I thought you were joking, and besides, I hadn't actually agreed to it. I merely mentioned that I would consider it later, Luo Bai remarked. Natasha smiled but said little more. She was simply curious and inquired. I never expected that at such a young age, you would have a daughter? With that, she cast her gaze upon little Polaris. Luo Bai recognized that she had clearly misunderstood, so he clarified, she is not my daughter. Then who is she? Natasha asked, somewhat perplexed. Luo Bai was at a loss for how to explain, only able to say, the situation is quite complicated. In short, there have been certain developments. This girl is actually Luna. This little girl is Polaris. Natasha was utterly bewildered, furrowing her brow as she said, I do not understand what you mean. Luo Bai refrained from elaborating, but he suddenly recalled something. Luna, now transformed into a little girl, required care, coupled with his own need for solitude. Natasha's presence was fortuitous. Otherwise, With this thought, a sudden idea sparked in Luo Bai's mind. He smiled and asked Natasha, "Did you come to see me today to invite me for coffee?" "Not entirely. There are a few other matters." Natasha began. Luo Bai promptly interrupted her. "We can discuss those matters later. I have something to attend to at present. If you wish to invite me for coffee, could you please look after Luna for a while? Once I'm finished, I will join you for coffee." Natasha fell silent. After a moment, she inquired, "How long will you need?" "I'm not certain. Approximately an hour or so, perhaps longer," Luo Bai explained. Natasha pondered for a moment, lost in thought, and then smiled as she agreed. "Very well. I see that at your young age, you likely lack experience in caring for children, so I will assist you. However, do remember our agreement once you are done." "Of course," Luo Bai responded with a smile, before ascending the stairs to continue his magical practice. This practice extended for the entirety of the day. Meanwhile, Natasha never anticipated that she would be unwittingly swindled into acting as a nanny for the entire day. Chapter 034. Is this the power of a mage? Luo Bai immersed himself in his studies from dawn until dusk. Finally, emerging from the study in the early hours of the morning. As he descended the stairs, he heard Natasha's voice. Tinged with exasperation, "It has been a full 17 hours since I last saw you. What on earth have you been doing in the study all this time?" Luo Bai did not respond directly. Instead, he inquired, "You didn't leave? Have you been taking care of Luna all this time?" "Of course," Natasha replied. "I was waiting for you to join me for coffee. Yet, I feel more like a nanny right now." She gestured toward Luana, who had fallen asleep on the sofa, clearly indicating that she had spent the entire day looking after the child. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Luo Bai quickly apologized. "I was practicing magic and lost track of time. I'm truly sorry." The downside of learning magic is that one can become so engrossed that time slips away unnoticed. In truth, Luo Bai had already mastered the control of temporal energy. However, the allure of time magic had captivated him, compelling him to continue his studies. It was only when he recalled the matter of the North Star that he decided to descend and check. He had assumed Natasha would have departed by now, considering her busy schedule as ASHIELD agent, often laden with missions. To his surprise, Natasha was still there, which piqued his curiosity. "Don't you have any missions today? Spending the whole day at my place seems rather unusual." "Missions? My task today was simply to accompany you for coffee," Natasha replied. Half jokingly, one must admit, Natasha had a commendable temperament. Despite having been left waiting all day, she seemed unperturbed. Luo Bai was aware that perhaps she had been sent by Nick Fury to persuade him to join the Avengers. Nevertheless, remembering his commitment to Natasha, he sighed. "I wonder if there is still coffee available at this hour. While the coffee is undoubtedly gone, you haven't eaten all day. How about we grab a bite together?" Natasha suggested. "All right, but you'll have to wait for me a moment," Luo Bai responded. "You're not going to make me wait another day, are you?" Natasha asked, half in jest. Although her tone was lighthearted, a flicker of genuine concern lingered beneath. Waiting for Luo Bai could indeed be an arduous task. "Not at all. It will be quick," Luo Bai assured her with a smile. He then raised his hand and cast a time acceleration spell upon the North Star. A verdant magical circle illuminated his palm. As he rotated his hand, the childlike form of the North Star rapidly matured. It was only when she regained her original appearance that he ceased his incantation. Natasha, who had witnessed the entire transformation, wore an expression that transcended mere astonishment. It was utterly remarkable. "All right, we can go now," Luo Bai said calmly. His words jolted Natasha back to reality, and in the next moment, her exclamation resonated throughout the living room. "OMG. I can't believe my eyes. You just transformed a little girl into Luana." Luo Bai shook his head, correcting her. "It is not that she has transformed. She has always been Lona." "Then why does Lona appear as a child?" Natasha continued to inquire. "This morning, while I was practicing magic, she barged into the study, and I was unaware. And then she became this way," Luo Bai explained. "This morning." Natasha paused, suddenly recalling. No wonder she had wondered why Lona had gone up but had not come down. Instead, a little girl had appeared. So she had been transformed. What kind of magic is this? It is utterly astonishing, Natasha asked in amazement. Despite having witnessed Luo Bai's abilities before, she remained in awe. Who would not be astonished upon encountering magic? Perhaps overwhelmed by her surprise, before Luo Bai could respond, she pressed on. "Were you employing time-manipulating magic just now? So, you sorcerers can control time at will? May I inquire about what else is beyond your capabilities?" Natasha bombarded him with questions. In truth, as an agent, she usually maintained a calm demeanor and emotional stability. However, she was genuinely flustered now, to the extent that her voice startled Polaris awake. As Polaris opened her eyes, she was bewildered to find Luo Bai and Natasha standing before her. She quickly sat up from the sofa, perplexed. "How did I fall asleep?" Luo Bai replied calmly. "You should ask Natasha. She has been taking care of you all day." "Taking care of me all day?" Polaris was taken aback, her expression growing increasingly confused. I feel as if a flood of memories has suddenly surged in my mind. I seem to have arrived here when I was 10, and Natasha took care of me the entire day, Polaris murmured. Accelerating time did not alter Polaris's original memories. Thus, she recalled everything she had experienced, albeit her recollections were not yet complete upon waking. Luo Bai reminded her that memory is not from when you were 10 years old. To put it simply, you abruptly entered the study this morning while I was engrossed in my magical practice, which resulted in your predicament. The time reversal caused you to revert to your 10-year-old self. With Luo Bai's reminder, Polaris fully recalled the events. Yes, that's exactly it, she exclaimed, then added. At that time, Natasha came to find you, insisting that she must see you. That is why I went to the study to look for you. I did not intend to go upstairs. Polaris seemed a bit flustered, for Luo Bai had previously warned against going to the second floor without special circumstances. To avoid any misunderstandings, she felt compelled to explain hastily. However, judging by Luo Bai's demeanor, he seemed to have known everything all along. I understand. But please refrain from carelessly opening the study door again. Of course, I also bear some responsibility. I will remember to lock the door, Luo Bai remarked. I merely heard some noise in the room, but I didn't see anyone opening the door, which made me a bit concerned. However, I assure you I will not act so recklessly next time. Polaris quickly apologized. Good heavens, who would dare to open a sorcerer's door? Fortunately, this time it merely reverted to her childhood. What if next time she were to transform into a frog? The thought ignited Polaris's curiosity. Unable to contain herself, she cautiously inquired, so, can a sorcerer truly transform a person into a frog, just like in the television shows? Luo Bai found himself bemused by the logic of these individuals. Must a sorcerer indeed turn people into frogs? He refrained from responding but, in a tone laced with resignation, said, I need to go out with Natasha for a moment. Please tidy up the room. Having said that, he turned to the astonished Natasha and asked, Are you ready to leave? At that moment, she finally regained her composure. The two then stepped out together. Chapter 35, Dining and discovering a dark tome, the two emerged from the villa and entered Natasha's vehicle. Yet, as she settled into the driver's seat, Natasha's mind remained in a haze, still grappling with the recent events. Taking a few deep breaths to steady her emotions, she finally ignited the engine. A brief silence enveloped the air, soon shattered by Natasha's voice. You can manipulate time. Does that mean you can control the very fabric of time on Earth? Luo Bai remained silent, instead responding with a question of his own. I am surprised you waited for me a day. But I presume you have a mission in seeking me out. His demeanor was clear. He was not inclined to elaborate further. Natasha, recognizing this, refrained from pressing on, instead replying in kind. It seems you have deduced my purpose. Nick Fury indeed tasked me with persuading you to join the Avengers, yet I am aware you would decline. Therefore, my visit today is entirely of my own volition. I find the realm of sorcery profoundly intriguing. To be candid, I believe you possess remarkable abilities. Natasha was astute. She knew the topics that made Luo Bai uncomfortable and deftly navigated around them. Understanding that many men appreciate compliments, she began with sincere praise. If you do not mind, perhaps we could be friends, she suggested. Luo Bai, finding no reason to reject such a simple request, replied, Of course, I have no objections. But do bear in mind that friendship will not lead to any exceptions on my part. Natasha nodded in understanding. Rest assured, I shall not trouble you excessively. We might occasionally share a meal or enjoy a coffee, should my schedule permit. Luo Bai responded with a smile. That sounds agreeable. Natasha returned the smile, choosing not to elaborate further. After a brief silence, she suddenly inquired, Do sorcerers have adversaries? Luo Bai, puzzled, asked, Why do you pose that question? I am merely curious. Your power is formidable. You can alter time and manipulate souls. Is it truly possible for sorcerers like you to encounter rivals? Natasha probed. Certainly, Luo Bai replied. I recall you mentioning to Stark something about the Sorcerer Supreme, the most powerful sorcerer on Earth. Does even the Sorcerer Supreme have adversaries? Luo Bai chuckled softly. Indeed. The universe is far grander than you can fathom. Upon hearing this, Natasha's expression grew notably serious. Her inquiries were not mere information-seeking. They were rooted in concern. Natasha had always been aware of Earth's vulnerabilities and recognized that the dangers it faced were far more daunting than one might imagine. This realization prompted her worry about the emergence of an insurmountable force on Earth. Luo Bai was already immensely powerful, yet there existed sorcerers even more formidable than he. If even the Sorcerer Supreme had adversaries, it was unfathomable to consider the terrifying foes that sorcerers might confront. Reflecting on this, Natasha quickly clarified. My questions are not an attempt to gather intelligence. I am genuinely concerned about the state of humanity and our planet. I understand, Luo Bai replied. However, there is no need for concern, for worrying will not alter the situation, was the candid response from Luo Bai. This statement was not a mockery, but rather an undeniable truth. Given the formidable strength of S.H.I.E.L.D., what good would worry do? Could they truly contend with Dormammu and those dark sorcerers? In fact, It is Luo Bai who should be more apprehensive than Natasha. The Ancient One bestowed upon him the Time Stone, clearly indicating her intention for him to become the Sorcerer Supreme. As the Sorcerer Supreme, must he not confront Dormammu and his dark sorcerers? Truth be told, I have always been aware of the Earth's precariousness. It was only after meeting you that I realized the situation may be far more perilous than I had imagined. Although I have not directly witnessed those terrifying adversaries, your presence and your descriptions have instilled in me the belief that S.H.I.E.L.D. is ill-equipped to address the cosmic crises. I understand your reluctance to join the Avengers, as the entities you sorcerers face may be beyond human comprehension. I truly admire you and am grateful to all the sorcerers for their unwavering protection of the Earth and humanity. Yet, I must inquire, can you confront those dreadful beings? Natasha spoke with genuine sincerity, akin to an old friend expressing concern, asking, can you truly overcome those challenges? Do you need my assistance? Although this friend may not be able to offer tangible help, they might provide a listening ear and emotional support. However, Luo Bai did not particularly require such emotional solace. Of course, it is no trouble at all. After all, I am favored by the goddess of fortune, Luo Bai replied, half-jokingly. Natasha paused, taking his words as jest, and replied in kind. Then let us hope the goddess of fortune continues to favor you, ensuring your success. Luo Bai smiled in response. Their light-hearted banter was abruptly interrupted upon their arrival at the restaurant. No, more accurately, they had arrived at a hotel. Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't they agreed to dine? Why were they now at a hotel? Just as he was pondering this, Natasha spoke up. The top floor of this hotel features a restaurant that is typically open 24 hours to accommodate guests, and the cuisine is quite commendable. It's challenging to find a suitable restaurant at this hour, so I brought you here. Would you like to give it a try? Her reasoning was sound, and Luo Bai found no fault in her choice. Then let us give it a try, he said. The two of them entered the elevator and soon reached the restaurant on the top floor. The establishment was not overly crowded, and the ambience was quite pleasant. They settled into a comfortable sofa seating area, but Luo Bai quickly sensed something amiss. For there, quietly resting on the sofa, lay an unusual book. This tome appeared quite old and worn, its cover adorned with several crimson letters. Strangely, these letters seemed both terrifying and glaringly bright. As a sorcerer, Luo Bai immediately perceived an ominous aura emanating from the book. Although he could not decipher the meaning of the letters on the cover, he could distinctly sense the book's unsettling essence. It resembled a tome of magic, yet it was unlike any sorcery that Luo Bai had encountered in the present day. It bore the semblance of a grimoire of dark magic. In truth, Luo Bai had already formed a vague suspicion in his heart, prompting him to seize the book and glance within its pages. To his astonishment, his intuition proved correct. By the heavens, this was indeed a volume of black magic. Moreover, it was a long-lost sacred text, the Dark Grimoire. One might wonder how Luo Bai discerned this truth. It could only be said that the book was peculiar. Upon turning to the first page, he discovered an inscription in Chinese that read, "Congratulations, fortunate one. By acquiring this tome, you have obtained unparalleled power." For its name is the Dark Grimoire. Chapter 036, still too conservative. The Dark Grimoire, a mysterious tome imbued with formidable dark magic, crafted by Zysorn, the god of dark magic, one of the ancient four gods. The spells inscribed within this book stand in stark opposition to the Book of Vishandi. Furthermore, the corruptive influence of the Dark Grimoire is profound, capable of enticing individuals to wield the spells it contains. Though the magic documented within is undeniably powerful, its application is devoid of moral constraints, with the sole aim of achieving one's objectives. Honestly, Luo Bai never anticipated that a mere excursion for a meal would lead him to stumble upon a dark grimoire. It is well known that Kamatage strictly prohibits the use of dark magic. If the Ancient One were to discover this book, what would ensue? Although Luo Bai currently possesses the Time Stone, Ancient One could easily subdue him at any moment. Gazing at the tome before him, Luo Bai found himself in a quandary. The allure of the Dark Grimoire's corruption was overwhelming, inciting an irresistible urge to delve deeper into its contents. At that moment, he felt an uncontrollable desire to continue reading. Yet, the thought of Ancient One made his hands tremble. Fortunately, Natasha's voice broke his reverie. "You carry a book with you when you go out." Her words snapped Luo Bai back to reality. He understood the immense power contained within the Dark Grimoire, but he was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient to resist its corruptive effects. Without hesitation, he activated a portal and discarded the book, ensuring it was safely tucked away within the confines of the teleportation space. Only after the tome vanished from his sight did he finally regain his composure. "My apologies. I was lost in thought," Luo Bai remarked. Natasha smiled gently, responding, "It's all right. However, do focus on your meal after dining. You may return and study the magic at your leisure." Luo Bai nodded, though his mind remained somewhat distracted. He was all too aware that, eons ago, Zysorn now a fallen deity, had fled to other dimensions to escape the devourer of gods. Before his escape, Zysorn inscribed all his misdeeds and spells onto indestructible parchment, thereby creating the Dark Grimoire. This tome was Zysorn's last vestige of hope left on Earth, serving as a conduit for influencing the planet and releasing energy. In simple terms, it was a means for Zysorn to gather followers. Previously, Luo Bai had learned that in the Marvel Universe, all magic is derived through borrowing, drawing upon the power of an ancient god. For white magic, one borrows from the Vishanti, while the Vishanti may demand repayment. The cost is not excessively burdensome. Conversely, should one seek to draw power from the Dark Grimoire and borrow from Zysorn, the price is steep. This ancient god seeks souls. The reason these ancient deities lend their strength is intrinsically linked to the matter of followers. Although the ancient gods do not explicitly state it in the Marvel Universe, all deities fundamentally require worshippers. Followers provide power to the ancient gods, and Zysorn is no exception. Thus, the tome known as the Dark Scriptures can be perceived as a relic left by Zysorn in his quest for disciples. Anyone who engages with the knowledge contained within this book will inevitably become a follower of Zysorn, offering their most cherished essence, their soul, thereby bestowing power upon him. Consequently, this volume is designed to be comprehensible to individuals of any nationality. While the Dark Scriptures is described as a grimoire, it can also be interpreted as a magical artifact created by Zysorn, possessing a consciousness of its own. This implies that it may independently select its host. It is evident that Luo Bai is most likely the chosen one. Yet, he cannot fathom why he has been granted access to this book. After all, engaging with its contents necessitates a soul's sacrifice, which hardly appears to be a benign endeavor. Could it be that the goddess of fortune is certain he will remain unscathed? This is not mere conjecture on Luo Bai's part. Although the Dark Scriptures possess a corrosive nature that can lead one to corruption, ultimately, the descent into darkness is contingent upon the reader's own volition. When one's will is sufficiently formidable, a book cannot dominate one's consciousness. It is often said that the study of dark magic leads to one's moral decline and transformation into a malevolent sorcerer. Yet, consider the example of the Ancient One. She too has absorbed dark magic, and yet she remains untainted. The reason for her absorption of such power is simply that white magic has proven inadequate. Or perhaps it is due to the overly conservative nature of individuals like the Vishanti. They draw upon power only in minuscule amounts, unlike Zysorn, who offers strength capable of cataclysmic destruction and even the potential for extended life. The Ancient One must safeguard the earth while contending with Dormammu and numerous dark sorcerers. It is imperative that she harnesses dark magic to succeed. This realization led Luo Bai to consider that perhaps the arrival of the Dark Scriptures is not a misfortune for him, but rather a boon that might enhance his power. Deep in thought, he failed to notice Natasha calling his name repeatedly. Noticing his lack of response, Natasha raised her voice. Luo Bai. Only then did he regain his focus. What were you pondering? The food is getting cold, Natasha remarked, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Luo Bai shrugged, apologetically stating, something unexpected occurred, so I was lost in thought. Observing his serious expression, Natasha's concern intensified as she inquired, is the earth facing some trouble? Not quite, but I have encountered a few complications, Luo Bai replied. To speak candidly, this matter is quite troubling for him, as he finds himself torn between the decision to study and to abstain. I know I may not be able to assist you, but if you wish to share your thoughts, perhaps I can offer some guidance, Natasha said gently. As an agent, she is indeed adept at providing comfort. However, in regard to this issue, Luo Bai would find more solace in consulting the Ancient One than her. That is unnecessary. Let us eat swiftly. I have some matters to attend to. Luo Bai declined her kind offer. At this moment, he merely wished to hasten his meal and seek out Ancient One. Although Luo Bai was currently progressing swiftly in his studies of magic, he was not yet so powerful as to render sustenance unnecessary. Thus, he found himself quite hungry. The combination of hunger and anxiety compelled Luo Bai to eat rapidly. This prompted Natasha to remark, it is evident that you are in a rush, but before you depart, I would like to inquire about something. As he continued to eat, Luo Bai asked, what is it? Natasha inquired, yesterday, a hammer suddenly fell from the sky. Do you have any knowledge of what transpired? A hammer fell from the sky? Thor's hammer. Luo Bai exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 037. Are you the blessed Saint Body? The hammer of the thunder god? What does it mean? You can't possibly be referring to Thor, the son of Odin from Norse mythology, can you? Natasha couldn't help but scoff. You telling me there are mages in this world is one thing, but you surely don't expect me to believe that Odin exists here too. Have beings from myth come to life? Do you have any photographs or something to show me? Just as she was pondering, Luo Bai inquired. Natasha nodded and then retrieved her phone. Here it is. It landed in a small town in Mexico. Carlson has already sent people over. SHIELD is currently investigating. I want to ascertain whether this object poses any threat to Earth, as its landing caused a tremendous energy disturbance. As Natasha spoke, she handed over the photograph. After a glance, Luo Bai confirmed. This is indeed the hammer of Thor. So has Thor been banished by his father? Do you know what this is? Seeing him silent while gazing at the photo, Natasha asked again. Luo Bai snapped back to reality, casually replying while munching on food. It's merely an ordinary hammer. There's no need to overanalyze it. It won't have a significant impact on Earth. An ordinary hammer. Just that. For heaven's sake. The power unleashed upon its descent was considerable. There is now a massive crater where it landed. And you dare to say it's just an ordinary hammer. Of course, for someone like Luo Bai, a mage, this could indeed be perceived as just an ordinary hammer. Hearing Luo Bai assert that it posed no threat eased Natasha's worries. That's a relief. We were concerned that this might be a warning or provocation from some extraterrestrial race towards Earth, Natasha explained. That's unlikely. All right, Miss Natasha. I must take my leave now. Luo Bai quickly finished his dinner and waved goodbye. This left Natasha momentarily stunned, as she had anticipated a more leisurely conversation with him today. Little did she know their dialogue lasted. Not even half an hour. Are you leaving so soon? Honestly, I'm quite reluctant to see you go, Natasha expressed with a hint of melancholy. She seemed inclined to keep Luo Bai from departing. But he was in quite a hurry. Then look forward to our next meeting, Luo Bai replied. With a yellow circle appearing, a portal opened. In the blink of an eye, Luo Bai vanished. This spectacle caught the attention of the other patrons in the restaurant. What just happened? I saw someone suddenly disappear. I think I've seen that yellow circle before. Wasn't he reported in the news? It's the Soul Mage. Oh my goodness. I just had dinner with a Soul Mage in the same restaurant. How infuriating. I didn't even ask him for an autograph. Instantly, a fervent discussion erupted in the restaurant. Listening to the buzzing chatter around her, Natasha couldn't help but chuckle. Truly a mysterious Soul Mage. Appearing and disappearing like a wraith, Natasha mused. Luo Bai departed, devoid of any appetite for a meal. Rising to settle the bill, Meanwhile, Luo Bai had already arrived at the main hall of Kamartaj. Coincidentally, the Ancient One was deep in meditation. Sensing a disturbance, the Ancient One opened her eyes. Upon seeing Luo Bai, she was not surprised. Instead, she rose to pour 2 cups of tea. Master Luo Bai, have you come to seek my counsel on a matter of concern? The Ancient One inquired, handing 1 cup to her while lifting her own. Indeed, Supreme Master. I have a significant question to pose, Luo Bai replied. The Ancient One, remaining composed, gently urged, do not rush, sit down and speak. She gestured for Luo Bai to take a seat. Once they were both settled, the Ancient One leisurely asked, have you encountered an insurmountable dilemma? Luo Bai nodded in affirmation, saying, yes, Supreme Master. The Ancient One calmly responded, magic, often referred to as the arcane arts, encompasses the endless mysteries of the multiverse. It is entirely normal to face challenges. Perhaps you should patiently attune yourself, for the energies will guide you. Yet my issue. The energies seem unable to provide guidance. I must make my own choice, Luo Bai confessed, unable to contain herself. I am curious to know what choice you are confronting, Master Luo Bai, the Ancient One inquired, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Meeting the Ancient One's sincere gaze, Luo Bai took a deep breath, then conjured a teleportation spell, retrieving the Book of Dark Gods that had been ensnared in the teleportation realm. Supreme Master. This is the choice I face, Luo Bai declared. The Ancient One was momentarily taken aback. What? Is this not the Book of Dark Gods? In that fleeting moment, Luo Bai noted the Ancient One's astonishment. It was hardly unexpected that Luo Bai would seek her assistance. After all, every sorcerer encounters challenges in their pursuit of magic. Despite Luo Bai's considerable talent, encountering insurmountable obstacles was entirely natural. With her teaching experience, the Ancient One had initially maintained her calm demeanor until the revelation of the Book of Dark Gods. I had assumed you were unable to progress further. To learn that you have been chosen by the Book of Dark Gods presents a grave issue. Where did you acquire this tome? The Ancient One questioned. Luo Bai responded candidly. I found it on a sofa while dining in a restaurant. Upon discovering it, I sensed something was amiss, and upon opening it, I realized it was the Book of Dark Gods. Luo Bai's honesty stemmed from his belief in the virtue of transparency. He trusted that the Ancient One would understand him. After all, in many respects, she was his mentor, possessing her own experiences with dark magic. Thus, he believed she would provide him with the right guidance. In truth, since arriving in the Marvel Universe, the individual he trusted most was the Ancient One. She had gifted him the Time Stone, a gesture that solidified his belief in her genuine intent to nurture his abilities. Thus, he could only seek the assistance of the Ancient One. Perhaps due to the sight of the Dark Grimoire, the Ancient One paused for a full half-second. After all, this tome is not easily acquired. The Ancient One was well aware of the number of unscrupulous sorcerers in the magical realm who covet this Dark Grimoire. In their relentless pursuit, they would resort to any means, regardless of the cost. Did one assume that Zysorn was a philanthropist? That one could simply take what they desired? No. As an ancient deity, there are indeed criteria for choosing devotees. Consequently, most sorcerers expend immense effort yet find it exceedingly difficult to locate this book. Unexpectedly, it was discovered by Luo Bai. Although it is a tome of dark magic, it must be acknowledged as a sacred text. Contemplating this, the Ancient One fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke. Regarding this matter, I am uncertain how to assist you. This was a predicament she truly could not resolve. The selection of Luo Bai by the Dark Grimoire implied that he had drawn the attention of Zysorn. It was akin to the Emperor of Veshan bestowing blessings upon Luo Bai. Now, it was effectively Zysorn offering his favor. Was Luo Bai a blessed vessel? Why would so many ancient deities pursue him with their blessings? Upon reflecting on this, the Ancient One clarified, I cannot aid you. Only you can assist yourself. Throughout a sorcerer's life, numerous choices will arise, and none can interfere with those choices. It is solely the sorcerer's responsibility. This is your destiny, and you must make your own decisions. However, no one can avert Zysorn's gaze upon you. The Ancient One's insistence on Luo Bai's autonomy took him by surprise. The Supreme Sorcerer, the commands of Kamartaj forbid the study of witchcraft and dark magic. Do you not intend to intervene? Luo Bai inquired. The Ancient One remained silent, and after an indeterminate time, she began to explain slowly. This is a constraint imposed on other sorcerers, yet you are the future Supreme Sorcerer. No one can hinder you, not even I. Upon completing her sentence, the Ancient One's expression turned serious as if recalling something significant. Before Luo Bai could respond, she continued, moreover, to protect the earth. At times we are left with no choice. The phrase no choice echoed the Ancient One's resignation. She was acutely aware that the power bestowed by the Emperor of Veshan is ultimately feeble compared to those sorcerers of dark magic in the cosmos. The strength provided was insufficient. However, for the Supreme Sorcerer to safeguard the earth while confronting the myriad threats of the multiverse is no trivial endeavor. Ultimately, human sorcerers are merely adjuncts to the deities of the multiverse. The crux lies in choosing the right deity and aligning with the appropriate faction. Thus, the Ancient One resolved to pursue eternity. Chapter 038, Ancient One, should I depart? The Ancient One found herself unable to assist Luo Bai in making a decision, as matters of the multiverse had always eluded her grasp. However, after much contemplation, she resolved to offer some counsel. While I cannot dictate your future, perhaps I can provide you with some benevolent advice. That would be splendid, Luo Bai replied. The Ancient One paused in silence for a moment, then lowered her gaze to examine the dark grimoire before inquiring, have you perused this tome? I have opened it, but I only managed to read a single page. Luo Bai candidly responded. What are your impressions? The Ancient One continued. It captivates me, igniting an irresistible urge to delve further, Luo Bai elucidated. The Ancient One pressed on. What do you know of dark powers? After a moment's reflection, Luo Bai replied, not much, but I recall that dark magic devours souls and leads to corruption. The Ancient One shook her head, clarifying, it is not the dark powers that lead one astray, but rather the pursuit of power itself. Fundamentally, whether it be the Book of Vishanti or the Dark Grimoire, both bestow power upon the mage. When endowed with immense power, a mage may lose control and consequently fall. This is why Kamartaj prohibits mages from harnessing dark powers. Most mages' souls are insufficient to withstand such corruption. You believe the Dark Grimoire exerts a corruptive influence, compelling you to continue reading. This indicates that your soul is currently inadequate to resist the lure of the Dark Grimoire and cannot fully command its power. The Ancient One's insinuation was clear. She was imparting to Luo Bai that while study was permissible, the time was not yet ripe. Luo Bai, grasping this notion, inquired. I recall that the text mentioned the Book of Vishanti and the Dark Grimoire are mutually restraining. If they counterbalance each other, can harmony be attained? The Ancient One, without reservation, replied directly, indeed. In that instant, understanding dawned upon him. While Luo Bai was familiar with the narrative, the intricacies of magic were far from straightforward. Securing the Ancient One's precise affirmation felt significantly more reliable, hence his quest for her counsel. Through her response, Luo Bai comprehended fully. In essence, if he were to master all the spells within the Book of Vishanti and cultivate a formidable soul through practice, he could ultimately wield the power contained within the Dark Grimoire for his own purposes. Surely, the Ancient One had absorbed dark magical powers through such a method in her own time. As for the matter of soul sacrifice, although Luo Bai understood the underlying principles, he still sought a definitive response from the Ancient One, a seasoned figure in this domain. After all, this was intricately linked to his destiny and life. Caution was paramount. With this in mind, he posed another query. Supreme Sorceress, I have yet another question that perplexes me. The Ancient One responded calmly. Ask your question. In essence, a mage's power is merely borrowed from the formidable deities of the multiverse, is it not? Luo Bai articulated. The Ancient One paused momentarily, then countered, borrowed? Why do you choose to phrase it in such a manner? Luo Bai earnestly analyzed the notion of drawing power from the multiverse and receiving the blessings of ancient gods. only to exchange it for a price, seems to bear no distinction from borrowing, does it not? Ancient One smiled and nodded, an intriguing description. Yet it can indeed be understood in this manner. Luo Bai nodded in agreement and continued to inquire, whether seeking energy from the Eternal Emperor or other ancient gods. It ultimately necessitates repayment. However, I wish to ask the Supreme Sorceress if I were to borrow a bit of energy from each ancient god. How would I eventually repay them? Ancient One fell silent. It is no wonder that the Supreme Sorceress shares the same thoughts. After all, the question posed by Luo Bai was one that Ancient One had indeed contemplated. She herself had borrowed a bit, and now had entirely lost track of how many divine powers she had accrued. She feared she might never repay them all. Yet, she remained unconcerned. For the debts incurred with other deities no longer required restitution. Her only obligation was to the Eternal Emperor. The reason was simple. The Eternal Emperor was the most formidable among them. Reflecting on this, Ancient One smiled. She calmly replied, "It ultimately depends on the final destination of your soul." Upon hearing this, Luo Bai understood. It appeared to align with his predictions. Each deity requires followers. Thus there exists a competition among the gods for these devotees. As for where the followers ultimately belong, naturally, it would be to the strongest. Therefore, Luo Bai need not worry too much, although by studying the Dark Grimoire, he might offer his soul to Zysorn. As long as he sought power from a deity even more potent than Zysorn, his soul would belong to that god. This cycle would continue, and eventually, as long as Luo Bai grew sufficiently powerful, the question of to whom his soul truly belonged would remain uncertain. Contemplating this, Luo Bai suddenly perceived that the Dark Grimoire might not be so bad after all. Was it not a splendid means to facilitate his ascent to power? Supreme Sorceress. I understand now, Luo Bai hurriedly declared. Ancient One nodded and said, "Go forth." She then closed her eyes. Luo Bai did not linger, and a portal opened, leading him to New York. Once he departed, Ancient One slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, she pondered how fortunate Luo Bai was. Recently pursued by the Eternal Emperor for blessings, and now chased by Zysorn for power. Luo Bai's magical aptitude was remarkably high. Given time, it was almost unfathomable. Initially, she had worried that Luo Bai, having recently begun his magical studies, might struggle to face the adversaries within the multiverse alone, which was why she had remained at Kamartaj. Now, upon reflection, perhaps it was time for her to depart. Should she directly seek out the Eternal Emperor and entrust Kamartaj to Luo Bai? After all, with the protection of both Zysorn and the Eternal Emperor, Luo Bai should be capable of handling most challenges. With this thought in mind, Ancient One spoke softly. "It is time to leave, but I must find a suitable opportunity." With that, Ancient One closed her eyes once more. Meanwhile, completely unaware of any of this, Luo Bai had returned to his villa in New York and was seated in his study, preparing to continue his magical studies. The Tome of Darkness. While undoubtedly a means for Luo Bai to swiftly augment his powers, poses a formidable challenge without a robust soul to support him. Thus, it is imperative that he swiftly masters all forms of magic and fortifies his soul, enabling him to wield the formidable energies contained within the tome more effectively. With this in mind, Luo Bai diligently resumed his studies of the spellbooks. He sequestered himself within his chamber, a confinement lasting an entire week. During this week, he diligently perused every tome he had borrowed, successfully unlocking the mirror dimension. Although he has yet to fully harness the powers within the time gem, he has gained a commendable command over most temporal magics. After mastering the majority of spells, he began to meditate, initiating his journey through the multiverse. There exist numerous methods for mages to train their souls. In addition to enhancing their own energies, one such method involves embarking on multiversal travels. Chapter 39. Another bald one. The energy contained within the multiverse is vastly more potent than that of Earth. Consequently, many sorcerers, once they have mastered the requisite knowledge, embark on journeys through the multiverse. The Marvel Universe can be broadly categorized into singular universes, multiverses, superuniverses, and omniverse. In Kamartaj, most sorcerers are only capable of singular universe travel, which essentially involves spatial teleportation within a single universe to a designated location. Few sorcerers possess the ability to traverse the multiverse, with only a handful of grand sorcerers in Kamartaj barely able to accomplish this feat. However, given Luo Bai's current prowess, he has become quite adept at navigating the multiverse. Therefore, his training now focuses not on his physical form, but rather on his spiritual essence, also referred to as the soul. As of now, only the Ancient One in Kamartaj has successfully managed soul travel through the multiverse, and she remains the sole practitioner of this art. After all, the soul is considerably more fragile than the body. The multiverse is replete with an overwhelming amount of energy, which the average soul simply cannot withstand. Yet, in pursuit of honing his soul, Luo Bai had no choice but to endure this challenge. During his initial attempt, he faced an immense shock. His soul could barely withstand a day in the multiverse before succumbing to the overwhelming force that pressed upon him. From the crown of his head to the tips of his toes, every cell in his being was subjected to tremendous stimulation, as if his body were on the verge of being torn apart. After enduring this assault for a day, he reluctantly summoned his soul back to his corporeal form. Once he had recuperated and regained his composure, Luo Bai endeavored to try again. After a staggering 20 attempts, he finally withstood the pressure and began to venture deeper into the multiverse. The passage of time within the multiverse differs from that on Earth, leaving Luo Bai unaware of the duration of his practice. It was only when he detected some commotion downstairs, as if Polaris were engaged in a dispute with someone, that his curiosity was piqued. This was rather peculiar, as he believed Polaris to be the sole occupant of the house. Who could she possibly be arguing with? Considering the length of his training, Luo Bai resolved to take a break. He rose, opened the door, and descended to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he observed Polaris standing outside the door, seemingly conversing with someone, her emotions running high. The excitement caused the metallic objects within the room to tremble, and even the chandelier from the ceiling began to sway precariously. "Luna, what are you doing?" Luo Bai called out. His voice instantly silenced the room. Polaris turned, her anger swiftly transforming into exhilaration. "Sorcerer Luo Bai, you have finally emerged. You're out." Such words suggested that one might presume he had been absent for an eternity. Amused by this thought, Luo Bai couldn't help but retort, "What do you mean, finally?" Polaris, brimming with excitement, replied, "I calculated it. It has been a full month since I last saw you." Luo Bai exclaimed, "A month? Has it truly been that long?" Unable to contain his astonishment, he inquired further. "Indeed. Just look at the date." Polaris responded. Luo Bai picked up his phone and glanced at the time. Goodness. An entire month has passed. The passage of time in the multiverse differs somewhat from that on Earth. Although Luo Bai did not perceive his travels as lengthy, a whole month had indeed elapsed on Earth? This was quite unexpected. "So, have you been in the study for the entire month?" asked Polaris. Luo Bai pondered for a moment and replied, "Not exactly. In fact, I traveled afterward." "Travel?" Polaris was taken aback, her eyes wide with evident misunderstanding. "Master Luo Bai, I have been guarding the house for a full month, not daring to step away for fear you might not find me. If you were to travel, you should at least inform me. I could have taken a break myself." Polaris's tone held a trace of frustration. In truth, Luo Bai was also unaware of how much time had passed. "All right," Polaris sighed. "Who could blame you? After all, you were the creditor." Consequently, she had no choice but to endure. "By the way, has anyone come looking for me this past month?" Luo Bai inquired suddenly. Polaris nodded eagerly. "Yes, Mr. Stark, Natasha, and that egghead all came to see you. However, I dared not disturb you on the second floor, so I told them you were unavailable due to pressing matters." Following the previous incident, Polaris no longer dared to set foot on the second floor, let alone allow others there, fearing that Luo Bai might accidentally transform her into a frog. Luo Bai understood her apprehension and felt grateful that she had kept others from interrupting him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to conduct his soul enhancement training so smoothly. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai complimented her. "You did splendidly, Lona. However, who were you just speaking with?" At his question, Polaris grew anxious. "Did I disturb you, Master Luo Bai?" "Not at all. I simply noticed you didn't seem particularly well," Luo Bai remarked. Polaris appeared reluctant for him to know who had come. She blocked the door with her body and hastily said, "Oh, it's nothing, Master Luo Bai. Just a few people asking for directions." As she spoke, she attempted to close the door, but a voice from outside interrupted. "Hello, sir. My name is Charles. Though you may call me Professor X. May I come in to speak with you?" Professor X. Upon hearing the visitor identify himself, Luo Bai understood the situation. It was likely that Professor X had come with the X-Men to find Polaris, probably intending to take her away. Ever since he took Polaris in, he had anticipated that mutants would eventually come knocking, given her unique identity. With this mental preparation, Luo Bai was no longer surprised. "Since you are here, please, come in and have a seat," Luo Bai said courteously. Polaris was taken aback. She seemed unprepared for Luo Bai's response and worried about causing him trouble. "Master Luo Bai, I can handle this," she exclaimed hurriedly. Luo Bai chuckled lightly and replied in a half-joking manner, "If you could truly handle it, you wouldn't be coming into my room like a thief." Polaris fell silent. After a brief moment, she finally allowed Professor X to enter. As soon as he stepped through the door, Luo Bai was greeted by the sight of a prominent bald head. Although Luo Bai was aware that Professor X was bald, the brilliance of his shaven dome elicited a soft chuckle from him. Another bald one has arrived. It must be noted that he bore a striking resemblance to the bald figures from the Marvel Universe. In such a short span of time, he had already encountered several bald individuals. Professor X's voice was not particularly loud, and he seemed unsure if he had caught the remark. Nonetheless, he inquired, "What?" Luo Bai shook his head and replied, "It's nothing." "Greetings, Professor X. Pray tell, what would you like to discuss with me?" As he spoke, he settled onto the sofa. Professor X maneuvered his wheelchair closer, accompanied by several members of the X-Men. While Luo Bai was not entirely certain of the identities of all the X-Men present, he immediately recognized one of them as Jean Grey. Chapter 040, The Power of the Phoenix. Standing behind Professor X is the red-haired beauty, Jean Grey. The reason why Luo Bai pays attention to her is solely due to the formidable power known as the Phoenix Force that she possesses. It is this very force that has earned Jean the moniker of the Phoenix. Speaking of the Phoenix Force, it is essential to note its origins, which remain shrouded in mystery. It is generally speculated to have arisen from the primordial cosmos, born at the dawn of all things. It embodies chaos and immortality, existing in an eternal yet transient state, and is indeed a child of the universe. Such a description illuminates the formidable nature of the Phoenix Force. This power is so awe-inspiring that the fervor of the Phoenix can manifest as its judgment, capable of either resurrecting or annihilating all entities within the universe, including the universe itself. Although the name might suggest that the Phoenix Force is merely a type of power, it is, in fact, a potent force imbued with self-awareness. Typically, it is rare for power to possess consciousness. However, the Phoenix Force is distinct. From its inception, it has exhibited a formidable autonomous consciousness, thus allowing it to choose its host. A powerful host enables the Phoenix Force to be expressed to its fullest potential and within the original multiverse. Jean Grey is the host that resonates most harmoniously with the Phoenix Force. Consequently, the Phoenix Force has sought out Jean Grey, perhaps due to her still developing nature. While Luo Bai can sense the Phoenix Force residing within her, it is evidently suppressed. It appears that Jean has chosen to restrain the Phoenix Force within herself, with the primary instigator of this suppression likely being Professor X. After all, this bald gentleman is no ordinary individual. Professor X has established himself as the founder of the X-Men, garnering the loyalty of numerous mutants. Not merely due to his wealth, but also owing to his own remarkable abilities as a mutant. He possesses telepathy and mental manipulation skills, allowing him to read the thoughts and memories of others, control their actions, and even connect with all individuals across the world through brainwave amplification. Although Professor X is not inherently malevolent and is even regarded as a superhero, Luo Bai harbors an aversion towards him. Who would appreciate having their consciousness manipulated and their memory scrutinized? It is akin to an invasion of privacy. Good sir, I just heard Polaris refer to you as. Luo Bai, is it? As Luo Bai pondered, Professor X suddenly spoke up. Luo Bai replied, allow me to clarify, it is Master Luo Bai. Very well. Master Luo Bai, Professor X courteously corrected himself. Following this, he elucidated his purpose. I am Professor X, the founder of Xavier's Institute in the X-Men. I have come today to take Lorna with me. Although I am unaware of your relationship with Lorna, I believe you are aware that she is a mutant, and her identity renders her unsafe in the outside world. Professor X spoke earnestly. Luo Bai was not taken aback by his intent, having anticipated it from the outset. To be frank, in truth, Luo Bai need not engage in conflict with Professor X over Polaris, nor is it essential for him to draw any connection between Polaris and the mutants. After all, their acquaintance is relatively recent, and no profound emotional bond has been forged between them. Thus, allowing Professor X to take Polaris back is not out of the question. However, reflecting upon the past month, Polaris, in her role as a housekeeper, has indeed devoted herself diligently. Moreover, Luo Bai had previously inquired, and she exhibited a strong aversion towards Professor X. Perhaps moved by compassion, Luo Bai declined. She is my hired housekeeper, for the time being. You cannot take her. Hired housekeeper. Professor X was momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. He likely never anticipated that Polaris, given her character, would choose to remain with Luo Bai in such a capacity. Is that truly the case? Overwhelmed by shock, Professor X turned to Polaris for confirmation. To his surprise, she responded without hesitation, her resolve unwavering. Yes. I am here as a housekeeper for Master Luo Bai, and thus I cannot return with you. At her declaration, the X-Men were left in stunned silence. Raven Darkholm, also known as Mystique, promptly interjected with persuasion. Polaris, you possess formidable abilities. Such prowess should not confine you to the role of an ordinary housekeeper. Cyclops, Scott Summers, echoed his confusion. Lorna, are you serious? You willingly choose to be a housekeeper. Although mutants do not occupy a high social status, those endowed with significant powers often harbor a strong sense of pride, believing their capabilities warrant greater endeavors and elevated positions. Thus, the X-Men were taken aback by Lorna's choice. Lorna, do you truly believe that we X-Men are inferior to a mere housekeeper? Cyclops challenged indignantly. His words stirred discontent within Luo Bai. I must disagree with your assertion. Is it disgraceful to serve as my housekeeper? Luo Bai retorted. Come on, I'm a gifted sorcerer, destined for greatness. The future Supreme Sorcerer. Is it shameful to be a housekeeper for the Supreme Sorcerer? As he pondered this, Cyclops interjected. Of course. In any light, being an X-Man is far superior to being a housekeeper. No sooner had he spoken than Polaris vehemently countered. No. In my view, Being Master Luo Bai's housekeeper is infinitely preferable to being an X-Man. Polaris declared, her gaze resolute, as if pledging allegiance. Her unwavering conviction provoked a reaction from the X-Men. Please. We X-Men have undergone rigorous training and continuously strive to uphold world peace. Polaris's assertion that they were less than a housekeeper was infuriating. How could the X-Men not be angered? Lorna, you are utterly unreasonable. Cyclops exclaimed in frustration. Mystique, intrigued, gently urged, Lorna, this is unlike you. Have you been threatened? You must understand your current predicament. The Association and the Special Operations Bureau have sent agents to pursue you, and only we can protect you. Yet, Polaris remained unyielding to their entreaties. She merely questioned Professor X. You claim you can protect me, but what means do you possess to ensure my safety? Professor X had been collaborating with the government. Yet both the Association and the Secret Service were organizations established by the very government itself. Are you not aware of how many mutants they have slaughtered? How can you still be willing to cooperate with them? How can I possibly trust you? Polaris was seething with rage. Her fury affected her emotions, rendering her anxious and restless. The power within her surged wildly, as if she were on the brink of unleashing a terrifying force at any moment. Chapter 41. The Mirror Realm unfolds. Polaris has long been plagued by psychological issues. Now, triggered by their provocations, she is overwhelmed by distressing memories, and her emotions spiral out of control. However, when it comes to offering solace, Professor X excels. Observing Polaris on the brink of losing her composure, he swiftly intervenes. Lorna, I understand your anger, and I am acutely aware of your hatred. They have robbed you of many friends, inciting your desire to resist. Yet, I know your intrinsic nature is one of kindness. You yearn for mutants to be treated fairly within human society. I am fighting for that cause as well. My collaboration with the government aims to demonstrate to the world that mutants are not to be feared. We too can protect humanity. Waging war will not bring about peace. Only by proving to humanity that we pose no threat can we achieve harmony and secure equal treatment for mutants. Professor X gently implores, attempting to reason with Polaris. Yet, in her current state, Polaris is far from receptive. Do you truly believe that your actions will sway them? No. They seek only to exert complete control over us mutants. They wish to reduce us to mere slaves. Polaris retorts with fury. Professor X, taken aback, queries, why do you hold such a belief? It is not as you think. Not as I think. Then why do they research us mutants? Why create devices to suppress our abilities? They capture us only to study us. Is that not an effort to enslave us? Polaris counters, her indignation palpable. Professor X falls silent, fully aware of the actions of these individuals. Having already engaged in dialogue regarding them, I have been in communication with the higher-ups. Trust me, this matter will be resolved satisfactorily in due course, he assures her. Yet, Polaris is evidently reluctant to place her faith in him again. I trusted you once, and what was the outcome? You failed to save Bella, did you not? Polaris accuses, her anger surging further. Fearful of her impending loss of control and the potential harm she might inflict, Professor X's expression darkens as he employs his telepathic abilities. He attempts to calm Polaris, aspiring to soothe her turbulent emotions. However, in her rage-induced state, her power surges uncontrollably, rendering her beyond even her own grasp. How could Professor X hope to subdue her with ease? Do not attempt to control me any longer. Polaris bellows. A green luminescence envelopes her as she begins to ascend, her power spiraling beyond restraint. Sensing the imminent chaos, the X-Men adopt defensive stances, poised for action. Professor X quickly commands, do not engage, allow me another attempt. Resolute, he prepares to exert his abilities upon Polaris once more. Having initially underestimated her volatile mental state, he now intends to hold nothing back. Just as he is about to proceed, Lorna interjects, Polaris, please, calm down. Those simple 6 words instantly restore tranquility to the tumultuous scene. In a moment when Polaris was on the brink of losing control, all her anger dissipated upon hearing Luo Bai calmly utter the words stay composed. Having followed Luo Bai for such a duration, she had witnessed his formidable prowess firsthand. She was acutely aware of the terror he instilled. Recalling his admonition that if her emotions spiraled out of control resulting in dire consequences, she would be confined to a small dark room. Although Polaris had never been to this ominous chamber, she understood that the authority of a mage was not to be challenged. Master Luo Bai, I did not mean to. Polaris hastily assured him. I understand. It is all right. I will handle it. Luo Bai reassured her, soothing her turmoil. In the next instant, a series of delicate sounds echoed around them, reminiscent of glass shattering. Accompanying this cacophony, the surroundings transformed, and everyone found themselves seemingly transported to an extraordinary and surreal realm. This was Luo Bai's mirror space, a spatial magic of Kamartaj. The wielder must possess a formidable reservoir of magical energy to create such a domain. Each mage's mirror space varies, akin to a unique realm where they can alter every aspect at will, guided solely by their imagination. Since every mage's imagination differs, the mirror spaces they conjure are inherently distinct. Thus, Luo Bai's mirror space diverges from that of Ancient One. In truth, the mirror space is not considered an advanced magic among powerful mages, yet Professor X and the X-Men were oblivious to its intricacies. Their astonishment and curiosity were solely directed toward the abrupt transformation of their surroundings. "What is this?" Mystique inquired, bewildered as she surveyed the altered environment. "Mirror space. My domain," Luo Bai replied with tranquility. Barely had he finished speaking when the ground beneath Professor X and the others inexplicably fissured. Without time to react, they plummeted downward. Upon regaining their senses, they realized they were suspended in midair at a staggering height, their faces oriented toward the ground, rapidly descending. Below them lay the unforgiving concrete surface. In that instant, panic ensued. Falling from such heights, even mutants could not emerge unscathed. Frantically, they sought a means to soften their impending impact, but to no avail. Everything around them seemed ephemeral, they grasped at nothingness. As they neared the concrete ground, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The surface cracked open. Then, they once again experienced the same harrowing descent. "X-Men, what the hell? Professor X, I am at my wit's end." Amid the cacophony of their exasperated cries, they remained suspended in the air, the duration of their fall indeterminate. Eventually, they were fortunate enough to be caught by a stone step. "Oh, for heaven's sake. Can you believe I just plummeted for 10 minutes? For a fleeting moment, I believed that my days were numbered." It was only after the descent ceased that a few individuals regained their composure and could not help but murmur. Yet, at that moment, Professor X remained silent. For he was utterly startled. After all, he was a man with disabilities. Had anyone considered his feelings? Professor X silently screamed in despair. Though he maintained an outward semblance of calm, he understood that everything they had just experienced must have been instigated by Luo Bai. Just as he sought to locate Luo Bai's presence, the latter, alongside Polaris, appeared before them in a state of suspension. "I have already mentioned that Lorna is now my domestic help. You cannot take her away. Moreover, she is unwilling to leave with you," Luo Bai stated with a serene demeanor. Before Professor X could respond, Cyclops, filled with ire from the earlier fall, interjected angrily, "Professor X." The recent descent had left Cyclops visibly agitated, as if he felt threatened and was clearly inclined to take action. He sought Professor X's opinion, seemingly looking for guidance. Professor X, perceiving his intent, promptly retorted, "Calm down, everyone. Let us not act impulsively." In truth, Professor X felt quite frustrated. Anyone would find it unbearable to plummet from great heights for a full 10 minutes while enduring the immense pressure of potential death. Yet, he was acutely aware that they could not afford to confront Luo Bai, as he recognized the latter's capabilities. Having witnessed Luo Bai's confrontation with the Hulk in recent news reports, he understood that Luo Bai possessed considerable power. With that thought, Professor X hastened to clarify. "Mage Luo Bai, we are here today solely to ensure Lorna's safety. Her current situation is perilous, and we harbor no ill intentions. Exercising one's abilities to manipulate another's mind or delve into their memories is rather discourteous." Luo Bai, maintaining a gentle tone, responded. However, Lorna's emotional outburst earlier was concerning. "I merely wish to soothe her, fearing she might inadvertently harm others." Professor X reiterated his defense. Nevertheless, Luo Bai's stance remained resolute. "She is my hired help. And this is my home. I apologize, Mage Luo Bai. I acted impulsively just now. I should not have resorted to aggression in your residence." Chapter 42. Practice makes perfect. Luo Bai had anticipated a potential confrontation, yet he was taken aback by the swiftness of Professor X's apology. However, had anyone else occupied Professor X's position, they would likely have conceded even more rapidly. After all, at that moment, Professor X, and indeed, all members of the X-Men, were precariously perched upon a stone step, gazing down into an abyss of unfathomable depth. Following a harrowing 10-minute free fall, Professor X was decidedly reluctant to endure such an experience once more. Heaven knows how terrifying it had been. At one fleeting moment, he had even contemplated the distribution of his inheritance. This, however, was merely one of the reasons. The other was Luo Bai's notoriety. Having been extensively covered in the news, his popularity soaring to remarkable heights. Should the X-Men engage in conflict here, it would undoubtedly make the front page within hours. If the media were to portray the mutants of the X-Men as antagonizing the superhero Soul Sorcerer, all of Professor X's previous efforts would be rendered futile. Faced with this duality of reasons, Professor X dared not offend Luo Bai lightly. Thus, he opted for the most amicable approach and offered an apology. Noticing his sincere demeanor, Luo Bai refrained from taking further action, calmly issuing a dismissal. "I trust you have observed Lorna's stance. Therefore, I kindly ask you all to leave." Professor X understood that he could not take Polaris away today. Yet there were a few words he felt compelled to convey. Luo Bai, Polaris possesses a unique identity. Currently, she is still a wanted criminal, and it is inevitable that the Association and the Special Operations Bureau will send personnel to apprehend her. If it comes to that, what will you do? Professor X inquired. Although he frequently employed his abilities to invade others' minds, Luo Bai had acknowledged that Professor X's nature was inherently kind and gentle. Hence, his inquiry was purely a benevolent reminder. Luo Bai did not respond directly to his question, but countered with another. What crime has Polaris committed? Professor X's expression darkened, and he replied with a serious tone. She is a mutant and may pose a threat to society. She is a mutant and may pose a threat. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai chuckled lightly and continued, Charles, do you consider this accusation reasonable? Without hesitation, Professor X responded emphatically, certainly not. Lorna has never harmed anyone. Then why do you regard her as a criminal? Luo Bai asked. I have never considered Lorna a criminal. Professor X hastily refuted. Luo Bai smiled and retorted. Then why did you bring the X-Men along? The X-Men, an organization established to safeguard world peace, signified that their involvement could potentially jeopardize that very peace. In his effort to bring Polaris back, Professor X had nearly assembled the entirety of the X-Men's members. Did that not speak volumes? Contemplating this, Professor X fell silent. Observing his silence, Luo Bai pressed on. If you truly do not believe Polaris has committed a crime, your duty should be to prevent those individuals from pursuing her, rather than attempting to bring her back. You just asked me how I would respond if the association's people came after me. In truth, I too wish to inquire, Charles. Should Polaris return with you and seek your people, would you acquiesce or resist? Luo Bai's words and his inquiry were piercingly astute. At this juncture, Professor X attained clarity. I comprehend your implication. Mr. Luo Bai, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance we have caused you today. If my actions or words, along with those of the X-Men, have been inappropriate, I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us. Professor X spoke earnestly, evidently having grasped the situation and resolved to depart. Although there had been some previous discord between the parties, Professor X's demeanor was gracious, prompting Luo Bai to refrain from pursuing the matter further. I hope there will be no recurrence of this, Luo Bai cautioned. As his words lingered, the surrounding scene returned to normalcy. The immense heights beneath their feet transformed back into tiled flooring, allowing Professor X and the others to finally exhale in relief. I trust there will be no further incidents, for it is indeed unseemly to intrude excessively upon you. Professor X responded. Upon concluding his statement, he turned to the X-Men behind him, speaking gently, let us return. With that, they followed the X-Men in their departure. Before leaving, Jean Grey unexpectedly cast a glance back at Luo Bai, the meaning of which was ambiguous. Once Professor X and his party had vacated, Luo Bai resumed his seat upon the sofa. At that moment, Polaris appeared flustered, her eyes darting as if beset by worries. Unable to restrain himself, Luo Bai offered reassurance. Lorna, it is all right. They have already left. No sooner had he spoken than Polaris hastily interjected. Luo Bai, I did not mean to. Will you not confine me to the small dark room? The small dark room? Her reminder jolted Luo Bai's memory. He had indeed mentioned such a thing before. Could it be that Lorna was apprehensive about that? Surely not. He had merely spoken in jest. Yet she recalled it so vividly. How remarkable her memory was. With a sigh, Luo Bai comforted her. Of course not. You acted in self-defense, and I can understand that. Thank you, Luo Bai, Polaris replied. Her tone was placid and devoid of emotion, betraying no trace of joy, while her expression remained grave, suggesting deeper concerns. Before Luo Bai could inquire further, Polaris, unable to contain herself, abruptly lifted her gaze and, with an expression of guilt, apologized. Luo Bai, I am truly sorry for the trouble I have caused you. Luo Bai understood her reasons for the apology, but had not given the matter much thought. Responding nonchalantly, if it were troublesome, I would not have kept you as my housekeeper. He was well aware of Polaris's identity and circumstances, and his choice to retain her was rooted in his indifference. Nevertheless, Polaris continued to feel remorseful and uneasy. Thus she felt compelled to express, what Professor X said earlier was not incorrect. I am indeed a criminal on the run, and those individuals will inevitably come after me. Luo Bai, I recognize that you likely prefer to avoid complications. However, I may still bring you trouble in the future. Her identity condemned her to a life of unrest, entangling all closely associated with her inner plight. Although on the surface, Luo Bai and Bai Jixing seemed to maintain a mere employer-employee relationship, the passage of time has cultivated a bond in Bai Jixing's heart, wherein Luo Bai transcends the role of a mere employer and emerges as a cherished friend. She harbors concerns that her identity may continually bring trouble to Luo Bai, which prompts her to contemplate departure. In this fleeting period, Bai Jixing has pondered deeply, even staging an emotional drama within her mind. However, Luo Bai does not quite grasp her apprehensions. After all, he has unequivocally stated his indifference towards any potential troubles. Yet Bai Jixing continues to express her worries. This leads Luo Bai to quip, "Surely, you don't intend to abscond, do you? We agreed on a 3-month commitment, and you wish to flee after merely 1 month? Of course, that is not her intent." Bei Jixing hastily clarifies, "Professor X is actually quite easy to talk to. I am merely concerned that the others from the association might come looking for me. It may not be as easily resolved then." Luo Bai nonchalantly responds, "Well, when they next arrive, you can simply handle them outside without my knowledge." "Me?" Bei Jixing is taken aback, and after a moment, she cannot help but reply, "But I cannot overpower them." Luo Bai shrugs and replies earnestly, "If you're inexperienced, then practice more." "Inexperienced? Me. I possess the ability to manipulate magnetic fields." "Inexperienced me? Well, I must admit, I am indeed rather inexperienced." Chapter 043. Luck so good it breeds jealousy. Polaris possesses an indomitable spirit, one that makes her particularly intolerant of any criticism regarding her abilities. This became all the more difficult to bear when the remarks came from Luo Bai, a maid she holds in high esteem. The sting of such words was almost unbearable. Initially engulfed in despondency, her rebellious nature surged forth at the challenge, her pale green eyes brimming with defiance. Yet, despite her indignation, she found herself at a loss for retort. After all, she was indeed lacking in skill at that moment, unable to contend with the X-Men or the Mutant Association. How could she argue otherwise? Taking a deep breath, Polaris clenched her teeth and responded with reluctant admission, "You are right, Master Luo Bai. I am indeed quite inexperienced." Noticing her stiff demeanor, Luo Bai raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What? You seem rather unconvinced." The young girl, sulking, lowered her head and retorted, "I am not." Luo Bai chuckled and remarked, "The 4 fundamental forces of the universe, strong force, weak force, electromagnetic force, and gravity. You possess the ability to manipulate magnetic fields. Yet you cannot even handle these individuals. Is that not evidence of your inexperience?" Polaris felt exasperated, although she typically refrained from arguing with Luo Bai. Her frustration compelled her to respond, "That is because I suffer from a mental condition, making it difficult to control my powers." As soon as she spoke, Luo Bai countered, "But you have never trained, have you? You are aware of the precarious position of mutants. Why not dedicate yourself to honing your abilities?" Polaris found herself momentarily speechless. Luo Bai's words rang true. Why not practice diligently to improve? Resolving herself, her gaze sharpened, and she declared, "I will train my abilities earnestly from now on. Next time, I will resolve matters before they arrive, ensuring I do not trouble you." Luo Bai smiled faintly, teasingly responding, "Well, you must also remember to manage your other responsibilities. Don't let your training leave your home unattended." "Understood," Polaris replied. At that moment, all her worries and doubts dissipated. Although Luo Bai's previous remarks had initially stung, she soon realized they were rooted in concern for her well-being. Given the challenging circumstances mutants currently face, it was imperative for her to train diligently. Could she truly afford to hide away for the rest of her life? With these thoughts crystallizing in her mind, her gratitude towards Luo Bai deepened. "Master Luo Bai, I understand your words stem from a desire to see me grow stronger. Thank you for defending me before Professor X. I will strive to improve." Polaris expressed her heartfelt gratitude, along with her determination to become stronger. Before Luo Bai could respond, she interjected, "Do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, I would like to begin practicing my powers." "Go ahead," Luo Bai gestured dismissively. Once Polaris entered her room and closed the door, she commenced her training. As she practiced, she muttered to herself, "I must work hard. Let us see who dares to call me inexperienced in the future." When Polaris uttered those words, her voice was not particularly loud, yet Luo Bai still heard her. After all, he had trained for a month, experiencing a significant enhancement in all aspects. It was quite natural for his hearing to improve. Upon hearing Polaris's remarks, Luo Bai couldn't help but smile. It must be said that having someone accompany him in this otherworldly realm was quite pleasant. However, his rest period had come to an end. It was time to resume practicing his soul. Just as he intended to return to his study, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. As he prepared to answer it, he suddenly felt a surge of energy flowing within the room, followed by the door swinging open. Much like her father, Polaris possessed the ability to manipulate magnetic fields and metals, making it effortless for her to open a door with her powers. It was just that she had rarely utilized this skill before, so Luo Bai had almost forgotten about it. It was indeed a remarkable and practical ability, which he acknowledged with a nod of approval. The next moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside. "How peculiar. Why is no one here?" This voice unmistakably belonged to Stark. He seemed puzzled as to why no one had opened the door for him, only to find it opening on its own. Curiously, he stepped inside and, upon seeing Luo Bai seated on the sofa, Stark's furrowed brow relaxed. His confusion transformed into excitement as he exclaimed, "Oh my friend, I finally see you again. Where have you been this past month?" "On vacation?" Luo Bai replied. "Vacation? Where did you go?" Stark inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Bai answered. To the universe. Stark's expression was utterly captivating at that moment. Well, the life of a mage is certainly beyond our comprehension, he thought, shrugging his shoulders with a hint of resignation. Others may at least travel within Earth, yet Luo Bai had ventured beyond it. No wonder he had been hard to find. Naturally, Stark did not pursue the matter further. He simply plopped down onto the sofa and, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "Where's your housekeeper? Where did she go?" "In the room," Luo Bai explained. Stark nodded and then shouted, "Miss Lorna, could you please bring me a drink?" As soon as he finished speaking, Stark observed a green light, reminiscent of the aurora, swirling out from the room. The green light surged toward the dining table. Stark, taken aback, muttered, "What is this?" As he followed the green glow with his gaze, he watched as it opened the refrigerator and retrieved a can of cola, placing it on the table before him. Only then did Stark realize something was amiss. OMG? What the heck? Am I seeing things? Luo Bai, what kind of magic did you use? Stark, astonished, could not help but bombard him with questions. Understanding Stark's shock, Luo Bai calmly replied, "It's not me. It's Lorna." Lorna? Stark was greatly perplexed. Luo Bai elaborated, "In fact, she is a mutant, capable of controlling magnetic fields and metals. The gathering is fervently dedicating itself to honing their skills within the confines of the room." What on earth? The ability to manipulate magnetic fields and metals? Are you serious? Stark was taken aback. He had initially believed that Luo Bai was fortunate enough to have found a young, beautiful, and obedient maid. Little did he know that this maid possessed such formidable powers, capable of controlling magnetic fields. Upon this realization, Stark couldn't help but remark, "My friend, your luck is rather enviable. Could you perhaps find one for me next time?" Chapter 044. Luo Bai, the renowned heroic mentor. Stark truly felt envious. How is it that he could not find a domestic aide as commendable, agreeable, and capable as Luo Bai? Contemplating this, Stark earnestly expressed, "Luo Bai, I believe our relationship is rather amicable. Surely you would not refuse such a modest request of mine? To find a domestic aide akin to Polaris? Truth be told, that would indeed be quite a challenge. Tony, you are making this exceedingly difficult for me." Luo Bai could not help but retort. "Is it truly such a burden?" Stark queried in astonishment. "You merely need to inquire if Polaris has any female friends who might be inclined to take on domestic work. Given Polaris's remarkable prowess, her acquaintances should not be lacking in merit either, correct?" After a moment's contemplation, Luo Bai hesitated before responding. "While that is a valid point, it is worth noting that Polaris's circumstances are rather unique." Unique? Tony furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his curiosity. "What makes it so?" "I mentioned earlier that she is a mutant," Luo Bai replied. "Mutant? I am not well versed in mutants, but I have heard of them," Stark murmured. Mutants had been part of society for quite some time, and given their prior media exposure, Stark had a modicum of understanding. "I have heard that mutants are a group of individuals whose genes have undergone a mutation, endowed with extraordinary abilities, and often associated with malevolence. For instance, the notorious Magneto incident that made headlines." Stark elaborated. Noticing Stark's misconceptions regarding mutants, Luo Bai clarified, "In truth, not all mutants are malevolent. They, like humans, possess both virtuous and nefarious individuals." "Of course, I completely comprehend that," Stark responded. "Although the media has sensationalized the villainy of mutants, I have never subscribed to such beliefs. You know how those politicians enjoy perpetuating such narratives. When I initially created the Iron Suit, they claimed I would undermine global peace." Stark shrugged, dismissively commenting. Stark had always harbored discontent towards the higher echelons of the government, primarily due to his public condemnation by the Congressional Assembly. He was well aware of their tendencies. And with someone as obedient as Polaris at his side, Stark maintained a neutral stance towards mutants. However, he was unaware of the extent of the oppression mutants faced. Prompting Luo Bai to caution, "You must understand, the authorities have consistently exploited mutants. Therefore, if you were to employ a mutant as a domestic aide, you would encounter significant complications. For instance, just earlier, the X-Men paid a visit, claiming that Polaris is a wanted criminal and they intend to apprehend her." "Wanted criminal? How could this be?" Stark exclaimed, bewildered. "What crime has Polaris committed?" "Her very existence as a mutant constitutes her alleged crime," Luo Bai replied, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Stark's anger surged, and he vehemently exclaimed, "These bastards! To condemn her merely for being a mutant, and to issue a global manhunt? This is utterly infuriating." Luo Bai nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it is quite enraging. That is why I mentioned that hiring a mutant could lead to considerable troubles." Stark began to grasp the underlying reasons. In truth, Stark's suggestion for Luo Bai to assist him in finding a housekeeper was initially intended as a jest. However, upon learning of Polaris's predicament, Stark became somewhat earnest. "Did you just mention that the X-Men came by seeking to take Polaris?" Stark inquired. "Indeed," Luo Bai affirmed with a nod. "What transpired thereafter?" Stark pressed further. "Clearly, I sent them away, Luo Bai replied. Stark, unfazed, responded calmly. That is reassuring. However, to be candid, Polaris still bears the title of fugitive, and with such a designation, she is likely to attract considerable trouble in the future. Luo Bai was well aware of this reality, prompting him to ask, do you possess any effective solutions, Tony? While he was not particularly anxious about future disturbances, the label of a fugitive was undeniably troublesome. If it could be resolved satisfactorily, that would be advantageous. However, he felt that his involvement as a sorcerer in this matter might be somewhat excessive, as Stark was evidently more suited for the task. Moreover, Stark seemed quite willing to assist. The complexities surrounding mutants and humans may be beyond my resolution, but addressing Polaris's issue alone should not prove troublesome. I could enlist Nick Fury to handle it. Given the assistance I've provided to him within the Avengers, it should be a simple matter. Furthermore, Nick Fury is quite eager to align with you, and since Polaris is one of your own, he would be more than willing to help. Stark responded. Upon hearing Stark's enthusiastic agreement, Luo Bai chuckled, then I shall trouble you with it. Otherwise, those individuals would visit my home daily, which would be quite bothersome. Stark waved his hand dismissively, saying, do we truly need to express gratitude for our relationship? Luo Bai smiled in return. With Polaris's issue addressed, he ceased to ponder further. Now, he was more curious about Stark's visit. By the way, what brings you here today? Luo Bai queried. Stark then recalled that he had business to attend to. Actually, I have come to see you several times. I am here to express my gratitude, Stark said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai understood. It seems your poisoning issue has been resolved. Indeed, it has, just as you surmised. I have discovered the new technology, Stark remarked. When mentioning the new technology, Stark appeared momentarily taken aback, as memories of his father flooded back, leaving him with a tinge of melancholy. I seldom speak of my father, as I rarely saw him. To me, it seemed he did not love me. He was perpetually occupied and seldom present. However, after viewing the films he left behind, I realized he was engaged in something truly significant, Stark reflected. Luo Bai comprehended but was uncertain how to offer solace, so he could only respond with a smile. As long as you are healthy. Thank you, Luo Bai. You have not only helped resolve the poisoning issue, but also allowed me to gain a new perspective on many matters. Stark sincerely expressed his gratitude. Luo Bai chuckled lightly, replying in a half-joking manner, you seem rather sentimental these days. Stark shrugged and remarked, indeed, I have sensed it too. I have recently become quite restless and insecure. That is why I sought you out. I feel only you can provide me with a sense of safety. To be honest, if it were a beautiful woman, even Polaris could utter such words to Luo Bai, and he would feel elated. But now, with Stark seated on the sofa, expressing such sentiments, Luo Bai felt exceedingly perplexed. You make it difficult for me to respond. Luo Bai couldn't help but retort. Stark, fully aware of this, quickly interjected, please, Luo Bai, do not misunderstand. I am merely experiencing a bit of fear. I am uncertain whether I can safeguard the Earth. Do you comprehend this feeling? As the number of adversaries I face increases, I often find myself plagued by worry. It seems you have encountered some trouble again, Luo Bai remarked. Stark shook his head and clarified, not exactly. However, I did face a predicament recently when a man named Ivan Vanko confronted me at the racetrack, but I managed to resolve it. It was merely after witnessing the technology he developed that I began to feel a sense of crisis. Today, upon visiting your home and observing Polaris's abilities, my concerns have deepened. Both you and Hulk, along with Polaris, possess extraordinary powers. Yet, as someone referred to as a superhero, I cannot help but feel my own strength pales in comparison. Although I do not particularly like Nick Fury, he is not wrong. The Earth is perilous, and I have been contemplating whether I can truly protect it. Stark sighed, and at that moment, Luo Bai began to understand that Stark's visit was to seek solace. Wait a moment, he pondered. How did I inadvertently become a spiritual guide? Chapter 045, a mage telling me to believe in science. With Natasha expressing concern for the Earth and Polaris grappling with self-doubt, yet another figure emerged, Tony. Luo Bai felt he could easily assume the role of a mentor for these aspiring superheroes. The thought of establishing a class dedicated to nurturing their growth brought a smile to his face as he reassured, Tony, I believe you need not worry excessively. You have the potential to excel further. I don't know how to improve myself, Stark replied helplessly. He was already striving to enhance his Iron Man suit. Yet the adversaries he encountered and the forces he witnessed far surpassed his comprehension. At this point, he felt utterly lost in his quest for self-improvement. Luo Bai understood this sentiment. After all, technology evolves gradually. Although Stark possessed the latest advancements from the M-Nation, he still required methodical exploration and research. Relying solely on himself would necessitate a lengthy period of experimentation. During this time, Earth would unveil numerous phenomena that would challenge Stark's understanding, leading him to experience natural bouts of self-doubt. Since Stark sought his counsel, Luo Bai felt inclined to offer guidance. Nurturing a few formidable superheroes would undoubtedly yield more benefits than drawbacks for him. With this in mind, Luo Bai couldn't help but inquire. Do you have a general plan for upgrading your suit? Stark nodded, of course. Previously, my suit could not withstand the freezing conditions at high altitudes, so I addressed that issue. The armor was too cumbersome, prompting me to change the materials. When I fought alongside Ivan, despite emerging victorious, I realized my current suit was quite unwieldy. The 5 Malawian kwaches I created was a portable armor, but I discovered that villains do not wait for you to transform before attacking. Furthermore, the MK5's defenses were inadequate, and after one battle, it was rendered useless. Hence, I developed the 6 Malawian kwaches, utilizing new technology and energy sources. However, to be honest, I am still not entirely satisfied. I consulted with Ethan, yet he had no better suggestions. With a sigh, Stark concluded his explanation. Luo Bai began to comprehend the situation. So you wish to upgrade your armor, but you are unsure how to proceed, correct? He inquired. Stark nodded, affirming, yes. At the current level of technology, the 6 Malawian kwaches represents the pinnacle of what I can create. I am uncertain how to further enhance it. Luo Bai empathized deeply. Stark had only reached the 6 Malawian kwaches, which was already at the forefront of Earth's technological capabilities. To advance further, Stark must break through the limitations of current technological skills, an endeavor that would inevitably bring confusion. While Luo Bai was aware that Stark would eventually develop even more impressive suits, including nanotechnology, the reality was that creating such advanced armor was unrealistic at present. After all, technology, much like the study of magic, requires gradual exploration. Naturally, receiving advice and guidance from others could significantly expedite this process. Upon reflection, Luo Bai offered a timely suggestion. I believe I comprehend your confusion. You are currently uncertain about which aspects of your suit you should upgrade. Am I correct? He inquired. Indeed, Stark replied. There are numerous limitations imposed by technology and materials. My practical experience is rather limited, and I am uncertain about the scenarios I may encounter in real combat. Luo Bai countered. Have you considered that perhaps automation could be the direction for your next upgrades? Automation? What do you mean? Stark asked, perplexed. Isn't my current suit sufficiently automated? In my opinion, it falls short, Luo Bai responded. Automated assembly, remote control, weapon tracking. There are countless areas for improvement in your suit. What you truly need is not just one suit, but multiple suits. Automated assembly, remote control, weapon tracking. Upon hearing this, Stark's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Luo Bai, you truly understand me. What you just mentioned is precisely what I need. You are a genius, Stark exclaimed, elated. However, after a moment of exuberance, he fell into deep contemplation. What you just said could indeed address all the challenges I currently face. Yet, it seems to be quite a daunting task to realize. It was entirely reasonable for Stark to express such reservations. In Luo Bai's recollection, starting from the 7 Malawian kwaches, Stark's Iron Legion underwent a comprehensive upgrade, which meant he would no longer need to wait in his armor for it to don itself. He could utilize advanced control to allow the suit to wear itself automatically and engage in combat autonomously. While this may seem a minor adjustment, it represented a monumental technological revolution. Stark dedicated an entire year to achieving this innovation, yet Luo Bai had disclosed this technology to him a year in advance. Thus, it was understandable that Stark found the task formidable. Nevertheless, Luo Bai, having proposed this, was aware of some of the technologies employed in the 7 Malawian kwaches. In light of current technology, it is indeed challenging to accomplish, he continued. I have some ideas, such as utilizing the new 4.5 mm diameter movable eyeball technology and biological scanning technology, among others. Of course, these are merely my personal suggestions. Stark paused, astonished, and couldn't help but inquire. You also understand technology? Luo Bai sighed, somewhat exasperated. Even mages engage with science. We occasionally delve into technological studies. What? You mages also discuss science? Stark was taken aback once more. Of course. Should we not have faith in science? Luo Bai replied earnestly. Stark fell silent. No. You, a mage, expect me to trust in science? This is absurd. He could not refrain from expressing his disbelief. It was one thing for anyone to advocate for scientific belief, but it was utterly inconceivable to hear it from a mage. This prompted Luo Bai to retort, there is nothing incredulous about it. All the magical tomes I am currently perusing convey that magic is intricately linked to science. If your technical prowess is sufficient, I would recommend that you delve into the study of magical armor, Tony. Magical armor, as the name suggests, refers to the creation of a suit capable of harnessing magic. This is not an impossibility. However, given the current state of technology, it would likely pose significant challenges for Stark. Naturally, Stark comprehended this, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a brief pause, he responded with a half-joking tone, I shall endeavor to do so. But I at least need to possess some magical abilities, correct? Luo Bai playfully countered, if you are genuinely interested, you could certainly learn. The Supreme Sorcerer has stated that anyone with a modicum of magical talent can embark on this journey. I am currently more intrigued by the concept of automated armor. Stark replied. It is not that Stark was unwilling to learn magic. Rather, given his present technological capabilities, mastering magic to construct a magical suit would be quite arduous. Stark was acutely aware of this. Thus he resolved to take one step at a time. It was indeed essential to first achieve automation for the armor. However, concurrently, Stark found himself harboring a thought. After some consideration, he inquired, if I wish to learn magic in the future, would you be willing to teach me? Luo Bai chuckled. Of course, if you possess magical aptitude. Stark nodded. That's really cool. You've now become my teacher. Are you still perplexed? Luo Bai asked. Not in the slightest. You instill in me a profound sense of security, Stark replied earnestly. Luo Bai. Chapter 046. Am I too strong? Luo Bai felt a touch of helplessness. He found it unbearable to hear Stark utter such words. Thus he remained silent. Fortunately, after the issue was resolved, Stark was now eager to depart. By the way, I truly appreciate your assistance today. Your suggestions have sparked significant inspiration within me. I intend to return and completely upgrade my suit. Stark exclaimed with enthusiasm. Luo Bai understood his urgency and nodded in agreement. Go ahead. Without hesitation, Stark left. Once he had departed, Luo Bai stretched lazily, intending to resume his studies in his room. At that moment, Polaris emerged. Why are you out here? Luo Bai inquired with curiosity. Polaris pointed to the clock on the wall and replied, It's time for dinner. I came out to see what you would like to eat. Luo Bai glanced at the time and indeed confirmed it. However, he was not hungry. This was primarily due to the effectiveness of his training over the past month. The strength of his soul rendered him almost impervious to feelings of hunger, as his abilities had significantly enhanced, allowing him to surpass the physiological needs of an ordinary human. He no longer relied on food or diet to sustain his life or augment his powers. In fact, Luo Bai had already diminished his reliance on sustenance. Now, he was essentially in a state of complete detachment. With this in mind, Luo Bai explained, I'm not particularly hungry. If you wish to eat, you can go buy something yourself. By the way, the money is in the box Natasha sent. You can retrieve it. Seeing him about to ascend the stairs, Polaris asked, Are you going up to practice magic again? Yes. As before, please do not allow anyone to disturb me, Luo Bai cautioned. Polaris nodded in response, assuring him, I understand. Rest assured, I will not let anyone interrupt you. Polaris had always performed admirably, so Luo Bai felt at ease. Without further discussion, Luo Bai ascended to the second floor and resumed his journey through the multiverse. This time, the experience was significantly easier than the last. Luo Bai sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His soul effortlessly entered the multiverse. Although it seemed he could venture deeper, considering the numerous formidable beings within the multiverse, he refrained from proceeding recklessly. After quietly absorbing the energies of the multiverse for a while, Luo Bai suddenly perceived the presence of the Ancient One? No, more accurately, it was the essence of the Ancient One's soul. Clearly, she had also noticed him. Supreme Sorcerer, what a coincidence. Luo Bai greeted first. The Ancient One responded with a look of surprise, remaining silent for a moment. Eventually, she regained her composure and asked, Have you truly reached this level already? Although they had not seen each other for a month, it was highly probable that Luo Bai had mastered most forms of magic given his talent. However, the Ancient One had not anticipated that he would be capable of soul travel at this stage. Wait, this is too astonishing. How long have you been studying magic to achieve soul travel to this extent? It was no wonder the Ancient One appeared somewhat bewildered. Luo Bai remained relatively calm and composed as he articulated, I believe your suggestion is indeed sound. Only a soul of formidable strength can withstand the forces of darkness. Thus, I have been diligently training my own soul of late. Ancient One remarked. It is worth noting that even I, the Ancient One, took considerable time to complete a soul journey. Yet, Luo Bai accomplished it effortlessly within a month. At that moment, Ancient One felt it might be time for her to contemplate retirement. Reflecting on this, she inquired, How proficient have you become in mastering time magic? I have fundamentally grasped the understanding of time held by the illustrious supreme sorcerers throughout history. However, I am still delving into the intricacies of the time stone. Luo Bai explained. The time stone harbors immense power in the mysteries of the universe. Thus, comprehending it is no simple feat. It is entirely reasonable that I have not yet fully deciphered it, given that the supreme sorcerers took considerable time to do so. Nevertheless, to have comprehended their insights is already a significant accomplishment. With this thought, Ancient One posed another question. So, you intend to study the Dark Grimoire? I have such intentions, though I do not plan to engage with it just yet, Luo Bai replied. Ancient One nodded and continued. I am delighted to see that you have fully embraced the role of a sorcerer and are beginning to chart your future. I perceive greater possibilities within you. Luo Bai smiled and responded. In truth, I had considered that you might attempt to prevent me from studying the dark grimoire, yet you have refrained from doing so. Ancient One chuckled and replied, at times, one must break conventions in pursuit of what they deem higher ideals. You are not the first to challenge the status quo. Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback. Before he could articulate a response, Ancient One spoke again. I am reluctant to draw energy from the dark dimension. Yet at times we are left with no alternative. This admission signified Ancient One's acknowledgement of deriving power from the dark dimension. Although Luo Bai was aware of this matter, he was taken aback that she would disclose it voluntarily. Having previously prohibited other sorcerers from harnessing dark power, Ancient One had never shared this revelation before. It was unexpected that she would choose to reveal it today. Luo Bai, somewhat surprised, asked, "Why did you choose to confide this in me?" Ancient One replied, "Because you possess the ability to adapt, while most individuals in Kamartash struggle with flexibility. Master Mordo, for instance, is rather obstinate, and his rigidity may ultimately lead him to an extreme path." This served as a warning, and Luo Bai understood its implications. However, he was uncertain why Ancient One had suddenly chosen to voice such sentiments, as it seemed as though she was imparting some form of instruction. "Are you familiar with Dormammu?" Ancient One suddenly inquired. Luo Bai nodded, responding, "I am aware." The texts describe him as the ruler of the dark dimension. He forsook his corporeal form to reign over that realm, seeking to consume planets and transform the entire universe into the dark dimension, including Earth. Consequently, the sorcerers on Earth have been in opposition to him. Dormammu is immensely powerful, which is precisely why I have had to draw strength from the dark dimension to extend my life in order to confront him. Despite our numerous attempts to thwart his invasion of Earth, we are unable to truly vanquish Dormammu, spoke Ancient One. Luo Bai, aware of the truth in her words, acknowledged Dormammu's formidable strength. To eradicate him, perhaps one would need to obliterate the entire dark dimension, Luo Bai jested. The notion of annihilating the entire dark dimension is an exceedingly difficult proposition, bordering on a mere dream. This prompted Ancient One to respond in a half-joking manner. "If you can accomplish that, I would take immense pride in you." Luo Bai replied, "As of now, that seems implausible. Your future is replete with infinite possibilities. Thus you must have faith in yourself," Ancient One encouraged. Luo Bai fell into silence. Although he too believed in the boundless potential of his future, it felt premature to speak of defeating Dormammu at this moment. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai could not help but quip, at the very least, "I should wait until I have developed further." At that moment, Ancient One's expression turned grave as she spoke. "I fear you may not have much time to develop. For my own time is drawing short. I do not believe I shall endure much longer." Luo Bai was taken aback, incredulously asking, "Supreme Sorcerer, what do you mean by that?" Ancient One replied calmly, "What I mean is that soon you may have to confront everything on your own, facing everything alone." Luo Bai comprehended fully. Was Ancient One contemplating retirement? But that shouldn't be. "Supreme Sorcerer, this timeline is all wrong. You should not depart at this juncture," Luo Bai protested. Yet Ancient One smiled softly and replied earnestly, "From the moment you arrived, the universe was irrevocably altered. Have you not noticed? The timeline has been rewritten. And you are the exception, not merely an exception within the realm of sorcery, but within the entire universe. You have learned too swiftly. Thus, my existence has lost its significance. Did you believe I was prepared to embrace death? You will soon realize how desperately I wish to prolong this fleeting moment. Yet my lifespan was never truly mine to claim. Your growth signifies my departure." Luo Bai responded, "Ah, is this my fault for being too powerful?" Chapter 047, Is it so sudden? Luo Bai found himself somewhat bewildered. Just as the plot was progressing, Ancient One was contemplating retirement, which left him rather speechless. However, upon further reflection, he realized that since his arrival, the narrative had indeed accelerated significantly. He had been so engrossed in practicing magic that he had lost track of time. In this light, Ancient One's assertion held true. His presence had undeniably altered the entire Marvel universe. This was to be expected, after all, as a traveler from another realm. It would be peculiar if he did not instigate change. Nevertheless, Ancient One's retirement felt rather abrupt. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai impolitely inquired, "Supreme Sorcerer, are you truly unable to endure any longer?" Ancient One fell silent, yet her expression conveyed to Luo Bai that she was indeed on the brink of death. Although their interactions had been limited, a bond had formed between them. Without the sanctuary of the Supreme Sorcerer, Luo Bai could not have progressed so rapidly in such a short span of time. Thus, he held a deep-seated gratitude towards Ancient One. However, upon hearing that she was about to perish, Luo Bai found it difficult to feel sorrow. After all, Ancient One was the Supreme Sorcerer. Surely she could not be so easily extinguished. Sorcerers possess souls, and Ancient One's soul had long since followed the Eternal Emperor, meaning her physical form would perish. Yet her essence would remain. In essence, she was merely retiring. Of course, encountering her again in the future would not be an easy feat. as it would require seeking her out in the realm of the Eternal Emperor, a journey that would demand considerable cultivation on Luo Bai's part. Death imbues life with meaning. Reminding one of the fleeting nature of existence, she mused. But I believe, Luo Bai, that you will surpass me. Just as he contemplated this, Ancient One suddenly spoke again. Luo Bai snapped back to reality, unable to suppress a sigh as he asked, Supreme Sorcerer, how much longer do you think you can endure? I must prepare myself mentally. Even a few more days would allow me to absorb more power from the multiverse. Such were his thoughts. Yet, in the next moment, he heard Ancient One's response. Now, did you just say you're leaving? Just like that? Luo Bai exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Ancient One shook her head, replying, it is not sudden. Everything follows a trajectory. My presence here today, encountering you, was inevitable. In truth, Ancient One was destined for a soul journey this evening, prompted by the call of the Eternal Emperor. Initially, she found this peculiar. Since she had chosen to follow the Eternal Emperor, he had summoned her only a handful of times, this being the second in a century. The sudden summons perplexed her, yet she felt compelled to respond. Upon seeing Luo Bai, she finally understood why the Eternal Emperor had called her. It was a signal that her time on Earth had come to an end. Having lived here for so long, she felt a twinge of reluctance to depart, yet she had no alternative. Very well, Luo Bai, I must take my leave. Congratulations on becoming the new Supreme Sorcerer. Ancient One expressed her final congratulations in those fleeting moments. Luo Bai also responded, thank you, former Supreme Sorcerer. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Master Gui. However, before he could finish his words, Gu Yi's spirit vanished. He was uncertain whether Gu Yi had heard him. Yet, gazing into the resplendent universe, an inexplicable emptiness enveloped Luo Bai's heart. Despite his current capabilities, augmented by a stroke of good fortune, he could manage independently even in Gu Yi's absence. Still, Gu Yi had appeared during his most vulnerable moments, providing him with invaluable assistance. The departure of such a friend inevitably left a sense of loss. However, Luo Bai soon adjusted his mindset and continued to cultivate his spirit. This time, though, he did not practice for long. Given the abruptness of Gu Yi's departure, he felt compelled to visit Kamartaj. With that thought in mind, it was not long before Luo Bai summoned his soul back into his body. Upon returning to his corporeal form, he immediately sensed a commotion downstairs. Voices engaged in conversation could be heard. I must see Sorcerer Luo Bai. It is imperative. You cannot go upstairs. I am truly sorry, but I have no other choice. As the voices faded, the argument ceased. Luo Bai furrowed his brow and rose to open the door. As the door swung open, he was met with an unfamiliar face, a middle-aged man. Before Luo Bai could utter a word, the stranger introduced himself. Greetings, Supreme Sorcerer. My name is Wang. You must return. Master Gui is no longer with us. Wang, the Grand Sorcerer of Kamartaj, also served as the steward to the Supreme Sorcerer. This title was not unwarranted, as Wang hailed from an ancient lineage that had begun serving the Supreme Sorcerer upon encountering Gu Yi. Thus, it was fitting to refer to Wang as the steward. The fact that Wang now addressed himself as the Supreme Sorcerer suggested that Gu Yi had anticipated his dwindling time and had conveyed certain matters, at the very least informing Wang of Luo Bai's current status. I understand. I am preparing to return. However, where have you placed Polaris? Luo Bai inquired. Although he had only overheard the two conversing briefly, it was evident from the dialogue and the current situation that Wang had likely sent Polaris away. Indeed, after Luo Bai posed the question, Wang appeared somewhat embarrassed as he replied, I apologize, Supreme Sorcerer. The situation was urgent, and she would not allow me to come upstairs. I had no choice but to resort to extraordinary measures. As he spoke, Wang opened a portal with his mind. The moment the door opened, Polaris tumbled out. Fortunately, Luo Bai was quick enough to catch her, yet it was clear she emerged in a state of bewilderment. I was just in free fall. Polaris exclaimed in shock. Luo Bai nodded in understanding. I comprehend. At that moment, Polaris finally grasped the situation. Sorcerer Luo Bai? I was doing my utmost to prevent it, but this person insisted on going upstairs. He made me endure 2 minutes of free fall. Polaris expressed her anger, visibly irate and on the verge of exploding. Luo Bai hurriedly reassured her. That was indeed rather excessive. Wang, I believe you ought to apologize to her. After all, it was I who instructed her not to allow anyone to disturb me. I apologize. The situation was urgent, Wang replied immediately. Although Polaris felt a twinge of anger, she refrained from expressing it. It was evident that Wang was a mage, and she was in no position to confront him. Moreover, it seemed he was acquainted with Mage Luo Bai. Contemplating this, Polaris could only wave her hand dismissively and say, Mage Luo Bai, is there anything else you require of me? Not at the moment, but I may need to depart for a while, Luo Bai replied. Polaris was somewhat taken aback, yet she refrained from probing further and simply responded. Very well, I shall keep an eye on the house during this time. Luo Bai nodded, and then he summoned a portal with his mind. Upon witnessing this, Wang was taken aback. You just opened a portal with your mind? Is that so surprising? Did you not do the same moments ago? Luo Bai countered. Wang's eyes widened, and he earnestly replied, I have studied magic for the better part of my life. To my knowledge, you have only begun your magical studies not long ago. But I possess exceptional talent, Luo Bai retorted. You are quite impressive, Wang exclaimed. Chapter 048. The awkward acting of Ancient One. At this moment, Wang was feeling quite frustrated. Although he understood that magical talents varied among individuals and had heard Ancient One commend the impressive aptitude of Luo Bai, he could not help but feel overwhelmed by the latter's extraordinary abilities. Who could possibly compete with him? After dedicating a significant portion of his life to mastering the art of opening a portal with sheer willpower, Luo Bai managed to learn it with astonishing swiftness. Reflecting on this, Wang could not help but exclaim, No wonder Master Ancient One chose you. You are indeed remarkable. Luo Bai offered no response, instead stepping through the portal and arriving at Kamartaj. At that moment, everything appeared normal. There seemed to be no discernible differences. Once the portal had closed, Luo Bai inquired, Did you rush to summon me back for some urgent matter? Wang explained earnestly, Master Ancient One mentioned that you have not stayed in Kamartaj for long, and thus there are many matters you might not be aware of. I need to inform you that Earth is currently unsafe, and there is a constant threat of invaders from other realms. It was imperative that I bring you back as soon as possible. A catastrophic disaster could strike at any moment, as countless races from the multiverse have their eyes on our fertile planet, particularly Dormammu. With Ancient One's demise, we cannot guarantee that Dormammu will not seize the opportunity. It was indeed crucial and urgent to summon Luo Bai, which accounted for Wang's anxiety. Nevertheless, upon learning that Earth was temporarily free from danger, Luo Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. He scanned the surroundings of Kamartaj. Despite having visited several times before, his perspective felt markedly different due to his changed status. This psychological shift was difficult to articulate, but fortunately he quickly regained his composure. Lead the way, Luo Bai instructed. Wang nodded and guided him forward. As they made their way to their destination, Luo Bai's keen hearing inadvertently caught snippets of conversation among several mages. How could the Supreme Sorcerer have died so suddenly? I heard he fell to his death. Fell? How is that possible? It seems that a powerful dark force invaded Earth during the night, and the Supreme Sorcerer suffered fatal injuries while attempting to fend it off, which led to his fall. To be precise, he was slain by the dark force. Dark force? Was it Dormammu? Uncertain, but it was immensely powerful. The protective array of Kamartaj didn't even register it. This is terrifying. The enemy can now evade the array's detection? Indeed, Earth is becoming increasingly perilous. Our adversaries are growing stronger. We must enhance our own powers swiftly. I cannot believe the Supreme Sorcerer has left us. You should adjust your address. We ought to refer to her as Master Ancient One now, for a new Supreme Sorcerer has arrived. It is said to be a prodigious mage. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai could no longer listen, as he was utterly taken aback. Overwhelmed by disbelief, he could not help but ask, Wang, Master Ancient One, was she killed in a fall? To be precise, she was gravely injured while resisting the dark force and subsequently fell, Wang replied earnestly. Luo Bai fell silent, his expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. The Ancient One, now a soul in pursuit of the eternal, has relinquished her corporeal form. She will orchestrate a plausible demise to announce her departure, simultaneously heralding the arrival of the new Supreme Sorcerer. In the original narrative, the manner of her death, crafted by the Ancient One, occurred during a confrontation with the treacherous Caecilius, resulting in her plummeting from a great height after sustaining a grievous wound. However, that event was not destined to transpire for at least a year. At present, Caecilius has not yet betrayed his allegiance nor succumbed to darkness. Luo Bai presumed that the Ancient One would at least devise an alternative method to proclaim her passing. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that she had not even bothered to concoct a new scheme, opting instead for the exact same ruse, even fabricating an obscure dark force so elusive that not even the Sanctum could detect it. In an instant, Luo Bai envisioned how the Ancient One's lackluster performance would unfold. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, May I ask what dark force claimed the life of the Ancient One? It is unclear. The Ancient One engaged in battle with a dark force beyond Earth, a conflict that the Sanctum has yet to identify, Wang replied earnestly. Luo Bai fell silent. All right. The Ancient One remains the Ancient One. She hastens to retire yet refuses to alter the script. As this thought crossed his mind, he could not help but jest. It must be a fearsome dark deity or a sorcerer of malevolent arts, otherwise, the Sanctum would surely have detected it. Earth has always been perilous. The threats we face are far more daunting than we can conceive. The incident involving the Ancient One serves as a reminder that perhaps the detection array should be upgraded, Wang remarked, his expression grave. Luo Bai refrained from further comments, choosing instead to accompany Wang as they continued on their path. Soon, they arrived in a dimly lit space, where Mordo stood at the center. You have arrived, he greeted as the two approached. Wang nodded and proceeded toward the central magical platform, speaking as he walked. For ages, sorcerers have safeguarded the world from the perils of magic. Agamotto, the first supreme sorcerer, is revered as one of the earliest to grasp the mysteries of the universe. He established the lineage of sorcerers on Earth and created the Eye of Agamotto. Moreover, there are the three great sanctums within the cities today. Wang raised his gaze to the shimmering orb rotating above, which represented Earth, a simulated version created through magic within the sanctum. This Earth enables us to detect numerous threats. Observe the stone doors adorned with symbols around you. They serve as gateways to different sanctums. Through these portals, one can access the cities where the sanctums reside. This door leads to Hong Kong, this one to London, and the last to New York. The three sanctums form the protective web of our contemporary world. Also known as the detection array, the sanctum safeguards the world, and we, in turn, protect the sanctum. The sanctum is of paramount importance to Kamartaj, as it can detect and shield Earth. It can be regarded as the first line of defense against invaders from other realms and the multiverse, all of whom could threaten the sanctum. Wang continued his exposition. As his words resonated, a magical protective array materialized, marking the locations of the three temples on a simulated Earth. This protective array expanded outward until it interconnected the three temples, enveloping the entire globe. I comprehended the significance. Luo Bai nodded, nearing an understanding of the connection between the temples and the Earth itself. Noticing that he had grasped the essential points, Moda promptly presented a list. It was the roster of mages from Kamartaj up to this point. I have verified it for any omissions. This list was evidently tailored for Luo Bai, as he had recently ascended to the rank of Supreme Mage and needed to familiarize himself with the names of these mages. After glancing at the list, Luo Bai affirmed, "I shall commit this to memory." No sooner had he spoken than Modu handed over several additional documents. These contained records of the current magical artifacts at Kamartaj, the existing collection in the library, and nearly all pertinent information had been conveyed. After standing still and listening to Wang and Modu for approximately half an hour, Luo Bai could no longer contain his curiosity. "Is there anything else?" The two pondered for some time, and once they confirmed that all matters had been addressed, they replied, "There should be nothing further, Supreme Mage." Luo Bai nodded. He was preparing to visit the artifact room in the temples when he heard Modu say, "It may be necessary for you to visit the training ground tomorrow morning around 6 o'clock. After all, you are the newly appointed Supreme Mage, and it is essential for the mages to become acquainted with you." Very well. Chapter 49. Good things come to those who seek them. After outlining his tasks, Moda took his leave. "Supreme Sorcerer, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall depart. Should you have any uncertainties, Wang will enlighten you," he remarked. "Very well." Luo Bai nodded in acknowledgement. Once Moda had exited, Luo Bai gazed at the substantial stack of documents in his hands, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He understood that as the Supreme Sorcerer, a comprehensive understanding of Kamartaj was essential. Yet he had not anticipated the sheer volume of materials. It was no wonder that Dr. Strange spent the majority of his time reading. The tomes of Kamartaj were indeed plentiful. These documents resembled an array of books. Seemingly sensing his distress, Wang approached and offered, "Kamartaj has existed for a considerable time, and you may require a bit of time to familiarize yourself with it. However, you can inquire about many matters, and I shall assist you in resolving most of your queries." Despite this being their first encounter, Luo Bai, well versed in the narrative, held a profound trust in Wang. "I appreciate your assistance, Wang," Luo Bai replied. Wang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is my duty. Do you have any further instructions?" Nodding, Luo Bai responded, "Indeed. Please guide me through the temple and the artifact chamber." Wang said nothing further, leading Luo Bai through the gates of the temple. As they walked, Wang elucidated. Each temple is guarded by a protective sorcerer, whose responsibility is to safeguard the sanctity of the temple they oversee. The original guardian of the New York temple was Master Gu Yi, but it is currently under the temporary protection of Master Daniel. The guardian of the London temple is presently Master Celestia, while I serve as the guardian of the Hong Kong temple. Before becoming the librarian, Wang indeed held the position of guardian at the Hong Kong temple, a fact that did not surprise Luo Bai. "Supreme Sorcerer, do you have any thoughts regarding the guardians of the temples?" Wang inquired suddenly, interrupting Luo Bai's contemplation. Luo Bai remained silent, lost in thought. He understood Wang's implication clearly. Now that he had ascended to the role of Supreme Sorcerer, it was his duty to protect the temple, implying that, barring extraordinary circumstances, he would primarily remain within its confines. Naturally, Luo Bai had mentally prepared for this responsibility. After all, he was now the Supreme Sorcerer. It was hardly feasible to continue residing in a villa, untouched by the duties that lay ahead. With this realization, Luo Bai replied, "For the time being, I shall oversee the New York temple. My familiarity with Kamartaj is still developing, and I would prefer to maintain Master Gu Yi's previous arrangements for now. Once I have gained a clearer understanding, I will make the necessary adjustments. Given that New York is the most chaotic of places, it is prudent for me to remain here, as other sorcerers may struggle to manage the disturbances." Very well, we have arrived at the New York Temple, Wang announced. During their conversation, they had indeed reached the New York Temple. Shortly thereafter, a sorcerer approached to greet them. Wang acknowledged him and began the introduction. Master Daniel. This is the current Supreme Sorcerer, Master Luo Bai. With great respect, Daniel addressed him, Supreme Sorcerer. Daniel began to scrutinize Luo Bai, his gaze imbued with a hint of astonishment and disbelief. Overwhelmed by his surprise, he inadvertently neglected the bounds of politeness. Observing his reaction, Luo Bai offered a gentle smile and remarked, Master Daniel, you seem quite curious about me. It was only then that Daniel realized his rudeness and hastily apologized. I sincerely apologize, esteemed master. I did not intend to be disrespectful. I was merely taken aback. What has surprised you? Luo Bai inquired amiably. Daniel, somewhat bashful, responded with a smile. You appear remarkably youthful. Luo Bai anticipated such a reaction, for among the grand sorcerers, he was indeed the youngest. Ascending to the rank of Supreme Sorcerer at such an age and with such a visage was bound to astonish Daniel. Moreover, Luo Bai seldom resided within Kamartaj, leaving most sorcerers unfamiliar with him, let alone aware of his prowess. Daniel's surprise was thus understandable. However, as a Supreme Sorcerer, Luo Bai felt that such remarks could be deemed impolite. Consequently, Wang reprimanded Daniel with astonishment. Daniel, this is the Supreme Sorcerer. You cannot be so disrespectful. I am truly sorry. I was simply too astonished. Daniel reiterated his apology. Yet, Luo Bai merely smiled and replied, I comprehend your astonishment. My age and credentials indeed make my position as Supreme Sorcerer quite surprising. Although Dr. Strange's qualifications were also not extensive, he had faced the invasion of Dormammu shortly after his ascension, thereby validating his strength. While the sorcerers of Kamartaj may appear amicable, it does not imply that they are devoid of their own opinions regarding the position of Supreme Sorcerer. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai considered that he might need to demonstrate his abilities to earn the respect of the sorcerers at Kamartaj, for strength remains the ultimate criterion of evaluation. With this thought, Luo Bai cheerfully inquired, Master Daniel, how long have you been studying magic? Daniel responded with a smile, I can hardly recall, perhaps 30 or 40 years. It escapes me. Luo Bai nodded. I trust Master Daniel possesses a profound understanding of magic. Perhaps we could exchange insights when time permits. However, at present, I am more inclined to explore the sanctum, if that is agreeable. Of course, I would be delighted to guide you. Shall we begin our tour on the second floor? Daniel asked. Luo Bai nodded and followed Daniel to the staircase. In the heart of the New York sanctum stood a magnificent staircase, which led to the second floor. As the guide, Daniel ascended the first flight of stairs first. Once he reached the top, Luo Bai and Wang followed suit. However, as Luo Bai stepped onto the first step, Daniel noticed something amiss. The staircase, which had appeared perfectly ordinary, suddenly began to move on its own. Indeed, it was moving autonomously, akin to an elevator, ascending floor by floor. As a grand sorcerer, Daniel could not be oblivious to the cause. This was spatial magic. Luo Bai, the newly appointed Supreme Sorcerer. Wait a moment. At such a tender age, has he already mastered magic to this extent? Daniel was left in a state of bewilderment. In truth, Luo Bai could empathize with his confusion, for among the mages in Kamartaj, few could adeptly wield spatial magic. In fact, the combat prowess of Kamartaj mages is not particularly high. In the narrative, it was only after Caecilius absorbed dark powers that he could utilize such abilities, making the capability to wield spatial magic in Kamartaj exceedingly impressive. For this reason, it was relatively effortless to display a semblance of superiority before these grand wizards. Observing Daniel's current expression of astonishment, Luo Bai was acutely aware that this display was quite effective. After the group ascended to the second floor of the sanctum via the elevator, Daniel remained unfazed. It was Luo Bai who reminded him, We have arrived, Mage Daniel. Please guide us on a tour. Only then did Daniel regain his composure, his gaze towards Luo Bai now filled with clarity and admiration. Very well, Supreme Mage. Please follow me this way, Daniel said, stepping ahead with enthusiasm to lead the way. Noting his departure, Wang leaned in to whisper to Luo Bai. Must we ascend in such a manner? Luo Bai shrugged, replying, I would prefer not to, but as the newly appointed Supreme Mage, I must demonstrate my strength to earn the respect of these seasoned archmages. Wang nodded in understanding. I see. I merely thought your method of ascent was quite impressive. With a smile, Luo Bai replied, Next time, I shall show you something even more remarkable. Hardly had his words faded when a crisp sound resonated, akin to the shattering of glass. Before anyone could react, a red cloak soared towards Luo Bai, obstructing his path. Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback. Wait, isn't this the ancient artifact? The cloak of levitation? As he pondered, Wang's voice cut through. It seems this artifact has chosen you, Supreme Mage. You should know it has remained here for an indeterminate period, never selecting a master. You are indeed fortunate. Chapter 050, Dormammu. Why does it feel like someone is stealing from home? The floating cloak, a magical artifact, is said to be an ancient relic and one of the most renowned garments and pieces of equipment. Luo Bai has learned about this cloak. It not only allows its wearer to levitate in midair, but also acts in accordance with its master's will during combat, and can provide a degree of resistance against physical and magical attacks. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to alter its appearance. Most importantly, it possesses a consciousness of its own. In simpler terms, the floating cloak chooses its master based on its own satisfaction. Clearly, it has now chosen Luo Bai. In fact, upon witnessing the appearance of the floating cloak, Luo Bai felt a twinge of curiosity. After all, in the original narrative, it had chosen Doctor Strange as its master, becoming his exclusive artifact. To his surprise, the cloak now chose him. Is this the allure of supreme fortune? The Supreme Mage. It seems this cloak is quite fond of you. While lost in thought, Daniel spoke up. Luo Bai snapped back to reality and looked at the floating cloak, replying, "It appears I am rather fortunate." No sooner had he spoken than the floating cloak flew over and draped itself over Luo Bai's shoulders, settling down quietly like an ordinary cloak, no longer moving. Observing this, Luo Bai continued, "Well then, let us proceed to explore the second floor." Daniel nodded and led the way. The second floor of the New York Sanctum houses many rooms, studies, and bedrooms, among which the myriad magical artifacts on display captivated Luo Bai the most. Within the display cases were various magical items from the multiverse: the dragon-toothed sword, the axe of Angarum, and this is the cosmic cauldron. Daniel introduced each item in turn. Luo Bai paused, directing his gaze towards an object resembling a holy grail, asking, "Is this item called the cosmic cauldron?" "Indeed," Daniel replied. "Why is it named as such? What purpose does it serve?" Luo Bai inquired, subsequently picking it up for a closer inspection. Beside him, Daniel explained, "It is an artifact used by mages to predict the future and unveil the secrets of the universe. Typically, mages must invoke a spell to activate it, but few can do so adeptly, as foreseeing the future is no simple task." Just as Daniel was elucidating this, he was taken aback to see Luo Bai had already initiated the activation. In an instant, Daniel was stunned. Wait, he hadn't even mentioned what the incantation was. How could Luo Bai have begun the activation already? Puzzled, Daniel couldn't help but ask Wang beside him, "Wang, did you tell him the incantation?" Wang shook his head. "No. How then did the Supreme Mage activate the cosmic cauldron?" Daniel queried. Wang furrowed his brow and replied helplessly, "Who knows?" "Daniel." The two fell into silence. At that moment, Luo Bai had completed his trial. The conclusion he reached was that it was utterly inferior to the Time Stone. The cosmic cauldron's function did not allow one to directly glimpse the future like the Time Stone. Rather, it resembled a prophetic artifact that could predict future events. It is no wonder that the ancient ones seldom utilized this artifact, preferring instead to entrust it to other sorcerers. However, for an average mage, this artifact is indeed quite remarkable. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai returned the artifact to its original position. When he turned around, he noticed that both Daniel and Wang wore expressions of bewilderment. Intrigued, Luo Bai could not help but inquire, "Why do you both look so astonished?" It was then that Wang finally asked, "Do you know how to use this thing?" "I have no idea," Luo Bai replied, shaking his head. "This is my first encounter with it." "Then how do you know the incantation?" Wang pressed further. With utmost seriousness, Luo Bai responded, "I guessed." "What? You guessed?" In an instant, both Wang and Daniel widened their eyes in disbelief. Is it really that easy to guess a magical incantation? Wang could not refrain from commenting. Luo Bai remained silent, contemplating Wang's astonished expression and thinking to himself, with the favor of fortune, isn't it a simple matter to deduce a password? I guessed the incantation from Agamotto too. Of course, he kept this to himself and said nothing more. After completing the tour of the temple, Luo Bai continued, "All right, I have a fair understanding of the situation at the New York Sanctum. Mage Daniel, I intend to take on the responsibility of guarding the New York Sanctum." The implication of his words was clear. Daniel, displaying great insight, replied, "Then I will leave the sanctum in your capable hands. I must take my leave now." With that, Daniel departed. As he left, Wang inquired, "Is there anything else you need me to do, Supreme Mage?" Luo Bai shook his head in response, "Not for now. I will be at the training ground at 6 a.m. tomorrow. You may go about your business now." "Thank you, Wang. You're too kind, Supreme Mage." Wang replied before also leaving the New York Sanctum. Once the two had departed, Luo Bai entered his study and began to peruse the books and materials provided by Mordo. Given Luo Bai's adeptness in time magic, he was now capable of employing temporal acceleration to read and learn efficiently, surrounded by a wall of books and documents. He completed his reading in under half an hour. Upon finishing, Luo Bai gained a general understanding of the sanctum and the magical array. Each successive Supreme Mage had integrated their magic with a simulated Earth array. In this way, regardless of their physical location or the state of their soul, the Supreme Mage could immediately sense the conditions on Earth and monitor everything concerning Kamartaj. Integrating the magical array was not overly complex. After a single attempt, Luo Bai succeeded. Establishing this connection was akin to possessing a simulated planet of his own. Whenever he wished, he could perceive and observe everything occurring on Earth. Naturally, not all areas could be perfectly monitored, as certain locations might present obstacles. After all, those who wield magic are not limited to the sorcerers of Kamartaj alone. Presently, the only place he could observe clearly and without obstruction was the city where Kamartaj resided. This was understandable, as Kamartaj was the epicenter of the magical array. The closer one is to the center, the better the observation. Once a connection with Kamataiji is established, Luo Bai harbors an intention to delve into the dark grimoire. Although Earth previously appeared to be quite peaceful, the truth is that its tranquility was largely attributed to the presence of the Ancient One. As the mightiest sorcerer on Earth, the Ancient One's existence served as a deterrent to many formidable entities. However, with the Ancient One's demise, it will not be long before this news reverberates throughout the universe, heralding a period of impending turmoil for Earth. The cosmic timeline has already been altered by Luo Bai's arrival, rendering his memories of the timeline unreliable. He must prepare for the potential crises that may soon beset Earth, and the most effective approach is to enhance his own abilities. Contemplating this, Luo Bai retrieved the dark grimoire that he had sealed away and began to study it, having trained his soul for an extended period. The corrosive effects of the dark grimoire, while still present, were no longer as potent as they had initially seemed. After a preliminary perusal of the dark grimoire, Luo Bai grasped the essence of its contents. The spells within can be broadly categorized into 6 types: methods to enter the malevolent dimensional space, transformations into vampires and werewolves, the manipulation of human will, the summoning of Shizorn, the absorption of spiritual energy, and the harnessing of dark power. The spells are exceedingly extreme, and some he would undoubtedly lose control over if attempted. Thus, Luo Bai opted for the relatively benign spells, the absorption of spiritual energy and the harnessing of dark power. These 2 spells are intrinsically linked, as their practices are quite similar. The methods are straightforward. They essentially instruct one in incantations to master the absorption of dark power. This dark energy is not limited to that of Shizorn, but rather depends on the wielder's application. In essence, mastering all dark powers would yield considerable strength, allowing one to absorb dark energy from various dimensions. Having comprehended this, Luo Bai opened the mirror dimension and commenced his attempts. Thanks to his profound foundation in magic, he swiftly mastered the method to begin absorbing dark power. Meanwhile, in the dark dimension, Dormammu and Mephisto in the realm of demons sensed an unsettling disturbance. It felt as though someone was intruding upon their domain. Chapter 051. Dormammu, are you back again? At the very moment when Luo Bai mastered the art of absorbing dark energy, a formidable surge of this power began to flood uncontrollably into his being. This force was immense, crashing upon him like tumultuous waves from a boundless ocean. The overwhelming influx compelled Luo Bai to momentarily cease his absorption and adapt to this newfound power. Truth be told, he was momentarily dazed. It was his first encounter with the dark scriptures, and he had only just learned to absorb dark energy. Yet, simultaneously, it felt as though he had inadvertently activated an unknown switch. In that fleeting instant, he absorbed an astonishing amount of dark energy. The force surged towards him from all directions and dimensions, so potent that it seemed beyond control. Luo Bai began to doubt whether his body could withstand such a colossal influx of power. While he could comprehend that dark energy was inherently difficult to manage, especially given the sheer volume he had just absorbed from various dimensions, it was understandable that he felt somewhat out of his depth. Fortunately, after a brief period of adjustment, he swiftly integrated this power. Once he had regained his composure, Luo Bai endeavored to absorb dark energy once more. This time, he exercised a modicum of restraint, refraining from the recklessness of his initial attempt. Yet, perhaps fortune smiled upon him, for Luo Bai could sense that the dark energy continued to pour into his body without restraint. In an instant, he found himself once again suffused with dark power. Simultaneously, as the sovereign of the dark dimension, Dormammu could distinctly perceive the dark energy within his realm being absorbed once again. At this juncture, Dormammu was incensed. How many times must this be endured? Flickering in and out of his dark dimension, did they think his realm was merely a playground for their whims? Oh, here it comes again. Infuriating. Dormammu cursed under his breath. In truth, he was indifferent to bestowing the powers of the dark dimension upon others, for in doing so, he could also exert control over their souls, thus fulfilling his every ambition. However, this was contingent upon his voluntary granting of such power. It was clear that this situation was markedly different. The dark dimension's power was not being bestowed. Rather, someone was actively absorbing it from Earth. The ability to absorb dark energy from his dimension indicated that someone on Earth had mastered the method of absorption. Yet, this should not be possible. After all, this was his dark dimension. Absorbing dark energy across dimensions? Ancient One was dead. Given the lamentable magical prowess of the sorcerers on Earth, how could they achieve such a feat? Dormammu found himself perplexed but remained unperturbed. After all, did he truly believe that the power of his dark dimension was so easily accessible? If they dared to absorb his strength, they should be prepared to surrender their souls. Souls delivered right to his doorstep. They would become his disciples, descending into the dark dimension. Dormammu roared in fury. He wielded the dark forces of his domain, yearning to transform the Earth's sorcerer, who had absorbed his malevolent power, into his devoted follower. His ambition was to trace the consciousness of that sorcerer through the veil of darkness and seduce him into irrevocable submission as his slave. At that moment, however, Dormammu sensed a collision with another dark force. This power seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. It was none other than the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. What was this? How did he suddenly appear? Could it be that he too coveted the soul of the Earth's sorcerer? Dormammu pondered. Meanwhile, Mephisto had also become aware of Dormammu's formidable power. The demon from another dimension, known as the Lord of Hell, was incensed by the absorption of the dark energy from his realm. How could he tolerate such an audacious act of siphoning his powers without permission? Such an affront would not go unpunished. A price must be paid, the offering of a soul. Thus, Mephisto resolved to transform the human who had absorbed his power into a follower. They forged a pact, compelling the individual to surrender his soul. Yet, as Mephisto endeavored to manipulate the man's consciousness through the source of his power, he encountered an obstruction. It appeared that Dormammu from the dark dimension was simultaneously attempting the same thing. Mephisto was taken aback, muttering to himself, Dormammu? Does he also desire this man's soul? He understood well the predatory nature of the multiverse, where the weak are devoured by the strong, and contending with Dormammu was a gamble he might not win. Thus, upon sensing Dormammu's might, Mephisto chose to retreat, temporarily relinquishing his claim on the man's soul. Upon perceiving Mephisto's withdrawal, Dormammu was evidently pleased. Just a minor Lord of Hell, daring to vie for his followers? He mused as he made another attempt to invade the consciousness. Yet, at that very moment, Dormammu was met with yet another barrier. What on earth? How much dark power has this individual absorbed? Everyone is clamoring for his soul, it seems. I must discover who this is. Just as he contemplated this, he felt a surge of a familiar force. Isian. Chapter 052. Dormammu. I am utterly astonished. The Dark Grimoire is so renowned that even Dormammu has drawn upon its dark energy to augment his own power. How could he possibly be unaware of who Zysorn is? He is, after all, the creator of the Dark Grimoire, the very origin of all dark magic. A formidable figure indeed. Although Zysorn was forced into exile in another dimension long ago, he merely departed, he did not perish. Who can say when he might return? Hence, upon sensing Zysorn's formidable power, Dormammu was visibly taken aback. He hesitated to advance, for doing so would mean competing with Zysorn for followers. Frankly, the risk is considerable. After all, no one has witnessed the full extent of Zysorn's power. Even though Dormammu has studied the Dark Grimoire and absorbed some of Zysorn's strength, that power is but a mere trifle in comparison to Zysorn's. Moreover, it is not just Dormammu. The Lord of Hell, Mephisto, has also drawn upon Zysorn's power. This clearly indicates Zysorn's immense strength, and in a contest for followers, Dormammu's chances appear rather slim. Yet, Dormammu is unwilling to concede. The power of his dark dimension has inexplicably been siphoned by another, and he is unable to claim that individual's soul. This is utterly unjust. Just as Dormammu was embroiled in his turmoil, another force surged forth to obstruct his path. Unlike the dark magic he wields, this was a pure, golden power. It was white magic. Could it possibly be the Trinity god, Vishanti? Has Vishanti also taken an interest in this human mage, bestowing blessings upon him in hopes of making him a follower? In that instant, Dormammu was completely bewildered, his mind inundated with questions. Who can elucidate the identity of this mage? So many ancient gods wish to claim him as a follower. What makes him so exceptional? How infuriating. Could you ancient gods not remain in your own realms? Dormammu cursed under his breath. In the wake of his wrath, the entire dark dimension erupted into chaos. While he truly does not require another follower, his unwillingness to relinquish this one is palpable. Furthermore, the fact that this earthly mage has captured the attention of numerous ancient gods indicates that his soul possesses something remarkable. This conviction only solidifies Dormammu's determination to seize the soul of Loki. Yet, at present, he cannot engage in battle. Competing against so many ancient gods leaves him with no chance of victory. He had initially thought that with the demise of the Ancient One, he could freely devour Earth. But little did he know that the Ancient One had taken on such a disciple. He yearns to consume more planets, transforming them into his dark dimension to bolster his own power. One day, that soul shall be mine. Dormammu bellowed as he retreated. At this moment, one of the Lords of Hell, Mephisto, quietly breached his defenses. Mephisto, I merely wish to claim a soul. There is no need for so many ancient gods to intervene. Unbeknownst to Loki, the dark god and the lords of hell are in contention over his soul. He kept his eyes closed, continuously absorbing the dark power that surged into his being. He only ceased when he was certain that his body could no longer contain any more of this darkness. Drawing upon his prior experience, Luo Bai adjusted swiftly this time. The dark power was absorbed entirely in a matter of moments, and during this absorption, his eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue. As his emotions settled, his gaze gradually returned to its normal state. This power. Luo Bai murmured in astonishment, then glanced at his own form. The surprise stemmed from his newfound sense of strength. Such a sensation was rare while practicing white magic. Although he had felt incremental progress daily, the improvements had been rather subtle. After mastering the Time Stone, he indeed sensed a significant enhancement in his abilities. Yet, compared to the current experience, it was an entirely different realm. In that brief half hour of practicing black magic, Luo Bai's powers surged dramatically. It was no wonder that many were drawn to black magic. Even the Ancient One had to borrow a fragment of its might. One could only marvel at how generous it was. While black magic possessed its merits, enabling one to grow stronger, Luo Bai was well aware of the importance of moderation. For now, practicing to this extent was sufficient. He could resume once his soul and spirit were more robust. Thus, he embarked on another journey of soul exploration. This voyage was notably brief. As Wang arrived at 6 in the morning, "Supreme Mage, you must head to the training grounds," Wang reminded him. Luo Bai adjusted himself and exited the study, passing through the stone doors of the sanctum and entering Kamartash. As they walked towards the training grounds, Wang inquired, "Supreme Mage, are you settling well within the sanctum? Is there anything you require?" Luo Bai shook his head, replying, "It is quite satisfactory. Should I need anything, I will procure it myself." A mage's requisites were not matters to be taken lightly. Wang understood this and refrained from further questioning, merely stating, "There are quite a number of mages present today, including the guardian mages and those training outside. Several mages who had a good rapport with the Ancient One are also at the training grounds." They all came. Luo Bai was taken aback, unable to suppress his sarcasm. "So many people?" Wang shrugged in response. "Everyone wishes to see what the new Supreme Mage looks like. It's not surprising that many have gathered." This was indeed understandable. Luo Bai nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to pose another question, he sensed an anomaly. Someone had intruded into Kamartash. With the protective enchantments in place, it was uncommon for anyone to breach Kamartash easily. Of course, if the intruder was also a mage, the situation would differ. Thus, it was clear that the intruder was indeed a mage. Wang also detected the disturbance in the enchantment, and with urgency, he exclaimed, "Supreme Mage, someone has entered Kamartash." "I sensed it as well," Luo Bai replied, frowning. Just then, he heard Wang murmur, "Strange. I just sensed an unusual surge of energy. Why can I no longer feel it now?" "It appears that this mage possesses formidable strength," Luo Bai explained. "What should we do? Should we summon all the mages of Kamartash?" Wang inquired. "No need, for I can sense that she is currently at the training grounds," Luo Bai replied. Although Wang could not detect the energy fluctuations emanating from the intruding mage, he was aware that the source of the anomalous energy lay within the training grounds. The training grounds? This mage headed straight for them upon infiltrating Kamartash. Could it be that her sole intention was to make your acquaintance? Wang pondered. As the newly appointed Supreme Mage, it is only natural that she would pique the curiosity of Earth's mages. However, Luo Bai suspected that the matter might be more complex than it appeared. Of course, he could not guarantee with absolute certainty the purpose of her visit. After contemplating for a moment, he responded, "Let us proceed to the training grounds." Chapter 053. Is this something you can just pick up? Kamartash, training grounds. By the time Luo Bai and Wang arrived at the training grounds, the mages had already commenced their training. Modu was guiding the apprentices, while the more seasoned mages observed from the sidelines. Upon spotting Luo Bai, Modu approached to greet them. "Supreme Mage, Wang." Luo Bai nodded in acknowledgement. Before he could utter a word, the senior mages stepped forward to extend their greetings to him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they turned their attention to the novice mage's training. Yet, this was merely a fade. In truth, Luo Bai was on the lookout for the intruding mage. Through the fluctuations of energy, he swiftly located the uninvited guest. At that moment, the mage was blending in among the novice students, practicing alongside them. "Supreme Mage, have you found the intruder?" Wang inquired in a hushed tone as Luo Bai made his discovery. Luo Bai nodded in response, indicating fourth from the left in the third row. Following his cue, Wang quickly spotted the intruder, leaving her more bewildered. She infiltrated Kamartash disguised as an apprentice? That is far too easy to expose, Wang remarked. Modu trains these apprentices daily. He would recognize her as not belonging to Kamartaj's ranks. Luo Bai, too, was puzzled by this. The only plausible explanation was that the mage perhaps never intended to conceal her identity. More accurately, she might have wished for Luo Bai to notice her. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Modu discerned something amiss. Among the apprentices stood an unfamiliar face. "Who are you?" Moda halted, confronting the intruder. I've never seen you before. The intruder smiled ominously before responding, I am Agatha. The library of Kamartaj contains records of many mages, including Agatha. She is one of the most formidable witches on earth, her power exceedingly formidable. Thus, upon hearing Agatha's name, Modu's expression shifted dramatically. Agatha, a witch. What brings you to Kamartaj? Modu questioned. Ha ha ha. Of course. I have come to see who the Ancient One has chosen as the Supreme Mage. Agatha laughed, as her words faded. A powerful black and purple magical energy enveloped her entire being, swiftly restoring her original witch-like appearance. Although Agatha appeared to be a middle-aged woman in her 40s, she was, in reality, a millennia-old witch. She had employed certain unique methods to delay her aging, allowing her to maintain a semblance of youth. Otherwise, she would likely manifest as the archetypal old hag, as she was also known by that moniker. Agatha's presence left all the mages present in shock. It was well understood that her intentions were anything but simple. In fact, she was not regarded as a benevolent mage, for her ideology starkly contrasted with that of Kamartaj. In the eyes of the many sorcerers of Kamartaj, the study of dark magic is absolutely forbidden. Yet Agatha remains unfazed. She is willing to learn anything that could serve her purpose. Consequently, the mages of Kamartaj have branded her as an evil witch. Being deemed malevolent implies ulterior motives. With this thought, Modus shouted, all sorcerers, prepare for battle. In an instant, the mages of Kamartaj assumed combat stances, readying their formations for conflict. Luo Bai understood that. Given Kamartaj's current strength, even the combined might of these sorcerers would be insufficient to contend with Agatha. Thus, he promptly commanded, Modu, take the sorcerers and continue your training. Moda hesitated. Continue training? Supreme Sorcerer, Agatha is an evil witch. Her arrival in Kamartaj surely harbors ill intentions. Luo Bai replied calmly, I understand. She will not disturb you. As his words echoed, the mirror dimension was instantaneously activated. A formidable force enveloped Kamartaj, isolating the entire space. With the mirror dimension now in effect, only Luo Bai and Agatha remained within. Mirror dimension? Quite impressive, Agatha remarked with a smile. For one so young to reach such a level is commendable. I had thought that Kamartaj would be left without guardians after the departure of the Ancient One, yet here you are, a promising talent. Her expression bore no trace of fear, only a casual indifference. She surveyed the confines of the mirror dimension with a disdainful gaze before continuing her mockery. Child, do you truly believe this mirror dimension can contain me? You underestimate my strength. Luo Bai shook his head, responding calmly, no. I have activated the mirror space solely to shield Kamartaj from any repercussions. Before Agatha could react, Luo Bai silently chanted a spell, conjuring the form of Aiken. In an instant, countless duplicates filled the mirror dimension. He then directed all his replicas to unleash the Ring of Lagarder. At the moment of release, a crimson circular magical shield manifested in the hands of each duplicate, and they advanced alongside Luo Bai's true form to assault Agatha. Seeing the initial strike, Agatha swiftly retaliated, engaging fiercely with Luo Bai's advancing duplicates. It is no wonder Agatha is known as the Eternal Witch. She effortlessly dealt with the myriad of Luo Bai's duplicates. Even finding time to converse, the melee magic of Kamartaj poses no threat to me. Don't you possess the Dark Grimoire? Come now, child. Wield the power of the Dark Grimoire against me. As she spoke, a sinister smile crept across her face. Truth be told, had Luo Bai not been aware of the narrative, knowing Agatha's ability to absorb magical energy, he might have been ensnared by her words. As one of Earth's most formidable witches, Agatha undoubtedly possesses considerable prowess. Although the text does not detail her specific abilities, Luo Bai, with his knowledge of the plot, is well aware of her capabilities. Agatha possesses the remarkable ability to withstand the majority of magical assaults, even having the capacity to absorb magical energies. Therefore, engaging her through close combat magic proves to be far more effective. Undoubtedly, her formidable prowess can be attributed to a crucial factor. She has also studied the Dark Grimoire. From her earlier probing remarks, Luo Bai could surmise her intentions for visiting Kamartaj today were to retrieve the Dark Grimoire. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai countered her attack while responding, it appears you are already aware that the Dark Grimoire is in my possession. Upon the mention of the Dark Grimoire, Agatha visibly became agitated, exclaiming, of course, that is my book. I have cherished it for so long. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, one day it vanished. After a prolonged search, I finally discovered it, only to find that you had stolen it. Stolen? No. I merely found that book. Moreover, it does not belong to you, Luo Bai replied calmly. Agatha retorted, what nonsense is this? You found it? That book has been with me for centuries. And you dare claim you merely stumbled upon it? Chapter 054. You'll understand after one look? Agatha certainly did not believe that the Dark Grimoire was merely found by Luo Bai. After all, since acquiring the tome, she had kept it securely hidden in her secret chamber. rarely taking it out. Luo Bai must have employed some form of sorcery to pilfer it from her sanctuary. With this thought, Agatha angrily exclaimed, "That book has always been kept in my home. How could you possibly have found it?" Luo Bai replied calmly, "The dark grimoire possesses a consciousness of its own. It can leave at will. You should ponder why the grimoire has forsaken you." Upon hearing this, Agatha's fury intensified. For Luo Bai spoke the truth. The dark grimoire indeed chose its own host. Once it had made its selection, no one could alter that fate. Agatha understood that the grimoire's departure signified her abandonment. Yet her pride would not allow her to accept this, which is why she confronted him. "It has been with me for hundreds of years. I am its rightful master. You must have resorted to vile methods to steal it from me. You sorcerers of Kamartaj constantly proclaim your disapproval of dark magic while branding me as an evil witch. Yet here you are, coveting my dark grimoire. How utterly revolting." Agatha raged. Her invectives were fierce, a testament to her anger. Initially, she could handle Luo Bai's myriad of manifestations with ease, but her fury caused her actions to slow noticeably. Observing this, Luo Bai took the opportunity to taunt her further. "After studying the dark grimoire for centuries, you remain unaware of its sentience? No wonder it has abandoned you." With that remark, Agatha's composure shattered completely. The phrase "the dark grimoire has forsaken you" echoed relentlessly in her mind, inciting her into a frenzy. "You stole it. Damn you, show yourself," she screamed in rage. Seizing her moment of wrath, Luo Bai commanded all his duplicates to manifest the holy sword of Visantai and strike forth. In her fury, Agatha was caught off guard, and numerous holy swords struck her down in an instant. Only then did she realize that Luo Bai had intentionally provoked her, aiming to distract her. A clever tactic, yet ultimately futile. "Do you believe such feeble strength can harm me?" Agatha bellowed. As her voice rose, a surge of dark violet energy erupted from within her, radiating outward like a powerful shockwave. This overwhelming force dispelled Luo Bai's myriad manifestations, leaving only his true form. The moment he appeared, Agatha unleashed her sorcery. Countless purple beams of light ensnared Luo Bai like creeping vines, binding him completely. With her extensive combat experience, Agatha offered him no opportunity to resist. Once she had him under her control, she swiftly employed her magic to attempt to dominate Luo Bai's will. At this moment, Luo Bai unleashed the magic of time, swiftly reversing it back to the previous second when Agatha had him under her control. As the temporal reversal commenced, Luo Bai successfully broke free from his constraints. Seizing the moment while Agatha was still in disbelief, he conjured countless clones and simultaneously released the crimson chains of Setarak. Numerous scarlet chains erupted forth, instantly binding Agatha tightly. Only then did Agatha realize that something was amiss. No. She distinctly remembered that Luo Bai had been on the brink of her control. How could the situation have reversed in the blink of an eye? Moreover, she had not even comprehended what had transpired. Could it be? Gazing at the eye of Agamotto adorning Luo Bai's neck, Agatha suddenly understood. To her surprise, he had already mastered time magic. She had underestimated him. Agatha exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Bai calmly replied, "You have yet to discover much more. Is that so? What else do you possess?" Agatha responded nonchalantly. No sooner had she spoken than she vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared behind Luo Bai, and more specifically, behind his true self. Agatha's prowess indeed surpassed Luo Bai's imagination. Despite utilizing the form of Akin to summon countless clones, Luo Bai had not anticipated that Agatha would instantly locate his true form. The crimson chains had no effect on her. Even though the crimson chains were the most formidable magical restraints in white magic, Agatha was adept in sorcery as well. Escaping the crimson chains was a trivial endeavor for her. In an instant, Agatha stood at his back. Luo Bai felt a chill run down his spine. He attempted to use magic to teleport elsewhere and evade Agatha. To his dismay, he found that he could no longer wield white or black magic. "Don't waste your efforts. Child, look around," Agatha spoke. It was then that Luo Bai noticed, unbeknownst to him, peculiar purple characters had materialized around him, intricately interconnected to form a barrier that ensnared him. Upon seeing these symbols, Luo Bai grasped the situation. Agatha had just established a magical barrier using these runes. This was a form of sorcery she had devised by harnessing the power of the dark grimoire, a barrier formed through incantations. Within this magical barrier, only the specific type of magic and sorcery designated by Agatha could be utilized. All other forms of magic and sorcery would be rendered temporarily ineffective. Even the chaotic powers would become unusable if constrained by the runes. It was no wonder that Agatha was regarded as the most formidable witch on earth. Her sorcery indeed held considerable merit. Nevertheless, this challenge did not seem insurmountable for Luo Bai. "To be honest, your abilities are quite commendable. With more time to study, you might evolve into an exceedingly powerful mage. Unfortunately, your learning period has been insufficient, and you still fall short compared to me. So, the game ends here, and you must return the book to me." As she pondered this, Agatha began to cast her sorcery. Clearly, she intended to subdue Luo Bai, compelling him to retrieve the dark grimoire himself. Yet, she failed. A formidable orb of magical energy surged towards Agatha, launching an attack. Although this potent magic was swiftly absorbed by her, Agatha found herself utterly bewildered. Wait a moment. She couldn't have misinterpreted that, could she? Why was Luo Bai wielding her sorcery? You can cast spells, Agatha inquired, her expression one of astonishment. Luo Bai shook her head in response. No, I just learned it. Agatha was taken aback. Just learned it? No, you learned it just now. Chapter 055. No, you must be cheating. At this moment, Agatha found herself utterly bewildered. Just as she was about to harness her sorcery to subdue Luo Bai's consciousness, the floating cloak draped over Luo Bai suddenly lunged towards her, ensnaring her hands. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Bai unleashed a magical energy sphere aimed at Agatha. Although Agatha possessed the ability to absorb magical energy, rendering her immune to any harm from magic, which could even be reversed against her, her psyche was nonetheless shaken. This was a space where she had clearly cast a forbidden spell, signifying that, apart from her own sorcery, no other magic could be wielded within this barrier. Yet, Luo Bai had audaciously conjured a magical energy sphere and claimed to have just learned it. This implied that during their brief skirmish, Luo Bai had somehow mastered her sorcery? And what's more, she had learned it on the spot. This was utterly absurd. How could that be possible in such a short span of time? Agatha exclaimed in disbelief. Luo Bai, however, remained calm, asserting, of course, it's due to my exceptional talent. Otherwise, how would the Dark Grimoire have chosen me? Exceptional talent. Agatha conceded that there was indeed a notion of innate ability when it came to learning magic and sorcery. After all, the magical energy sphere was merely a straightforward spell. If one learned it, then so be it. With that thought, Agatha scoffed dismissively. Even if you have mastered this, what does it matter? Do you believe this will be enough to defeat me? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Luo Bai retort, who said, I only learned this one spell. Before Agatha could fully comprehend the implications of Luo Bai's words, she suddenly released her sorcery, causing the surrounding runes to vanish. In that moment, Agatha's eyes widened in shock. Wait, did she just cancel my runes? Agatha exclaimed incredulously. Luo Bai shot back. Is that so strange? At last, Agatha began to feel a flutter of panic. As she struggled to free herself from the grip of the floating cloak, Luo Bai unleashed her sorcery once more. A dark red luminescence spread around them, and in the next instant, new runes emerged within the mirrored space. Luo Bai had restricted the use of magic. This meant that within this barrier, Agatha could no longer wield her magical powers. How could this be? How is this possible? Agatha uttered in astonishment. She gazed at the dark red characters materializing around her, watching as they interconnected, ultimately forming a barrier that ensnared her. Agatha could no longer maintain her composure. Her mouth agape, her mind racing. No, you mean to say that the sorcery I have painstakingly studied for most of my life, you learned in just one glance? How absurd. Do you not realize how ridiculous this makes me appear? Agatha stared in disbelief at the rune barrier Luo Bai had erected. Even though it was hard to swallow, she had to accept the truth. Luo Bai had indeed mastered her sorcery. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Yet, she could not fathom the full extent of it. I have never practiced the art of dispelling spells. How could you possibly know how to do it? Agatha inquired, her voice tinged with panic. Even if one could learn by merely observing, she had never demonstrated the method for dispelling spells, so how could Luo Bai? Just as her frustration mounted, Luo Bai casually replied, Of course, I figured it out. Figured it out? This implied that by merely extrapolating from her demonstration, he had not only mastered the creation of spell barriers, but had also inadvertently discovered how to dismantle them. Agatha inhaled deeply, nearly choking on her own indignation. What a remarkable feat of self-discovery. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely implausible. After all, Luo Bai had studied the dark magic contained within the Dark Grimoire. Just as she had. Agatha's own sorcery was intertwined with the Dark Grimoire, so it was conceivable that he could grasp it as well. But what about the incantations? No matter how gifted one might be, it was impossible to intuit the incantations. Agatha exclaimed in frustration. Most sorcery required incantations to be unleashed. And her craft was no exception. For heaven's sake, those incantations were all her own creations. The notion that Luo Bai could intuit the incantations was utterly absurd. While she was lost in thought, Luo Bai spoke again. Incantations? I just guessed. They weren't difficult to deduce. So, you not only learned my sorcery at a glance, but you also managed to guess the corresponding incantations? Agatha felt utterly defeated. Was this person truly endowed with extraordinary powers? Could she file a complaint? Agatha had initially believed that after the death of the Ancient One, she would easily retrieve the Dark Grimoire from Kamartosh, which was why she had infiltrated the sanctum today. However, she never anticipated encountering such an extraordinary individual, someone who could learn magic with a mere glance and guess incantations through sheer luck. How could one possibly combat such an opponent? Although it felt humiliating, As Earth's mightiest sorceress, being bested by a novice mage was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, at this moment, Agatha had no choice but to concede. No wonder the Ancient One entrusted you with Kamar-Taj. I renounce my claim to the Dark Grimoire. As soon as she uttered these words, Luo Bai interjected, I believe you are mistaken. It is not you who has relinquished the Dark Grimoire, but rather the Dark Grimoire that has forsaken you. Agatha sighed and reluctantly admitted, you are correct. Very well, I concede that your insight is remarkable. I have lost. Child, release the spell. I shall leave Kamar-Taj at once. Agatha assumed that by conceding, she could exit Kamar-Taj unscathed. Upon hearing her words, Luo Bai smiled. Intruder, have you finished asking your questions? He stated. Agatha was taken aback, realizing something was amiss. Intruder? What do you mean by that? As the current custodian of Kamar-Taj and the supreme sorceress of Earth, I possess the authority to pass judgment on your unwarranted intrusion. With those words, Luo Bai summoned dark powers. The black radiance enveloped Agatha in an instant. Due to the curse, she found herself utterly incapable of unleashing any magic. Before she could comprehend Luo Bai's intentions, he commenced the absorption of her powers, siphoning the dark energies she possessed. This was a formidable dark magic that Luo Bai had just mastered from the Tome of Shadows. Although Agatha was a witch, having also studied the tome, her abilities were intertwined with dark forces. Under normal circumstances, Luo Bai would have been unable to drain Agatha's dark powers. However, now, she was rendered powerless and could only watch helplessly as he consumed her entire essence. This signified that from this moment forth, Luo Bai had commandeered all of Agatha's spells and strength. You have absorbed all of my power. Agatha exclaimed incredulously once the process was complete. She had never anticipated that Luo Bai would manage to siphon her entire force. Stripped of her abilities, Agatha now appeared as a frail, white-haired elder. This transformation ignited her fury, and she roared, You are the Supreme Mage. Have you considered the consequences if the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj discover that you have embraced dark powers and committed such an act? I have not contemplated such things. All I know is that anyone who invades Kamar-Taj and Earth, be they sorcerers or other beings, must pay a price. Thus, you are banished, Witch Agatha. Luo Bai declared as he opened a dimensional portal. He cast Agatha into exile, and as he did so, the magical cloak returned to his form. Chapter 056, Awakening with Laughter in Dreams. Agatha has been stripped of all her powers and exiled to the multiverse. Given her current abilities, her staying in such a realm is fraught with peril. She could easily be devoured, body and soul, by some malevolent deity. However, this does not concern Luo Bai in the slightest. After all, she intruded uninvited into Kamar-Taj and was witnessed by numerous mages. If she were not punished, who in the mage community would ever regard Luo Bai with any esteem? Her banishment was inevitable. Yet, it must be said that her presence has provided Luo Bai with considerable benefits. One of Earth's mightiest witches, her knowledge and sorcery delve into realms that Luo Bai had not previously explored, thus proving quite useful after absorption. After spending some time digesting the acquired knowledge, Luo Bai subsequently closed the mirror space. As soon as the mirror space was sealed, Wang and Moda hurried over. Supreme Mage, where is Witch Agatha? Wang inquired. A hint of worry etched across his features. Luo Bai smiled reassuringly at the two. I have exiled her to the multiverse. She is unlikely to return, so there is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, both of them widened their eyes in astonishment. It is essential to note that Agatha had devoted several centuries, if not more, to the study of sorcery and magic. Although Luo Bai possesses remarkable talent, how could she defeat Agatha and banish her after such a brief period of learning magic? Was this not akin to a novice triumphing over a minor boss? It is no wonder that shock was written all over Wang and Moda's faces. From their fidgeting lips, it was evident they had numerous questions. Yet, given Luo Bai's current status as Supreme Mage, they hesitated to inquire further. After a moment's pause, Moda finally spoke, since the Supreme Mage has taken care of that matter. I shall continue training my apprentice, and I kindly ask for your supervision. Luo Bai nodded in response. Go ahead, I shall observe from here. After saying this, he stepped aside to oversee the mage's training. Wang quickly followed, standing beside Luo Bai. They stood in silence for a full 5 minutes before Wang could no longer contain himself. Supreme Mage, I have heard that Witch Agatha is one of the strongest witches on Earth, her studies in sorcery spanning several centuries. At this point, Wang dared not continue, as further questioning might seem impolite. However, Luo Bai understood his implication. Are you curious how I managed to defeat her? Luo Bai countered. Upon hearing Luo Bai articulate this, Wang finally felt emboldened to voice his thoughts. Indeed, after all those centuries of study, how could she not surpass you? But I have exceptional talent. I learned her spells after just one demonstration. Luo Bai shrugged in a resigned manner. At this, Wang suddenly grasped the concept. Just imagine, someone stands before you, mastering all your spells with a mere glance, then employs your own magic against you. The more you engage, the stronger they become. It is indeed a daunting prospect. With this realization, Wang could not help but exclaim, "Is your talent truly that extraordinary? You can learn it all after just one look?" Luo Bai was somewhat taken aback and couldn't help but retort, "Of course, how else could I have become the Supreme Sorcerer? I had thought Master Gu Yi had informed you. It seems you were unaware." Wang fell silent. He had heard of Luo Bai's remarkable talent, yet he had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude that he could master everything with a mere glance. "Well, I concede," Wang murmured to himself. "If only I possessed such a gift." Inwardly, he mused, "If I had that talent, I would awaken from dreams with a smile." Luo Bai chuckled softly, expressing that to possess such a talent, one must first have unparalleled fortune, akin to his own, being favored by the goddess of luck. Naturally, these were merely his musings, unspoken aloud as he continued to supervise the sorcerer's training. As he oversaw the training, his phone vibrated unexpectedly, considering there was little else to attend to at the moment. Luo Bai took it out to check. To his surprise, he discovered a message from Stark indicating that he had crafted the latest suit, 7 Malawian kwaches, and hoped Luo Bai could visit to assess any potential improvements. Reading the message, Luo Bai felt a sense of admiration. Indeed, Stark was a genius. He had only provided a general direction and some suggestions, yet Stark had swiftly upgraded the suit and produced 7 Malawian kwaches. Reflecting on his need to visit New York to discuss his impending move with Polaris, Luo Bai replied, "All right, see you at the villa tonight." In truth, Luo Bai's tasks for the day were rather straightforward. He merely needed to introduce himself to the sorcerers. Thus, after overseeing the morning's training, he welcomed several visiting sorcerers in the afternoon. These sorcerers were admirers of Master Gu Yi, although they had not studied at Kamartaj. They had all received some assistance from Gu Yi in one way or another. Perhaps they had been somewhat unfamiliar with Luo Bai before, but upon learning he had banished the witch Agatha, their respect for him soared, especially after engaging in discussions about magic, witchcraft, and the arcane arts. The sorcerers quickly transformed into his fervent admirers. After all, Luo Bai not only possessed exceptional talent, but also demonstrated immense diligence. With his comprehension of magic and the multiverse far surpassing theirs, it was only natural for them to hold him in such high regard. Once he had bid farewell to the last visiting sorcerer, Luo Bai finally found a moment of respite. "I never anticipated that being the Supreme Sorcerer would be so exhausting," he remarked, stretching lazily. Wang, standing nearby, quickly interjected, "You have just assumed office. It will get easier with time. If you find it too taxing, feel free to take a break." Luo Bai shook his head, indicating that he could not rest just yet, as he needed to attend to matters in New York. Wang did not press further, simply responding, "Since you have pressing matters, you may go. Master Modu is overseeing Kamartaj. Should anything arise, I will contact you immediately." Luo Bai nodded, preparing to open a portal to depart, when suddenly he remembered to inquire of Wang. "Wang, do you recall who the guardian sorcerer of your sanctum is?" "Indeed," Wang replied. "Are there many issues over at the temple? If not, I shall entrust the management of the library to you." The library. Though Wang was perplexed as to why Luo Bai had suddenly appointed him as the librarian, he nonetheless acquiesced. "Very well. I shall proceed to take over the library duties at once." With that, Wang made ready to depart. At that moment, Luo Bai called out to him, "Wang, should you encounter any unusual circumstances, remember not to act rashly. Simply come to me." Luo Bai's words served as a caution, more like a harbinger of potential troubles that might befall the library. As a mage, Wang instantly grasped the underlying implication. His expression shifted to one of gravity, and he resolutely affirmed, "I shall heed the words of the esteemed mage. Should any issues arise, I will be certain to seek you out without delay. You can trust in my capabilities." Only then did Luo Bai feel reassured, and he activated the portal to New York. Chapter 57, The Cosmic Cube. New York. The Loban family. Polaris was seated on the sofa, savoring a hamburger while engrossed in the television. Suddenly, she noticed a yellow circle materialize out of thin air, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She swiftly rose from the sofa, and in the next moment, indeed, Loban emerged from the portal. "Loban, you're back. Are you having dinner? I can prepare it for you," Polaris exclaimed, eagerly placing her hamburger aside as she prepared to cook. Observing her enthusiasm, Loban half-jokingly inquired, "Didn't you say you couldn't cook?" A hint of embarrassment flickered across Polaris's face as she replied, "During the time you were away, I taught myself online." Loban was taken aback. Polaris had actually taken the initiative to learn to cook. Noticing his silence, Polaris hastily added, "I might not be a master chef, but I've tasted my creations, and they're quite palatable." At her words, Loban couldn't help but chuckle. "To be honest, I'm rather surprised." "Surprised? What's the matter?" Polaris asked, intrigued. "Well, when I initially assigned you domestic duties as a punishment, you seemed quite reluctant. I never expected you would go out of your way to learn cooking for me," Loban explained. Given Polaris's nature, he assumed she had never even set foot in a kitchen. Her dedication to learning how to cook was indeed unexpected. Understanding his surprise, Polaris quickly elaborated. At first, it was because we weren't very familiar with each other. However, during this time, you have helped me immensely. You allowed me to stay in the villa, encouraged me to diligently practice my powers, and even assisted me in dealing with Professor X. Moreover, I heard from Mr. Stark that you asked him to help resolve the wanted criminal situation. This reminded Luo Bai of the matter. What did Stark say? He inquired. Mr. Stark mentioned that I am now free. The association has cancelled my global wanted status after discussions with various countries. I am truly grateful to you. However, I am unsure how to repay you. So I can only offer to cook and assist you, Polaris replied, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, revealing her genuine embarrassment. Her reaction brought Luo Bai a sense of comfort. It is commendable to express gratitude, affirming that his efforts had not been in vain. Yet, Luo Bai considered these acts mere trifles. He had never sought any form of recompense and wished for her not to feel burdened by it. After pondering for a moment, Luo Bai reassured her. While assigning you domestic duties was indeed a punishment for your intrusion into my home, you have performed admirably during this time. Therefore, I am willing to assist you. You need not feel such a heavy psychological burden. His words only deepened Polaris's embarrassment. Luo Bai, I will go prepare your meal now, she said, intending to head to the kitchen. Just then, Luo Bai called her back. Wait, I have something to discuss with you. Polaris halted, lowering her head and softly asking, is there something you wish to convey, Luo Bai? Convey is perhaps too strong a term. I simply plan to move, and I might not come here very often afterwards. Luo Bai stated. Move? Where to? Polaris exclaimed, raising her head in alarm. I will organize my things right away. Is there anything you wish to take with you? You inform me, and I shall promptly organize it, she inquired, leaving Luo Bai momentarily taken aback. Do you wish to accompany me? He questioned. Certainly, I am your housekeeper. Polaris responded with unwavering conviction. But our arrangement was only for 3 months, Luo Bai replied. Undeterred, Polaris earnestly stated, Master Luo Bai, if you do not mind, I can serve as your housekeeper indefinitely. Luo Bai fell silent. Noticing his reticence, Polaris continued, I can forego a salary, and I am now capable of earning my own money. During this time, I have not utilized any of your funds. As she spoke, Polaris retrieved a box from the room, the very one previously sent by Natasha. Upon opening it, Luo Bai discovered that the money inside remained untouched. Surprised, he could not help but inquire, you haven't touched this money at all? I had used some previously, but I returned it all, Polaris clarified. This revelation piqued Luo Bai's curiosity, prompting him to ask, where did you acquire the funds? Mr. Stark helped me find a job. Although I did not wish to impose on him, I could not keep relying on your money, so I accepted the opportunity, Polaris replied earnestly. Understanding dawned upon Luo Bai. It was Tony who had lent a hand. Just as he was contemplating this, Polaris continued, Master Luo Bai, if you do not mind, I can remain your housekeeper. I have been diligently training my abilities, and I will no longer trouble you in the future. You see, I am no longer as inexperienced. I can now control my powers. With that, Polaris demonstrated her abilities. It was evident that her practice had significantly improved her control over the magnetic field, allowing her to effortlessly unleash her powers. This progress brought a smile to Luo Bai's face as he praised her. Excellent. I believe you will become quite formidable in the future. Elated by the compliment, Polaris eagerly asked, does this mean I can move in with you? Not for the time being, Luo Bai declined. After all, he was relocating to the Sanctum in New York, a place forbidden to non-sorcerers. Even though he was touched by Polaris's sincerity and agreed to let her continue as his housekeeper. Allowing her to enter the New York Sanctum was out of the question unless she possessed the magical aptitude to become a sorceress. However, given that Polaris was still grappling with her own abilities, it would be best to limit her exposure for now. With this in mind, Luo Bai smiled and remarked, even though I am moving, I can still visit here. Opening a portal is quite swift. In my absence, please take care of this villa. All right, Polaris responded joyfully. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Bai produced a piece of paper and handed it to her, saying, this is my phone number. Feel free to call me if anything arises. Polaris accepted it and quickly stored the number into her phone. Just then, the doorbell rang, and without a doubt, Luo Bai knew it was Stark. Indeed, upon opening the door, Stark appeared before him. Ah, my dear friend Luo Bai, I have missed you immensely. Stark exclaimed enthusiastically as he stepped inside. Seeing his excitement, Luo Bai smiled and replied, you seem to be in excellent spirits. Stark responded with fervor, of course. After heeding your advice, I returned and successfully upgraded the iron suit. Let me show you. As Stark exclaimed, he called out, J-A-R-V-I-S. At his command, an iron suit soared through the air and, following an infrared scan, automatically adorned Stark's figure. In less than a minute, Stark had transformed. What do you think? Am I not impressive? Stark inquired proudly. Luo Bai nodded in admiration. Cool. Shall we visit my home? We can conduct some research together. I am currently contemplating further enhancements for the suit. and I find your suggestion regarding a magical armor quite intriguing. How about we explore that together? Stark asked. Luo Bai replied half-jokingly, isn't it a bit early for research? Stark shrugged with a smile and answered, all right, just a jest. In fact, I am planning to investigate the anti-Hulk suit. You know, Dr. Banner is still somewhat unstable, so I'd like to hear your thoughts. Just as Luo Bai was about to agree, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from the earth. Wait, Stark, there's an unusual situation, Luo Bai said. Stark, puzzled, asked, what situation? I just felt an abnormal energy wave, Luo Bai murmured. Stark, momentarily taken aback, anxiously inquired, why didn't I sense it? Is something happening on Earth? Are extraterrestrial beings from the multiverse invading? Let me check, Luo Bai replied. He activated the time stone to investigate, and it was then that he realized the source of the peculiar energy fluctuation originated from the Tesseract. Chapter 58, the unrefusable gemstone. The cosmic cube, in essence, is a manifestation of spatial essence. Given that the 6 infinity stones within the Marvel Universe possess such formidable power that mere mortals cannot withstand their might, each stone is typically housed within a container. The cosmic cube serves as the vessel for the spatial stone. In fact, since the 1990s, the cosmic cube has been residing on Earth, safeguarded by SHIELD. However, it has remained largely dormant, in a state of inactivity. Recently, Luo Bai felt an overwhelming surge of energy emanating from the cosmic cube, indicating that SHIELD has been conducting research on it. This is not surprising, as SHIELD's director, Nick Fury, has long sought to harness the powers of all superhumans on Earth, necessitating the acquisition of formidable weaponry. The conventional arsenal on Earth no longer suffices to satiate his ambitions, prompting him to seek energy from the cosmos. The cosmic cube stands as the prime candidate for this endeavor. Its spatial stone harbors immense power, and if Fury could extract this energy to develop weaponry, he might realize his grandiose aspirations. Yet, Luo Bai perceives this pursuit as profoundly foolish. Fury lacks the ability to control the cosmic cube. In fact, he scarcely understands what it is yet has embarked on this research. Should the essence within the cosmic cube spiral out of control? Can he truly bear the consequences of his actions? This is not mere paranoia on Luo Bai's part. According to the original narrative, SHIELD's relentless experimentation on the cosmic cube has resulted in continuous spatial fluctuations. Consequently, Loki, wielding the Mind Scepter, effortlessly sensed the precise direction and location of the cosmic cube. Manipulated by Thanos, Loki descended upon Earth with the Mind Scepter, ultimately orchestrating an alien invasion that culminated in the Battle of New York. Presently, SHIELD's investigations into the cosmic cube undoubtedly send signals to both Loki and Thanos. Moments ago, Luo Bai glimpsed the future through the time stone and discovered that Loki would arrive on Earth in 3 days. This revelation caused him to furrow his brow. Noticing his prolonged silence and serious demeanor, Stark became increasingly anxious. Luo Bai, is something amiss? Stark inquired. Recalling his magical energies, Luo Bai briefly outlined the situation. However, due to the plethora of unfamiliar terms involved, Stark appeared bewildered after hearing the explanation. I apologize, Luo Bai, but I did not quite grasp your earlier statement. You mentioned that SHIELD is researching the cosmic cube to extract energy for weaponry. Could you first clarify what the cosmic cube is? Stark asked. You may perceive it as a potent weapon originating from the cosmos, one that human technology cannot fully comprehend, let alone control, Luo Bai elucidated. Upon understanding this, Stark's indignation flared. So Nick Fury is experimenting with a cosmic energy he cannot even control? That damn Nick Fury. What on earth is he doing? Perpetually dabbling in such perilous matters? At this moment, he was evidently still unaware of the gravity of the situation, prompting Luo Bai to remind him. This is not the crux of the issue, Tony. The core concern is that his current actions will jeopardize the Earth. If left unchecked, extraterrestrial beings will invade our planet. Extraterrestrial beings. Stark could no longer contain his composure upon hearing this. Damn it. Nick Fury told me he formed the Avengers to protect the Earth, and yet, what has he done? We can discuss the suit later. Luo Bai, we must head to SHIELD immediately. I need to confront him. Stark cursed, his impatience palpable. Upon learning that Fury was engaging in perilous activities, he was determined to fly to SHIELD without hesitation. However, Luo Bai stopped him, saying, Don't act impulsively, Tony. What do you mean? Stark asked, increasingly anxious. Luo Bai, we must hurry to stop him. Luo Bai shook his head. It is already beyond our control. I can sense the spatial fluctuations emanating from the Tesseract. Powerful entities in the universe can perceive it as well. The location of the Tesseract has now been compromised. Are we just going to ignore this? Stark pressed urgently. Of course not. But the time is not yet right, Luo Bai replied. Since the Tesseract's position has been revealed, Loki will arrive in 3 days to seize it along with the Mind Stone. Why not wait until then to act and retrieve both the Tesseract and the Mind Stone? After all, the Mind Stone embedded in Loki's scepter is a potent gem. He is practically delivering it to us on a silver platter. It would be foolish to refuse. Rather than allowing Thanos to seize it and trigger a global population crisis, it would be far wiser to reclaim it for their own use. With this thought, Luo Bai reassured Stark, "Trust me, Tony. I will act at the appropriate moment." Although Stark remained anxious, he reflected on Luo Bai's status as a sorcerer and the protection offered by the Supreme Sorcerer. He reasoned with a modicum of rationality. If something truly threatens the Earth, the Supreme Sorcerer will intervene, right? Before Luo Bai could respond, Stark continued, "Since we are friends, I will be candid with you. My abilities are limited, and I cannot be certain of my capacity to defeat extraterrestrial beings. You are already so powerful. If the Supreme Sorcerer can assist, I would feel much more at ease." Luo Bai understood his concerns. To put him at ease, he assured, "Of course. The Supreme Sorcerer is already aware of this matter." "That's good to hear." Stark sighed in relief, though a shadow of worry still lingered. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Is there anything I can do?" "As long as it ensures the safety of the Earth, I am willing to do whatever it takes," Stark declared. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before replying, "Indeed, there is something. If SHIELD contacts you, remember to call me immediately. Nick Fury's actions have severely endangered the Earth, and he must face consequences." Stark paused, suddenly comprehending the implication. Spy work. Okay, I've seen movies like that. I never imagined I would become a spy one day. But I'm more than willing. Rest assured, should SHIELD reach out to me, I shall certainly inform you," Stark declared, casually gesturing an okay with his hand. Luo Bai chuckled softly before shifting the conversation, inquiring, "By the way, didn't you ask me to assist you in determining how to upgrade your suit? Let us visit your villa." Meanwhile, within the confines of the SHIELD headquarters, agents led by Coulson were meticulously securing the basement. Dr. Selvig and a team of researchers were engrossed in their examination of the Tesseract. "The energy fluctuations are intensifying," Dr. Selvig immediately shut down the power. "The power is off, yet the Tesseract continues to emanate its energy," Dr. Selvig. "We have lost control of the Tesseract. It appears to have activated on its own." As their research deepened, Dr. Selvig and his team found themselves utterly incapable of managing the Tesseract. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Coulson swiftly made contact with Nick Fury. Chapter 059, Loki. "No. Where are my belongings?" The SHIELD could not harness the power of the Tesseract, yet inadvertently activated it. Energy continued to be released, spiraling increasingly out of control as time passed. The Tesseract seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, embarking on a path of unrestrained chaos. Upon learning of this situation, Nick Fury hastened back to SHIELD after attending to his prior commitments. 3 days later, he returned to the SHIELD headquarters, only to find that the Tesseract had completely broken free from any constraints. It had autonomously opened a portal, allowing Loki to descend upon Earth. It was only when Loki seized the Tesseract with the Mind Stone in hand that Nick Fury truly grasped the gravity of the situation. In that moment, a phrase from Loki echoed in his mind. "Do you think you can control everything? No, you control nothing." Fury felt a surge of frustration, yet his mind was clouded. The theft of the Tesseract would undoubtedly become a looming threat for Earth, compelling him to seek assistance in retrieving it. Although, given the current circumstances, Loki should be able to resolve the issue flawlessly, he felt too apprehensive to reach out to Loki for help and thus sought out others instead. Meanwhile, at the upper echelons of Stark Industries, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts were engaged in a light-hearted conversation over drinks. "Tony, I recall that your suit has been successfully upgraded. Why do you appear so troubled these past few days?" Pepper inquired with concern. Stark remained silent, merely taking a sip of his drink. 3 days prior, Loki had warned him of an impending alien invasion. Though he knew that with the Sorcerer Supreme and Loki on Earth, safety was likely assured, Stark could not shake his anxiety. Worry gnawed at him, yet he dared not confide in Pepper. After a moment's reflection, he responded with a smile, "It's nothing major. I'm just feeling a bit fatigued." "You've been working tirelessly on your suit. You really should take a break, Tony," Pepper urged gently. However, Stark could not find solace in rest, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the extraterrestrial threat. Just then, the voice of JARVIS broke through the tension. "Sir, my programming has been compromised." As JARVIS's words faded, the voice of Agent Coulson followed. "Stark, we need to talk." "Coulson? From SHIELD? Hearing that voice invigorated Stark. I've wanted to reach out to you for some time now. Where are you? I'm on my way, Stark exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than Coulson appeared at the door. Stark immediately dispatched a message to Loki using a covert program. Once the message was sent, he set down his phone and turned his gaze to Coulson. Noticing that only Coulson had arrived, Stark inquired, "Where is Nick Fury? Why didn't he come?" "The director has other matters to attend to," Coulson replied with a smile. "Other matters? Are they concerning the safety of Earth?" Stark pressed. Coulson appeared somewhat perplexed, responding, "I don't quite understand what you mean." "You need not understand. You simply must summon Nick Fury here," Stark retorted, his expression grave and his tone laced with urgency. Coulson discerned something amiss, yet due to the urgency of the situation, he refrained from probing further and simply replied, "If you are in a hurry to find him, I will convey your message. However, before that, I would like you to review these documents, which I have just transferred to your phone." After imparting this information, Coulson exited. Stark furrowed his brow as he opened the file sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as Luo Bai had indicated, S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed researching the Tesseract, which had now been seized by an extraterrestrial being named Loki. Upon reviewing this information, Stark could no longer maintain his composure and immediately flew to Luo Bai's apartment. Fortunately, Luo Bai was at home that day. "Thank heavens, Luo Bai. You're here," Stark exclaimed as soon as the door opened. "I anticipated your arrival and have been waiting for you," Luo Bai replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Stark urgently outlined the current situation. "You were correct. Nick Fury is indeed investigating the Tesseract. Now, an alien named Loki has stolen it. This poses a grave danger." "Luo Bai? I am aware," Luo Bai responded calmly. Previously, he had utilized the time stone to examine future timelines and was well acquainted with all potential occurrences. Thus, he felt no immediate concern. However, Stark was visibly anxious. This Loki seems to possess formidable abilities, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is utterly incapable of countering him. "Do you know him?" Luo Bai nodded, replying, "I am familiar with Loki. He is an Asgardian, the son of Odin." Upon hearing Odin's name, Stark appeared momentarily stunned. "Odin? The father of the gods from the storybooks?" Stark inquired incredulously. After receiving a confirmatory response from Luo Bai, Stark's expression was one of astonishment. The existence of sorcerers on Earth was already astonishing enough, and now he was being told that the mythical Odin resided in the cosmos. Stark was clearly bewildered and could not help but remark, "I think I might need some time to process this." Just then, Polaris arrived with a cup of coffee. "Thank you, Miss Lorna. This coffee is quite timely," Stark quipped. After taking a sip, Stark's expression remained one of shock. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to ask, "Luo Bai, may I boldly inquire, who is more powerful, the Supreme Sorcerer or Odin?" "I am uncertain," Luo Bai replied with a hint of exasperation. "I have never battled Odin, so I cannot ascertain who is stronger." Stark felt even less assured after Luo Bai's ambiguous response. "You mentioned that Loki is Odin's son, and now he has come to Earth to seize the Tesseract. Does this not imply Odin's involvement?" Stark could not resist asking. Luo Bai shook his head, stating, "Not at all. Odin is unaware of this matter." "I see," Stark mumbled, then asked, "Can the Supreme Sorcerer deal with Loki?" "That should be quite manageable," Luo Bai responded. "That is well and good, indeed. He poses too great a danger to remain on Earth." Stark exhaled deeply. After taking another sip of coffee, he continued, "So, do you have any plans?" "We have a plan," replied Loki. "What plan? Do you require my assistance?" Stark inquired. Wait. For what?" "Wait for Loki to come find me himself. His unauthorized invasion of Earth warrants judgment," Loki stated. Stark was taken aback, incredulously retorting, "How could he possibly come to you for judgment?" Loki offered no response, merely utilizing his telekinesis to activate a retrieval spell. A small yellow circle appeared, and he reached inside, emerging with a scepter and a blue, cube-shaped energy box. Stark, witnessing these items, was left in a state of bewilderment. "What is this?" Stark asked. "The Tesseract and the Mind Stone," Loki replied. Stark exclaimed. "He will arrive shortly," Loki continued. With a resigned shrug, Stark remarked, "Impressive. It seems my concerns were somewhat unwarranted." Meanwhile, Loki stared at his empty hands, utterly perplexed. "No. Where is my Tesseract? Where is my Mind Stone? How could such substantial items simply vanish? Who took them?" In his fury, Loki suddenly noticed a note on the ground, which bore the following message: "I graciously accept the raw gem you have delivered to my doorstep. To express my gratitude, please seek me at this location." Below was an address, and the message concluded with Supreme Sorcerer. Upon reading these words, Loki's rage boiled over. "What do you mean I delivered it to you? This is theft. Pure theft. Supreme Sorcerer. You wretched Supreme Sorcerer. Just wait. I am coming for you now." Loki shouted in fury. Chapter 060. Loki, why? Why is this happening? At this moment, Loki was seething with rage. After seizing the Tesseract from S.H.I.E.L.D., He had brought along the Mind Stone and a plethora of researchers to an abandoned factory to achieve his ambitions. Loki needed to devise a method to harness the power contained within the Tesseract. In simpler terms, he aimed to create a device capable of activating the immense energy of the Tesseract to open a cosmic portal. Once the portal was opened, the Chitauri would be able to invade Earth en masse from their distant planet. Once Earth was fully conquered, he would ascend to the throne as its king. This was the very reason Loki sought the Tesseract on Earth. He yearned to become the sovereign, the ruler of the planet. However, he had never anticipated that during his astral journey to the Chitauri homeworld to negotiate the invasion plans, the device would be tampered with. Upon returning to his body, he discovered, to his utter dismay, that the Tesseract and the Mind Stone had vanished. To make matters worse, the audacious thief had left behind a mocking note. This was an affront, a blatant provocation. So, the Supreme Sorcerer, is it? Very well, once I track you down, you shall pay dearly. I shall pierce your chest with my blade and dismantle you piece by piece. Loki roared in fury. Who did this impertinent fool think he was? Daring to call himself the Supreme Sorcerer in the presence of the Ninth Sorcerer Supreme. What on earth had transpired? In the midst of his anger, Dr. Selvig could no longer contain his curiosity. Previously, when Loki had invaded Shilded, he not only absconded with the Tesseract but also used the Mind Stone to manipulate Dr. Selvig and Agent Hawkeye, compelling them to assist in the research of activating the Tesseract. Moments ago, while Dr. Selvig was engrossed in his studies, the Tesseract had inexplicably vanished. Unaware of the events that had unfolded, Dr. Selvig inquired. Loki refrained from providing an explanation, consumed by his wrath. Instead, he brandished the crumpled note and demanded, "What is the location on this address?" Being an Asgardian, Loki was not well acquainted with Earth, which made his ignorance understandable. Dr. Selvig unfolded the note, glanced at the address, and quickly replied, "Not far from here. Do you wish to go there? I have no time for idle chatter. Immediately provide me with the coordinates." Now, Loki bellowed, his fury palpable. Startled, Dr. Selvig hastily retrieved his phone and searched for the location on the map, soon relaying the precise coordinates. Upon receiving the information, Loki vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself outside an apartment building. Confirming the address, he muttered through clenched teeth, "I found you. Supreme Sorcerer, your end is nigh." He was poised to break down the door when suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over him. A familiar force was approaching him. Loki's expression shifted as he quickly turned around. He discovered a dazzling object, hurtling towards him like a shooting star. It was smash. Caught completely off guard, even before Loki could react, a hammer struck him without warning. He fell face first onto the ground, pinned beneath the gleaming weapon of the night. It was none other than his brother Thor's hammer, the hammer of the Thunder God. Loki exclaimed in disbelief, "Is it truly that accurate? Damn it." He felt a constriction in his breath and coughed up blood. Attempting to rise, he found himself unable to catch his breath under the weight of the Thunder God's hammer. "Thor!" he shouted. In the next moment, Thor appeared before him, radiating vitality. "Oh, my brother, it has been too long. I apologize for meeting you in such a manner. Are you well?" Thor smiled broadly. Loki seethed with fury. I was so close to slaying that accursed Supreme Sorcerer. He had never anticipated being felled before he could even make an entrance. His anger surged to its peak. "Thor, can you please retrieve that damned hammer?" Loki yelled. Thor shook his head dismissively. "To prevent your escape, I deemed this the prudent course of action." Blast it. Loki's face flushed with anger as he cursed under his breath. Witnessing Loki's fury delighted Thor immensely. He understood his brother all too well. He had expected some trouble during this visit, but it had been surprisingly easy to subdue him. Looking down at the immobilized Loki, Thor inquired, "Where is the Tesseract, Loki?" The mention of the Tesseract ignited Loki's rage further. However, at that moment, he composed himself, recognizing the need to deal with his brother strategically. This brute would not yield to force. Thus, in a bid to extricate himself, Loki feigned vulnerability. "I am also in search of the Tesseract," he declared. "Also searching? Have you misplaced the Tesseract?" Thor asked, incredulous. "A self-proclaimed Supreme Sorcerer stole both the Tesseract and my scepter. Had you arrived a moment later, I would have apprehended him," Loki replied, his voice laced with frustration and helplessness. Despite the sincerity etched on his face, Thor was far from convinced by his brother's tales. "Do you think I would believe your words, Loki?" Thor remarked. His brother bore the title of the God of Deceit, and Thor had lost count of the times Loki had tricked him since childhood. He could tolerate minor transgressions, but when he recalled Loki's misdeeds during his exile to Earth, Thor's patience evaporated. "Do you think I would fall for your tricks again? I once believed you to be dead, yet here you are, not only alive but also causing a stir on Earth." Thor exclaimed in anger. Previously, when Thor had been exiled to Earth, his father Odin had stripped him of all his powers. His mischievous brother had nearly caused his demise on Earth and had incited an invasion of the frost giants upon Asgard. Although his brother ultimately joined him in vanquishing the frost giants, Asgard suffered greatly, with half of it laid to waste and the Rainbow Bridge itself destroyed. In the end, Loki fell from the shattered Rainbow Bridge, his fate uncertain. Thor had presumed that Loki, after plummeting from the bridge, was doomed to perish. To his astonishment, Loki not only survived but also ventured to Earth to create chaos. Upon learning this, Odin had summoned Loki to Earth using his immense power, intending for him to retrieve both Loki and the Tesseract. Yet now, Loki claimed that the Tesseract had been seized by some supreme sorcerer. With both the Tesseract and the Mind Stone in his possession, how could Loki, the most skilled sorcerer of 9 realms, be outmatched and robbed? Having been deceived far too often, Thor held little faith in Loki's words. Loki, my father and I believed you to be dead. Father even had all of Asgard mourn your loss. Yet here you are, alive and well on Earth. You truly cannot remain still for a moment, Thor remarked with sarcasm. At the mention of this, Loki seemed to recall something and inquired. He told you of my lineage, did he not? He did, but what of it? We were both raised by him, Thor replied, seemingly indifferent to the fact that he was the son of the Frost Giant King. This was hardly surprising. Loki knew well that his brother cherished their fraternal bond. Realizing this, Loki decided to play the emotional card. I know, my brother. It is precisely because we are brothers that I have not deceived you. The Tesseract has indeed been taken. If you remove your hammer, I shall lead you to it. Perhaps it was the term brother that swayed Thor. Ultimately, he chose to trust Loki, lifting the hammer that had pressed down on him. Loki finally regained his freedom. Stretching his limbs, Thor spoke, lead me to the Tesseract. I hope you speak the truth this time. I assure you, I shall not deceive you. Loki replied, feigning innocence. Yet in reality, he harbored his own schemes. He intended to confront the Supreme Sorcerer alongside Thor. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed. Hulk! In the next moment, a colossal green figure charged forth. Before Loki and Thor could react, the Hulk seized Loki by his foot, slamming him down in a relentless barrage. Loki exclaimed, No! What manner of creature is this? And why did it suddenly appear? And Thor is right beside me. Why do you not smash him instead? Why? Chapter 61. Loki. The resounding echoes of thuds reverberated through the tranquil night, a cacophony of strikes against the ground. For a fleeting moment, Thor was momentarily taken aback. He stood silently, observing his brother Loki being lifted by a sudden green giant and forcefully slammed to the earth. The expression on his face was a tapestry of emotions. It was not until the green giant ceased its assault that Thor regained his composure. Gazing at his brother sprawled in the crater created by the onslaught, Thor could not help but inquire, Loki, are you all right? Loki offered no response, clearly dazed by the brutal impact. Noticing this, Thor continued to express his concern. Though you've just been struck 56 times, you will be fine. Won't you? At last, Loki reacted. Thor, you just stood there and watched your own brother 56 times. He questioned in fury. Thor shrugged his shoulders, replying with resignation. It was all so sudden, I didn't know how to react. Although his explanation seemed reasonable, the slight smirk that crept onto his lips betrayed his true feelings. Thor had not merely been caught off guard, he had no intention of intervening at all. Thor, Loki bellowed. Just as his words hung in the air, the Hulk roared beside him. Hulk. In an instant, Loki fell silent, raising his gaze to meet the penetrating stare of the Hulk. His eyes widened in sheer terror. At this, Thor could no longer contain his amusement and remarked with glee, Loki, I have never seen you so compliant. Loki was bewildered. He could not fathom why the giant had chosen to pummel him instead of Thor, who stood right beside him and was significantly larger. It seemed profoundly unjust. However, there was little time for Loki to ponder this, as the green behemoth stood ominously beside him, fixated on his every move. Loki dared not utter a word or meet the Hulk's gaze. Instead, he could only widen his eyes in fear and lie still on the ground. Once the commotion subsided, Thor finally remembered to inquire about the green giant's identity. Who are you, and why are you here? He asked, tightening his grip on his hammer. Before the Hulk could respond, a woman clad in a form-fitting black suit stepped forward to answer on his behalf. His name is Hulk, and he is a member of the Avengers. Thor furrowed his brow and turned his attention to the woman, asking, And who might you be? I am Natasha. Your brother Loki has stolen the Tesseract from S-H-I-E-L-D, and he must return it, Natasha stated. S-H-I-D-L-D. Thor had encountered during his previous visit to Earth, so he was somewhat familiar with it. Upon hearing she had come for the Tesseract, Thor immediately countered. I cannot allow you to take the Tesseract back to S-H-I-D-L-D. With that, his expression turned fierce. Sensing Thor's hostility, Hulk became enraged as well. Hulk, he roared, locking eyes with Thor. You two are in cahoots? Excellent. I was just eager to test the strength of this hulking brute, Thor declared. As the words fell, Thor was the first to strike, hurling Mjolnir towards the Hulk. The Hulk was unable to evade and took the blow directly to his head. Shaking his dazed head, he became even more enraged once he regained his senses. "Hulk!" he bellowed, launching a furious punch at Thor. The impact sent Thor flying. Once Thor landed, the Hulk pounced, pinning him down. Without granting Thor a moment to react, the Hulk unleashed a flurry of punches to Thor's face, overwhelming him. Fortunately, Thor summoned Mjolnir, its immense power forcing the Hulk back, allowing Thor to finally catch his breath. Having endured a beating, Thor became more alert, realizing the formidable strength of the green giant before him. However, before he could contemplate further, the Hulk charged again, and the two became entangled in a chaotic melee. The scene descended into utter tumult, precisely as Loki had hoped. Noticing the brawl between Thor and the Hulk, Loki recognized his opportunity. He ceased pretending to be incapacitated and crawled out from the pit. Seizing the moment, he aimed to infiltrate the Supreme Sorcerer's dwelling to reclaim the Tesseract. Just then, Natasha intercepted him. "Are you attempting to flee? Foolish mortal. Do you think you can stop me?" Loki retorted angrily. He conjured a dagger and engaged Natasha in a scuffle. It was evident that Natasha was no match for Loki. Fortunately, Loki seemed disinterested in prolonging the struggle, opting not to harm her. After breaking free from her grasp, he dashed into the apartment. Natasha sought to prevent his escape, but Loki had already breached the door. As she prepared to pursue him inside, a sense of familiarity washed over her regarding the apartment Loki had entered. Wasn't this the residence of the Lows? Natasha hesitated, retreating to glance at the door number. Goodness, wasn't this the Lows' home? Instantly, she fell silent. At that moment, a sleek black car sped into view, halting at the roadside. Soon after, Nick Fury and Captain America emerged from within. Upon their exit, they beheld the chaotic clash between the Hulk and Thor. Aware that he could not intervene, Nick Fury approached Natasha to ascertain the situation. "Natasha, what is unfolding?" he inquired. Natasha, noticing Nick Fury and Captain America, replied, "I arrived with Dr. Banner just as Thor and Loki were involved. There was a slight incident, and the Hulk and Thor began to fight." Nick Fury surveyed the scene before asking, "Where is Loki? I don't see him." "He went inside," Natasha replied. "Inside?" Nick Fury questioned, perplexed. Natasha gestured toward the apartment ahead, responding earnestly. He entered the Lowe's home. Nick Fury cast a glance at the familiar place, instantly falling silent. Observing their sudden quietude, Captain America appeared bewildered. "What is it? Who is Luo Bai?" Captain America inquired. "He is a remarkably powerful sorcerer," Natasha replied. "A sorcerer?" Captain America expressed skepticism. Natasha nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Can he handle Loki? Do we need to intervene?" Captain America pressed further. After a moment of contemplation, Natasha responded earnestly. "Intervention is unnecessary. I can only lament Loki's fate at this point. And you, of all places, chose to run to Luo Bai's home? Are you not simply seeking your own demise? You'd best wish for good fortune." With a sigh, Natasha pondered the situation. Meanwhile, within Luo Bai's apartment, he, Stark, and Polaris were casually conversing on the sofa. "With all that commotion outside, shouldn't we check it out?" Stark inquired, his gaze frequently darting towards the door. Concern etched on his face. "No need, they will inevitably come in. After all, the cosmic cube is in my possession," Luo Bai replied nonchalantly. "But now Hulk is here too. You know how uncontrollable he becomes when he fights," Stark said, his anxiety palpable. Just then, a loud crash echoed as the door was flung open. In an instant, Loki appeared before them, looking rather sprightly. Upon seeing him, Polaris immediately tensed, rising with an angry glare fixed on Loki. Stark too became alert. Loki, noticing the trio inside, swept his gaze around before bellowing in fury, "Where is the Supreme Sorcerer?" Luo Bai calmly responded, "That would be me." Instantly, Loki's attention shifted back to Luo Bai. Recollections of the indignities he had suffered on his journey flooded his mind. First, the cosmic cube and the Mind Stone were stolen from him. Then he was struck by Thor's hammer, and subsequently, Hulk had pounded him mercilessly 56 times. A torrent of rage and grievance surged within Loki. "You are the Supreme Sorcerer. Very well. A foolish mortal dares to challenge the gods of Asgard. I am a god. I must." As Loki shouted, he conjured two blades, poised to launch an assault on Luo Bai. However, before he could finish his proclamation, he was abruptly whisked away into a portal, plummeting through the air. Damn it. Chapter 062. Is anyone going to help me? At the outset, Loki clearly did not regard the so-called Supreme Mage with any seriousness. In his estimation, he could easily handle a solitary human mage. However, just as he was about to boast further, the next moment, the mage vanished. One must wonder, why would a perfectly capable mage indulge in close combat? Luo Bai shook his head, internally critiquing the absurdity of it all. Lost in thought, Polaris turned to him and inquired, "Master Luo Bai, where did he go?" Luo Bai replied with an air of calmness, "He has embarked on a free fall." Free fall? Upon hearing this phrase, Polaris's expression changed notably. After all, she had experienced a free fall before, courtesy of the king, though her descent lasted only a few minutes. The sensation of plummeting aimlessly into an abyss of darkness was truly a supreme torment. The memory was so harrowing that Polaris was reluctant to revisit it. Thus she fell silent. Meanwhile, Stark was left in a state of astonishment, struggling to regain his composure. His shock did not stem from the fact that Luo Bai had opened a portal, but rather from Luo Bai's declaration of being the Supreme Mage. Wait, Luo Bai, you are the Supreme Mage? Stark asked, bewildered. Luo Bai nodded affirmatively, indeed. Stark was taken aback. He had always assumed that the Supreme Mage and Luo Bai were two distinct individuals, only to discover that they were one and the same. Then why didn't you tell me you were the Supreme Mage? Stark could not help but inquire. Luo Bai replied earnestly, you never asked. You mentioned that you had only studied magic for a few months. How was I to know you were the Supreme Mage? Stark retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Luo Bai shrugged, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. In truth, I only recently ascended to the title of Supreme Mage. It all happened so abruptly that I hadn't the chance to inform you. So you've studied magic for just a few months? And now you're the strongest mage on Earth? Stark asked incredulously. Luo Bai pondered briefly before responding, something like that. Stark was perplexed. How on earth did you manage that, my friend? It's all about talent. With just a sprinkling of luck, Luo Bai replied. Talent coupled with a sprinkling of luck? Stark was bewildered yet immensely astonished. Just a while ago, you claimed to be a novice mage, and now you've become a supreme mage? Of course, Luo Bai affirmed. Though Stark was still in shock, he refrained from probing further. After all, he was not well versed in the affairs of mages. His current concern lay with Thor and Hulk outside. Nevertheless, with the commotion Thor and Hulk are causing, aren't you worried they might demolish your house? Stark queried. Luo Bai shook his head in response, not at all concerned. Given my luck, even if the entire nation were reduced to ruins, my home would likely remain intact. Indeed, after what felt like an eternity, the chaos outside finally subsided. Shortly thereafter, Nick Fury, Captain America, Dr. Banner, and Natasha entered, accompanied by Thor. Judging by their demeanor, it must be due to the recent altercation that the individuals reached a cordial consensus. Otherwise, how could Thor possibly remain so composed at this moment? Upon entering, they immediately spotted Stark. Nick Fury, somewhat perplexed, could not help but inquire, Stark, why did you not come to assist earlier? You are also a member of the Avengers. And now that Earth is in peril, you choose to hide here? Stark might have felt more at ease had Fury remained silent. However, not only did he speak, but he also confronted Stark. In an instant, Stark's anger surged. Assist? Assist you in reclaiming the Tesseract. Only to enable you to create weapons of mass destruction that jeopardize Earth's safety? Stark retorted with biting sarcasm. His words left everyone momentarily speechless. Tony, I do not comprehend your meaning, Dr. Banner queried. Stark scoffed and unveiled all he knew. Are you aware of what Nick Fury has been doing? He is utilizing the Tesseract to manufacture weapons of mass destruction on Earth. During this process, S-H-I-E-L-D lost control of the Tesseract's power, resulting in a signal being transmitted into the cosmos. This is how Loki discovered the location of the Tesseract and came to Earth to sow chaos. As Stark continued, his agitation intensified. Dr. Banner was taken aback by his revelation. Nick, is what Tony said true? He asked incredulously. Sensing the tide turning against him, Nick Fury quickly countered. Earth is in grave danger. We require certain measures to protect it. Otherwise, if Earth is invaded, it will suffer the same fate as now under Loki's assault. Is this your justification for developing destructive weapons? Stark shot back. Tony, do not forget how you built your empire. Fury retorted angrily. Noticing Fury's lack of a rebuttal, Dr. Banner comprehended the situation entirely. Nick Fury, when you sent Natasha to seek my assistance, you did not present it this way, Dr. Banner remarked. Just hours prior, Natasha had approached him, informing him that Loki had acquired the Tesseract with plans to dominate Earth, and that the planet was in peril. Banner had been reluctant to come, fully aware that he could not yet control the Hulk. However, out of concern for Earth's safety, he ultimately acquiesced. Little did he anticipate that Fury sought his help to reclaim the Tesseract merely to utilize it for research into weapons of mass destruction. So, was Nick Fury merely exploiting them? Contemplating this, Dr. Banner's emotions grew tumultuous. At that moment, there seemed to grasp the unfolding narrative. To create weapons using the Tesseract? Do you comprehend the peril it poses? Such actions would undoubtedly declare war on the entire cosmos on behalf of Earth. I cannot allow the Tesseract to remain on this planet. Thor exclaimed in fury. Nick Fury snorted derisively, countering, declare war? Your brother Loki has come to Earth intending to conquer it. Is that not an act of war against Earth? It is you who transmitted a signal to extraterrestrial civilizations through your research on the Tesseract, which is why Loki has appeared. Even in the absence of Loki, your actions would undoubtedly attract beings from other realms. Stark exclaimed in anger, to which Captain America retorted, shall we simply allow these denizens of the divine realm to abscond with the Tesseract? What if they utilize it to forge weapons? The Avengers, when united, often found themselves embroiled in disputes, a circumstance that Loki White had grown accustomed to. Listening to their arguments was becoming quite taxing for him. Sensing his discomfort, Polaris interjected vehemently, "Enough. Silence yourselves. You are disturbing Master Loki White." Upon hearing Loki White's name, the group finally fell silent, taking advantage of their newfound quietude. Loki White remarked, "You all come here merely to bicker before me?" At this reminder, Thor suddenly recalled that he had come in search of his brother. How could he have nearly forgotten this matter? "Where's Loki?" Thor inquired. Loki White offered no verbal response. Instead, he summoned a portal with his mind. As the portal materialized, Loki tumbled through, landing face first upon the floor with a resounding thud. In the next instant, the room was filled with Loki's furious screams. "I just experienced free fall for 70 minutes. Chapter 63, Loki, Smile. Loki was seething with rage. 70 minutes, nearly a full hour of free fall. Can you fathom how he endured such torment? With each passing thought, his fury intensified. Rising from the ground, he glared at Luo Bai, bellowing, "Do you truly believe yourself to be formidable, a supreme mage? You are nothing but a second-rate, amateur sorcerer." With a fierce grip on his twin blades, Loki charged at Luo Bai. Closing his eyes, Luo Bai activated the mirror dimension. In an instant, the surroundings transformed completely. The villa morphed into a lofty expanse of 10,000 meters, with everyone standing upon a suspended stone platform. Buildings and structures spiraled around them in a mesmerizing dance. The scene before them was both magnificent and breathtaking. Before Loki could close the distance, Luo Bai shifted the stone platform beneath him, making it vanish. "Ah!" A chilling scream echoed as Loki found himself plummeting into the abyss, face down from a staggering height. He descended with alarming speed, akin to riding a freefall amusement ride. Within the blink of an eye, he was hurtling towards the ground. Thankfully, in the final moment, he halted, suspended in midair, face down, with Luo Bai standing before him. "Can you be more compliant now, Loki?" Luo Bai inquired. Loki had barely been thrust into the portal, enduring a 70-minute free fall, only to experience yet another free fall sensation from 10,000 meters. How could he possibly settle down? "Is that all you can do?" He roared in fury. "Fine. I concede that I may have been a tad lenient earlier," Luo Bai sighed in resignation. With a mere blink, Loki was thrust into a relentless cycle of freefall experiences. He plummeted from great heights, only to be halted just before impact, and before he could catch his breath, he was sent plummeting once more. After nearly 10 cycles of this torment, the members of the Avengers stood aghast. They watched as Loki flickered in and out of sight, rapidly descending, accompanied by his cries of despair. "Ah, shit. Ah." To be honest, it was unclear whether Loki was terrified, but those witnessing the spectacle were certainly filled with trepidation. "I once rode a freefall ride when I was young, but I've never experienced one from such a height. I suspect if I did it a few more times, I might just develop a heart condition," Polaris remarked, unable to contain her commentary. "Thor, is he truly your brother? Why do you seem so amused?" Nick Fury inquired, gazing incredulously at Thor. At that moment, Thor showed no inclination to assist, instead wearing a smile that hinted at mischief. This struck Nick Fury as peculiar. Your brother is in such a predicament, and you choose to remain indifferent, even finding humor in it? As he pondered this, Thor cheerfully replied, "We are cousins, in fact." He was adopted. His smile was impossible to conceal. "Is it permissible to disregard him simply because you are not blood brothers?" Natasha questioned. "You are unaware that he has always harbored intentions to bring about my demise. When we were but 8 years old, he transformed into a serpent. As I lifted that serpent, he reverted to his original form and stabbed me. Such occurrences have transpired on more than one occasion," Thor lamented. Upon hearing Thor's account, the assembly was left in utter astonishment. "Oh, how terrifying!" Dr. Banner exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. No sooner had he spoken than Loki's furious roar pierced the air. "Thor, help me, now." Thor responded promptly, yet continued to engage in light-hearted conversation with the Avengers. "In all honesty, I wish these moments could linger a bit longer. I truly cherish his current disposition. I even wish to capture it." Tony, ever eager, chimed in. "Would you like my assistance? My suit can take photographs." "That would be splendid," Thor replied joyfully. He then called out to Loki, who was experiencing a free-fall ride. "Loki, smile." To which Loki retorted, "F." Thor understood that Loki had no murderous intent. At most, he was merely attempting to frighten him. Thus, he chose to disregard it and revel in the amusement. However, amidst the banter, Thor found himself quite curious about Loki's predicament. He surveyed the mirrored space surrounding him before finally fixing his gaze on Loki. "So sorcerers exist on Earth now?" Thor inquired. "To be precise, we are known as mystic practitioners," Loki corrected. Thor nodded and continued, "Very well, mystic practitioner. My brother Loki mentioned that you have taken his tesseract. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Loki replied. "I have come to retrieve the tesseract. You must understand that leaving such an object on Earth is perilous. I must return it to Asgard," Thor stated unequivocally. Loki, fully aware of Thor's intentions, responded, "Son of Odin, God of Thunder, Thor Odinson, I am cognizant of your purpose. However, you must wait for a moment. With that, he turned his gaze towards Nick Fury. Nick Fury, you two have come in search of the Tesseract, have you not? Loki queried. Nick Fury hesitated, his eyes flickering with a hint of apprehension. It was apparent that he was somewhat flustered. He understood that the likelihood of retrieving the Tesseract for S.H.I.E.L.D. was slim, so he hastily clarified, I did indeed come for the Tesseract, but my sole concern is that Loki might use it to inflict harm upon Earth. There are no ulterior motives. Loki chuckled softly before asking, did you not utilize the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction aimed at me? Nick Fury shook his head vehemently, insisting, of course not. Loki remained silent, producing the Mind Scepter, which housed the Mind Stone. As its name suggests, the Mind Stone possesses all abilities related to the mind. When wielded properly, it can influence thoughts, control consciousness, and perceive one's innermost thoughts. Nick Fury, being a seasoned agent, was adept at concealing his true intentions. Without employing any extraordinary means, he would not utter the truth. Thus, Luo Bai brandished the Mind Scepter. As the scepter illuminated with a radiant glow, Nick Fury, rendered uncontrollable, found himself confessing his innermost thoughts. Of course, it is not solely because of you. On Earth, there exist sorcerers, and beyond our planet, Asgardians, along with a myriad of perilous beings. If you formidable individuals intend to annihilate the Earth, what recourse do we have? S.H.I.E.L.D. must take action. We need to devise weapons capable of extinguishing your threats. Only then can we free ourselves from your dominion. Upon uttering these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Even Nick Fury himself was bewildered. How did he suddenly reveal such truths? It was evident that Nick Fury was perplexed by his own revelations, especially in the presence of Luo Bai. He was astonished, left speechless for a considerable time. Noticing the skepticism in the gazes around him, Nick Fury recognized that he could no longer salvage the situation. He decided to voice his true feelings. Luo Bai, I implore you to consider my perspective. I do not possess such immense power. Is it wrong for me to worry that beings as formidable as you might bring about the Earth's destruction? As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is it not my duty to ensure humanity's safety? You are aware that your abilities are not limitless. Even if you were to create powerful weapons using the Tesseract, can you guarantee they will not be seized? Can you assure me that you will not harbor malevolent intentions? Luo Bai retorted. Nick Fury found himself at a loss for words. He seemed unprepared to counter this challenge. At that moment, Luo Bai interjected. Precisely because you lack such power, you should refrain from meddling with that which you cannot control. Even if you were to harness the Tesseract to fabricate weapons, have you considered that these very instruments, designed to protect the Earth, could potentially become tools of its destruction if they fall into the wrong hands? Stark nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, it is for this reason that I have shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. However, Nick Fury appeared to wish to argue further. Just then, Luo Bai interrupted him. Nick Fury, you question and fear sorcerers, yet you remain oblivious to the challenges we face. Your actions this time have left me discontented. Therefore, I have resolved to allow you to experience the life of a sorcerer, to confront the adversaries we encounter. Upon finishing his statement, Luo Bai summoned a portal with his thoughts. Before Nick Fury could react, he was transported away. In that instant, everyone stood in stunned silence. Where did Nick Fury go? Natasha inquired. I have sent him to experience the life of a sorcerer. I trust that in confronting those foes, he will find it quite exhilarating, Luo Bai replied. To face the enemies of sorcerers. Goodness, if sorcerers are so formidable, how powerful must their enemies be? It is almost unimaginable. Natasha exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, she could not help but ask, will he be able to return? Luo Bai contemplated for a moment before responding. That will depend on his fortune. For millennia, the Ancient One and the sorcerers of Earth have tirelessly battled against the forces of darkness to safeguard the planet, sacrificing their very souls and lives in the process. The sorcerers bravely bear the weight of their mission to protect Earth. Yet now Nick Fury has begun to question their purpose and seeks to develop weaponry to undermine their powers. Unable to accept this, Loki confronts Fury, urging him to face the darkness directly. Having resolved matters with Fury, Loki turns his attention to Thor. Very well, Thor. It is time we discuss your brother, Loki states. With a mere thought, he causes Loki to crash face first before the assembly. Thor, you promised you would assist me. Yet I have just endured nearly 40 minutes of free fall. Loki bellows in fury. Thor responds with a smile. I understand, Loki. However, the situation is rather complicated at present. I must retrieve the Tesseract before I can attend to you. Thor, Loki exclaims in exasperation. Chapter 064 Asgard. Loki let out a thunderous roar, a sound so deafening that it caused Thor to furrow his brow, covering his ears with one hand while relishing the moment. Loki, I must admit, I prefer watching you plummet and free fall. During those moments, you were remarkably serene. Perhaps it was due to having experienced 2 free falls. Although Loki initially felt a surge of anger, a glance around the mirrored realm crafted by Luo Bai finally brought him to a state of calm. At that moment, he realized that the supreme sorcerer before him might not be the second-rate amateur he had presumed, prompting him to alter his strategy. Thor, weren't you in search of the Tesseract? It was he who seized it from me, Loki declared, shifting his gaze toward Luo Bai. Thor, already aware of this fact, responded nonchalantly, I know. He admitted to taking the Tesseract. Seeing Thor's apparent indifference, Loki spoke with gravity. You must retrieve the Tesseract. You understand how perilous it is. His declaration was imbued with a sense of righteousness, and anyone unaware of the situation might have mistaken Luo Bai for the one initially intending to wield the Tesseract to dominate Earth. Fortunately, after being deceived on numerous occasions, Thor had grown wise to Loki's schemes. He recognized Loki's intention to use him to engage Luo Bai in battle, hoping to seize the Tesseract amidst the chaos. Thus, Thor replied earnestly, I certainly intend to reclaim the Tesseract. However, I must first ensure that you cannot move. Loki was taken aback, unable to believe that his brother had become so astute. Of course, this was merely his inner thought. Outwardly, he would not voice such disbelief. Instead, he looked at Thor with sincere eyes and asked, Am I not your brother? Do you not trust me? The mention of brotherhood seemed to touch Thor. Loki continued, Thor, he currently wields the Tesseract and the scepter, and he has imprisoned us within his conjured space. Our situation is perilous. It is evident that he has no intention of relinquishing the Tesseract. His incitement was remarkably effective. Perhaps recalling Nick Fury's use of the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction, Thor's expression subtly shifted. Loki, well acquainted with his brother, noticed the wavering in Thor's demeanor and pressed on. I admit, I once sought the Tesseract to invade Earth. However, Loki initially intended to employ his silver tongue, appealing to Thor's emotions and reason to persuade him to confront Luo Bai first. Unexpectedly, in the midst of his rhetoric, he uncontrollably blurted out the truth. But I cannot believe you have become so clever, Thor. No, this cannot be. Aren't you the simple-minded brute? You should be charging forth with your hammer to confront this insufferable sorcerer. While you two are engaged in combat, I'll seize the Tesseract and make my escape. After their exchange, both Loki and Thor were momentarily bewildered. Thor, who had been somewhat moved, now regarded Loki with a kind and affectionate gaze. What did you just say, Loki? Thor exclaimed in disbelief. Loki initially intended to respond, that is not what I meant, but in the next moment, he uncontrollably voiced his true feelings. Isn't it so? You wield your hammer daily, striking people and flaunting your weapon. Are you some sort of god of hammers? Loki. Thor. At that moment, Loki finally recognized the oddity of the situation. He turned to glance at Loki White, who was holding the Mind Scepter, which was still shimmering with light. It dawned on Loki why he had spoken so candidly. It was the influence of the Mind Scepter. Loki, despite your numerous mistakes, I have always regarded you as my dear brother. I never imagined that in your heart, I am merely a god of hammers. Thor lamented sorrowfully. Although Loki understood that he should refrain from further comments, the presence of the Mind Scepter rendered him powerless to control his words. In the next instant, he blurted out, Thor, I certainly see you as my brother as well. But that does not alter the fact that you are simple-minded and well-muscled. Loki. Before Loki could argue, Thor turned to Loki White and inquired, Is there a way to silence him? Loki White nodded in response, Of course there is. Panic surged through Loki as he exclaimed, No, Thor. We are brothers. You cannot side with an outsider. At that moment, he realized something was amiss. He attempted to flee, but in the next heartbeat, the levitating cloak lunged at Loki. Before he could react, he found himself being pummeled by the cloak and subsequently bound. Kneeling on the ground. I cannot believe that I was just bested by a mere cloak, Loki uttered incredulously. No sooner had he spoken than the levitating cloak delivered another strike to his face. Enraged, Loki shouted, You wretched, cursed cloak. Thus, a tussle ensued between Loki and the levitating cloak. Observing Loki ensnared by the cloak, Loki White remarked seriously, Well, you should be quiet for a while now. At that moment, Thor appeared somewhat dejected, exclaiming, I cannot believe my own brother would express such opinions of me. Dr. Banner quickly offered consolation, I understand your feelings, Thor. Thor shook his head and replied, No, you do not comprehend. I have always regarded him as my brother. Stark added earnestly, If he were my brother, I would have certainly given him a thrashing for those remarks. Yet, the fact that you did not strike him speaks volumes of your affection for him. It is normal for him to feel emotional, especially since he has recently discovered he was adopted. Thor continued, and it was evident that everyone felt a sense of exasperation regarding Thor's brother. Nevertheless, despite their frustrations, Thor did not forget the purpose of his visit to Earth. All right, Loki White, you have concluded your matters. Is it not time for you to grant me the Tesseract? All I desire is to return to Asgard, Thor lamented. It would not be unfeasible to relinquish the Tesseract to Thor for considering Loki's propensity for fortune, even if he handed it over. It would likely find its way back to him. Thus, he held little concern regarding the matter. His greater preoccupation lay in the fact that he could indeed transfer the Tesseract to Asgard. However, should not Asgard provide an explanation to Earth concerning Loki's invasion? Having served as the Sorcerer Supreme for many years, the Ancient One had undoubtedly amassed a certain level of authority within the multiverse. Hence, it was conceivable that she might overlook Loki's incursion into Earth. Yet, for Loki, that was not an option. His tenure had barely commenced when Loki chose to create turmoil. He must seek an explanation, for this invasion was not solely his affair. Thanos and the inhabitants of Chitauri were keenly observing the situation. Should he fail to adopt a definitive stance, it seemed likely that tensions would escalate on both fronts. Thus he required clarity. Clearly, Thor did not grasp the gravity of this implication. An explanation? What do you mean? Thor inquired. Recognizing that conversing with him bore little fruit, Loki replied, on that note, I indeed ought to pay a visit to the Allfather. Are you not heading to Asgard? Allow me to accompany you. Chapter 065, Odin, the Face of Disgrace. Luo Bai is also going to Asgard. Upon hearing this, Thor appeared momentarily taken aback, for Asgard is not a realm accessible to just anyone. Moreover, Thor was still unfamiliar with Luo Bai, lacking even a clear understanding of his identity. Thus, Thor would undoubtedly refrain from hastily agreeing to escort him to Asgard. What purpose do you have in Asgard? Although Loki's invasion of Earth was indeed wrong, my father shall pass judgment upon him, Thor stated. Luo Bai offered no response, merely closing the mirrored space. Soon after, everyone returned to the room. At that moment, Luo Bai activated a portal. Behind the door, it was unmistakably Asgard. Asgard and Earth do not exist within the same dimension. Even Thor requires the Bifrost or Odin's power to achieve interdimensional travel. It was quite surprising for Thor that Luo Bai could open a portal directly to Asgard. You, the sorcerer, possess some intriguing abilities. But are you certain you wish to accompany me to Asgard? If my father lays blame upon you, I cannot promise your safety, Thor stated earnestly. Luo Bai was well aware of the implications of entering Asgard at this juncture, yet he was not one to be easily intimidated. With this thought in mind, he calmly replied, let us proceed. Thor did not press further. Instead, he gestured towards Loki, who was entangled with his cloak, asking, could you perhaps retract your cloak first? The levitating cloak responds to the desires of its master, and soon enough, it was withdrawn. Once the cloak was retracted, Loki could no longer contain his frustration. I just fought with a tattered cloak for nearly 10 minutes. Loki bellowed. He had tolerated being smashed by the Hulk, endured strikes from Thor's hammer, and survived a free fall lasting over 2 hours, yet he found it utterly intolerable to have battled a mere cloak for 10 minutes. Loki was fuming, his mind frazzled. Ignoring his anger, Thor lifted him as one might a small chick. Loki, if it weren't for your recent misfortunes, I would fully understand your foul mood and truly wish to give you a sound thrashing, Thor spoke sincerely. Loki. Very well, let us return to Asgard, Thor declared, carrying Loki towards Asgard. Loki was most unwilling to return, thus he resisted vehemently. Where is your Tesseract? What purpose do you have in returning to Asgard without the Tesseract? Loki shouted. In the next moment, he saw Luo Bai stepping through the portal. What? He is going to Asgard too? Loki inquired, bewildered. Indeed. So you need not worry. The Tesseract is currently in Asgard, Thor kindly reassured him. Loki. He was not satisfied. He had initially intended to use the Tesseract to open a portal and summon the Chitauri to invade Earth, allowing him to reign as king. Yet, before his plan could commence, it had already failed. And now he was being escorted back to Asgard. Loki felt a sense of bitter frustration. But there was nothing he could do. As the portal closed, it seemed that everything had been irrevocably decided. As soon as Thor returned to Asgard, his companions eagerly approached him. Hey Thor, you've returned, he exclaimed. Quickly, inform my father that I have brought back the Tesseract and Loki. A voice soon responded. The Allfather is waiting for you in the Great Hall. Seemingly at ease upon returning home, Thor glanced back at Loki, who was observing everything around him. It was, after all, Loki's first visit to Asgard. Although he had seen countless images of Asgard on video, experiencing it in person was an entirely different sensation. In terms of technology and various other aspects, Asgard was far more advanced than Earth. Every structure emanated grandeur and majesty, leaving one in awe. Compared to Kamartaj, Asgard was indeed far more imposing. This made Loki ponder whether Kamartaj could benefit from some renovations. You'd better stay close. You are not a citizen of Asgard. If you stray, you might be mistaken for an invader, Thor cautioned, offering a friendly reminder to Loki. This was something Loki was well aware of. Considering he couldn't remain away from Earth for too long, he replied, let us go. Take me to meet the Allfather. Thor said nothing more and proceeded, carrying Loki towards the Grand Hall of Asgard. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, the venerable Allfather Odin sat upon the central throne, flanked by the warriors of Asgard. Upon seeing Thor return with Loki, A contingent of guards immediately moved to apprehend Loki. "Father, I have brought Loki back," Thor shouted. Odin remained silent, his gaze shifting to Loki. Sensing the intensity of his father's stare, Thor hastily added, "Father, this is a wizard from Midgard. He requests an audience with you." "A wizard from Earth." Before Odin could contemplate further, Loki introduced himself. "I am the current Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj." Odin was familiar with Kamartaj and was aware that the previous Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, had recently stepped down, leaving the position to the new incumbent. However, he had never met the new Sorcerer Supreme, and now Loki had presented himself unexpectedly. Glimpsing the current situation, Odin quickly deduced the underlying motive. Loki had come to settle a score. Odin had already been furious upon learning that Loki had caused trouble on Earth using the Tesseract. Now, witnessing that the Sorcerer Supreme had personally delivered him back, Odin's ire intensified. He was the All-Father. He too had his dignity to uphold. His son, though adopted. Loki not only caused chaos on Earth, but was also captured and returned by the Earth's guardian. Where was his honor to be found in this? This matter could have been resolved privately. But now, with Loki's arrival, Odin found that even the option of a discreet resolution had vanished. Upon reflecting, Odin inhaled deeply and spoke with great courtesy. "I understand your intentions, and I shall provide an explanation. Please wait aside for the moment." Loki nodded in acknowledgement and stepped aside. At this juncture, Odin declared, "Bring forth the prisoner Loki." As his words resonated, Loki was brought forth in chains. He was already brimming with fury, compounded by the realization that he was not Odin's biological son. In the throes of such dual rage, it was inevitable that Loki would not engage in civil discourse. What performance are you all putting on? The prisoner Loki? Have you commenced my trial already?" Loki inquired. Odin took a deep breath and, maintaining his composure, asked, "Are you truly unaware of the depth of your transgressions?" "Transgressions? Is it a crime for a deity to govern one of the realms among the 9 worlds? Have you not done the same?" Loki retorted. In a private setting, such words from Loki might not have provoked Odin to such a degree. However, this was the Grand Hall, and the Supreme Sorcerer was present. With Loki's declaration, Odin's wrath ignited, and he thundered, "Loki, you are not a god. You are the son of the king of frost giants." Loki immediately countered, "Then you should never have taken me in." Odin rebuked, "Indeed, I should not have. I should have allowed you to perish." Loki shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Well then, it seems I have no desire to live anymore. I seek only death." Odin exclaimed, "You ungrateful wretch. The majesty of the All-Father, tarnished by my own son." Truly, Odin inhaled deeply, nearly overwhelmed by his indignation. Chapter 66. Confrontation with the Temple of Odin. Observing Loki, who defiantly boasted from below, Odin felt his heart nearly falter with rage. In truth, Odin held deep affection for both of his sons. Despite Loki's numerous transgressions, he would only confine him for a time if he could utter a few flattering words. To Odin's dismay, Loki remained obstinate, his countenance a testament to his defiance. The Supreme Sorcerer, witnessing this exchange, sensed that Odin was cornered, unable to retreat or advance without losing face. At last, it was the queen, Frigga, who broke the tension. Saying, "God King, Loki merely struggles to accept his true identity. Grant him a chance for redemption." Thor, standing nearby, hastily added his plea, "Father, considering he is yet to commit a grave offense, please forgive him." This intervention finally provided Odin with a path forward. "Loki, had it not been for the queen and your brother's intercession, you would have faced the death penalty. Take the offender Loki and imprison him. His remaining days shall be spent in the dungeon," Odin pronounced furiously. Although Loki remained silent, the smirk on his face spoke volumes. He was defiant and resentful. "Seize him at once. I wish to see him no longer," Odin bellowed, while he outwardly feigned eagerness for Loki's swift imprisonment. Inwardly he feared that delaying even slightly might result in further treasonous words from Loki. Fortunately, the guards acted swiftly, dragging Loki away. At last, Odin exhaled a sigh of relief. A wayward son indeed. Truly a wayward son. The Supreme Sorcerer observed the scene, lamenting, "Had you but spoken a few kind words, you would not face eternal confinement. I had thought you possessed a modicum of cleverness unlike your straightforward brother Thor. Yet, it appears both of you are of a singular mind. How foolish." Feeling somewhat helpless, Odin sighed and turned to Thor, inquiring, "Where's the Tesseract?" Thor promptly replied, "Father, the Tesseract is in Loki's possession." Loki understood the implication and said nothing further, merely retrieving the Tesseract. Odin exchanged a glance, and soon a guard approached to take the Tesseract away to the treasury of Asgard. Once all matters were settled, Odin dismissed the others. "You may all leave. I wish to speak privately with the Supreme Sorcerer." The assembly bowed and exited, leaving only Odin and Loki behind in the Grand Hall. Despite Odin's imposing presence, clad in golden armor and wielding the eternal spear, the weariness in his countenance revealed the weight of age upon him. It was evident that the once mighty god was nearing the end of his days. According to the unfolding narrative, Odin's time was limited. He would depart before the onset of Ragnarok. This thought stirred memories of the Ancient One within Loki. The rulers of the old era were gradually fading away. While the heroes of the new age were stepping forward, Loki, now the new supreme sorcerer of Kamartash. I had long heard of the departure of the Ancient One and was aware of your existence, yet I had never found the opportunity to meet you in person. I did not expect you to come today. Just as I was contemplating this, Odin suddenly spoke. His tone resembled that of a venerable elder. Indeed, he is, after all, a disciple of the Ancient One. In terms of seniority, he is nearly on par with her, thus he can be regarded as an elder. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai responded courteously, I did not wish to disturb the king of gods, yet today I find it necessary to come. I understand, Odin replied calmly. Loki's reckless use of the Tesseract nearly resulted in catastrophe. Though he is not my biological son, I raised him myself. His transgressions are indicative of my shortcomings as a guardian. I have since dealt with Loki and trust that such incidents will not recur. Odin was aware that the fault lay with Asgard in this instance, and considering Luo Bai's origins from Kamartash and his status as the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth. His demeanor was remarkably courteous. He not only acknowledged his errors, but also assured Luo Bai that similar occurrences would not happen again in the future. Had anyone else heard such words, they might have willingly departed, for Odin is indeed the king of gods, governing the order of the 9 realms, including Earth. He stands as a monarch, to whom the other realms generally bow in submission. However, Earth is an exception, and Kamartaj is even more so. The Sorcerer Supreme is not beholden to Odin's commands. Contemplating this, Luo Bai smiled and replied, It is evident that you hold great affection for Loki. Were it any other citizen of Asgard, the consequences would likely be far more severe than mere imprisonment. Odin paused, taken aback. After a moment's reflection, his brow furrowed as he countered, Are you questioning my judgment on this matter? Luo Bai remained unperturbed, responding with a smile. Loki conspired with the Chitauri and misused the Tesseract in an attempt to invade Earth. Had I not intervened, a planetary war would have erupted upon your doorstep. I trust you are well aware of Kamartaj's stance towards invaders of Earth. I return Loki and the Tesseract to you, because I believe you will dispense fair judgment. Truth be told, I could have handled the matter myself and dealt with Loki as an extraterrestrial aggressor. This statement bore an excessive tone of threat, inciting Odin's ire. Gripping the eternal spear tightly, he slammed it forcefully into the ground and thundered, Luo Bai, do you know before whom you stand? I am the All-Father, the King of the Gods. The moment his words fell, a tremendous pressure surged towards Luo Bai. This energy emanated from the eternal spear, infused with Odin's divine power, intended to intimidate Luo Bai. Yet, Luo Bai remained unfazed, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he declared, But I am the Sorcerer Supreme. It is my duty to protect the Earth. In the next moment, an immense energy erupted from Luo Bai as well. This energy collided with that of the eternal spear, resulting in a staggering shockwave that caused the entire temple to tremble. It was at this moment that Odin recognized something amiss. Though he seldom concerned himself with the affairs of Kamartash and the realm of sorcerers, he had heard of the more formidable practitioners within the sorceress community. For instance, figures such as the Ancient One, Merlin, and Agamotto are indeed illustrious luminaries in the realm of sorcery. As for Loki, he had previously never heard of such an individual. He had only learned of this mage's emergence during the transition of the Supreme Sorcerer, as the Ancient One had designated him as her successor. Initially, Odin presumed that a mage who surfaced so unexpectedly would possess power comparable to that of his son Thor at best. However, the recent display left Odin utterly bewildered. Loki's prowess could easily vanquish 10 Thors. It is perplexing, where exactly did the Ancient One discover such a prodigy? As a human, he appears to be merely at the threshold of adulthood yet wields such formidable strength. His magical aptitude must be extraordinary. What is most striking is the composure of this young man. He stands resolute in the face of Odin's imposing presence, neither submissive nor hasty. While he may exhibit a hint of youthful recklessness, he is certainly far more composed than either of Odin's sons. This hardly seems equitable. Why do both of my sons display such impulsiveness and penchant for trouble, while the Ancient One's randomly chosen heir is so remarkably exceptional? Here I am, a reigning god. My lineage should be no less distinguished than that of a mere human. This thought only inflamed Odin's ire further. Indeed, the comparison of mortals can be infuriating. Chapter 067, Odin Why, Oh Why? To be honest, the mere thought of his 2 sons makes Odin's head spin. Especially after encountering Loki, his frustration only intensified. How could his sons, having lived for so long, be so utterly oblivious to the essence of composure? One wields a hammer, intimidating others, yet falters in its absence. The other fixates on the throne, perpetually striving to prove his worth, often at his brother's expense. Oh dear, my heart aches, the anger is overwhelming. My head is buzzing. Taking a deep breath, Odin ultimately managed to calm his turbulent emotions. He turned his gaze back to Loki. To be frank, had he possessed the temperament of his youth, he would have reacted to Loki's initial words with force. After all, he is the All-Father. How could he be questioned by such a junior? Yet, he understood that he had grown too old for such impulsiveness. With Ragnarok approaching in the not-so-distant future, any aggression towards Loki would equate to enmity with the realm of sorcery. As a being nearing his end, Odin knew he would soon be gone, leaving Thor to face the sorcerers alone. Thor still had much to learn. At his current strength, he would be ill-equipped to contend with the sorcerers in a few years. Besides, Loki's initial transgressions were not entirely unfounded, and Odin had chosen to extend some leniency. He had to concede to age. At this moment, he could no longer act on impulse as he did in his youth. He had to pave a path for Thor's future. With a heavy heart, Odin spoke. Loki's nature is not inherently malevolent. Upon discovering his lineage, he struggled to accept it and hastily sought to prove himself, leading him to err. The once proud and imperious All-Father had learned the virtue of serenity with age. He intended to resolve the matter amicably and continued. I am aware that you are a disciple of the Ancient One. Although Asgard and Kamartash have not exchanged courtesies for quite some time, my relationship with her was amicable before. As you ascend to the title of Sorcerer Supreme, it is only fitting that I present you with a grand gift. Ostensibly, Odin offered a congratulatory gift, but in truth, he sought to resolve the issue through treasures. This was his greatest concession, which Loki understood well. Although Loki had indeed erred, he had also intervened to halt the chaos and had seized the Mind Scepter, thus gaining some advantage. Now that Odin proposed to bestow a treasure upon him and maintained a courteous demeanor, it was wise for Loki to accept this fortune gracefully. There was no need to sever all ties, leaving no avenue for reconciliation. With this thought, Loki softened his stance. Thank you, All-Father, he replied. Odin nodded, then stood and spoke. I know that Kamartash possesses numerous artifacts, yet Asgard is not devoid of treasures either. Allow me to take you to the Asgardian treasury. Aside from the Tesseract, feel free to choose whatever you desire. Once a formidable warrior, Odin had amassed a plethora of spoils from his conquests across the 9 realms. So many that he had lost track of them all, leaving him uncertain about what to gift Loki. Thus, he decided to let Loki choose for himself. However, for Loki, aside from the Tesseract, there were not many items he truly desired. The primary reason lies in the fact that Luo Bai currently possesses an array of formidable treasures. Not to mention the multitude of artifacts within Kamartash, he himself is adorned with the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone, and the Mind Scepter. Among the treasures of Asgard, there are few that could rival these 3 in power, which leaves Luo Bai somewhat perplexed. Why are you just standing there? Odin inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as Luo Bai continued to remain unresponsive and did not follow. He tapped the eternal spear against the ground, as if to remind Luo Bai of his presence. At that moment, Luo Bai seemed to suddenly recall something and asked, aside from the Tesseract, can I truly take the one I have my eye on? Odin furrowed his brow, contemplating inwardly. As the All-Father, would I deceive you? Moreover, as a god, why would you perceive me as stingy? Every valiant warrior has been rewarded with treasures, and I am far from lacking. With this thought, Odin responded somewhat impatiently, of course. Noticing Odin's impatience, Luo Bai decided to be forthright and pointed at the eternal spear in Odin's grasp, saying, then I shall take this one. Odin was visibly taken aback. No, you dare to covet my weapon? You truly are bold. His expression darkened as he asked, do you know what this is? Indeed. I do, which is precisely why I feared you might be reluctant to part with it. Luo Bai replied with a smile. The eternal spear, originally known as Gungnir, is said to have been forged by the dwarven race at Odin's behest. This spear is not only extraordinarily sharp, capable of piercing any armor, but it also never misses its mark, determining the fate of its target. This weapon's potency requires no further elaboration. Odin's ability to wield it in battles across the 9 realms attests to its might. Although the eternal spear has not featured prominently in the original narrative, this does not diminish its strength. It has remained by Odin's side, a testament to his aging and diminishing battle prowess. Luo Bai hesitated precisely because he recognized it as Odin's weapon. However, since Odin was unwilling to allow Luo Bai to take the Tesseract, the eternal spear was the only other treasure that might pique his interest. Yet, Odin's expression clearly indicated his reluctance. Contemplating this, Luo Bai smiled and said, I understand that this is your weapon, All-Father, and knowing it has garnered your esteem, I found it worthy of my attention. While Luo Bai's audacity was indeed remarkable, his words were undeniably flattering. This subtle compliment highlighted Odin's formidable power, far surpassing that of his 2 sons, who often challenged him. Odin, being mindful of his pride, appreciated the praise. With a smile, he gradually responded, you have a discerning eye. It is indeed a divine artifact. However, this spear has accompanied me for a long time, and you cannot take it. His meaning was unmistakable. From its inception, the eternal spear has been an immensely powerful weapon, its tip engraved with runic inscriptions. and its shaft crafted from the branches of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Furthermore, imbued with Odin's own power, this spear has developed a consciousness of its own. Since it possesses self-awareness, this gun has recognized its master, much like the majority of magical artifacts in the universe. Once a gun determines its owner, it will return to their hand upon summons, and an ordinary person would find it impossible to wield. Even if they managed to take it, they would be unable to unleash its true power unless it was the master's intention. Thus, the reason why Thor, despite ascending to the throne as the God King, refrained from utilizing the eternal spear is evident, leading to its eventual exposure after Odin's demise. As a mage, you understand that most magical artifacts are bound to their masters. Perhaps you should consider a different treasure, Odin suggested. However, Luo Bai was resolute. Once he made a choice, he would not waver. Besides, he had the favor of the goddess of fortune on his side. With this thought, Luo Bai replied, "Let me give it a try." Odin furrowed his brow but ceased his persuasion, simply stating, "Since you are so eager to wield Gungnir, let us see if you can master it. However, should Gungnir reject you, you shall forfeit the right to seek another artifact." Very well, Luo Bai readily agreed. Odin held an unwavering trust in Gungnir, confident that Luo Bai would never be able to take it. In fact, knowing his time was limited, Odin had intended for this spear to be used by his two sons, hoping to see if they could earn Gungnir's recognition. Yet, even his sons, endowed with his powerful bloodline and genes, could not gain its acknowledgement. Could a supreme mage, lacking even the bloodline of Asgard, truly be worthy of Gungnir? Seeing Luo Bai's enthusiastic acceptance filled Odin with a sense of joy. He had initially thought that he would have to part with a treasure to send Luo Bai on his way, but unexpectedly, this fellow had set his sights on Gungnir. Now, he could part with neither treasure nor effort, allowing Luo Bai to leave of his own accord, truly a perfect outcome. Thus, young ones should not be overly ambitious. There are many things beyond their control. With this in mind, Odin began to present the eternal spear, stating, "Ancient One's judgment is indeed commendable. You are a natural-born mage. Yet, you remain too young for many matters." He had intended to offer guidance in a paternal manner to aid Luo Bai's growth. However, before he could finish his thought, he witnessed Luo Bai taking the eternal spear, which then radiated a golden light. Odin fell silent. Wait a moment. It accepted him? No. It truly accepted him? Why? Odin was bewildered. Gungnir, you have gone too far. Chapter 068. Am I merely a tool? This is utterly excessive. Gungnir, with two sons of mine present, you cast not a glance their way, yet you have now set your sights on the supreme sorcerer of Kamartash. In days gone by, we battled side by side through the 9 realms. And now, perceiving my age, you seek a new master, do you? In that fleeting moment, Odin was taken aback. One of his eyes widened in disbelief, evidently feeling a profound anger, his face etched with incredulity. Gungnir, though a weapon, had been his comrade in arms for millennia. Such a profound bond, and you depart so readily? At that moment, Odin's countenance darkened ominously. Recognizing the gravity of his fury, Luo Bai understood the necessity of a hasty retreat. Before Odin could regain his composure, Luo Bai promptly declared, "It seems I am indeed capable of wielding this spear. Therefore, I shall take this treasure with me. Thank you, King of the Gods." With those words, he activated a portal and vanished, leaving Odin standing alone in the temple, bewildered. After a brief pause, Odin seemed to recall something, and in frustration, he bellowed, "Gungnir." No response. He shouted again, "Gungnir." Still, there was silence. Very well, very well. So, Gungnir truly finds me lacking, and has chosen to abandon me. Odin fell into silence. Despite his unwillingness to accept it, as he had stated, magical artifacts recognize their masters. The more powerful the artifact, the stronger its will. Gungnir had acknowledged Luo Bai, signifying that it was not Luo Bai who sought to claim it, but rather Gungnir that had chosen Luo Bai. At this moment, Odin seethed with anger, yet he found himself powerless. Once an artifact has recognized its master, what hope remains that it would heed your command? Nevertheless, Odin harbored a lingering sense of resentment. He slowly approached the throne, sat down, and gazed upon the imposing temple, reminiscing about his youth. In those days, with the eternal spear in hand and riding the steed Sleipnir, he commanded the allegiance of every realm he traversed. Now, however, he looked upon himself and recognized the absence of his former valor. It is said that the gods of Asgard grow more formidable with age. By that measure, he should be far stronger now than in his youth. Yet, no matter how powerful he became, he could not avert the arrival of Ragnarok and the fate that awaited him. If only this cursed Ragnarok did not exist. Why must he find himself in such dire straits? And all of this was orchestrated by those deities lurking in the shadows. Alas, he could blame no one but himself. Gungnir's departure was inevitable, forged from the branches of the World Tree. Surely, the World Tree foresaw the fate of Asgard, compelling Gungnir to seek a new master, Odin pondered. Though his heart was heavy with sorrow, he had little time for reflection, for he sensed a disturbance. Asgard seemed to be in peril. Loki has fled. King, a grave situation has arisen. The fugitive, Loki, has escaped. Just as he contemplated this, a guard burst into the temple, shouting urgently. Before Odin could utter a word, the guard hastily reported, "My lord, the prisoner Loki has escaped. Just after we escorted him back to the dungeon, we discovered it was merely a decoy. His true whereabouts are now unknown." No sooner had the guard finished his report than another rushed over, breathless, exclaiming, "My lord, trouble is afoot. Loki has attacked the convoy transporting the Tesseract, and by the time Thor arrived, Loki had already utilized the Tesseract to open a portal and fled." One would expect Odin to respond with immediate commands, yet he remained silent, seated upon his throne, muttering to himself, "This is not right. This is not right." Though those around him might not grasp the meaning of his murmurs, Odin himself was acutely aware. In truth, with his current abilities, he could observe every nook and cranny of Asgard, perceiving Loki's escape the very moment it occurred and taking action. However, since Gungnir had departed, Odin had been somewhat disoriented, inadvertently granting Loki the opportunity to sow chaos. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence of the issue lay in Odin's sacrifice. Having imbibed from the well of wisdom and relinquished one of his eyes, he gained the foresight of future events. Although his precognitive abilities were not as formidable as those encapsulated within the Time Stone, allowing direct visions of the future, he could still foresee the occurrence of significant events. Ragnarok, for instance, was a future he had foreseen. Yet, Loki's sudden emergence was not within his predictions, and the Tesseract should have remained in Asgard. How could Loki have taken the Tesseract once more? Why? Odin struggled to comprehend this, but time was of the essence. He had just dispatched Loki with Gungnir, and now Loki had once again seized the Tesseract to wreak havoc on Earth. Should Loki be captured again, Odin dared not contemplate the ramifications. Could he safeguard the treasures within his vault? Quickly, send Thor back to Earth. It is imperative that he finds Loki before Loki is found by the others. Odin bellowed in fury. Meanwhile, in Kamartaj, Loki and the Sorcerer Supreme stood locked in a tense stare. Time seemed to stretch, until the sorcerer broke the silence with a friendly greeting. "Hi." Loki roared in response. "How is it you again?" At that moment, Loki felt utterly defeated. He was on the brink, just a hair's breadth away from wielding the Tesseract to open a portal, leading the Chitauri army to conquer Earth and claim the throne. Yet, he had not anticipated the sudden appearance of a supreme sorcerer who had apprehended him and returned him to Asgard. Frustrated, Loki resolved to steal the Tesseract once more to pursue his ambitions. In his panicked evasion from Asgard's pursuit, he hastily activated the Tesseract to open a portal, his sole thought fixated on reaching Earth. However, he never imagined that the moment he stepped through, he would find himself face to face with the Sorcerer Supreme. Not only had Loki been caught off guard, but even the sorcerer was astonished, having only recently returned from Asgard when Loki appeared yet again. However, upon encountering Loki before him, along with the Tesseract in his grasp, Luo Bai suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. "You have come to deliver the Tesseract to me, have you not?" Luo Bai inquired. Loki, taken aback, responded, "No. Do I appear as if I am here to bestow the Tesseract upon you?" Yet, before he could further contest this notion, Luo Bai interjected, "Really, you need not go through the trouble of visiting in person." Loki sensed something amiss and, clutching the Tesseract, attempted to teleport to the next destination. However, Luo Bai had already anticipated his move. Before Loki could react, a portal whisked him away, leaving the Tesseract behind. By the time Loki regained his senses, he found himself in the Hall of Asgard. At that moment, his father, Odin, sat before him. "Loki!" Odin bellowed. Loki retorted, "What the hell? No, I see it now. So, I am merely a courier for the Infinity Stones, am I?" Chapter 069, A Collective Breach of Defense. As Loki gazed upon the familiar temple, with Odin seated upon his throne and Thor standing beside him, a sudden revelation washed over him. "You would hardly believe it, but when I ventured to Earth with the Tesseract, I encountered Loki White. The moment I opened the door, there stood that accursed supreme sorcerer. He said, 'Ah, you must be here to deliver the Tesseract.' Then he seized my Tesseract and sent me back to Asgard." Loki shrugged, expressing his helplessness. At that moment, Loki's expression lacked the defiance he had displayed upon his first arrival at the temple. Instead, it was filled with resignation. Thor, still grappling with the situation, inquired with a perplexed expression, "So you gave the Tesseract to Loki White?" "Not gave, all right. I have no idea why that damn Tesseract teleported me right in front of him." Loki shouted in frustration. "Do you think he wanted this? He is merely unwilling, convinced that his plans remain unfinished. He only wished to see his schemes realized. And yet, he ended up returning the Tesseract? Well, good luck to you," Thor sighed. He then directed his gaze toward Odin. Loki, equally resigned, followed suit and looked at Odin. At that moment, Odin's countenance was terrifyingly dark. He remained silent, seated upon his throne, and it was evident that he was genuinely enraged. Unlike the initial anger, this was a tempest of fury. "Loki, you have profoundly disappointed me. Odin bellowed in wrath. Loki shrugged, responding helplessly, I did not wish for this. But you expect me to watch him ascend the throne? I cannot abide by it. People see only Thor's worth, yet I am far more capable. No sooner had he spoken than Thor interjected, so, you intentionally went to Earth to deliver the Tesseract to Loki White? Loki inhaled deeply and shouted, let me reiterate, I did not go to deliver the Tesseract. I am to conquer Midgard, Earth. I seek to prove that I am more worthy of the throne than you. Yet the truth remained, you sent the Tesseract there. Now I must clean up your mess, Thor remarked nonchalantly. It was evident that Loki was on the verge of a breakdown. At that moment, it was not only Loki who was unraveling, Odin was too. I had just dispatched Gungnir to clean up your mess and left the Tesseract behind. And you followed suit by sending the Tesseract as well? I couldn't even call upon your brother to apprehend you before you were whisked away. Odin inhaled deeply, visibly struggling to catch his breath. Just then, Thor spoke up. Father, shall I go down now and retrieve the Tesseract? As soon as he finished speaking, Odin retorted, do you believe you can reclaim the Tesseract? The first time Thor managed to bring back the Tesseract was because there was justification. After all, it was Loki who had caused the chaos. Asgard intervened to retrieve the miscreant Loki and, by extension, the Tesseract. Even though Loki White is the supreme sorcerer, he must still show deference to the king of gods. But what about now? A figure escaped from Asgard, absconding with the cosmic cube. This clearly indicates a lapse in vigilance on Asgard's part, not to mention the fact that Loki did not come to cause trouble, which is already a concession to Odin. Should Thor venture to Earth at this juncture, it would spell disaster. Such a straightforward situation, how could Thor, the future heir to the throne, be so blind? The thought of Loki crossed Odin's mind, and then he glanced at his two sons, his blood pressure rising. Foolish. Reckless. You two imbeciles. Odin scolded vehemently. Before either could respond, Odin erupted. Loki, do you fancy yourself clever? You have repeatedly stirred chaos in Midgard, Earth. Do you comprehend the mess I've had to clean up for you? Do you truly believe Midgard is as feeble as you imagine? You understand nothing. And you, Thor, god of thunder, my son, as the heir to Asgard, you merely roam about swinging your hammer, causing strife. Why do you not engage your intellect? Can war resolve everything? It cannot. Odin was genuinely furious, directing his ire at Loki and Thor with ferocity that left Thor in a state of shock. No, father, I have done nothing. Thor protested, feeling somewhat aggrieved. If you cannot even manage your own brother, how will you govern Asgard in the future? Odin reprimanded. Thor, is this really my fault? Before Thor could gather his thoughts, Odin bellowed once more. Thor, take the culprit Loki and imprison him in the dungeon. Should he escape again, you shall be exiled alongside him. Thor? Me. Before he could articulate a rebuttal, a tremendous force erupted from Odin, sending both Thor and Loki tumbling out of the temple. With a thunderous slam, the temple doors closed behind them. Outside the temple, Loki, wincing in pain, rose to his feet. At that moment, his ambition to rule Earth had dissipated, replaced by a nagging suspicion that something was amiss with Loki White. Thor, do you not find that sorcerer Loki White rather unsettling? Loki inquired as he stood, completely oblivious to Thor's darkened expression. Noticing Thor's silence, Loki finally looked up. Realizing something was amiss with his brother's demeanor, he appeared to be angry. Thor, brother? Loki tentatively asked. Thor forced a genial smile and replied. I cannot ascertain whether Loki White is unsettling, but I find you rather disconcerting. To be honest, if it weren't for you, father would not hold such a strong opinion of me. I have long wished to strike you, brother, with a lamenting cry. Loki was met with Thor's wrath and subsequently cast into the dungeons of Asgard. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kamartaj awaited. As Luo Bai gazed at the cosmic cube in his hands, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. I knew you would return. But I never anticipated your return would be in this manner. It must be said, Lady Luck possesses her own charm. After uttering this, he cast a glance at the eternal spear he held. This journey to Asgard had proven fortuitous, yielding significant rewards. With this contemplation, Luo Bai resolved to return to the sanctuary to further examine the cosmic cube and the scepter of the mind. Just as he was about to depart, Wong and Mordo hurriedly approached him. Supreme Sorcerer, you have returned? Wong exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Indeed, I have returned, Luo Bai replied with calm assurance. Barely had he finished speaking when Mordo eagerly interjected. Earlier, Wong and I sensed something unusual in Kamartaj. It seems someone has intruded. I am aware. It was Loki. To prevent him from causing a disturbance in Kamartaj, I sent him away, Luo Bai explained. Upon hearing this, Wong and Mordo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I was beginning to worry that Kamartaj was facing another crisis. Wait, Supreme Sorcerer, that object in your hand looks rather familiar, Wong remarked, noticing the eternal spear. The more he looked at it, the more it seemed to ring a bell. I believe I have seen it in a book before. Luo Bai responded with composure. You must have encountered it in Cosmic Principles. Wong nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. I had expected the Supreme Sorcerer to remember it. You must have read quite a few books. Luo Bai replied, "Indeed, I have. I often indulge in reading during my leisure time. I have perused most of the volumes in the library." Wang chuckled and, with curiosity, inquired, "What is this thing called again? The name escapes me." "This is the Eternal Spear, Gungnir," Luo Bai stated. In the next moment, both Wang and Mordo were left in a state of bewilderment. "What is this? Gungnir? Gungnir? The Eternal Spear? Isn't that the weapon of King Odin?" Wang exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Bai nodded in affirmation. Wang continued, "How did it come into your possession?" Luo Bai replied candidly, "It was a gift from the king." "A gift? The king bestowed his weapon upon you? What is the nature of your relationship?" Chapter 070, it activated on its own. For many years, Odin wielded the Eternal Spear, an artifact that, to outsiders, symbolized supreme divine authority. Surprisingly, this significant weapon was not bequeathed to the future heir of Asgard, but rather given to Luo Bai. Is this truly reasonable? The straightforward nature of the king could not contain his incredulity. Why would Odin bestow such a thing upon you? Should it not be reserved for his son? Luo Bai shrugged and replied with a smile, "There's nothing I can do. Such artifacts choose their masters. Isn't it a coincidence that it chose me?" The expressions on the faces of the king and Modu were nothing short of spectacular. They were likely baffled as to why Asgard's treasure ultimately recognized Luo Bai as its master. After a prolonged silence, the king cautiously inquired, "Supreme Mage, I am quite curious about Odin's reaction. He wouldn't send troops after us, would he?" Recalling Odin's disillusioned demeanor upon his departure, Luo Bai chuckled awkwardly. "He wouldn't go that far, but I sensed that he seemed less than pleased." The king remained silent, though internally he was lamenting. It would be a miracle for Odin to be pleased. The situation was more distressing than a wife running off with another man. After millennia of usage, the treasured weapon had simply vanished. Despite the evident confusion etched on the faces of the king and Modu, they resolved to leave temporarily upon learning that the invaders had been dealt with by Luo Bai. "Since the invaders have been resolved, I shall take my leave, Supreme Mage," Modu stated as he withdrew. The king echoed, "Supreme Mage, I too shall take my leave." Luo Bai nodded, and the two departed. As they left, the king cast one last incredulous glance at the Eternal Spear. Once they had exited, Luo Bai turned and made his way to the New York sanctum. Upon reaching the study on the second floor, the first action Luo Bai undertook was to activate the mirror dimension. After preparing, he retrieved the Tesseract and the Mind Stone. The Tesseract appeared as a cubic blue crystal box. Its transparent exterior allowed the brilliant blue space gem at its center to be easily discernible. In contrast, the Mind Stone resembled an ordinary scepter, adorned at its apex with a mind gem. Within the Marvel Universe, each Infinity Stone harbors immense power, the mastery of which requires extensive study and time by the wielder. Thus, Luo Bai's next endeavor was to delve into the research of these two stones. He began with the Space Stone, as he had previously studied various spatial magics and knowledge, granting him a greater understanding of its intricacies. Placing the Tesseract on the table, Luo Bai employed his magic to analyze its internal energies. After a day, or perhaps longer, Luo Bai finally grasped the foundational theories and some concepts associated with the Space Stone. As its name suggests, the Space Stone governs the capabilities related to space. What it can achieve transcends the mere act of opening a cosmic portal. Any ability related to space, as long as it can be conceived, is within its grasp. For instance, it can eliminate spatial constraints, distort, suspend, sever, or rearrange space, and even create miniature black holes. Its existence allows the user to disregard the laws of physics, such as distance or magical prohibitions. Provided the user possesses sufficient strength, it can facilitate any operation pertaining to space according to their will. Naturally, this represents only a fraction of Luo Bai's current understanding of it. Should thorough research be conducted, it is likely that even more capabilities could be unveiled. After gaining a general insight into the abilities of the Space Stone and the flow of its energy, Luo Bai delved deeply into the study and exploration of the Mind Stone. This investigation consumed approximately 3 days. The complexity of the Mind Stone far surpasses that of the Space Stone. It is evident that its abilities are intrinsically linked to the control of the mind. While the Mind Stone may not be the most formidable among all stones, it undoubtedly possesses the strongest autonomous consciousness. Its consciousness is so potent that it can independently alter a person's mind. Simply put, when one endeavors to comprehend it, it employs its own abilities to influence one's state of mind. Were it not for Luo Bai's extensive training in magic, he might have found it nearly impossible to resist its power. Fortunately, under immense pressure, Luo Bai managed to conduct an analysis of the Mind Stone. The conclusion drawn from this examination is that it is virtually invincible for humanity. As long as the user's power is sufficiently great, they can utilize it to connect to the minds of all humans, thereby achieving dominion over the earth. It can even amplify the user's mental prowess, which is immensely beneficial for Luo Bai, given the concept of the spiritual realm within magic. After several days of research into the stones, Luo Bai finally grasped their dangers and strengths. They are, in essence, beyond the reach of humanity. It is astonishing that Nick Fury had previously contemplated studying the Tesseract. With humanity's current capabilities, before they could even understand these artifacts, they would reverse engineer humanity itself. The autonomous consciousness of these stones is overwhelmingly strong. And with Luo Bai's present abilities, he could only delve so far. Thus, he employed the space stone to create a secure storage space, where he placed the 2 stones, intending to continue his research later. The arrival of the 3 stones has significantly aided Luo Bai, particularly the Mind Stone, which has proven to be exceptionally beneficial. The Mind Stone has not only enhanced his abilities, but has also provided substantial fortification to his psyche. Mastering the Dark Grimoire to combat the consuming forces of darkness necessitates a robust mind and soul. Therefore, after integrating certain capabilities of the Mind Stone, Luo Bai resumed his studies of the Dark Grimoire. Coupled with the abilities he previously absorbed from Agatha, Luo Bai once again drew heavily upon the dark powers. As he absorbed the essence around him, Luo Bai found his soul immersed in an abyss of darkness. This signified that he had inadvertently activated the Dark Dimension. In truth, the primary ability of the Book of Dark Gods is to instruct its wielder on how to unlock this enigmatic realm. However, if the user's strength is insufficient, merely acquiring the knowledge proves futile. Yet, once the wielder's power reaches a certain threshold, the activation of the Dark Dimension occurs spontaneously, even without deliberate intent. The moment the Dark Dimension is accessed, it signifies a profound transformation. One is not only granted access to the most formidable dark forces, but can also transmute energy into capabilities through this dimension. Wait, this is only my second attempt. Has the Dark Dimension truly activated on its own? Chapter 071. Returning Wanda to Kamatach. Luo Bai found himself somewhat bewildered. The automatic activation of the Dark Dimension was entirely unexpected, especially since he had only been studying the Dark Grimoire for 2 days. While possessing the Dark Grimoire did indeed provide the prerequisite for accessing the Dark Dimension, it was merely that, a prerequisite. Essentially, the Dark Grimoire bears no distinction from other magical tomes. It serves as a supplementary volume, regarded as the wellspring of dark knowledge and skills. Thus, not every practitioner can successfully unlock the Dark Dimension. Although it was inevitable for someone of Luo Bai's caliber to access the Dark Dimension, he had not anticipated doing so at this moment. After all, the activation of the Dark Dimension signified that he must possess formidable control. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could lead to his own corruption. This was an unacceptable prospect for Luo Bai. To him, being consumed by darkness and losing control over his will was tantamount to becoming a mere slave to the shadows. And that was merely one concern. The second was that the Dark Dimension was home to numerous formidable dark entities. One might liken Luo Bai's actions to opening a portal to a realm of darkness. Although he could continuously absorb dark energy to augment his strength, it also implied that beings like Dormammu, the sovereign of the Dark Dimension, could locate him at any moment. According to Luo Bai's original plan, he merely sought to harness a modicum of dark power to enhance his abilities. Yet, in a moment of distraction, the Dark Dimension had opened automatically. "No, Zysorn, how desperately must you covet my soul?" he exclaimed incredulously. "This is excessive, really." Sighing, Luo Bai found himself simultaneously lamenting the situation while feeling an irresistible urge to explore the Dark Dimension. Contrary to expectations, the Dark Dimension was not as terrifying as imagined. Its vast expanse resembled a grand and fantastical universe brimming with arcane knowledge that beckoned him to delve deeper. Of course, Luo Bai understood that this was merely the Fade. Venturing further would undoubtedly unveil greater perils. Fortunately, he was not particularly greedy, and he quelled the desire for further exploration, choosing instead to learn dark magic right where he was. This study persisted for several days. When he finally opened his eyes, he emerged from the Dark Dimension. His soul returned to his corporeal form. Gazing at the familiar New York sanctum, Luo Bai couldn't help but murmur, "Thank goodness." He was grateful for his profound magical foundation and the favor of the goddess of fortune. Otherwise, he might not have emerged from the Dark Dimension unscathed. Yet, it must be said that this venture into the Dark Dimension bore fruit, as Luo Bai could distinctly feel that his strength had ascended several tiers, beyond mere power. He also sensed something else, chaos magic. This brought to mind certain recollections. As far as he knew from the narrative, the current practitioner of chaos magic was named Wanda. It is worth noting that chaos magic is a unique form of sorcery, possessing immense power. However, it appeared that its wielder, Wanda, was still largely unaware of the true extent of this power. The mere thought of Wanda brings him a slight headache. According to the film's narrative, Wanda acquired the ability to manipulate chaos magic through the Hydra organization's human experiments, utilizing the Mind Stone. Although the storyline has now transformed and the Mind Stone is in Loki's possession, Wanda has yet to learn to control chaos magic. Nonetheless, she will ultimately obtain this power through other means, awakening her formidable magical talents. The dilemma lies in Wanda's inherent fragility. Her inner turmoil makes her susceptible to the emergence of her darker side. If Wanda were to succumb to darkness, she would be utterly incapable of controlling the immense power within her. A powerful sorceress like her falling into darkness would undoubtedly lead to significant chaos. Rather than allowing this to happen, Loki might as well bring her back while she remains unaware and nurture her potential. With this thought in mind, Loki adjusted the energy within himself and initiated the portal. At the Hydra base, in the human experimentation laboratory, Wanda and Quicksilver were present. Soon, both sensed an unusual change. The surroundings began to transform, as if they had entered another realm. Before they could comprehend what was happening, a stranger appeared before them. The sudden intrusion was met with evident wariness in their expressions. "Who are you?" Wanda inquired, her demeanor tense. "I am Loki, a sorcerer from Kamartaj," he replied courteously. Wanda, still cautious, furrowed her brow and asked, "A sorcerer? What brings you here?" "I wish to speak with you and see if you would be interested in learning magic," Loki responded. "Learning magic?" Wanda was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. "What do you mean by that?" she asked. Loki calmly replied, "I see considerable potential in you. With diligent study, you could become a remarkable sorceress." Wanda remained silent, glancing around before asking, "Like you? I believe you could surpass even me." Loki considered thoughtfully. Wanda did not respond, yet her expression seemed to waver. At that moment, Loki spoke again, rather than remaining here, waiting to be studied by Hydra. "Why not come with me to acquire some abilities? I can assure you that from this day forward, you will have a stable environment, free from wandering." Loki understood that Wanda's deepest desire was for stability, a place where she could truly belong. Fortunately, this was something he could provide. However, perhaps due to his unexpected arrival, she still harbored some caution towards strangers. "Why should I trust you?" Wanda questioned. Loki smiled and replied calmly, "Because I am the Sorcerer Supreme, and I will protect this world. I am aware of your past. The missile destroyed your family. If you are willing to trust me, I believe a stable future awaits you." His words evidently swayed her. Surrounded by the reflective space, Wanda realized that Loki was not to be underestimated. Yet, at this very moment, she still seemed somewhat hesitant. "Can you avenge me?" Wanda inquired. "Are you referring to Stark?" Loeb asked. Wanda nodded. Loeb was well aware of this matter, for the missiles manufactured by Stark Industries had obliterated Wanda's home. This was the reason for her animosity towards Stark. However, in Loeb's perspective, it appeared to be a misunderstanding that could be resolved. With this thought in mind, Loeb replied, "To be candid, I cannot exact revenge for you, as my relationship with Stark is rather amicable. However, I can assist you in locating Stark. It would be best for you to clarify your grievances with him in person." The prospect of meeting Stark prompted Wanda to agree immediately. Chapter 072. You really are quite the player. The previous chapter has undergone some alterations, should there be any discrepancies. It is advisable to review the preceding chapter, as the reason is explained at its conclusion. Wanda and Quicksilver's relationship follows the film adaptation, with Quicksilver as the elder brother. Though Wanda yearns for a tranquil life, her immediate concern lies with Stark. Meeting Stark would signify, to some extent, an opportunity for vengeance. Thus, without hesitation, Wanda acquiesced. "Very well, I shall accompany you," she declared. Quicksilver, standing nearby, appeared somewhat hesitant and inquired, "Can we truly place our trust in him? He claims he can lead us to Stark." "We can attempt to trust him," Wanda replied. No sooner had their words left their lips than a portal materialized before them. On the other side of the portal lay the uppermost floor of Stark Industries, where Stark was engrossed in his work within his office. Sensing a disturbance, Stark furrowed his brow and cautiously called out, "Luo Bai?" In the next moment, Luo Bai emerged from the portal. "Tony," Luo Bai greeted. Upon seeing him, Stark exhaled in relief, his voice tinged with excitement as he responded, "Hey, my friend. It's truly a pleasure to see you." Luo Bai smiled and asked, "How have you been faring lately?" "I am well enough, though S.H.I.E.L.D. is in disarray," Stark shrugged. Luo Bai understood, considering Nick Fury had been transported away, likely leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. in temporary turmoil. Just then, Wanda and Quicksilver stepped through the portal. "What did you just do? What is this yellow circle?" Wanda inquired, her curiosity evident, as she was still unfamiliar with magic. Luo Bai chuckled softly and calmly explained, "This is a portal, a form of magic." Wanda nodded, murmuring, "Okay." At that moment, Stark noticed that, in addition to Luo Bai, a pair of unfamiliar individuals had emerged from the portal, the female appearing quite familiar with Luo Bai. This prompted Stark to raise an eyebrow, and he discreetly leaned toward Luo Bai, asking, "Have you summoned housekeeping again?" "She is not housekeeping," Luo Bai replied earnestly. Stark nodded, uncertain whether he had misunderstood, and inquired, "Does Northstar know about this?" Luo Bai, puzzled, responded, "Why would she need to know?" Stark displayed an enigmatic smile as he replied, "You really are quite the player, aren't you?" At this point, Luo Bai comprehended the implication. "You've misunderstood. She is here to see you," he stated with a hint of exasperation. "Here to see me?" Stark was taken aback. He scrutinized Wanda thoughtfully and then asserted, "All right. I admit I may have been a bit of a flirt in the past, having interacted with numerous women, be they reporters, news anchors, or prominent actresses. But I swear I do not know her. Her beauty is striking. Had I encountered her before, I would undoubtedly have been left with a profound impression." No sooner had the words left my lips than Wanda erupted in anger. "You don't need to know me to ruin my life and my family." Stark was momentarily taken aback by her statement. Ruin her life? Her family? I'm not even certain if I know you anymore. Wait, madam, your name is Wanda, correct? When did I ever destroy your family? Stark inquired. In the next instant, Wanda pronounced each word with a tone of hatred. Your missile destroyed my home. Stark was instantly bewildered. Noticing her lack of clarity, Luo Bai hurriedly interjected. Tony, do you remember why you shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing? Stark nodded earnestly, acknowledging. I know. She is the victim of that incident. At that moment, Stark finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He had initially assumed Wanda might be an ex-girlfriend or a former acquaintance seeking an explanation, but it became evident that he had underestimated the complexity of the matter. Before he could respond, Wanda spoke again. We were only 10 years old, a family of 4 sharing dinner. A bomb struck our home. I vividly remember seeing a word stamped on that bomb. Stark. Hearing her words, Tony, who had previously entertained lighter thoughts, fell silent. His expression turned grave, tinged with guilt. I am truly sorry, but that was never my intention. Stark sincerely apologized. Yet Wanda was not in a place to receive his words. Your bomb killed my parents and stole my childhood. Can a mere apology erase all that? Stark remained silent, his face betraying his frustration. Sensing Wanda's emotions becoming unstable, Luo Bai interjected, I must interject. While it is true that the bomb you saw was manufactured by Stark Industries, I do not believe Stark should be the target of your vengeance. Wanda furrowed her brow, glaring at Luo Bai in anger. His missile destroyed my home. Should I not hate him? Are you defending him because you are his friend? Luo Bai shook his head, countering, that is irrelevant. Let me give you a simple example. Suppose you tell me you wish to protect the world, and I teach you magic. However, if you succumb to darkness and bring about the destruction of Earth, while I bear some responsibility, the true culprit is you, is it not? Your choices led to the planet's ruin. It is you whom people will hate. With this explanation, Wanda seemed to grasp something, although she still appeared conflicted. But if he had not created the missile, how could my home have been attacked? Wanda retorted angrily. Luo Bai continued to persuade her. Stark indeed manufactured and sold missiles, but it is war that destroyed your home. Wanda fell silent, seemingly swayed by Luo Bai's words. Yet, having harbored hatred for Stark for so many years, she still felt a sense of reluctance to let go. Upon witnessing her wavering, Luo Bai remarked, I previously discovered you at the Hydra research facility. You have allied with Hydra, have you not? Indeed, Wanda replied simply, nodding her head, and earnestly stated. They promised to protect us, to safeguard this world. Luo Bai chuckled softly and inquired, Are you aware of Hydra's intentions? Do you genuinely believe they wish to shield you and the world? Wanda paused, perplexed, and asked, Is it not so? Luo Bai remained silent, merely responding with a calm assertion, If you are willing to wait, time shall reveal the truth. You have observed that no one harbors ill will towards you. You may take some time to discern right from wrong. Wanda appeared to be swayed by his words. Her sensitive and kind heart made her amenable to the notion of waiting. I can wait. You promised me a tranquil and stable life, did you not? Wanda questioned. Luo Bai nodded in affirmation, saying, Yes. I originally intended to take you back to Kamar Taj to learn magic. However, I understand that your current confusion remains unresolved. So for now, you shall reside in my villa. Polaris will ensure your well-being. As he spoke, Luo Bai prepared to escort Wanda away. Quicksilver, standing nearby, seemed intent on accompanying them. Luo Bai interjected, Though you share blood with Wanda, there is another lady in the villa, thus I do not plan to take you along. Quicksilver exclaimed, What does that mean? Are you suggesting I wander alone? Before he could voice further, Wanda stepped in front of him, earnestly declaring, He is my only family. Stark, observing Luo Bai's distress, promptly interjected, Actually, the apartment next to yours is mine as well. If they do not mind, let him stay there. Indeed. Some individuals are quite willful. Thank you, Tony. You have alleviated a significant issue for me, Luo Bai expressed. Stark shook his head, feeling quite guilty, and replied, This is a consequence of my own making. While you are correct, I bear a degree of responsibility. I should have ensured their comfort. Allowing Quicksilver to reside next door was evidently agreeable to Wanda. Though she had begun to comprehend Luo Bai's words, she found herself unable to express her gratitude to Stark, choosing instead to remain silent. Luo Bai did not linger on the matter, opening a portal to the villa. Inside the villa, upon seeing Luo Bai, Polaris immediately stood and exclaimed, Master Luo Bai, you have returned? Yes, Lona, this is Wanda. You will be sharing your living space with her for a time. Luo Bai stated. Chapter 073. What is S? H. I. L. D? It is actually Serpent S. H. I. E. L. D. Wanda? Polaris had noticed that alongside Luo Bai and Stark, there was also an unfamiliar lady. Polaris seemed momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, she inquired, "Is this lady a friend of Master Luo Bai? She is here to learn magic from me, but there are some issues at present, so she must stay here temporarily." Luo Bai replied, "Learning magic?" Polaris nodded and quickly introduced herself. "Hello, Wanda. I am Lorna Dane, Master Luo Bai's housekeeper." Wanda appeared somewhat reserved in the presence of strangers. Yet she politely responded, "Hello." Just then, Stark spoke to Quicksilver. "Shall I take you next door?" Quicksilver glanced at Wanda and then followed Stark out. Once the two had departed, Wanda looked around, seeming a bit lost. Clearly, she had not yet fully acclimated and was uncertain about what to do next. It was then that Luo Bai spoke up. "Do you need something to eat first? If not, I can take a look at your magical aptitude." Learning magic? So soon? Wanda was momentarily taken aback. However, seeing Luo Bai's demeanor, she began to believe that he genuinely intended to teach her magic. With that thought, Wanda replied, "I am not very hungry." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Bai used his telekinesis to produce a book, saying, "Then take a look at this for now." Wanda nodded and accepted the book. Noticing there was nothing for her to do, Polaris quickly said, "Master Luo Bai, I will return to my room now. I need to practice as well." During this time, Polaris had been diligently honing her abilities, remembering how hard Polaris had worked the last time they met. Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, "By the way, how has your training been going lately?" Polaris responded eagerly, "It's been going quite well. I have now mastered my abilities." Look. As she spoke, a green glow emanated from her, and all the metallic objects in the room were manipulated by her. Once she finished her demonstration, Polaris earnestly asked, "What do you think, Master Luo Bai? You have certainly become more adept than before. However, is this all you can do at the moment?" Luo Bai inquired. Polaris thought for a moment and then explained, "I can also fly using magnetic fields and perceive my surroundings through them." Luo Bai tentatively asked, "Polaris, have you ever attended school?" Polaris pondered and replied, "Professor X taught me some things, but I didn't learn much. I spent most of my time evading capture." This aligned with Luo Bai's assumptions. Without further ado, Luo Bai utilized his telekinesis to retrieve a stack of books and handed them to her. "Don't rush into practicing just yet. Take a look at these first," Luo Bai advised. Polaris accepted them, her expression one of bewilderment as she glanced at the books. The translation is as follows. The titles include Magnetic Field Theory and Computation, Exploring the Enigmatic Magnetic Field, and University Physics, among others, totaling over 10 volumes. Polaris appeared bewildered. Before she could react, Luo Bai elaborated. "Reading these will undoubtedly enhance your learning capabilities. If you find anything unclear, feel free to consult Tony. He possesses a greater understanding in this area than I do." No sooner had he spoken than Stark entered the room. Upon crossing the threshold, Stark inquired, "Did I just hear someone calling my name?" Luo Bai smiled and asked, "Have you taken care of him?" Stark nodded in affirmation, replying, "Yes. I've instructed my staff to attend to him and procure some essentials." After glancing at Wanda, a flicker of guilt was evident in his eyes, seemingly burdened by his conscience. Stark solemnly apologized again. "I am truly sorry for the harm caused to your family. I do not expect your forgiveness. I merely wish to offer whatever assistance I can." Wanda remained silent, but nodded in acknowledgement. Stark chose not to elaborate further. His curiosity piqued as he observed Polaris clutching a multitude of books. "Why are you carrying so many books?" "Let me see," Stark remarked while examining 1 or 2 volumes. Unable to restrain himself, he quipped, "These are merely foundational texts on magnetic fields. Why would you want to read these?" Polaris, looking perplexed, replied, "Master Luo Bai instructed me to read them, stating they would aid my abilities." At that moment, Stark recalled, "Indeed, it is necessary for you to study these. Pay close attention and learn diligently," he mused. Just then, Luo Bai interjected, "I told her that if she encounters any questions, she should consult you, as you are more knowledgeable in this domain." "Consult me?" Stark was taken aback. After a moment's thought, he hesitated before suggesting, "I am rather busy. Perhaps I could arrange for a private female professor to provide her with individual lessons?" Luo Bai nodded in agreement. "That would be acceptable." Stark promptly picked up his phone to make the necessary arrangements. Once he had completed the arrangements, he returned to the matter at hand. "By the way, I was actually on my way to find you. There is something I wish to discuss." "What is it?" Luo Bai inquired. Stark remained silent as he approached the sofa and seated himself before explaining. "Wasn't Nick Fury sent away by you? The upper echelons of S, H, I, E, L, D are now aware of this situation. During your absence, their reaction has been quite pronounced." "Are you referring to the International Security Council?" Luo Bai asked. S, H, I, E, L, D serves as a specialized unit for addressing various extraordinary events under the auspices of the International Security Council, also known as the United Nations Security Council. In fact, the International Security Council has consistently maintained a stance of opposition towards all members of the Avengers, or rather, towards individuals endowed with superhuman abilities. This phenomenon can be primarily attributed to the vehement opposition of Minister Pierce, who harbors ties with Hydra, making his dissent somewhat understandable. As Stark contemplated, he continued, "In truth, this matter originally had little to do with you. The opposition comes from the Avengers. However, since you have taken the Tesseract and the Mind Stone, it is imperative that we discuss this. I can surmise that the Security Council is demanding the surrender of the Tesseract and the Mind Stone," replied Loki in a calm manner. Indeed, they convened an international conference, asserting that the Tesseract and the Mind Stone belong to the government of the United States, and that Loki, as a war criminal, must face trial in a terrestrial court. Stark explained. Loki refrained from further comment and merely inquired, "Is the proponent of this theory Minister Pierce from the Security Council?" "Yes," Stark affirmed with a nod. Loki then asked, "Are you aware of his true identity?" Stark furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself from querying, "What do you mean?" With a subtle smile, Loki replied calmly, "He is affiliated with Hydra. Hydra intends to exploit the Mind Stone and the Tesseract for human experimentation in Sokovia, hence their motive to procure these artifacts." "What? He is one of them?" Stark was taken aback. He had some understanding of Hydra, particularly given Captain America's long-standing conflict with them. But to learn that a minister of the International Security Council was linked to Hydra was quite outrageous. "Do they extend their reach so far?" Stark exclaimed in disbelief. Loki nodded, reiterating, "Moreover, a significant number of agents and high-ranking officials within SHIELD are also affiliated with Hydra. Thus, you might as well refer to SHIELD as Hydra Shield." Stark was left in a state of shock. Hydra Shield? Nick Fury is the king of agents. Surely, he must be unaware of the numerous Hydra members within SHIELD? Stark questioned in confusion. Loki chuckled, responding with irony. "He has infiltrated Hydra Shield and risen to the position of director. He can indeed be termed the king of agents." Stark remarked. "Impressive. Nick Fury. You truly are remarkable." I can only imagine the expression on his face if he were to discover this situation. It would surely be quite extraordinary, Stark mused, unable to contain his astonishment. Chapter 074, The Power of the Fairies. If anyone else had said this, Stark might have been skeptical, but he placed complete faith in Luo Bai's words. The SHIELD was currently infiltrated by Hydra agents, including ministers from the Council. Hydra, a nefarious organization aimed to reshape the world according to its own desires, seeking absolute power and control, reducing the populace to mere subservience. They sought to dismantle the world's order, instigate international wars, and even dominate all of humanity. The fact that such an organization had infiltrated not only the United Nations, but also SHIELD, was alarming. Contemplating this, Stark immediately declared, "The Tesseract and the Scepter must not be surrendered. If Hydra gains possession of these artifacts, their actions may surpass even those of Nick Fury." "Indeed. That is why I have no intention of relinquishing them," Luo Bai responded. Stark pondered for a moment before saying, "However, the United Nations has issued a warning. If you do not comply, they may resort to measures. I am well aware that you are indifferent to this matter, but it is, after all, the United Nations. Should you resort to force, it could incite global discontent," Stark expressed with concern. When considering strength, he had no fear of Luo Bai, but from an international perspective, he was genuinely worried. As the Supreme Sorcerer, Luo Bai had been silently safeguarding the Earth, and Stark did not wish for him to be branded an international criminal. Reflecting on this, Stark could not help but voice, "I am concerned that the Council may take extreme actions." Luo Bai understood Stark's apprehension and reassured him, "Rest easy. I do not intend to resolve this issue through violence." "What do you plan to do then? Do you need my assistance?" Stark inquired. Luo Bai shook his head. "That is not necessary for now, and I do not plan to take any immediate action. We shall simply wait." "Wait for what?" Stark asked. Perplexed. "For Hydra to become restless," Luo Bai replied. Currently, the Scepter and the Tesseract were in Luo Bai's possession. Without these two items, Hydra's human experimentation would come to a halt. As they grow anxious, they are bound to take action. Once they do, their schemes will be laid bare. In every regard, Luo Bai found himself in an invulnerable position, thus he felt no urgency. Instead, he was more concerned about Stark. Given the current trajectory of events, Stark was likely to encounter some troubles ahead. With this in mind, Luo Bai earnestly advised, "You need not worry excessively about Hydra. I believe your focus should shift to your own matters." "Me?" Stark questioned, puzzled. "Are you referring to Wanda?" "I am aware. I know I have made many mistakes in the past. I will do everything in my power to protect the Earth." Luo Bai shook his head and spoke seriously. "I am not referring to Wanda, but rather to Killian." "Killian? What is that?" Stark asked, confused. Luo Bai replied earnestly, "Your future adversary." Stark appeared momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Lobo's ability to foresee the future, and as friends, Lobo had offered him counsel. However, given that they were adversaries, it was imperative for Stark to resolve the matter himself. All right, I understand. I am aware that I may face numerous foes in the future, yet it matters not. I shall grow stronger. You need not worry about me. I can handle this on my own, Stark declared. Lobo surmised that, true to Stark's character, he would prefer to tackle his problems independently, so he refrained from further comment. Well, I must take my leave. I need to return to crafting my suit, Stark stated, taking a couple of steps forward before hesitating and retreating again. Is there something else, Tony? Lobo inquired. Stark hesitated, pondering for a moment before speaking. I truly do not wish to burden you. But Loki's appearance has made me realize that Earth may face even greater perils in the future. If, and I mean if, there comes a day when I am no longer around, could you ensure that you look after Potts for me? Potts? Pepper? Lobo chuckled in response. That time shall never come. Have you forgotten your promise to learn magic from me afterward? Stark's face broke into a smile. Very well, Supreme Sorcerer. With that, Stark departed. Once he had left, Wanda, who had been listening to their conversation, spoke up. Your relationship with Stark seems quite amicable. Indeed, he is one of my few friends. And he has certainly assisted me considerably, Lobo replied candidly. What do you think of him? Wanda inquired after a moment's reflection. Lobo contemplated briefly before responding. He is a good man, but no one is without flaws. Everyone makes mistakes. Wanda fell silent, redirecting the conversation by asking, what is this book? The Fundamentals of Magic. Lobo explained. It elucidates the origins and types of magic. It is essential for you to grasp these concepts at this stage. He provided a brief overview. Wanda nodded and continued, where will I stay? You might want to consult Polaris about that. She is likely more familiar with it than I am, Lobo suggested. Polaris promptly returned to the room, placing the book down, and addressed Wanda. Let me take you to familiarize yourself with the place. Choose a room that you like. All right. Wanda nodded, following Polaris as they departed. Today, Wanda appeared somewhat reserved, seemingly struggling to fully integrate into her new surroundings. However, with Polaris by her side, Lobo felt assured, as they would likely have much in common. With that thought, Lobo returned to the Sanctum in New York, where he began to delve into the mysteries of the Infinity Stones. After a period of study in the Dark Dimension, he had come to an important realization. Thon had been bestowing upon him power, seemingly intent on drawing Lobo into the depths of darkness with his formidable abilities. Even as Lobo sought to temper this power, Thon appeared resolute in his determination to force it upon him. This was both a blessing and a curse. Thon seemed to regard Lobo as a conduit for his return to Earth and was exceedingly eager to claim Lobo's very soul. Thus, Luo Bai must continue to strengthen his mental fortitude and soul. After studying a piece of raw stone for a while, he once again embarked on a journey through the multiverse. This time, he resolved to delve deeper into the multiverse to absorb greater energy, opting to take his physical form along for the voyage. It soon became evident that his decision was astute. By traversing various universes, he accumulated a vast amount of energy and unlocked an abundance of knowledge. As far as Luo Bai knows, the known universes include his primary universe, Earth 616, as well as Earth 1610, Earth 199999, and Earth 688b. However, there are countless other universes that remain unknown to him. Of course, Luo Bai cannot land on the Earths of each universe to explore, as the risks associated with such actions are far too great. Uncertain of how long he had been traveling, Luo Bai sensed that his mental and energetic limits were nearing their peak, prompting him to consider returning. Unexpectedly, at that moment, he heard a resounding sound reverberating through the cosmos. Following this, a colossal, boundless mass of darkness surged toward him. Instinctively, Luo Bai attempted to obstruct its path. Yet the entity moved with astonishing speed. Before he could react, it penetrated his very being. When Luo Bai finally regained his composure, he realized that this enigmatic entity had fused with him. Immediately, an overwhelming sense of hunger engulfed him, accompanied by immense energy and unprecedented knowledge. Luo Bai was momentarily rendered speechless. Wait, the thing that just entered me is the power of the fairy. Was he the sealed away? How did it escape? And why did it choose me as its host? So I have now arrived in the universe of Earth 1298. No, I merely intended to take a journey. Why is this happening? I am utterly famished. Chapter 075. The fairy only plays high-stakes matches. To his astonishment, Luo Bai never anticipated that a mere excursion through the multiverse would lead him to be targeted by the formidable power of the fairy. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding this force, which was rumored to be an ancient energy seldom spoken of, yet known to be exceedingly potent by those who were aware of its existence. The information surrounding the fairy's power remained largely ambiguous, primarily due to its rare manifestations, resulting in an incomplete understanding. People held only a rudimentary comprehension and speculative notions, suggesting that it might have originated during the epoch of the cosmic Big Bang. Its true name and circumstances remain shrouded in mystery, yet it has been classified as a celestial element. The fairy's power shares certain characteristics with the phoenix's power, and under specific conditions, it can even surpass the latter in strength. This belief primarily stems from the fairy's unique ability to devour, whether it be planets, galaxies, living beings, or even other powers. The fairy's energy can consume them all. Astonishingly, once it absorbs energy, it can augment its own capabilities. This implies that once a particular power is consumed by the fairy, it not only replicates all abilities of that power, but also amalgamates them into its own essence. As for limits, current assessments indicate that there is no detectable threshold to the fairy's capacity for consumption and augmentation. In simpler terms, it is an insatiable abyss. No one knows the extent of what it can absorb. Beyond its devouring prowess, the fairy's energy also possesses formidable telepathic abilities and the capacity to alter reality. Most significantly, it is an innate source of sorcerer's power. It not only masters all forms of witchcraft but can also create spells that have never been documented before. Thus, a host chosen by the fairy inherits these remarkable traits as well. Truth be told, Luo Bai was both surprised and elated to be selected by the fairy. After all, fairies only engage in high-stakes endeavors. Becoming a vessel for the fairy's power signifies that Luo Bai could potentially grow stronger merely through consumption. Wasn't he Zysorn intent on using him as a conduit to Earth, incessantly feeding him dark energy? Now, with the fairy's power, he felt capable of draining Zysorn completely. Previously, Luo Bai had to delve into the study of black magic, but now it was rendered unnecessary. As long as the fairy's power could absorb the dark energy, it would flawlessly replicate all the black magic contained within, akin to the efficiency of a simple copy and paste. Thus, the emergence of the fairy's power represented an epic enhancement for Luo Bai. However, despite its immense strength, the fairy's power does impose certain effects on its host. The most significant impact post-possession is an unquenchable hunger. This insatiable hunger persists regardless of how much one consumes or how much power one absorbs. Hunger is merely one aspect. Another is that the fairy possesses a degree of autonomy. It will attempt to exert control over its host to achieve its own ends. For instance, consider the present situation. Luo Bai could sense the power of the fairy incessantly attempting to seize control of his consciousness. A peculiar voice echoed within his mind, incessantly whispering, "Devour. Devour everything. Devour the universe. Devour it all." This voice was irresistibly alluring, especially considering Luo Bai's current state of hunger, feeling his stomach pressed against his back. After being seduced by this voice for a while, he found himself wavering. "I am truly hungry. What should I eat?" he murmured. No sooner had he spoken than the fairy's power began to entice him once more. Consume the earth. This statement jolted Luo Bai back to reality. Although he found himself in the parallel universe of Earth 1298, rather than the primary universe, the very notion of devouring the earth was utterly inconceivable for Luo Bai, the supreme mage. In response, he promptly retorted, "Consuming the earth is out of the question." The fairy's power re-engaged, communicating simply, "Devour." At that moment, Luo Bai suddenly realized the urgency of mastering the fairy's power and adapting to the sensation of hunger. Since its inception, the fairy's power had been imbued with an insatiable hunger, yet this hunger was merely perceptual, devoid of any tangible repercussions. In simpler terms, even if they were not satiated, neither Luo Bai nor the fairy's power would perish, they would merely experience hunger. Thus, this sensation of hunger was adaptable. Currently, the fairy's power sought to exploit this hunger, aiming to transform Luo Bai into its instrument for devouring the entire universe. If Luo Bai did not swiftly acclimate to this hunger, he would inevitably become a slave to the fairy's power, subjected to its control. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai promptly closed his eyes and began to meditate. As he entered this meditative state, a fierce struggle ensued between his consciousness and the fairy's power. Time became an enigma as the insatiable hunger of the fairy's power ultimately led to its concession. It finally agreed to cease its attempts to dominate Luo Bai's consciousness and pledged to remain docile within his mind. After this peace treaty was established, Luo Bai returned to the primary Earth. Although abstaining from food would not lead to starvation for either the fairy's power or Luo Bai, it must be acknowledged that the sensation of hunger was indeed quite uncomfortable. Thus, having forged a cooperative alliance with the fairy's power, Luo Bai resolved to partake in sustenance. However, the fairy's power sought not the nourishment of humans, but rather energy. The greater the energy, the more intense the sensation of fullness. Coincidentally, a certain ancient deity had recently been bestowing dark energy upon Luo Bai. Therefore, upon returning to the primary universe, the first action Luo Bai took was to open the portal to the dark dimension and venture deeper within. Just as he anticipated. While the entrance to the dark dimension appeared unthreatening, the deeper he traversed, the more potent the dark forces became. Demons and indescribable, unfathomable horrors emerged from the shadows. In response, Luo Bai unleashed the fairy's power. Meanwhile, far in a distant dimension, Zysorn sensed an anomaly. He felt the forces within his dimension being ravenously siphoned away. In the tome titled The Dark Scriptures, the realm of darkness is also referred to as the demon dimension. Although this dimension is linked to Zysorn, he cannot traverse directly to Earth unless someone ventures deep into the abyss of the dark dimension to activate a summoning circle that would call him forth. For this reason, Zysorn has set his sights on Luo Bai. He believes that by drawing Luo Bai into the shadows, he can manipulate him to achieve his objective of descending upon Earth. Thus, Zysorn has been bestowing blessings upon Luo Bai and clandestinely aiding him in mastering dark magic. He hopes that Luo Bai will mature swiftly, evolving into a tool ripe for exploitation. However, Luo Bai possesses formidable willpower and mental fortitude, along with a commendable character, which has thus far prevented him from succumbing to darkness. This has caused Zysorn some anxiety. He had anticipated that it would take more time for Luo Bai to be seduced by the dark. To his astonishment, he finds that Luo Bai is now fervently absorbing the energies of the dark dimension. Could it be that the boy has awakened? This thought stirred excitement in Zysorn. Indeed, no one can withstand the allure of dark power. It seems that Luo Bai is on the brink of falling into darkness. However, amid his exhilaration, Zysorn suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, something is not right. This fellow is absorbing far too much too quickly. Chapter 76, The Dark Dimension? It is clearly a dark restaurant. Within the Tome of Shadows, the dark dimension intertwines with the power and consciousness of Zysorn. Initially, Zysorn felt a sense of elation, believing that Luo Bai had finally awakened and was ready to plunge into the abyss. He began to venture deeper into the dark dimension. However, in the next moment, his amusement dissipated. How could Luo Bai, a mere human, withstand such overwhelming darkness? Although human mages can enhance their physical prowess through rigorous training and the borrowing of power, the corporeal form of humanity is inherently limited. This limitation has historically rendered it nearly impossible for mortals to bear the strength of deities, particularly ancient gods like Veshin and Zysorn. While these ancient beings occasionally bestow blessings upon humans, essentially granting them power, such gifts are trivial in comparison to the might of the gods themselves. It is not a matter of reluctance to bestow greater power. Rather, it is the recognition that too many gifts would be insufferable for humanity to endure. This underscores the fragility of the human physique. Despite Zysorn's continuous bestowal of blessings upon Luo Bai, and even opening the dark dimension for him to freely absorb power, the amount he imparted was of little concern. In Zysorn's eyes, even with the gateway to the dark dimension, Luo Bai could not possibly siphon a significant portion of power. Yet, to Zysorn's utter astonishment, today's Luo Bai seemed to be operating under extraordinary circumstances. In the blink of an eye, he managed to absorb a fifth of the power. This was not merely a fraction. It was a fifth of the entire power contained within the dark dimension. That power was distributed among all the mages on Earth, many of whom would struggle to endure it. How could Luo Bai alone withstand such an influx? Was he not human? As he absorbed this power, would his body not explode? Zysorn was momentarily bewildered. Despite his confusion, Luo Bai and the fairy power were elated. The fairy power reveled in finally consuming something substantial, while Luo Bai was jubilant at the realization that absorbing power alleviated his hunger. As the fairy power continued to devour the dark energy, Luo Bai noticed he felt less ravenous. To illustrate, if he had previously been so hungry that his stomach touched his spine, he now sensed only a slight pang of hunger. This revelation ignited a spark of excitement within him. Although the fairy power could not fully satiate his hunger, it could indeed ameliorate it. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai was suddenly filled with exhilaration. Zysorn was practically eager to bestow him power and had opened the dark dimension to him. If Luo Bai could master himself and plan wisely, then Zysorn's dark dimension could serve as his very own restaurant. Furthermore, should Zysorn detect something amiss and seek vengeance through other followers on Earth, Luo Bai could simply consume him with the fairy power and then confront Dormammu. With this realization, Luo Bai's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Dormammu and Shumagorath are not merely villains. They are, in fact, master chefs. If he could discover more adversaries to cultivate the power of fairies, he would be utterly invincible. Contemplating this, Luo Bai took a deep breath, suppressing his hunger as he resolved to depart from the dark dimension. However, the fairy power, having been starved for quite some time, was evidently reluctant to leave. Thus, a contest of wills ensued between Luo Bai and the fairy power. Fairy power, I am still hungry. Keep eating. Luo Bai, no, we must conserve. If you consume everything now, what will we have left for later? Fairy power, first, devour the earth, then traverse the cosmos to consume other galaxies. Finally, engulf the universe and the transcendent beings. Luo Bai, what happens once everything is consumed? You must consider sustainable resource management. Fairy power, I am starving. I need sustenance. After a short period of negotiation, the fairy power ultimately relented. yielding to Luo Bai's insistence to leave the dark dimension. Upon emerging, Luo Bai made slight adjustments to the power within him. Once he had completed this, he finally took a moment to glance at the time. To his astonishment, he had been gone for a full 5 months. Luo Bai had anticipated that his journey to the depths of the multiverse might take some time, considering the necessity to traverse various universes. However, he had never imagined he would be away for 5 months. He wondered about the current state of Kamartaj and Wanda. With this thought, Luo Bai dispelled the mirror space magic and promptly sensed Kamartaj. It was being well managed by Wong and Mordo, and everything remained as it should be. Upon learning this, Luo Bai opened a portal to his villa in New York. As the door swung open, he beheld Polaris and Wanda seated on the couch, engrossed in a television show while enjoying pizza. It appeared they had been getting along splendidly. They noticed Luo Bai, and Polaris sprang up, excitedly asking, "Master Luo Bai, you're back. Would you like some pizza?" Before Luo Bai could respond, the fairy power whispered in his mind, urging him, "Devour them both." The fairy power had its sights set on the strength inherent in Polaris and Wanda. In other words, it desired to consume any form of power. Yet, Luo Bai was not easily swayed. He protested in his mind, "Silence. Fairy power, eat, eat." Luo Bai felt a twinge of helplessness as he gazed at Polaris and Wanda, who appeared as delectable as 2 succulent pieces of meat. Fortunately, he ultimately managed to suppress his cravings with his formidable willpower. "Master Luo Bai, what is wrong with you?" Seeing him remain silent, Polaris couldn't help but inquire. Luo Bai snapped back to reality, smiling as he replied, "Nothing much. It seems you and Wanda have been getting along quite well." Polaris nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Indeed. During your absence, Wanda and I have shared so much. We've practically talked about everything. That's wonderful. By the way, how have you both been progressing in your studies?" Luo Bai inquired. Polaris nodded and remarked, "Mr. Stark has kindly arranged for a professor to teach me. He visits every weekend. I now possess a much deeper understanding of my abilities." Beside her, Wanda affirmed, "I have already finished the book you provided. I have been eagerly awaiting your guidance in magic. Where have you been these past few months?" "I ventured into the multiverse and encountered some unforeseen circumstances," replied Luo Bai. Upon hearing this, Polaris expressed her concern. "Unforeseen circumstances? Is it dangerous? If you require assistance, I am more than capable now." Luo Bai chuckled and responded, "Should I need help, I will seek you out." He then produced a tome of magic and handed it to Wanda. "Since you have completed the previous theoretical text, perhaps you might like to peruse this one." Wanda nodded as she accepted the book. She appeared considerably more cheerful than she had 5 months prior. "I have often heard Polaris speak highly of you. She says you are a remarkable mage and a genuinely good person, albeit quite busy. It certainly seems you are rather occupied." Wanda initiated a conversation with Luo Bai. Luo Bai smiled, preparing to respond. Just then, a breaking news report blared from the television. "Breaking news. Multiple massive explosions have occurred in downtown New York City. Tony Stark has publicly disclosed his address." Upon hearing Stark's name, Luo Bai's attention was drawn to the screen, where an interview with Stark unfolded. With a serious and furious demeanor, Stark declared, "Is this what you wanted? Here is my address, 1088, Malibu Cove, zip code 90265. Chapter 077. I suspect you are boasting about your fortune." Stark, addressing viewers on television, revealed the address of the seaside villa where he currently resided with Pepper. Stark had always been deeply concerned about Pepper. In any situation, her safety would be his foremost thought. Yet, now he was disclosing their home address to a global audience, a clear indication of his profound anger. "Master Luo Bai, it appears Mr. Stark may be in distress." A voice interjected. Contemplating this, Polaris suddenly spoke. "He has sought you out numerous times recently, appearing quite anxious." "I am aware," Luo Bai replied calmly, his composure stemming from his foresight regarding the situation. He recalled having warned Stark about this matter prior to his departure. However, Stark seemed intent on resolving his problems independently. So Luo Bai refrained from elaborating further. It was no surprise that Stark would seek him out now. With that thought, he decided to check on Stark. "Wanda, I must step out for a while. Please take some time to study this tome of magic. Should you encounter any questions, I shall teach you upon my return," Luo Bai instructed. Hardly had he finished speaking when Wanda inquired, "Are you going to find Stark?" "Indeed," Luo Bai confirmed with a nod. Wanda fell silent. Yet the smile that once graced her face vanished. It was evident that she harbored lingering resentment towards Stark, unwilling to hear any news regarding him. Noticing that Stark's news still played on the television, Wanda rose and retreated to her room with the book in hand. Once she had departed, Polaris quietly offered an explanation. "Wanda has mentioned her issues with Mr. Stark to me recently. I have attempted to counsel her, but she remains unable to fully forgive him." Polaris's tone bore a hint of guilt, as though she felt remorse for not having swayed Wanda's feelings. However, Wanda's animosity towards Stark had been nurtured over years. It would not easily dissipate due to Polaris's words of persuasion. Luo Bai, seeking to console her, responded, This is not your burden, Lorna. Give Wanda some time. I believe she will come to understand. With that, he opened a portal leading to Stark's seaside villa. At that moment, Stark was in the underground studio of his villa. Engrossed in research, his expression grim. A closer look would reveal the simmering anger he was struggling to contain. Just as Stark focused intently on his work, he sensed something amiss. A familiar yellow circle materialized before him, the portal. Upon seeing the familiar figure emerge, Stark's furrowed brow relaxed, his seriousness and anger dissipating, replaced by excitement and joy. Luo Bai, you have finally returned, Stark exclaimed, rushing towards him. In contrast to Stark's exuberance, Luo Bai maintained a demeanor of calm. I heard from Polaris that you have been searching for me. It seems you are in trouble, Luo Bai observed. Upon mentioning the matter, Stark's expression grew solemn. You are right, I have indeed encountered some difficulties. No, it is not I who faces troubles, but rather Happy. In truth, this is my predicament. However, Stark attempted to elucidate the recent events, yet his thoughts were so disordered that he began to ramble incoherently. Observing his struggle to articulate himself, Luo Bai interjected, Tony, you are clearly overwhelmed. Stark fell silent, sighing heavily, and after a brief pause, he spoke with a mix of frustration and helplessness. I admit it, Luo Bai. I am indeed anxious. Happy is in distress. He now lies in the hospital, and the doctors are uncertain if he will survive. Happy, whose full name is Happy Hogan, serves as Stark's driver and bodyguard. Yet, that is merely the surface of their relationship. Having once saved Stark's life, their bond resembles that of friends rather than employer and employee. With Happy now in peril, Stark is understandably frantic. Most troubling of all, as Iron Man, he has failed to protect those closest to him, plunging him into a sea of self-reproach. Realizing his current state of disarray, Stark felt despondent and powerless. You know, Luo Bai, I am Iron Man, a genius. Now, everyone regards me as a superhero, and I have fervent admirers. Yet, I could not safeguard those around me. That man in the hat continues to perpetrate terror, and I cannot even locate him. I feel utterly inept, Luo Bai. His tone was rife with self-doubt. This prompted Luo Bai to offer solace. Do not think like that, Tony. Everyone faces challenges. You cannot let every setback breed self-doubt. You must cultivate inner strength. Stark shook his head, expressing a sense of yearning. I wish I could, but I find myself incapable. If I possessed your formidable abilities, I believe I would not be in this predicament. Yet, you would encounter new challenges, Luo Bai shrugged, responding with resignation. New challenges? Stark furrowed his brow, questioning in confusion. You too face insurmountable troubles? Luo Bai nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Over the past 4 months, I ventured into the multiverse, only to be targeted by a formidable force. This entity has now claimed me as its host, forcibly merging with me. Is that not a dilemma? Are you certain you are not merely boasting about your good fortune? Stark frowned, perplexed by the notion that a journey through the multiverse would attract such power. If this constituted trouble, he would gladly encounter it daily. Just then, Luo Bai continued, of course, it is not boasting. The more potent the force, the stronger its self-awareness. This entity, which has fixated on me, incessantly attempts to manipulate my thoughts. What does it entice you to do? Stark inquired with curiosity. The next moment, he heard Luo Bai's response. It suggests I consume you, then devour the earth, and subsequently the universe. Stark, though bewildered, wore an expression of utter shock. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Stark finally regained his composure and expressed his confusion. I don't understand, he said. Luo Bai elucidated. This entity possesses a side effect that induces an insatiable hunger in the host. Although I appear perfectly normal, I am, in fact, immensely famished. I have been striving to control this force, utilizing my formidable willpower to resist the gnawing hunger. At this juncture, Stark was utterly perplexed. He grasped the essence of Luo Bai's words. Essentially, a formidable power had taken residence within Luo Bai's body, one that could never be satiated. This power had the capacity to consume everything, including the entire Earth. The very reason the Earth continued to exist in tranquility was solely due to Luo Bai's unwavering willpower. With this realization, Stark ceased his inner turmoil, anxiety, and self-doubt. Instead, a sense of trepidation began to envelop him. Luo Bai, are you certain your willpower is sufficiently robust to withstand that force? I mean, I shouldn't be that delectable, and the Earth may not be appetizing either. Stark retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. I cannot say for certain. After all, I am human, and it is entirely natural for humans to lose control. Stark lamented. Oh, how I wish you were a deity. The situation was indeed alarming. Your friend vanishes for 4 months, only to return with an appetite that threatens not just you, but the very planet. How terrifying, my friends. Forget about any potential grandeur. Luo Bai's predicament is undeniably more daunting. Chapter 078. You were supposed to blow up the villa, not yourselves? At this moment, Stark was somewhat bewildered. He scrutinized Luo Bai from head to toe, struggling to believe that within Luo Bai resided a force capable of devouring the entire universe. A force that was continuously tempting him. After all, Luo Bai appeared no different from his usual self. His expression showed no signs of distress. With this thought, Stark couldn't help but retort. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have been completely oblivious to any signs from your current state. A wizard requires immense willpower and mental fortitude, considering the myriad temptations present in this universe. Luo Bai elucidated, indeed. Your calm demeanor in our conversation suggests that you have learned to control the power within you. Haven to you? Stark inquired cautiously. Luo Bai chuckled, of course. I was merely jesting earlier. You know my luck has always been remarkable, so I manage it quite well. That's reassuring, Stark sighed in relief. That was close. I nearly thought I would be devoured. Fortunately, Luo Bai's will is formidable, truly the Sorcerer Supreme. However, one must acknowledge that Luo Bai's luck was indeed extraordinary. A mere excursion to a multiverse yielded him a formidable power. While Stark might not fully grasp the magnitude of the fairy's strength, he certainly understood the notion of luck. It was akin to someone finding a lottery ticket on the street, only to discover it bore a winning jackpot of 100 million. The state may require a portion for taxes, but the remainder is pure profit. Reflecting on this, Stark could not help but exclaim, setting aside your strength. I realize your luck appears to be quite favorable. Your strength has always been remarkable, so I seem to have overlooked how fortunate you truly are. That is quite natural. For luck is indeed a facet of strength, Luo Bai responded with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, the doorbell rang throughout the villa. Did you invite someone? Luo Bai inquired. Stark shook his head and explained, no. A few days ago, during an interview, I impulsively revealed my address to reporters worldwide. So, it's only natural that someone would come knocking. Luo Bai nodded in understanding. I recall seeing news about you on television before I came to visit. Regarding this matter, Stark felt somewhat helpless. I admit I was too impulsive at that moment. That villain, Mandarin, was creating panic. There were 9 bombings in New York within a week. He even brazenly appeared on television, threatening us and injuring Happy. People were terrified, and every reporter was asking me why, as Iron Man, I was taking action. I was utterly exasperated, which led me to impulsively disclose my home address. Luo Bai understood his actions and chose not to press further. The two made their way to the first floor of the villa. As they arrived, they encountered a stranger, a blonde beauty standing outside the door. Her attire was quite ordinary, suggesting she was the type of woman engaged in academic research. Upon Stark's consent, the enchanting woman stepped into the room. Once she had entered, Stark inquired, surely you cannot be Master Man, can you? The woman, taken aback, retorted with a hint of embarrassment, you truly do not remember me? It was at this moment that Stark realized she was indeed acquainted with him. He offered an apologetic explanation, I possess a rather poor memory. I cannot even recall what I had for breakfast this morning. Seemingly uninterested in indulging in trivial conversation, the woman spoke with utmost seriousness. Tony, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. I hope we can speak privately. You know what I mean. Under different circumstances, Stark would undoubtedly acquiesce. However, with Luo Bai by his side, he promptly declined, stating, I have great trust in Luo Bai. His presence provides me with a sense of security. The woman appeared somewhat astonished, inquiring with confusion, do you not wish to know about those matters? Regarding Master Man, Stark interjected, at this moment. I am more curious about your identity. No sooner had he spoken than Luo Bai interjected, she is your ex-girlfriend, Tony. Her name is Maya Hangsun. Stark was taken aback. His ex-girlfriend? After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in acknowledgement. I seem to have a faint recollection, but how do you know of Master Man? Because she is involved in this matter, Luo Bai replied. Before Maya could offer her explanation, Stark swiftly subdued her, warning, I suggest you confess everything, otherwise. I cannot promise I won't harm you, though I prefer not to hurt women. It was evident that Maya's face was etched with fury, unable to comprehend the situation. She posed a poignant question, Stark, I am your ex-girlfriend, we once shared a bond. You do not even grant me the opportunity to speak before believing this man's words and turning against me? Stark, bewildered, queried, what is so strange about that? Maya, in a fit of anger, retorted, of course it is strange. Do you not think I deserve the chance to defend myself? If Luo Bai claims involvement, then you must have been involved as well. I trust him completely, so I will not believe a single word you say. Reveal your connection to Master Man. Stark spoke gravely. Maya, exasperated, exclaimed, I can't believe this. Taking a deep breath, she seemed poised to explain, I can swear I did not, but Stark interrupted. To be honest, you should know I despise Master Man. Do not make me detest you as well. Seeing Stark's unwillingness to hear even a fragment of her defense, Maya ultimately relented. All right. I will speak the truth. I was indeed involved in this matter, but I was coerced, Tony. Yet, she appeared to be feigning vulnerability, only to be exposed by Luo Bai, who asserted, no, she was not coerced, she was entirely willing. Maya fell silent, her gaze shifting toward Luo Bai. Do you think you know so much? Maya questioned furiously. Before Luo Bai could even speak, Stark interjected, of course. He is a sorcerer, after all. He possesses knowledge of all things. Nothing on Earth escapes his gaze. He safeguards our planet, and thus, you ought to show him respect. You cannot speak to him in such a manner. Maya found herself laughing in anger. Her ex-boyfriend was actually siding with a man against her. She had once believed Stark harbored some feelings for her, but now it appeared her standing in his eyes was even lower than that of this man. With this thought, Maya ceased her struggle, declaring, "Yes, I joined willingly. You actually aligned yourself with terrorists? How could I have dated someone with such warped morals?" Stark exclaimed incredulously. Maya retorted loudly, "They are not terrorists. Masterman is merely an actor, performing for the entire world. In truth, the mastermind behind the scenes is Killian." Stark furrowed his brow at the mention of Killian. He recalled a man who had been closely associated with Pepper recently. And Luo Bai had previously noted that Killian would become his future adversary. Stark had never fully grasped this until now. No wonder those reporters had been targeting him. It was all directed at him. What on earth was he planning? Stark inquired urgently. "He is developing the extremist virus," Maya answered earnestly. "Extremist virus?" Stark murmured, feeling an odd familiarity with the name. Realizing this, he quickly clarified, "I seem to have some recollection of that name." Maya, incensed by his response, shot back. "You remember the extremist virus, but not me." Stark, with an apologetic expression, replied, "I'm terribly sorry, but could you explain what the extremist virus actually is?" Taking a deep breath, Maya began to elucidate. The extremist virus is a serum that enhances various human abilities, including strength, speed, and reflexes. It can even regenerate cells, granting individuals extraordinary healing capabilities. It has the potential to restore normalcy to the disabled. We are still assessing its further functionalities. Essentially, this is a biological research endeavor. Stark grasped the implications. So, Killian was researching a serum that could restore individuals with disabilities to normalcy and transform ordinary people into superhumans? Has he succeeded? Stark pressed. Maya shook her head in response, "Not entirely. The experiments have encountered complications. We discovered that most individuals who have undergone the extremist treatment experience side effects. They tend to self-destruct. Self-destruct?" At this revelation, Stark suddenly understood the situation. In essence, Killian was conducting clandestine biological experiments on humans. However, due to the explosive side effects, he had hired an actor to masquerade as a terrorist to prevent the government from uncovering any anomalies. That actor was none other than Masterman, who had been issuing threats to obscure the true nature of the experiments, leading the public to believe the explosions were the work of terrorists. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Stark felt a surge of indignation. "Maya, I can't believe you would assist Killian in conducting human experiments. Are you aware of how many lives those explosions claimed?" Stark inquired with palpable frustration. Maya promptly retorted, "The self-detonation was merely a consequence of a research mishap. The extremist virus is fundamentally a more potent agent than the super soldier serum. We can enhance it. I am not concerned with that. I am more interested in why you have come to seek me today," Stark pressed. With unwavering honesty, Maya responded, "Killian intends to abduct Potts and administer the extremist virus to her. He plans to kill you afterward. So, you are here to forewarn me?" Stark asked. "No. I am here to ascertain whether you truly reside here," Maya replied with a sardonic laugh. Stark seemed somewhat perplexed by her words until Luo Bai clarified, "Stark, your home is currently surrounded." At that moment, Stark became acutely aware that his villa was indeed encircled. Enemies had besieged his abode from land, sea, and air, poised to launch missiles at any moment. Stark then comprehended that Maya had not come alone. She had brought a formidable force with her. It was no wonder she had divulged everything so readily. The impending assault on his home was imminent. "Stark, I thought you might harbor some feelings for me. I never anticipated. Ha ha ha. Farewell, Stark. You truly deserve to perish," Maya exclaimed, seething with wrath, her face a mask of hatred and confidence. Her hatred stemmed from Stark's ruthlessness, while her confidence was rooted in the belief that his home would soon be obliterated, allowing her to escape. However, her calculations were flawed. "I advise you not to revel too soon. With Luo Bai present, my home may yet remain unscathed," Stark replied with a serious demeanor. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Boom. In an instant, flames erupted. Of course, it was not Stark's residence that had exploded. Rather, it was the helicopter that was supposed to launch missiles at his home that had met its fiery demise. One helicopter detonated, triggering a series of chain reactions, causing several others in formation to explode as well. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously. Out of the original 8 helicopters that had approached, only 4 remained, less than half. Maya gasped, "You were here to bomb Stark's house, not to self-destruct." Chapter 79. Who can explain this to me? Maya found herself utterly perplexed. unable to comprehend the issue that had befallen the helicopters. How could it be that not a single weapon was fired, yet they self-destructed? What on earth was happening? Killian, what kind of madness are you orchestrating? Maya muttered, her expression revealing her deep confusion. She was not alone in her bewilderment. Killian shared her sentiments. As the mastermind behind the entire affair, Killian had delved into the Abyss virus and crafted all of this due to his animosity toward Stark. He loathed Stark with a fervor that wished for his demise, yet he desired that Stark's end not be so effortless. Thus, he sought to obliterate everything surrounding Stark. Upon hearing Stark recite his home address to a global audience of reporters, Killian felt a surge of elation. He had personally come to execute his bombing plan. However, the current situation diverged significantly from his expectations. Sitting in the last helicopter, observing the unfolding events, Killian had anticipated his moment of vengeance with delight. Little did he know, in the midst of his glee, the helicopter ahead unexpectedly self-destructed. The self-detonation of one helicopter was not particularly alarming. But the true crisis lay in the ensuing chain reaction that resulted in 3 additional helicopters being obliterated. Had it not been for the swift escape of the remaining helicopters, they likely would have met the same fate. Even the helicopter Killian occupied was now in jeopardy. Realizing this, a sense of unease washed over him. This wasn't how it was meant to unfold. This bombing of Stark's residence had been meticulously orchestrated by him, with every detail and participant carefully selected. The helicopters had been thoroughly inspected prior to departure, revealing no issues. The pilots were all seasoned veterans with extensive aerial combat experience. What on earth had transpired that led to such an unexpected self-detonation? Killian was baffled. He initiated communication via his radio. What is happening up front? Why did the helicopter self-destruct? The helicopter numbered A5 had exploded, but the specifics were unclear. Due to its explosion, they had already lost 4 helicopters. A response came, but it lacked clarity. It seemed the cause of a 5 self-detonation could not be investigated at the moment. They would have to proceed with their remaining helicopters to achieve their objective first. After all, a 5's explosion might have already attracted Stark's attention, and it would be troublesome if Stark took advantage of this time to don his suit. With this thought, Killian hastily issued a command. Forget the cause of the self-detonation for now. All remaining helicopters are to launch an immediate assault on Stark's villa. However, before he could finish his sentence, an eerie cacophony erupted from the heavens above. Boom, boom, boom. What was that sound? Wait a moment. It sounded like thunder. Killian was momentarily taken aback, gazing up at the sky in confusion. To his astonishment, the previously bright and sunny sky had transformed into a tempestuous mass of dark clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. In that moment, Killian was at a loss. After all, helicopters are quintessential low-altitude aircraft, particularly susceptible to the whims of inclement weather. Thus, he had specifically chosen a day of radiant sunshine to execute his plan. Yet, he could not have anticipated that the skies would suddenly shift. No, while it is well known that weather can be capricious, such a rapid transformation seemed implausible. Without any warning, thunder erupted. Was this a cruel joke? Bewildered, Killian glanced at the person beside him, incredulity etched on his face. What is happening? Wasn't it just a glorious day? The person beside him shook his head, equally perplexed, responding, Brother, I have no idea. Who can predict the weather? But this change was far too swift. Killian couldn't help but lament. At that moment, confusion clouded his thoughts. Just as he attempted to comprehend the situation, a deafening roar reverberated, accompanied by an earth-shattering clap of thunder that sent a tremor through New York. Before anyone could react, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens with blinding speed, striking the very helicopter Killian occupied. In the next instant, chaos erupted within the aircraft. Oh no, we've got a problem. Boss, we've been struck by lightning. The plane is out of control. Prepare to jump. Everything transpired so abruptly that no one was adequately prepared. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The aircraft had just been struck, rendering many of its functions inoperative. Thus, the helicopter was plummeting rapidly towards the ocean below. However, given the extensive arsenal aboard, no one could guarantee that an explosion would not occur. In a state of panic, Killian resolved to parachute. Fortunately, this decision proved to be remarkably fortuitous. Killian ultimately survived, landing on the rooftop of Stark's villa. The villa's secluded location made it the safest point to alight under the circumstances. Thankfully, Killian succeeded, just as he began to feel grateful for his good fortune. A yellow circle illuminated beneath his feet. Confused by this sudden phenomenon, he gazed down, only to find himself plummeting through the air. With a resounding crash, Killian landed face first on the ground. Fortunately, having injected himself with the extremist virus serum, his body had been enhanced, sparing him from severe injury. He simply rose to his feet, intending to ascertain where this yellow circle had transported him. In the next moment, he beheld a familiar figure. It was Maya. At that moment, she was bound to a chair, her gaze filled with indignation. Killian sensed something amiss and quickly turned around. In that instant, he encountered Stark clad in his Iron Man suit, poised with his palm aimed directly at Killian's head. Beside Stark stood Rhodey. "Raise your hands. Otherwise, I shall unleash a laser cannon to obliterate your head," Stark declared earnestly. Killian, rendered speechless, raised his hands in surrender. In the next moment, he heard Maya's furious shout. "Killian, were you truly here to capture Stark?" Killian was at a loss for words. No, who could have anticipated so many unforeseen events? The helicopter inexplicably self-destructed. And to make matters worse, my helicopter was struck by lightning. Why on earth is this happening? How could I encounter such a rare occurrence? With this thought, Killian, bewildered, spoke up. "Honestly, I feel as though everything that has transpired today deviates significantly from my original plan. I cannot fathom why it has unfolded in this manner. Can you believe that the plane I just boarded was struck by lightning?" Maya remained silent, as did the others. Observing their lack of response, Killian, perplexed, inquired, "Can someone explain to me why the weather has suddenly changed? Stark, could you elucidate the events I just experienced from a scientific perspective?" Stark remained silent for a moment before replying. "Well, to be honest, I feel quite sympathetic towards you." He then shifted his gaze to Luo Bai. Recalling a previous instance when Loki appeared on Earth, Luo Bai had remarked that even if all of New York were to vanish, the place he occupied would remain unscathed. Stark had initially interpreted this to mean that with Luo Bai present, no one could harm his villa, given his formidable strength. Little did he know that Luo Bai's implication was that with the goddess of fortune by his side, no one could reach him. Was it possible that someone possessed such extraordinary luck that they could influence the weather? That they could sit here, sipping tea, while the antagonist presented themselves on a silver platter? Chapter 080. Did you just take my hammer? At this moment, even Stark appeared somewhat bewildered, not to mention Killian. Earlier, when he observed his villa surrounded, Stark had felt a flicker of concern. After all, these individuals were well prepared, heavily armed with an array of weapons. If those helicopters truly launched a missile strike, he pondered whether his villa could withstand the assault. At that moment, Stark proposed that perhaps he should apprehend Killian, as capturing the leader is often the first step in subduing the foe. Surprisingly, Luo Bai calmly remarked that there was no need to worry, as Killian would indeed come to them willingly. Stark was initially skeptical of this assertion, yet now he found himself utterly convinced. Killian had, quite astonishingly, arrived at their doorstep. Stark struggled to comprehend the uncanny series of events, particularly the sudden shift in weather. Furrowing his brow, he cast a glance out the window. What a sight! Moments ago, the sky was cloaked in ominous clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning, yet now it was resplendently clear. With this thought, Stark couldn't help but quip, "Honestly, shouldn't you be more curious as to why the weather has cleared up?" At that instant, Killian's silence was deafening. Was the tempest merely a prelude to strike at me? He could not fathom the reason behind such inexplicable occurrences. Yet, he had little time to ponder the surreal. Originally, he had intended to capture Stark, and now, instead of seizing Stark, he found himself ensnared by him. Naturally, Killian felt a surge of indignation. Despite his bewilderment, he realized he could not afford to linger. He must escape post-haste, for Stark would undoubtedly not let him off the hook. With this thought, Killian's expression darkened. He observed stealthily, seeking an opportune moment to launch a surprise attack while Stark was distracted. Having injected himself with the extremist virus, he was no longer an ordinary man. Even in his armored suit, Stark would find it challenging to triumph over him. Thus, Killian resolved to find an escape route. As Stark's attention was fixated on Luo Bai, Killian's gaze sharpened, readying himself to act. Unexpectedly, a loud crash resonated as glass shattered. In that instant, a hammer flew through the window, striking Killian squarely. Killian gasped, blood spilling from his mouth. By the time he regained his senses, a silver hammer lay heavily upon his chest. Though it appeared to be an ordinary tool, he felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, pinning him down like a mountain. Struggling in agony, his face flushed. He yearned to cry out for help, but the oppressive weight rendered him speechless, and he could only manage to stammer 3 words, "Help me." However, his desperate pleas went unnoticed. At that moment, from the jagged opening of the window, a peculiar, golden-haired man burst in, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Stark seemed to recognize the man who had arrived. After a brief moment of astonishment, he called out, "Thor?" Thor greeted him with a smile. "Hi, Stark. I didn't expect you to remember me." Although Stark was familiar with Thor, their relationship was evidently not very close. After all, the last time Thor appeared was during Loki's mischief on Earth, and his return now raised Stark's concerns. "Why have you come back to Earth? Could it be Loki has returned as well?" Stark inquired, astonished. Thor quickly clarified, "Loki has been imprisoned in the dungeons of Asgard. He will not have the opportunity to wreak havoc on Earth again. I am here to find Loki's brother." Upon hearing this, Loki's brother grew curious and asked, "What do you need with me?" Thor responded, "My father wishes to see you. He has asked me to invite you to Asgard." "Odin wants to see me." Loki's brother furrowed his brow and asked, "Why?" Thor shook his head, clearly uncertain of the details. "He did not explain, only instructed me to bring you back." However, I see you are quite busy at the moment, Thor remarked, glancing at Maya, who was bound, and at Killian, who was pinned beneath his hammer. It suddenly dawned on him that he had not yet retrieved his hammer. Killian, obviously in great pain, could barely whisper, "Help, help me." "Oh, my sincerest apologies, brother. I completely forgot to retrieve my hammer," Thor said with genuine regret as he picked it up. The moment the hammer was lifted from Killian, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief, as if he had been revived. He took a deep breath, ready to embrace his renewed existence. But the next moment, Stark interjected. "Actually, it was quite fortuitous that you were holding him down. He was just about to send a helicopter to blow up my house. Loki and I were preparing to deal with him." Upon hearing this, Thor promptly pressed the hammer back down. Killian exclaimed, "What the hell?" He wanted to say something, but his anger left him speechless, forcing him to listen to their conversation. "I had no idea this man was a villain. Had I known, I wouldn't have picked up my hammer. By the way, were those helicopters surrounding your home arranged by him?" Thor inquired tentatively. Stark nodded and replied earnestly, "Yes. If it weren't for Loki's presence, my villa would likely be in ruins by now. That is fortunate. When I arrived, I summoned thunder. And I noticed a few unfortunate helicopters seemed to be struck by lightning, which worried me," Thor explained. At this point, Stark finally understood. He had been wondering why the weather had suddenly changed. It was because Thor had come to Earth. Being the god of thunder, Thor always brought storms with him, which made much more sense now. "I should truly thank you for helping me deal with those helicopters," Stark reflected. Thor waved his hand dismissively and replied cheerfully, "No need for that. I had no intention of assisting you. It was merely coincidence." "Indeed," Stark muttered. Had it not been for Luo Bai's fortuitous luck, how could Thor have appeared just in time to resolve the situation with those helicopters? Such coincidences seem rather implausible, do they not? Reflecting on this, Stark could not help but jest. "Indeed, I ought to express my gratitude for Luo Bai's serendipity." "What luck?" Thor, unable to comprehend Stark's words, inquired symbolically. "Nothing," Stark replied, offering no further clarification, and turned his gaze to Luo Bai, stating, "Killian has also been apprehended. I believe I can manage him myself. If you have other matters to attend to, feel free to proceed." Luo Bai remained silent, lost in thought. Though Killian's forces had indeed been neutralized, he himself remained a significant threat. After being injected with the absolute despair virus, Killian's combat capabilities had surged, and should Luo Bai depart, Stark would find it quite challenging to handle him. Moreover, Luo Bai possessed some understanding of the absolute despair virus, despite its considerable side effects, as Maya had remarked. If one could address those side effects, this concoction would undoubtedly be a treasure. After all, this virus, engineered using the super soldier serum as a template, could, if successfully developed, bestow the user with extraordinary strength and regenerative abilities. It far surpassed the super soldier serum in potency. If utilized effectively, it could significantly enhance combat prowess. While it may not serve Luo Bai directly, it could prove useful in the future. With this in mind, Luo Bai promptly replied, "There is no rush on that front. Thor, please wait for me. I will first address the matter of the absolute despair virus." He then directed his attention to Killian. He was acutely aware of Killian's grand ambitions. This individual sought not only to eliminate Stark, but also aspired to wield the absolute despair virus to forge a super army to dominate the Earth, relentlessly abducting individuals for his inhumane experiments. There was no chance he would cooperate with Luo Bai willingly. Such a villain harbored too many ulterior motives, and Luo Bai had no time to negotiate with him. Fortunately, aside from Killian, Dr. Maya was also well versed in the formula for the absolute despair virus. Stark's former girlfriend possessed a semblance of conscience. Her research into the virus was motivated by a desire to aid humanity, though she had been manipulated by Killian. Thus, enlisting Dr. Maya's assistance would undoubtedly be far less troublesome. At that moment, the spirit of the fairy within him clamored insistently, demanding sustenance. Consequently, he drew Killian and Maya into the mirror dimension. As the mirror space unfolded instantaneously, Thor summoned his hammer. Unshackled from the hammer's constraints, Killian instinctively attempted to flee. But it was too late. "What is this place?" he exclaimed in terror, surveying the abruptly altered environment. "This is the mirror space, my domain," Luo Bai calmly elucidated. Without waiting for Killian to respond further, he unleashed the power of the fairy. The moment the fairy's energy was released, it surged directly toward Killian. In the blink of an eye, the energy within Killian was absorbed, and in that instant, the fairy's power flawlessly replicated the capabilities of the absolute despair virus. Although the power of the despair virus may seem formidable to ordinary humans, it is evidently insufficient for the sustenance of the fairy force. It is far too meager, starving. The fairy force could not help but voice its grievances. Subsequently, it dashed toward Maya, seemingly intent on consuming her as well. With swift reflexes, Luo Bai retracted the fairy force and communicated with it mentally. "She is merely an ordinary human, devoid of any power. Hungry. The fairy force resumed its clamor, demanding sustenance. Fortunately, Luo Bai had grown accustomed to its antics and chose to ignore it, directing his attention toward Maya instead. At that moment, Maya was clearly bewildered, her face a mask of terror. Indeed, how could an ordinary human not be frightened upon encountering the fairy force? Fear, after all, can render one more compliant. Contemplating this, Luo Bai ceased his focus on her and dissolved the mirror space. As Luo Bai and Maya emerged from the mirror realm, Stark could not restrain his curiosity. What about Killian? He has been dealt with, Luo Bai replied calmly. Before Stark could pose another question, Luo Bai continued. After developing the despair virus, Killian conducted clandestine human modification experiments. He intends to utilize the virus to dominate the world and control humanity. He possesses a secret base, housing individuals transformed by the despair virus. Tony, I believe a visit to that location is in order for you. Upon hearing this, Stark's expression turned grave. Will you provide the exact location? Here, Luo Bai said, handing him a note inscribed with an address. Stark, being impetuous, immediately contemplated rushing over. But Luo Bai intervened. Stark, I advise you to study the despair virus before proceeding. The secret base is filled with numerous superpowered individuals altered by the virus. Their strength is not to be underestimated. It would be prudent to contact Captain America and the others to accompany you, Luo Bai suggested kindly. Stark regained his composure and inquired with curiosity. Is the despair virus truly that potent? I believe Dr. Maya will elucidate that for you. I have left her in your care, as she possesses all the knowledge. The despair virus indeed merits investigation, Stark. I trust your intellect can adeptly integrate the virus with your armor, Luo Bai encouraged. Stark nodded in acknowledgement, promptly replying, I will give it a try. Luo Bai refrained from further comment. With Killian resolved, Stark posed no significant threat. I am confident Stark's capabilities will lead him to acquire the formula for the despair virus from Dr. Maya and subsequently enhance it. Having attended to all matters, Luo Bai felt a sense of relief and turned to Thor. Very well, let us depart. With that, Luo Bai activated a portal, revealing Asgard behind it. The two stepped through to find themselves in Asgard. At that moment, Thor marveled. Your magic is quite convenient. Do all the sorcerers on your earth possess this ability? Most do, Luo Bai replied. As he spoke, Thor seemed to suddenly recall something, muttering to himself, wait a moment, this thing feels remarkably familiar. I believe I encountered something like this long ago. It appeared in Asgard, and shortly thereafter, my hammer vanished. At that time, Heimdall mentioned that this magic originated from Kamar Taj. I even ventured to Earth in search of it, only to find that Kamar Taj was nowhere to be found. My father remarked that you also hail from Kamar Taj. As Thor continued to murmur, he abruptly sensed something amiss. He turned, excitement gleaming in his eyes, and asked Luo Bai. Luo Bai, do you happen to know if anyone from Kamar Taj has ever used this magic to take my hammer? Luo Bai's eyes widened as he recalled the moment. When he first began his studies in magic, Mordo had invited him to spar. It seemed that, by a twist of fate, he had indeed taken Thor's hammer. Just as he was pondering this, Thor, filled with indignation, exclaimed, This matter is of utmost importance to me, and as a sorcerer from Kamar Taj, you ought to be aware of it. I am certain that it was one of your fellow sorcerers who did this. Luo Bai fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, he candidly responded, You have indeed questioned the right person. I am aware of this situation. Please, tell me who it was that took my hammer. If I ever encounter him, I shall have a stern conversation with him. The audacity to take my hammer without so much as a word still infuriates me. Thor's expression betrayed his anger, for it was evident that this incident still weighed heavily on his mind. Luo Bai, not one to shy away from the truth, recognized Thor's concern and promptly confessed, Thor, the individual who took your hammer, was me. Thor, who had been vociferously cursing moments ago, fell into stunned silence. After what felt like an eternity, he regained his composure, realization dawning upon him. So it was you. I searched for you for 3 whole days. 3 days. Chapter 081. Can you lift my hammer? Thor never anticipated that the individual he had tirelessly sought for 3 days, the one who had stolen his hammer, was none other than Loki. Initially, he had harbored a modicum of affection for Loki, as few could best his brother in any challenge. However, in his encounters with Loki, Thor's brother had never emerged unscathed. The thought of Loki's face contorting into a frown at the mere mention of Loki's name, muttering incessantly about his sinister nature, filled Thor with a sense of delight, significantly improving his impression of Loki. But then, it turned out that Loki was indeed the very thief of his hammer. In an instant, Thor's expression shifted to one of gravity and seriousness. To be frank, Thor was exceedingly angry at this revelation. Yet, simultaneously, he was profoundly astonished. He remained silent for a full 2 minutes before incredulously asking, Can you truly lift my hammer? It is crucial to understand that Thor's hammer was not a mere trinket that anyone could wield. Prior to this moment, only Thor and Odin had managed to lift it. When Thor was exiled, Odin had placed a spell upon the hammer, signifying that only those who met the spell's criteria could be deemed worthy to lift it. At the time Loki had taken the hammer, Odin had yet to cast the enchantment. Thus, theoretically, no one besides Thor should have been able to lift the hammer of the god of thunder. However, it could not be said with absolute certainty that it was impossible. After all, Odin had managed to lift it. As with any enchanted artifact, there exists a method for it to be wielded. Moreover, Loki was shrouded in an aura of luck. Who could say what divine boon had empowered him to lift Thor's hammer? Yet, Thor remained unaware of Loki's fortunate circumstances, leading him to incredulously inquire further. In the next moment, he heard Loki reply, "It appears I can indeed lift your hammer." Thor. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. "Impossible. Only I can wield this hammer," Thor asserted firmly. But then he reconsidered, realizing that his hammer had indeed been absent for some time, which cast a shadow of uncertainty upon him. "Show me another," Thor exclaimed, handing the hammer to Loki. Loki said nothing, merely accepting the hammer with ease. The manner in which he grasped it was so effortless that Thor's gaze transformed. His expression mirrored that of Odin upon recognizing Loki as the master of the eternal spear, shock intermingled with disbelief. In the next breath, Thor muttered, "No, this cannot be. How is this possible?" His demeanor suggested that he felt as if the sky itself were collapsing. Loki, feeling somewhat embarrassed, returned the hammer to Thor and explained, "In truth, I did not intend to take your hammer. At that time, I had just begun to learn magic, and my understanding of the object retrieval spell was not fully developed, which led to this unfortunate mishap." He sought to comfort Thor's wounded spirit. Yet it was evident that Thor remained unconsoled, muttering incessantly, "This is impossible, only I should be able to lift it." He cast a glance at the hammer, then flung it away before summoning it back. It appears that he even harbored doubts at one point about whether his hammer might have been swapped. Noticing that Thor was currently preoccupied with his own frustrations regarding the hammer and had no time for him, Luo Bai prepared to take his leave. "Thor, I must be off. Your father is still waiting for me," he said. However, Thor ignored him, furrowing his brow as he continued to murmur. How could Luo Bai possibly lift this hammer? Logically, no one should be able to wield it. What is going on? Seeing that Thor was unresponsive, Luo Bai turned and ran away. By the time Thor regained his senses, Luo Bai had already vanished. "Luo Bai, return. Lift it once more for me to see. It shouldn't be like this." "Why?" Thor shouted. Yet at that moment, Luo Bai had already reached the Grand Hall of Asgard. In the familiar hall, Odin still sat upon his throne, clad in golden armor that marked him as the king of the gods, appearing even older than the last time Luo Bai had seen him. "My lord," Luo Bai greeted politely. Odin nodded, his expression tinged with a hint of kindness as he replied, "You have arrived. Did you summon Thor to speak with me about something?" Luo Bai inquired. Odin did not respond directly but instead asked, "How do you find Gungnir? Are you accustomed to using it?" "I have hardly had the chance to wield it. Such a divine artifact is rarely utilized on Earth," Luo Bai replied with a smile. Odin nodded slightly, revealing no visible emotion on his face, as if he had come to accept the departure of Gungnir. "It is a formidable weapon that accompanied me through long years. Wherever it goes, gods and demons alike show reverence. I trust that with your capabilities, you will bring out its utmost potential," Odin reflected. Luo Bai nodded in agreement, smiling as he added, "Indeed, it is a remarkable weapon." After discussing Gungnir, Odin finally returned to the main topic. "I did not wish to intrude upon you. For a lengthy period, Kamartaj and Asgard have had little contact. In the past, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, and I each fulfilled our roles, safeguarding our respective realms. However, since your ascendance, circumstances have shifted somewhat," Odin explained. Curious, Luo Bai asked, "In what way have they changed?" Odin furrowed his brow, his expression revealing considerable confusion, seemingly uncertain how to broach the subject. After a moment's hesitation, he finally asked, "Supreme Sorcerer, have you ever heard of Ragnarok?" "Ragnarok?" Luo Bai pondered for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. "I have heard of it." Upon mentioning Ragnarok, Odin appeared visibly weary. He sighed and began to speak slowly. "I once drank from the well of wisdom, sacrificing one of my eyes in exchange for boundless wisdom and the ability to foresee the future. I foresaw Ragnarok, and I also foresaw that Thor would bring it to an end. Yet recently, your presence has emerged within my predictions." "My presence within your predictions?" Luo Bai was taken aback, clearly struggling to grasp the meaning behind Odin's words. "I do not quite understand what you mean," he replied. "I do not fully comprehend it either. However, wisdom informs me that you will be the key to Ragnarok," Odin stated. Luo Bai furrowed his brow in response. Before he could utter a word, Odin continued speaking. "Gungnir was forged from the world tree, and it will choose you, perhaps for this very reason." Upon finishing, Odin pointed to the amulet of Agamotto around Loki's neck and inquired, "With it, can the time stone reveal your own future?" "No," Loki replied candidly. It was indeed peculiar. When Loki first acquired the time stone, he intended to peer into the timelines of the future. Yet, he soon discovered that there were scarcely any records pertaining to him within those future timelines. No wonder the Ancient One had previously stated that she could not foresee his future. There was simply no record within the time stone. As he pondered this, Odin suddenly grasped the truth and remarked, "My conjecture was not erroneous. You do not belong to this world, hence you have not been recorded within its timeline. Yet, you remain in this realm, and the Ancient One has chosen you to become the Sorcerer Supreme. This signifies that your presence has become the fulcrum of the universe." The fulcrum of the universe? What does that imply? Loki inquired. Odin contemplated for a moment before responding. In the grand cosmos, the destinies of all beings are predetermined. Consequently, the time stone can glimpse into the futures of nearly everyone, except for you. You should be capable of traversing the multiverse. Upon doing so, you may discover alternative versions of Stark or other individuals existing on different Earths within the multiverse. However, you are unique. There will not be another like you in the multiverse. Thus, you are the sole person capable of choosing and altering your own fate. You will be pivotal in Ragnarok, for you may either bring about its end or catalyze its onset. All of this hinges upon your own choices. Loki finally comprehended. Indeed, he had crossed over from another realm, which substantiated his non-existence in this universe. Thus, no records of him could possibly exist within its timeline. All records pertaining to him in this universe must be forged by his own actions. Upon realizing this, Loki understood why Odin had summoned him that day. In essence, he had suddenly emerged as an individual capable of determining the future of Asgard and the cosmos at large. A ruler of Odin's caliber would undoubtedly harbor some reservations. Contemplating this, Loki could not help but ask, "Is your summons today meant to serve as a warning, my king?" Odin shook his head and spoke plainly now. "You must be aware that Ragnarok is imminent, and my time is limited. Soon, Thor will ascend as the new king. Should Ragnarok indeed lead to the destruction of Asgard, it would not bode well for Earth. You should also recognize that the multiverse is rife with countless formidable entities. Kamartaj and Asgard may very well find common ground." Loki grasped the implication and queried, "So, you wish for me to collaborate with Thor? I understand that Thor, in his current state, may not yet be your ideal partner. However, he will grow. Your uniqueness is something even I can foresee, which indicates that the true gods of the multiverse will inevitably take note as well. The interests of Asgard and Kamartaj are intertwined. We face formidable forces beyond Earth. We are not adversaries, but rather allies." Chapter 82. Father, I am your son. When Odin foreseen that Luo Bai would be pivotal in the events leading to Ragnarok, he realized he had underestimated both Guyi's choices and the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme, compelling him to engage in negotiations with Luo Bai. Although a cooperative and mutually beneficial relationship had been established between Odin and Guyi, the previous generation was stepping aside, and the dynamics of the current generation remained ambiguous. Odin surmised that, given Thor's naive disposition, he would likely refrain from discussing matters of collaboration. Thus it fell upon him to address the issue. Understanding Odin's intentions for summoning him, Luo Bai recognized how to respond. After all, Odin was correct in stating that Kamartaj and Asgard were allies rather than foes. Their common adversaries lay beyond the realm of Earth, among the deities. With this in mind, Luo Bai assured Odin, "There is no need for concern, my king. Asgard is indeed required by Earth." His meaning was clear. The relationship between Asgard and Kamartaj would remain unchanged, just as it had in the past. As the Sorcerer Supreme, he would not instigate conflict. Odin appeared quite satisfied with this outcome. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Thor suddenly burst into the chamber. "Luo Bai?" Upon entering, Thor shouted. Before Odin could react, he disregarded Odin entirely and loudly inquired of Luo Bai, "Luo Bai, tell me, how on earth did you lift my hammer?" Luo Bai felt a sense of exasperation. He had not anticipated Thor would still be fixated on the matter of the hammer, clearly indicating its significance to him. "I am not entirely sure. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of good fortune," Luo Bai replied with a hint of resignation. "Impossible. No one besides me can lift this hammer," Thor exclaimed, visibly agitated. He had always regarded his unique ability to wield the hammer as a point of pride. Now, with Luo Bai emerging as someone capable of lifting it, Thor was understandably disheartened. "Your ability to lift my hammer suggests you possess considerable strength. Come, let us engage in combat. I wish to see just how formidable you are," Thor declared, eager to test their prowess against one another. However, before he could grasp his hammer, Odin interjected with authority. "Thor." Thor halted in his tracks, turning to Odin with indignation. "Father, this sorcerer stole my hammer." Odin, bewildered, responded, "What nonsense is this? Stolen a hammer?" Before Odin could inquire further, Thor continued, "Father, while I was in Asgard, someone used magic to take my hammer. It was the sorcerer from Kamartaj. I just asked Luo Bai, and he admitted to it. He was the one who took it. Father, this sorcerer is provoking us." At this moment, Odin recalled a previous incident that indeed seemed to align with Thor's account. At that moment, Thor persistently inquired about the matters concerning Kamartaj. Upon hearing this, Odin sensed something amiss. How had his son entangled himself with the sorcerers of Kamartash? After scolding Thor a few times, he chose not to pursue the issue further, unaware that Thor still remembered it. Just then, Loki interjected. Indeed, there was such an incident, but it was truly an accident. Odin promptly replied, Supreme Sorcerer. There is no need for excessive explanation. Upon finishing, he cast a look of disappointment toward Thor, exclaiming, Thor, you are the god of thunder. Cannot you even safeguard your own weapon? Odin rebuked. Thor was taken aback. How is this my fault? Father, the magic he used. Thor attempted to defend himself. Before he could continue, Odin's voice, filled with anger, interrupted. Are you still justifying your own incompetence? You should feel ashamed. Father, Thor seemed to wish to explain further, but Odin's disappointment was palpable as he stated. Thor, I believe you still require further training. Thor was clearly bewildered. Meanwhile, Odin was left speechless. He had painstakingly negotiated for Asgard and Kamartash to coexist peacefully. If Thor were to jeopardize that relationship over a mere hammer, it would infuriate him. Contemplating this, Odin promptly addressed Loki. Thor's character mirrors my own in my youth. Fearless and impetuous, such impulsiveness is bound to lead to mistakes. Gungnir is not merely a weapon, it also symbolizes my authority. Should he err in the future, you may use Gungnir in my stead to educate him. Loki paused. Taken aback. Was Odin entrusting him with a responsibility? Though Thor currently lacked the strength to defeat Loki, respect still needed to be accorded. While education may be a stretch, a friendly sparring match could be arranged, Loki mused. Just then, Thor, looking utterly bewildered, asked, What Gungnir? Odin took a deep breath and then spoke. I have bestowed Gungnir upon Loki. What? Thor was left in shock. Gungnir was his father's exclusive weapon, a symbol of the All-Father. His father had given Gungnir to Loki. Thor stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Odin. After a moment, he slowly uttered, Father, I am your son. Odin was furious. He could not confess that Gungnir had been given away to Loki, for that would be too humiliating. Thus, he could only claim it was a gift. Thor's statement darkened Odin's expression. Taking a deep breath, Odin composed himself and declared, Precisely because you are my son, Thor, you must grow swiftly. I do not believe you are currently fit to become the All-Father. You require further experience. Therefore, I entrust the Supreme Sorcerer with your training. Should you err, the Supreme Sorcerer, wielding Gungnir, possesses the authority to punish you on my behalf. As the father of all, Thor? With incredulity, he gazed at Luo Bai. Before Luo Bai could utter a word, Odin spoke, Supreme Mage. Please present Gungnir for him to behold. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Bai summoned Gungnir using his retrieval spell. The instant Gungnir was revealed, the expression on Thor's face was truly remarkable. At that moment, it was clear, not only could he not strike Luo Bai, but he might also be compelled to address him with respect in the future. Thor was perplexed. Father, why is that? He is merely a mage from Earth. What makes the Supreme Mage so exceptional? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. Yet Odin ignored his question, turning his attention to Luo Bai, speaking slowly, Supreme Mage. I hope our conversation today will influence your future stance towards Asgard. Thor still had much to learn. In that moment, Odin was no longer a king of gods, but rather a father wishing to pave the way for his son. His sincerity was palpable, and thus Luo Bai acquiesced. Asgard and Kamartaj will always remain allies, provided Asgard does not waver. With that, their negotiations concluded, and Luo Bai departed from the main hall. Thor, still in a daze, followed suit. Once they were a distance away, Thor finally regained his composure and asked, Luo Bai, what exactly did you discuss with my father? Oh, nothing of consequence. Your father is quite fond of you, Luo Bai mused. Of course I know that. My father has always loved me. But I am perplexed as to why he would bestow Gungnir upon you, Thor queried, his curiosity intensifying. Did he not mention? He wishes for me to educate you in the future, Luo Bai replied with a smile. Thor fell silent, and after a moment, he suddenly asked, Did my father grant you anything else? Luo Bai, puzzled, responded, What do you mean? Almost immediately, Thor, with utmost seriousness, inquired, Didn't he bestow upon you the right to inherit Asgard, did he? What the? Chapter 083, The Reality Gem. Luo Bai felt utterly speechless, to the point where he had no inclination to engage with Thor any further. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, he remarked, intending to depart Asgard to investigate how Stark was faring. However, Thor, in a state of vexation, pursued Luo Bai with a barrage of questions. Luo Bai, pray tell me why father bestowed Gungnir upon you, and how is it that you can lift my hammer? Luo Bai retorted, Ask your father. With that, he activated a portal, yearning to escape Asgard without delay. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the power of the Fae stirred with agitation. Power. A formidable power. Over there. Over there. The voice echoed within Luo Bai's consciousness, repeating insistently. He felt a sense of helplessness. What had stirred the Fae power this time? Luo Bai attempted to suppress the Fey energy, but it was in a state of tumult. Compounded by a growing hunger, he resolved to heed its call and discern the situation. The Fey energy seemed to have a clear destination concerning the source of this power, prompting Luo Bai to open a portal. Beyond the portal lay a realm of darkness, devoid of light. Where's this? I thought we were heading to Earth. This does not appear to be Earth, Thor remarked, noticing the unfamiliarity of the world revealed after the portal's opening. Just as Thor's words faded, a fearsome roar erupted, followed swiftly by a surge of a red-black, unknown liquid pouring forth from the portal. Be careful, Thor shouted, hastily retreating to the side. Luo Bai unleashed the Fey power. Although formidable, it appeared to yield without resistance, being absorbed by Luo Bai almost instantaneously. The speed was so swift that Thor barely comprehended what had transpired before it was over. What just happened? What emerged? Thor asked, a look of bewilderment upon his face. Luo Bai furrowed his brow, clearly still processing the events. Yet, he distinctly sensed a newfound power within him, one that was remarkably potent. He refrained from answering Thor's inquiry, instead closing the portal and shutting his eyes to absorb the sensation. It was only when the Fey power had completely consumed and replicated the recently acquired strength that Luo Bai finally grasped the nature of the entity that had burst forth. It was the ether particle. Luo Bai murmured. His voice was too soft for Thor to catch, prompting Thor to ask, what particle? The ether particle is, in truth, the reality stone. In ages past, the reality stone was acquired by Malekith, the leader of the dark world. They transformed the reality stone into a liquid form, thus becoming the ether particle. The ether particle has the ability to transmute all matter into darkness. However, it requires a host and siphons energy from the host's life force. Malekith fused with the ether particle, seeking to utilize its power to transform Earth and the 9 realms into his dark dominion, only to be sealed away by Odin's father. It is rumored that Odin's father not only vanquished Malekith but also sealed away all the dark elves from the dark realm. As for the ether particles, they were purportedly destroyed in that very battle. However, the truth is that the ether particles were never annihilated. They merely ventured into the cosmos in search of a new host. Unbeknownst to them, they were perceived by the power of the fairies. Now, it seems, they have been consumed. For a moment, Luo Bai found himself at a loss for words. He realized that the fairies were suddenly so agitated due to their sensing the power of the reality stone. The good news was that Luo Bai had acquired the 4th stone. The bad news was that he had been swallowed, thus becoming the reality stone himself. This was indeed unexpected. Luo Bai, what is the matter with you? Noticing his silence, Thor inquired. Although there existed some tension between them, Thor, considering his father's favorable attitude towards Luo Bai and the latter's role in protecting Earth, did not regard him as an adversary. Having just witnessed an unknown force surge into Luo Bai's body, Thor felt a twinge of concern and decided to express his care. I am perfectly fine, Luo Bai replied. That is a relief. I thought something was amiss when you fell silent. Of course, I am not concerned about you. I was merely asking, Thor remarked. Luo Bai paid little heed to his words, for he was preoccupied with a pressing matter. The emergence of the ether particles signified the awakening of the slumbering Malekith. Malekith had long sought to wield the ether particles to reshape the universe, and he would undoubtedly come seeking the reality stone. If Luo Bai returned to Earth now, Malekith would likely arrive with a formidable army in short order. As the supreme sorcerer, it would be unwise to attract chaos to Earth. Besides, given Malekith's animosity towards Asgard, he would inevitably lead an assault. Thus, by remaining in Asgard, Luo Bai could await Malekith without the need for arduous searching. Moreover, having just absorbed the ether particles, the fairy power within him was still unstable. He needed to stabilize this energy and study the reality stone. With this in mind, Luo Bai turned to Thor and asked, are there any accommodations available in Asgard? Accommodations? Thor was taken aback and queried, what do you mean? I intend to stay in Asgard for a while to experience the unadulterated spirit of its people, Luo Bai explained. Thor was perplexed. Wait a moment. Did you not just say you wanted to return? I have changed my mind. You should inform your father. No, I will speak to him myself, Luo Bai stated, turning to make his way toward the main hall. Thor followed closely behind, conversing as they walked. You plan to reside in Asgard? Even though my father granted you Gungnir, he will not permit you to stay here. You are not a citizen of Asgard. Before long, they arrived at the Grand Hall of Asgard. Upon seeing Luo Bai return, Odin appeared somewhat puzzled. Before he could inquire, Thor interjected, Father, Luo Bai wishes to stay in Asgard for a time. Upon hearing this, Odin appeared somewhat perplexed and cast a glance at Luo Bai. Without hesitation, Luo Bai responded, the ether particles have manifested. Malekith must be awakening. Odin, well aware of the significance of ether particles, immediately sensed that something was amiss. Where are the ether particles? Odin inquired. Within my body. If I return to Earth, Malekith will surely lead his forces there. Thus, I must wait for him to arrive here. He will undoubtedly come to Asgard, Luo Bai explained. Odin was momentarily taken aback. Ether particles, good heavens. It is no wonder that Luo Bai is considered the center of the universe. This is indeed remarkably central. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Odin quickly acquiesced. Thor. During this time, you shall graciously host the Supreme Sorcerer. Thor was left bewildered. Wait, why is my father being so cordial to Luo Bai? I am the future heir to the throne of Asgard, a sorcerer from Earth, and he expects me, a future king, to entertain him? Hurry. Odin commanded with authority. Thor. Chapter 084. Absorbing the energy of the Ether Stone. As Thor exited the Grand Hall of Asgard, a look of confusion and discontent lingered on his face. As they walked along the path, his bewilderment compelled him to inquire once more, Loki, why does my father treat you with such kindness? Because Asgard and Kamartaj are allies, Loki replied with a smile. What exactly is Kamartaj? I have never heard of it before, and during my previous visit to Earth, I failed to locate it. And what is this title of Supreme Sorcerer that you bear? Thor questioned, his confusion evident. Loki pondered for a moment before offering a concise explanation. The title of Supreme Sorcerer is bestowed upon the most powerful mage on Earth. As for Kamartaj, if you were to liken Kamartaj to Asgard, then the position of the Supreme Sorcerer therein is akin to that of your father in Asgard. Upon hearing this, Thor grasped a portion of the situation, yet he remained perplexed. What was that my father mentioned about the ether particles and the Dark World? You must know that Asgard governs the 9 realms, and the Dark World is one of them, Loki inquired. Thor nodded in agreement. I am aware of this. I have heard that Asgard defeated the Dark World and sealed it away. The ether particles were a weapon developed by the leader of the Dark World. Originally, it was a stone, known as the Reality Stone. Legends say it was destroyed, but in truth, it has always existed. What you saw entering my body just now was the ether particle, Loki explained. So, that was what entered your body. Thor exclaimed in astonishment, his expression turning serious. Will it pose any danger to you? Loki remained silent. It was indeed true that the ether particles could be harmful to the host, as they siphon life energy for sustenance. However, due to the overwhelming power of the Fey magic within Loki, it not only had no adverse effects but instead enhanced his abilities. Given this, I can assure you that it poses no danger to me, Loki finally responded. That is a relief, Thor murmured, seemingly relieved. Observing the gentle smile on Loki's face, he clarified, I am not concerned for your sake. My father has tasked me with looking after you. You cannot afford to encounter trouble while under my watch. I have not forgotten how you stealthily took my hammer, which led to my father reprimanding me. Loki chuckled in response. I genuinely apologize for the incident with your hammer. However, as the future king of Asgard, surely you would not hold such a trivial matter against me. Hearing the phrase future king caused Thor's spirits to soar, dispelling his previous gloom. Of course not. My father is right. As the future heir of Asgard, it is indeed my failing if I cannot even manage my own weapon, Thor declared, his smile unabashed. Loki chose not to elaborate further and continued. The emergence of the ether particles signifies the awakening of the Dark Elves from the Dark World. Once, the Dark World yearned to dominate all 9 realms through the ether particles, and thus, their first course of action upon awakening was inevitably to seek these particles. Upon hearing this, Thor furrowed his brow. You just mentioned that the ether particles reside within you. Does that not make you a target for the Dark World? Luo Bai nodded in affirmation. Quite so. Therefore, it won't be long before they dispatch a formidable force to find me. Thor questioned. Does my father truly permit you to remain in Asgard? Given that you are now the primary target of the Dark World, wouldn't this place be put in jeopardy? Even if Kamartaj and Asgard are allies, they could simply send troops to assist when the time comes. Surely, my father does not need to endanger all of Asgard for this. Thor found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend the rationale behind his father's decision. Sensing his confusion, Luo Bai promptly replied, Thor, I understand your concerns, yet you must realize that it was Asgard that sealed the Dark World. Even if I were to leave, the Dark World would still send forces our way. Therefore, whether I am here or not, Asgard will face war. My presence here could bolster your fighting capabilities. Don't you think? Luo Bai's words enlightened Thor. Indeed, Asgard had long been embroiled in hostilities with the Dark World. Whether Luo Bai stayed or departed, conflict was inevitable. Thus, it made sense for Luo Bai to remain in Asgard. No wonder his father consented to his stay. However, if the Dark World were to send troops, this would escalate into a war between 2 realms. While Luo Bai had previously exhibited considerable strength, Thor inquired, will you be managing this alone? Shouldn't you summon more allies? Luo Bai contemplated for a moment before responding, I believe I can manage on my own. You are quite confident, Thor remarked. Although Loki has often bested you, this is an entirely different scale of warfare. I am well versed in leading troops into battle across the 9 realms. I suspect you have never experienced such a global conflict. Thor spoke with pride, his chest swelling. Luo Bai chuckled and replied, Indeed, I have not fought in a world war. At this, Thor beamed with pride. I knew it. Nevertheless, it matters not. Since my father has instructed me to look after you, rest assured that while I am here, the forces of the Dark World shall not harm you. Very well, You shall reside here. With unwavering confidence, Thor declared. During their conversation, they had already reached the threshold of the room. As Luo Bai needed to assimilate his powers, he stated, I shall take a moment to rest. Thor seemed eager to boast of his own exploits, and thus declared, Would you like to hear about my experiences in conquering the 9 realms? Perhaps it might prove beneficial to you. Luo Bai declined. No, thank you. Without waiting for Thor to respond, he firmly closed the door. Thor frowned and muttered under his breath, if he doesn't wish to listen, so be it. Wizards, after all, are merely toying with trifles. My brother is no different. With that, he departed. Inside, Luo Bai sighed, feeling a wave of contemplation wash over him. At last, tranquility enveloped the world. Taking a deep breath, Luo Bai settled down to meditate and began to delve into the nature of the reality stone within him. Time passed. Though he could not ascertain how long, before he comprehended the abilities and principles governing the reality stone. The power commonly attributed to the reality stone is the alteration of reality. However, the capabilities of a single reality stone are not as formidable as one might envision, permitting arbitrary modifications to the entirety of the universe. This is because the influence of a solitary reality stone is inherently limited in scope. In simpler terms, once the stone distances itself from the area it can affect, its power dissipates. Luo Bai recalled a scene from the narrative where Thanos, upon acquiring the reality stone, transformed Mantis into paper. Yet, once he departed, both the Destroyer and Mantis reverted to their original forms. This phenomenon primarily arises because the reality stone modifies reality through its own energy. To maximize the energy and efficacy of the stone, one must gather all the infinity stones. The infinity stones can mutually provide energy, thereby amplifying the effects of each individual stone. Malekith aspired to wield a single reality stone to transform the 9 realms into a realm of darkness. Theoretically, this could be accomplished, provided he could supply the reality stone with potent and ceaseless energy. Otherwise, should he exceed the designated range, the stone's effectiveness would diminish significantly. With an understanding of the stone's principles, Luo Bai began to ponder. He currently possessed 3 stones. Could the energy contained within these 3 infinity stones be entirely absorbed? With this thought in mind, Luo Bai produced the 3 infinity stones and endeavored to absorb their energy. Chapter 085, The Onset of War in the Dark World. It is rumored that when the 6 infinity stones are united, they possess nearly the most formidable power in the universe, capable of fulfilling the deepest desires of their bearer. These 6 stones symbolize space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. However, the stones are scattered across the cosmos, with some guarded by formidable protectors, making the quest to gather them a formidable challenge. Acquiring certain stones may even require a significant sacrifice, yet, despite this, numerous individuals in the universe still yearn to obtain these coveted artifacts. Fortunately, Luo Bai has already gathered 4 of the stones. Although the power generated by the collision of all 6 infinity stones would exponentially increase, Luo Bai is not in a rush to collect the remaining stones. Given his luck, it is likely that the remaining stones will soon come to him, sparing him the arduous task of seeking them out one by one. Thus, his current contemplation revolves around whether he can absorb the energy from the stones he possesses. It is well known that the fusion of the 6 infinity stones yields immense power, which is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to harness. Therefore, the Infinity Gauntlet is required as a vessel to merge the forces of the 6 stones. Yet, even with the gauntlet, most cannot withstand the overwhelming energy of all 6 stones. Presently, Luo Bai's concern lies in his physical ability to absorb the stone's power without the assistance of the gauntlet. He is not particularly worried about the fairy power being unable to absorb it. Rather, he fears whether his corporeal form can endure. Consequently, he decides to test the waters with one stone, the Time Stone. In fact, the fairy power had already begun to stir restlessly at the sight of the 3 infinity stones, incessantly urging Luo Bai, hurry, devour them all. In one go, consume them completely. This left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, Luo Bai managed to regain his composure. To prevent any disturbances during the absorption process, he first enclosed himself within a mirrored space. He then activated the Eye of Agamotto, directing the fairy power to gradually analyze, comprehend, and absorb the Time Stone. The verdant temporal energy was slowly drawn into Luo Bai's body and began to merge with him. After a period of absorption, Luo Bai unexpectedly discovered that his body exhibited no signs of discomfort. This was likely due to the influence of the fairy power. As the host of the fairy power, the fusion of strength between the host and the power necessitates time. Previously, Luo Bai had merely attempted to suppress the fairy power, yet due to its self-awareness, their degree of fusion had not reached perfection. After a period of adaptation, Luo Bai recently realized that he seemed to have completely merged with the fairy power. This revelation brought him relief, and without further hesitation, he unleashed the fairy power to consume the Time Stone. Once devoured, the Time Stone erupted with tremendous force, inciting the previously docile etheric particles within Luo Bai's body to protest. Fortunately, the fairy power mitigated much of this energy. After a period of meditative tranquility, the power of the time gem finally settled. Subsequently, Luo Bai endeavored to merge with it. It was unclear how long this process took. But once the time gem was successfully integrated, he commenced the consumption of the second gem. The procedure was largely similar, with the addition of a disintegration step. He extracted the gem from its container and then consumed and fused it. Again, an indeterminate amount of time passed before he began the absorption and integration of the third gem. Ultimately, all the gems were assimilated into Luo Bai's being without any adverse effects. Only then did he dissolve the mirror space. As the mirror space dissipated, a knocking sound resonated from outside the door. Thud, 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 thud. The sound was akin to someone forcefully striking the door. Recognizing the visitor by the commotion, Luo Bai opened the door to find Thor standing there. As soon as the door swung open, Thor remarked, "You've been holed up in this room for an entire week. Were it not for Father instructing me not to disturb you, I would have smashed the door down to check if something was amiss. Are you in such a hurry to see me for some reason?" Luo Bai inquired. "Is there something urgent?" Thor, somewhat exasperated, replied, "I have no pressing matters of my own. I merely came to deliver food on behalf of the maidservants. They knocked on your door repeatedly without receiving a response and came to me regarding the situation. So, I thought I would check on you. Don't you need to eat?" Luo Bai remained silent. Although he felt an intense hunger every moment, what he truly craved was energy, not food. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "I have already eaten." "Eaten? How could you have eaten without leaving your room?" Thor asked incredulously. Luo Bai merely smiled in silence. In the next moment, the scene shifted, and Thor, who had been standing at the door, was now seated in a chair within the room, inexplicably holding a beer mug. "Would you care for a drink?" Luo Bai inquired. Thor glanced at the mug in his hand and replied, "A beer, I suppose." As soon as he uttered those words, the previously empty mug filled itself with beer. Thor was taken aback, staring at the full beer mug. A look of bewilderment crossed his face as if he were silently questioning, "What sorcery is this? How did this beer come to be? Is this truly beer?" As he pondered, he took a sip. "By the gods, it truly is beer. Is this how all your food is conjured? Using the magic you mentioned?" "Something along those lines," Luo Bai replied nonchalantly. Before Thor could respond, Luo Bai continued, "By the way, has there been any news from Asgard lately?" "Asgard as well. There are no significant developments. Even if something were to occur, Heimdall would detect it at the earliest opportunity," Thor explained. "Heimdall, the god of dawn, is tasked with guarding the Bifrost and possesses the all-seeing eye of Heimdall to observe all things. His sight can perceive most of the happenings across the 9 realms, should he wish to." Thus, Thor's assertions held merit. Upon realizing that the Dark Realm remains eerily silent, Luo Bai resolved to meditate once more, seeking to harmonize the energies of the primordial stones within him. After all, he currently harbors 4 distinct energies, and their complete amalgamation requires a considerable span of time. At present, Luo Bai has merely subdued these powers, ensuring they remain dormant. Contemplating this, he inquired, "Soul, do you have any further matters to discuss? If not, I would prefer to rest a while longer." "Nothing of particular significance," Soul murmured. Just as Luo Bai was about to respond, a cacophony erupted from outside. Soul furrowed his brow and remarked, "What is causing such a commotion outside?" "It is the army of dark elves that has arrived," Luo Bai replied, his gaze piercing through the obstacles ahead. He beheld the dark elf forces advancing toward Asgard across the Rainbow Bridge. Chapter 086. Where did you come from? At this moment, Malekith was leading the forces of the Dark World in an assault on Asgard. They first created chaos in the dungeons, and as the Asgardian soldiers rushed to provide support, most of the invaders seized the opportunity to enter through the Bifrost. All of this was perceived by Loki. Once he grasped the current situation, Loki reported candidly, "Dark World puppets have emerged in the dungeons, wreaking havoc and releasing prisoners while the main force has already launched an attack at the forefront of the Bifrost." Thor furrowed his brow and inquired, "How do you know this so clearly?" Loki replied with calm assurance, "I saw it." Indeed, even if he had not witnessed it firsthand, Loki was well versed in the unfolding narrative. It was Thor's lack of understanding that left him perplexed. How did he see it? Before Thor could ponder further, an Asgardian soldier rushed in. Upon arrival, the soldier hastily exclaimed, "God of Thunder, there has been unusual activity in the dungeons. Please hurry to assist." Before Thor could process this, another soldier dashed in to report, "God of Thunder, enemies are launching an attack from the front of the Bifrost. Please hurry to assist." Initially, Thor had harbored doubts about the veracity of Loki's claims. After all, they were situated within the palace of Asgard, a considerable distance from both the dungeons and the Bifrost. It would have been difficult to articulate the specifics without being present. To his astonishment, Loki not only spoke of the events but described them accurately. This left Thor taken aback, prompting him to ask, "Do you possess eyes like Heimdall's, capable of perceiving all things?" "In principle, it is quite similar, however. I do not rely on sight but rather on my abilities," Loki elucidated. Thor was increasingly astonished, sensing that Loki was far from ordinary. Yet, he had no time for further inquiries, given the urgency of the situation. With this thought in mind, Thor raised his hammer and declared, "Never mind, this matter is inconsequential. Asgard is in great peril, and I must lend my aid. You possess something Malekith desires. It is unsafe for you to remain here alone. Come with me." Recently, Odin had discussed the ether particles with Thor, explaining their immense power. In summary, he conveyed a critical message. The ether particles must never fall into the hands of the Dark World, or the Nine Realms would be plunged into crisis. Understanding this, Thor grew uneasy about leaving Loki alone in the chamber. Although Loki was indeed formidable, the entirety of the Dark World's forces had mobilized. To err on the side of caution, Thor resolved to take Loki with him. However, Loki showed no inclination to leave, calmly responding, "I believe the situation is not as dire as it appears." Thor retorted in confusion, "The Dark World has dispatched troops. How can the situation not be grave?" As soon as he finished speaking, a glowing yellow circle materialized in the air. Before he could react, an exceedingly peculiar entity tumbled down from the circle. With a thud, the strange creature landed face first on the ground. Thor was taken aback, pointing at the creature sprawled on the ground and inquiring, "What on earth is this?" In the next moment, the creature rose, furiously addressing Thor. "What do you mean? What on earth? How dare you refer to me in such a manner? I am Malekith, the leader of the Dark World. Insolent Asgardian. Leader of the Dark World? Good heavens. Luo Bai, have you captured the leader of the Dark World?" Thor asked in astonishment. Luo Bai nodded, responding with a smile. "To catch the thief, one must first capture the king." "You are impressive." Thor fell silent, overwhelmed by the realization that Luo Bai had indeed apprehended the leader of the Dark World, leaving him momentarily bewildered. At this juncture, it was not only Thor who was perplexed. Malekith, too, was in a state of confusion. He surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, his mind buzzing. "Wait. How did I end up here? I distinctly remember being on my spaceship. Why am I suddenly in what appears to be the palace of Asgard?" With this thought, Malekith's expression turned grave. "Did you bring me here?" he inquired in a low voice. Luo Bai shook his head, replying earnestly, "Not summoned, but apprehended. Malekith, you are under arrest." Malekith paused, momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh, seemingly mocking Luo Bai's words. "You two children think you can arrest me?" he scoffed. But then, he sensed something amiss. "You possess a familiar power. It's the ether," Malekith murmured. In truth, he had sensed the ether since awakening. He was certain it was in Asgard, and his deep-seated hatred for Asgard had compelled him to gather an army to attack. Initially, he intended to confirm the ether's location upon reaching Asgard, but now Luo Bai had unwittingly delivered it to him. Feeling the power of the ether, Malekith exclaimed with excitement, "It is the ether. I can't believe you brought it right to me." However, before he could finish his sentence, Thor swung his hammer, striking him squarely in the face. Malekith stared at Thor in disbelief, his eyes filled with fury. Before he could utter a word, Thor impatiently retorted, "You certainly talk too much." Malekith seethed, "You insolent fool. You dare to ambush me. You." But he was cut off by another hammer strike from Thor, this one infused with the power of thunder, sending Malekith crashing to the ground. Without the ether, Malekith was exceedingly weakened, unable to withstand even 2 blows from Thor. As he was forced to retreat, Thor couldn't help but comment, "The leader of the Dark World? Not so impressive after all." Malekith appeared to wish to articulate something, but in the next moment, Thor began to mock him, saying, "Weakness is one thing, but to look like that, how can this be considered a member of the Dark Elf race?" Loki wholeheartedly concurred, adding, "I can understand your confusion, for I too am perplexed. In my memory, elves are supposed to possess beauty, but this creature is indeed excessively unattractive." The two engaged in a discussion regarding Malekith's appearance, causing him to seethe with rage. It was already infuriating enough to have been captured inexplicably, and now they were openly discussing his looks before him. In a fit of extreme anger, Malekith shouted, "The armies of the Dark World will trample Asgard. I shall reclaim the ether particles from your very being. You shall all be consumed by darkness." After uttering these words, he seemed poised to launch an attack. In the next instant, Loki raised his hand and conjured the eternal spear from thin air. The spear, radiating with golden light, appeared before Malekith, rendering him momentarily speechless, as if his CPU had short-circuited. "Isn't that Odin's weapon?" Malekith couldn't help but exclaim. "Indeed, it is now my weapon. To be honest, I have yet to wield it." "You are fortunate, as I intend to use you for practice," Loki replied, before hurling the eternal spear toward him. Malekith, aware of the spear's power, instinctively sought to flee. However, he barely took 2 steps before the spear pierced through his chest. Thus, Malekith was left hanging on the eternal spear, devoid of life. With Malekith eliminated, the Dark World was left without a leader, making the remaining foes much easier to handle. Considering this, Loki retracted the eternal spear and remarked, "Well, the leader of the Dark World has been dealt with." At this moment, Thor seemed still to be processing the events. After all, in the past, resolving such world wars had required considerable time and effort. Yet this instance was markedly different. From the moment Loki captured Malekith to his swift demise, it appeared to have transpired in mere minutes. The speed was astonishing, leaving Thor feeling somewhat incredulous. Reflecting on this, Thor couldn't help but exclaim, I never anticipated that this trouble would be resolved so quickly. I am increasingly fond of your magic. It is remarkably practical. Indeed, it was quite useful. The remaining Dark World soldiers should pose no challenge without my assistance, Loki inquired. Asgard is not to be trifled with. Dealing with them is a matter of moments, Thor declared, swinging his hammer and charging forth. As he fought, his mind wandered, pondering, magic is truly beneficial. Yet, why does Loki, a fellow mage, not possess such an ability? He merely transforms into a snake and plays with knives. TSK. Chapter 087. Loki, this is the feeling. After Malekith's demise, the Dark Elves swiftly sensed the shift in circumstances and retreated. For Thor, this was the most effortless battle he had ever encountered, and remarkably, Asgard suffered almost no casualties. The only vexing issue was that his brother Loki had seized the chaos to escape from the dungeon, while Thor was basking in the joy of victory. An Asgardian soldier delivered the unfortunate news. We discovered that the prisoner Loki is missing while maintaining order in the dungeon. Upon hearing this, Thor's initial reaction was one of helplessness. After all, his brother had a penchant for causing trouble. Who knew what kind of havoc Loki might wreak now that he was free? However, finding his brother would not be a simple task. So Thor immediately thought of Loki's counterpart, Loki White. He felt certain that Loki White would have some means to assist him in recapturing his brother. And with that thought in mind, he hurried towards Loki White's chamber. Unbeknownst to him, outside Loki White's room, Loki and Loki White were locked in an intense gaze. They stared at each other for a full minute before Loki broke the silence. Ah, for crying out loud. Why do I see you everywhere I go? Loki exclaimed, his expression revealing his genuine exasperation. After all, he had not anticipated that after finally escaping the dungeon, he would encounter such an enigmatic sorcerer as Loki White. How unfortunate that fate had brought them together. Observing Loki's expression, Loki White smiled and inquired, You seem rather displeased to see me? Loki refrained from responding, but could not help but think, 2 hours of freefall. Who could possibly feel cheerful about that? As he pondered, he sighed deeply. It would be unrealistic to claim that he bore no resentment towards Loki White, considering he had never gained any advantage from their encounters and had consistently faced setbacks. Nevertheless, reflecting on those 2 hours of freefall, Loki felt considerably subdued. In order to avoid being captured again, he decided to relent. You are Loki White, the Supreme Sorcerer of Earth, are you not? Indeed, Loki White nodded affirmatively. With this confirmation, Loki smiled and explained, I believe there may be some misunderstandings between us. I acknowledge that my invasion of Earth was indeed wrong, but it stemmed from my sense of injustice. You must have met Thor, my brother. What do you think of him? He's quite decent. Loki White pondered for a moment before offering a fair assessment. To his surprise, the next moment, he heard Loki's retort. That is his only redeeming quality. In truth, he is a brute. As you can see, he often wields that wretched hammer and stirs up trouble. Yet Odin wishes to pass the throne to such a fool. I vehemently oppose this. Do you then believe you are more suited to inherit Asgard? Loki White countered. Loki answered confidently, Of course. I am smarter and more cunning than he is. Yet Odin insists on making him king. I cannot accept this. Which is why I aspire to rule Earth to demonstrate my capabilities. Luo Bai furrowed his brow and immediately retorted, Earth is not a playground for your whims, Loki. It is unlike Asgard. Humanity has its own developmental laws. Your previous actions were inciting war. I understand that during my time in the dungeon, I have deeply reflected upon my mistakes. Loki spoke with utmost sincerity. However, Luo Bai did not engage further and merely countered, If you are aware of your errors, why did you attempt to escape? Loki swiftly rebutted, I did not escape. I simply wish to no longer reside in Asgard. I cannot accept Thor ascending to the throne. So, you still aspire to dominate Earth and prove your worth to your father? Luo Bai inquired. Loki shook his head, responding with resignation, No, you are correct. Earth is not like Asgard. Moreover, with a formidable sorcerer like you guarding it, I could not possibly rule. Luo Bai chuckled, responding, Did you not previously label me a second-rate amateur sorcerer? That was because I did not understand you before, but now I have gained profound insight into your capabilities. Loki expressed with a hint of admiration. Although he was sincere at that moment, Luo Bai was acutely aware of Loki's thoughts after absorbing the energy of the Mind Stone. With a smile, Luo Bai unveiled Loki's concerns. You fear that I will return you to the dungeon, do you not? Rest assured, as long as you do not cause trouble on Earth, I shall not interfere with your actions. Upon hearing this, Loki's eyes brightened. Then we shall meet again, he said, turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he realized something was amiss. It seemed Luo Bai was holding Gamir. With this thought, Loki turned back. Is there something else? Luo Bai inquired upon his return. Did I see correctly? Is that spear in your hand? Gungnir? Loki asked. Luo Bai nodded, responding calmly. Indeed. I previously wielded Gungnir to defeat Malekith and was contemplating bringing it back to Kamar-Taj when I unexpectedly encountered you. How did Gungnir come to be in your possession? Loki asked, bewildered. Luo Bai did not conceal the truth, stating plainly, when I returned you to Asgard, your father Odin, in order to prevent me from pursuing your unauthorized invasion of Earth, bestowed Gungnir upon me. Upon hearing this, Loki appeared visibly stunned. He understood the significance of Gungnir to Odin, but he could not comprehend why Odin would grant it to a mere sorcerer of Earth for protection. You are merely a sorcerer on Earth. He is the All-Father. Why would he give you Gungnir to safeguard me? Loki exclaimed, his gaze filled with astonishment. Odin had rarely mentioned Kamar-Taj in the presence of his children, and with the more reserved Ancient One. Neither Loki nor Thor were familiar with the strength of Earth as sorcerers. They were entirely unaware of their existence. Given Loki's current inquiry, Luo Bai deemed it necessary to enlighten him about Earth as sorcerers. Loki, Earth is not as feeble as you might believe. The lineage of Earth sorcerers has existed since time immemorial, with these mages dedicating themselves to the protection of our planet. Even the King of the Gods holds a certain reverence for the previous supreme sorcerers. Should you recklessly intrude upon Earth, your father shall inevitably be left to rectify the ensuing chaos. Loki remained silent, lost in contemplation. Noticing his reticence, Luo Bai continued, for specific details. You might consider consulting your father. He should elucidate matters for you. With that, he intended to depart, but at that moment, Loki called out to him. I place my trust in you. My father values Gungnir highly. He will entrust it to you as a testament to your truthfulness. Since my father has faith in you, it signifies that you are a friend of Asgard. Truthfully, I believe we could potentially be friends as well. In all honesty, had Luo Bai not understood Loki's inner thoughts, he might have believed him earnest in his desire for friendship. However, upon grasping his true intentions, Luo Bai couldn't help but reflect on Loki's relentless scheming against his brother. With a sigh, he quipped, Are you attempting to enlist my aid in claiming the throne of Asgard? It must be quite the burden for your brother to have you as a sibling. Realizing that his thoughts had been discerned, Loki was candid in his response. If I were to ascend to the throne of Asgard, I could assist you immensely. I would be far more accommodating than that rigid Thor, who lacks any sense of flexibility. Luo Bai chuckled lightly and inquired, And how exactly would you assist me? As long as you desire it, Asgard shall always lend its support. Loki replied with outstretched arms and a smile. Luo Bai shook his head in refusal. I do not believe I stand to gain anything from this, so perhaps it is best to let it be. He turned to leave, but unexpectedly, Loki spoke again. Wait. I believe we could negotiate further. I understand you may be reluctant to involve yourself in our internal strife. What if you were to teach me your magic? If you impart your knowledge upon me, I would promise you anything in return. Are you referring to the portal magic? Luo Bai asked. Loki nodded affirmatively, indeed. Luo Bai hesitated, for he was well aware of the narrative. Loki was far from weak. He simply had yet to awaken his true potential. Even Loki himself was oblivious to the fact that he was the god of stories, seated upon the throne of time. Endowed with the ability to traverse different epics and alter various narrative paths, even intertwining with the entire multiverse. Had Loki truly been an evil antagonist, Luo Bai would not have hesitated, nor would he have paid him any mind. However, Loki's willingness to sacrifice himself later demonstrated his fundamentally benevolent nature. While the portal magic of Kamar-Taj was indeed practical, to Luo Bai, it was merely a rudimentary spell, easily decipherable. Exchanging a minor spell for the promise of a god of stories seemed an exceedingly advantageous trade. I am aware my reputation may not be the most favorable. They label me the god of deceit, skilled in the art of lies. Yet, I swear to you this time I am earnest. I swear by my brother, the god of thunder, Thor. Loki professed earnestly. In response, Luo Bai, somewhat exasperated, remarked, Are you truly serious? As Loki came to his senses, he shrugged and replied, I apologize. I am simply accustomed to saying that. What I mean is, I will certainly not go back on my word. In truth, Loki Bai was entirely unconcerned about any breach of promise, for he possessed a remarkable fortune. With that thought, he smiled and said, I am willing to trust you. And I can share with you the method for creating a portal. After divulging the technique, he also handed Loki a suspended ring. With this, along with the method I just shared, I believe you will learn swiftly, Loki Bai remarked. As a mage, Loki had studied magic and undoubtedly possessed considerable talent. After practicing this minor spell a few times, he quickly grasped the intricacies and successfully opened the portal. Observing his rapid progress, Loki Bai couldn't help but exclaim, You are rather clever. Indeed, Loki replied, somewhat smugly. Loki Bai chuckled lightly and cautioned, I would advise against employing that trick on me, as it may bring you misfortune. Loki hastily retorted, How could I possibly use it against you? After all, it was you who taught me this teleportation magic. The very fact that you can teach it implies you must possess a way to counter it. Loki was not foolish enough to subject himself to further loss. Moreover, Odin had entrusted Gungnir to Luo Bai, indicating his father's profound trust in him. It would indeed be advantageous for Loki to foster a good relationship with Luo Bai. With this realization, Loki quickly responded, "We are friends now. I would never harm you. By the way, what do you wish for my assistance with? Anything within my power. I shall certainly help you." Although Loki could be somewhat unreliable at times, he spoke these words with genuine sincerity. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "There is no need at present. I will inform you later. By the way, do you still intend to leave Asgard?" "Certainly not," Loki exclaimed. Knowing that Odin still valued him, Loki felt an immense joy. Thrilled, he began to plot mischief against his brother. Thus he had no intention of departing Asgard. He had not forgotten how pleased his brother was when he witnessed Loki's earlier embarrassment. With this thought in mind, Loki gritted his teeth and declared, "I've made up my mind. I shall remain in Asgard." "Then please inform your father on my behalf. I must take my leave," Luo Bai said before activating the portal to depart. Just as Luo Bai vanished, a familiar voice resonated, "Loki." It was his brother. Turning around, Loki indeed saw Thor striding towards him with an imposing demeanor. Excited to see Thor, he greeted him. "Oh, my brother. You have arrived." Thor furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with Loki. However, he did not dwell on it and instead spoke to Loki with utmost seriousness. "Loki, do you realize you are attempting to escape? Hurry back." "Of course, I will return to my cell," Loki replied with a smile. Thor sensed something was off. His brother did not seem the type to comply so readily. With this thought, Thor inquired, "You do not intend to run away?" "I believe I may have misunderstood father. I just encountered Luo Bai," Loki explained. "He engaged in extensive conversation with me, leading me to decide to remain in Asgard." "Have you encountered Loki?" Upon hearing the name, a smile graced Thor's face. "Did he do anything to you?" "Of course not. I apologized to him. I was indeed at fault previously. He understands me. And we are now friends." Loki replied with a chuckle. "You actually apologized to Loki? Aren't you quite fond of him?" Thor inquired, somewhat astonished. Loki shook his head, hastily countering, "Those were mere misunderstandings. I no longer care about them." "Is that so?" Thor couldn't help but ask. "Absolutely. Because." Loki smiled mysteriously before opening a portal. Before Thor could react, he tumbled into the portal. After what felt like an eternity, Loki finally opened the portal again. In the next moment, Thor emerged, visibly seething with rage. "Loki!" Thor bellowed, raising his hammer with the intent to strike. Unperturbed, Loki calmly said, "Thor, come now. Smile." In an instant, he opened the portal once more, and Thor fell back through it. "Yes, this is the feeling. Absolutely exhilarating." "Ha ha ha!" Loki exclaimed in excitement, playfully toying with Thor as they made their way toward the dungeon. Chapter 088, A Feast Delivered to My Door. "Loki, I implore you. Cease at once. Do not hurl the remnants of your apple at my head. Where on earth did you acquire such sorcery?" The thunderous voice of Thor echoed in my ears. Although Loki had returned to Kamartaj, the amplified power of the Mind Stone allowed him to hear everything with remarkable clarity. It was not until Thor erupted in a fit of rage and unleashed a torrent of invective upon Loki that I finally deactivated my observation mode. I was fully aware that Loki's desire to learn teleportation magic was not driven by a quest for the throne. It was merely a quest for vengeance. After all, Thor had delighted in Loki's misfortune, and one could hardly blame him for feeling this way. Sighing softly, a smile crept across my lips. I conjured a spell to place the Eternal Spear into Kamartaj's repository of artifacts, just as Wong approached. "Supreme Sorcerer, you have returned?" Wong began to bow. I nodded. "And before I could speak," he continued, "you seem rather cheerful." I smiled in response. "I have just returned from Asgard, where I discovered that Thor and his brother are quite the source of amusement." Wong, intrigued, inquired, "What took you to Asgard?" "The Allfather invited me. As I have recently assumed my position, he likely wished to make my acquaintance," I explained succinctly. Wong nodded, refraining from further questions. But suddenly his expression grew grave as he reported, "Supreme Sorcerer, during your absence, there have been developments at Kamartaj. Is there an issue with the library?" I queried. "Indeed. A group of sorcerers recently visited the library to borrow books, and their behavior struck me as peculiar. I have a lingering suspicion that they are not merely searching for literature," Wong replied, his expression betraying his concern. I remained silent, my visage betraying no change in emotion. After all, I had surmised that something was amiss when Wong first reported the anomaly. It was likely the machinations of Dormammu beginning to unfold. In the original narrative, Dormammu had already bewitched the sorcerers of Kamartaj in his quest to descend upon Earth. The ensnared sorcerers drew dark powers from Dormammu, ultimately discovering the means to summon him from the library. Thus, Dormammu arrived on Earth. However, I recalled that this sequence of events should not have transpired within this timeline. Its premature emergence likely stemmed from certain actions I had undertaken, such as my recent endeavors in harnessing dark powers. I vividly remembered the first time I delved into the Dark Hole to absorb its strength. An unsettling sensation had washed over me as if I were inexplicably drawing dark energy from numerous shadowy realms. If my suspicions held any weight, one of those realms must have been the dark dimension where Dormammu resided. It seemed he had taken notice, prompting him to hasten his intentions of arrival on Earth. Previously, I might have harbored some concerns. However, at this moment, I felt not a shred of apprehension. In fact, I found myself rather exhilarated. This was a sumptuous feast delivered directly to my doorstep. Thus, my greater concern now lay with Wong. As a senior archmage of Kamar-Taj, Wong possesses a deeply ingrained sense of justice. Should he become aware that the misguided mages are attempting to seek out Dormammu, he would undoubtedly intervene to thwart their efforts. Such actions would inevitably incite their wrath, leading to an unavoidable conflict. Contemplating this, Luo Bai hastily inquired, "What have you done regarding those mages?" Wong candidly replied, "I noticed something amiss with them, so I issued a few warnings. They seem to have refrained from coming around during this period." As Luo Bai had surmised, Wong would indeed take measures to stop them. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai promptly cautioned, "Should you encounter such a situation again, you need not intervene. Allow them to proceed." Wong was taken aback, his expression one of confusion as he questioned, "Supreme Mage, do you mean to disregard them?" "Indeed," Luo Bai affirmed with a nod. "What if they abscond with the tomes from the library?" Wong countered. Luo Bai calmly responded, "Then let them take them." Once more, Wong was momentarily stunned, sinking into silence. In truth, Wong's intellect is quite sharp, and he is not as obstinate as one might think. Had it been Modu, he would have undoubtedly begun to dispute at this point. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Wong grasped Luo Bai's intent and promptly asked, "Supreme Mage, do you wish for me to be lenient, permitting them to take the books they desire?" Luo Bai did not conceal his thoughts and replied straightforwardly, "In fact, I had anticipated this very scenario, which is why I entrusted you with guarding the library. I believe you are capable of managing this matter well." Wong instantly understood, responding, "I see. Afterwards, I shall indulge in some music and theater." "Surely, you would not speak ill of me?" Luo Bai assured him, "Of course not. Is it not entirely normal to slack off at work? Would you like me to recommend you a few songs?" "That would be splendid." After their discourse regarding the library, Wong returned to the library to relax. As for Luo Bai, he pinpointed Stark's location and subsequently teleported there. At that moment, Stark was conducting experimental research on the top floor of Stark Industries. Luo Bai's arrival captured his attention. "You're back. How was Asgard?" Stark greeted him warmly. After pondering briefly, Luo Bai replied with a smile, "It was quite enjoyable, with some fruitful discoveries." "How fare things on your end?" "I have visited the secret base you mentioned. Just as you said, Killian was conducting human experiments there. However, I have destroyed that base and brought back the research on the extremist virus," Stark recounted. Luo Bai was not surprised and responded with a smile, "So, you have already studied the extremist virus?" "I spent some time researching it, and have made modifications to the virus," Stark replied. "What were the results?" "Compared to before, the extremist virus has stabilized significantly, yet it still presents considerable issues," Stark sighed, appearing somewhat troubled. "Have you encountered any specific problems?" Luo Bai inquired with concern. Stark nodded, acknowledging yes. The despair virus is indeed quite complex. To thoroughly refine the despair virus into the envisioned panacea that could benefit all of humanity may take an extensive period. Currently, it remains unstable. Given the present state of technology, even Stark would require a considerable amount of time to unravel the intricacies of the despair virus. However, perhaps Luo Bai could offer some assistance. "Tony, weren't you quite intrigued by magic previously?" Luo Bai inquired. Stark raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you planning to teach me magic?" "Well, it wouldn't hurt to give you a glimpse of it and see what magical aptitude you possess," Luo Bai replied, producing a tome of spells and presenting it to him. "Take a look at this book," he said. Stark remained silent, merely accepting the volume and casting a cursory glance at it. As he perused its pages, he began to feel a sense of disquiet. "This is a book on magic?" Stark questioned. "Indeed," Luo Bai affirmed with a nod. Stark's eyes widened, clearly bewildered. Was there a misunderstanding regarding magic on his part? He had anticipated that a book on magic would contain various incantations and spells, yet what was inscribed within this tome pertained to human anatomy. "Honestly, this book is vastly different from what I envisioned a magic book to be," Stark finally responded after a moment of astonishment. "This is a theoretical text on magic. I believe it may aid you in your research on the despair virus," Luo Bai explained. Stark, still in shock, nodded slowly and muttered, "Okay, I will examine it thoroughly." After saying so, he glanced once more at the tome in his hands, his expression a vivid tableau of intrigue.